Chapter 001, The city set is deep. Yifeng, let's break up, you can't give me the happiness I want. 3 days ago. The girlfriend proposed to break up and then boarded the big money yacht. Yifeng did not have the slightest retention. What is happiness? Happiness is that you would rather sit on a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh? Then such a gold-digging woman, don't want it. He stood on the shore, sitting on the stone pier to rest for a moment to prepare to leave. The girlfriend stood on the yacht and saw this scene, thought that her boyfriend was staying behind, so she shouted at the shore, Yifeng, don't be delusional, we're not even from the same world. Aha! Yifeng, this depressed awe. He just rode his bicycle over and was so tired that he couldn't catch his breath, he was just looking for a place to rest. As a result, he was misunderstood to be unwilling to give up. In a fit of anger, he shouted out the truth to that gold-worshipping woman. You really think that you are marvelous when you have a big money? Tell you the truth, Lousy also has a boat. Take it out for fear of scaring you to death. After saying this sentence, he stepped on the bike and left without looking back, leaving his girlfriend in the wind. Yifeng went back and bought a ticket to his hometown. Anyway, he had just been fired from the company a while ago because of his bravery, and he didn't want to look for a job anymore. The city is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. He wants to pick up his father's old business, go out to sea to fish, and create a new world. Back home. Mother did not say anything, just silently do the meal. Yifeng hurriedly plowed a few mouthfuls, and then went to his family's sea field. The so-called sea field is near the coastline near the fishing nets through the seabed piling or bamboo pole fixed way, enclosing a fish pond, about half a meter above the water surface, used to breed fish and shrimp, or breeding kelp and other products. Yifeng's father died early. The family's labor force was scarce, and his family's was about half as small as the surrounding sea farms. As far as the eye could see, a small, dilapidated fishing boat lay quietly on the beach. This was his family's small fishing boat. After his father's accident, the boat hadn't been driven much. The hull full of dried moss, snail shells all over the hull, vaguely visible rust yellow spots. The appearance could not be more miserable. But Yifeng wanted to go out fishing, this boat is the only dependence. He called out to a few childhood playmates and greeted them to drag the boat into the sea from the shore. At the same time, the news of returning to the village spread. Villagers rushed to watch. When he was the only college student in the village, Yifeng received countless attention and praise. Who wouldn't want their child to study for a great degree? But Yifeng was the only one who got into college. This made him very scenic. Now the wind and water are turning. With such a chance to taunt, how could the villagers let it go? What's the use of studying? Look. After studying for a few years, you still have to come back to fishing? The offspring of our ancestors who have been fishing for generations, they are not suitable for studying at all, so they have to rely on the sea to eat the sea. Yifeng did not say anything more. If you can't hit the fish, everything is nonsense. If you can hit the fish, nonsense is also the truth. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, silently had to jump on the fishing boat and tried to pull the engine. Day. A burst of black smoke spewed out. Cough. Yifeng almost didn't pass out from choking. The villagers once again heckled at the sight. Yifeng, are you sure you want to drive this boat out to fish? I think this engine is going to break, right? Can it still be driven? And your boat is broken and tattered, I'm scared to drive it, so don't turn the boat over if you don't catch any fish. That's right. I advise you to save this heart, diesel flavor or playing choke. Where is the fishing material? Oh. Yifeng didn't bother. He dialed the gear and controlled the boat forward. The waves tossed. The boat drove forward. Not bad. It was able to drive. Yifeng clapped his hands and decided to go out to sea. In a few days it would be a typhoon, he would take advantage of these last few good days to hit another wave, and in the meantime, hit back at the crowd's skepticism. As for the danger? Who didn't live a knife-edge life when they went out to sea to fish? He waved his hand with a few of his buddies, drove the boat back to his small dock, held those nets on board, and was ready to go out fishing. At this time, a pretty figure stopped at the pier. A plain dress, but it couldn't hide the brightness of her face. The proud figure looked even more distinctively voluptuous under the slightly loose clothes. Under the sunlight, there was a charm that warmed the heart. Watery. Little sister next door. A few years have not seen, when the little girl child has fallen into a bright and generous. Seriously measuring up, can be a lot more beautiful than those stars, and more of a pure natural beauty. Yifeng asked, Shuailing, why did you come over? Shuailing's shallow dimples, smiled, and said, Brother Yi, I heard that you're going out to sea? I came to see you. Yifeng waved his hand in a relaxed manner and said, What's so great about going out to sea? Isn't it just a fishing trip? Shuailing stuffed the yellow sweater in her hand into Yifeng's arms and said with a red face, Brother Yi, the sea is windy, don't get cold, this is the sweater I just knitted, you try to see if it fits. Yifeng's expression was stunned. Immediately, a stream of warmth surged to his heart. He smiled and put the sweater on his body, turned around greatly and said, Shuailing, your needlework skills are really good, look. It fits my figure very well. Shui Ling's big watery eyes flooded with color, with a kind of excited joy said, "That's good, I'm afraid that this sweater doesn't fit." Yifeng dusted off the sweater and said, "Ha, it fits. It fits very well. I'm wearing this sweater now, take it as my good luck charm." "Thank you, sister, you go back quickly, it's windy outside, girls always blowing the wind are tanned." Shui Ling then smiled happily, satisfied that her intentions were accepted. She admonished, "Brother Yi, it's dangerous to go out to sea, so be more careful yourself, don't pay attention to those people's gossip, even if you can't catch any fish, it's fine." Shui Ling believes that with your skills, you can definitely be successful in doing other things as well. She was afraid that this big brother who often helped her fight off punks when she was a child would have an accident in the sea. Yifeng smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, I know, I'll just move around near the sea, I won't go far, don't worry." Shui Ling nodded her head obediently and waved goodbye. Yifeng untied the cable and boarded the boat, driving towards the sea. Ta-da-day. Accompanied by the stirring of the propeller. A wave rose behind the fishing boat, propelling it towards the depths of the sea. Looking at the vast and rippling sea level in front of him, Yifeng was a little excited. Sure enough, only the starry sky and the sea were the places where men should go. He was just about to shout out and express the feelings in his heart. Suddenly, there was a ding. A system tone sounded in his mind. Chapter 002, I Throw. The system is cheating. The blue sea level was rippling. The sunlight shone on the surface of the sea, flooding it with sparkling colors, looking extremely gorgeous. At this moment, Yifeng was driving a fishing boat through the waves. The white waves danced, leaving behind a long white waterline. Yifeng took the helm while looking at the sea in front of him, searching for traces of fish. The waves churned and slapped his face from time to time. The salty and wet feeling instantly brought him back to his childhood, the cozy picture of going out to sea with his father. The whole person came alive, and he only felt his mood was unprecedentedly pleasant. Ha ha! It's better to go home. The city is all steel mesh, where can I get this experience? He couldn't help but shout out, as if he wanted to vent out all the suppression he had felt during this period of time. Right at this moment. Ding! A crunching sound. Congratulations to the host, activating the divine fishing system. This system, as the only god-level fishing system in the heavens and the worlds, the host can upgrade the system and strengthen themselves by signing in and completing tasks every day to become the most powerful fisherman in the entire universe. System task issuance: complete fishing 100 pounds within 2 hours, reward a super gift bag. If you fail the mission, you will be disqualified from the binding qualification. I throw. Is this the golden finger? As a netizen lover, Yifeng certainly knew what this meant. A mere 100 pounds of fish? It was nothing to the ocean. Unlike freshwater, the fish in the sea are generally larger. One of the 7 or 8 pounds, dozens of pounds are also big fish. 100 pounds of fish is the weight of 10 or so fish. He began to search for the fish. I don't know if it was because of the water spirit sweater, or if it was just a stroke of luck to activate the system. In less than 2 minutes, he found a school of fish. Not far away on the surface of the sea. Countless small water ripples swept through the layers. The experience of growing up on the beach told him that he had encountered fish. And probably a school of fish. I never thought that speaking of the devil would come to pass. Yifeng looked a little excited and controlled the fishing boat to slowly approach. Sure enough, large swathes of flower yellow fish were roaming on the surface of the water. Those ripples were all small waves made by their spitting water and flinging their tails. Awesome! This many fish must be several hundred pounds. As long as we catch a small half of them, the system's task will be completed. He copied the fishing net and prepared to spread it. There was also a technique to casting the net. The net should be spread out as much as possible, not entangled together, otherwise the fishing area will be much less, which needs to use a force of dexterity, and also can't startle the fish, or else the fish will all run away in a swarm. However, all of this is not difficult for Yifeng, who has been fishing behind his father since he was a child. He struggled to cast his nets, lining them up with the wind from the ocean currents. 7 or 8 nets were spread into the sea. The counterweights at the bottom of the nets sank into the water, dragging these nets to sink slowly. Not long after, the nearby waters had been surrounded. Yifeng started the cruise ship. Suddenly startled, those fish fled in all directions. But it was already too late. The fishing net float shook violently. That's a sign that a large number of fish have taken the bait. The more they struggle, the more entangled they become in the net. 5 minutes later, the water surface returned to calm. Yifeng slightly felt strange and prepared to close the net. He struggled to tug up a large net, tired and sweaty. He thought he had a full harvest, but the moment he saw the results, he was dumbfounded. A big net. Just one white fish. Or the fish was unlucky to have wrapped itself around a few more, otherwise it would have run away from those big holes in the middle of the net. No wonder the water was so calm just now. Yifeng was a little heartbroken. He disbelieved and fished up all the nets. 8 nets. There was only one fish. Yifeng was so tired and out of breath that he lay down in the cabin, his eyes full of loss. In his mind, the system task was fixed at 100. In normal times, 100 pounds of fish was definitely not difficult to catch without saying it was a handful. But facing a fishing net full of holes? This is damn tired to death cannot hit 100 pounds of fish all. As for driving back to repair? Just opened out on more than an hour. I'm afraid that before buying a good fishing net system time is up. What should we do? Do you really want to give up the system? This is the best chance to turn over the surf to sing. Yifeng was lying in the cabin, looking up at the sky, panting heavily. His heart was unwilling. Just at this moment, he suddenly sat up. His eyes stared at his body dead on. There! Shui Ling's freshly knitted sweater was being put over her body, glowing with a strange color. Ha ha! Yifeng suddenly burst out laughing. How did I forget about this? It's really the sky is the limit. He took off the sweater with a big smile. Shui Ling, brother can't do right by you. I'll make it up to you when I get back for activating the system. Saying that, he did it. He picked apart the threads and started mending the net. Although the hole is big, it's not a big deal to mend it, just put the net on both ends and tie it up. The only thing missing is the material. 10 minutes later, Yifeng mended 5 nets. He can't mend anymore. He still had to search for the flower yellow fish. Flower yellow fish were not known for their speed, although they certainly couldn't go anywhere, but they had just been frightened, so it would definitely take some effort to find them. He steered the boat around the nearby water. After 20 minutes, Yifeng finally found the traces of the fish again. Great! Finally found by me. This time, I definitely won't let you guys be the fish that missed the net. He approached cautiously. Spreading the net. Capture. Using the last of his strength. When the fishing net was pulled up, white flakes of fish desperately jumped in the hold. A cabin full of them. The bottom estimate had to be 200 to 300 pounds. Ha ha ha. It's done. It's finally done. Yifeng was so tired that he lay down in the cabin, but his eyes were full of happiness. At the same time, ding! Detecting that the host has overfished 328 pounds of flower yellowtail fish in only 48 minutes, is binding the system for you for life, after which you will become the only host of the system and issue a super gift package. Super gift pack, fishing boat 1. Please wait a moment, the fishing boat is being remodeled for you. The next moment, the scene in front of Yifeng changed. It was still an endless sea, only just now it was a small broken boat, but in the blink of an eye it evolved. A brand new fishing boat. The hull was white and blue. Somewhat similar to the smallest yacht, yet about twice as big as a normal yacht, and the cockpit was the completely closed kind. This is a bird of prey, huh? Yifeng shouted excitedly as he looked at the fishing boat under his butt. Not to mention anything else. Based on the appearance of this fishing boat, who would dare to say that they are a small broken boat? Those villagers were afraid that they would cry in fear. He couldn't wait to fling the fishing boat in front of those people. Wait! There's even an attribute panel? Yifeng couldn't help but look into his mind. Chapter 003, Wild School of Fish. Awesome! Yifeng called up the attribute panel of the fishing boat. Fishing boat model, Cosmos Deluxe Fishing Boat. Level 1 upgrade available, 0500. Internal space, 10 square feet, increases with the level of the fishing boat. Protection level 1, comparable to alloy steel hardness, can withstand level 12 sea wind or shark smashing bite, consume points to slowly recover the protection value after disengaging from the battle. Weapon level 1, no weapon yet fitted. Equipped accessories. 1 elementary diesel engine, comparable to a normal yacht, peak speed 30 km per hour. 2 elementary emergency medical kit, has some medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. I throw. Where is this a fishing boat? This is simply a luxurious and dreamy super yacht. The interior is full of holes. The hull is incredibly sturdy. It's made for fishing. Besides, this is just the beginning. What if it's upgraded? Yifeng couldn't wait to try it out. Wait a minute. I seem to have forgotten to sign in? Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1 and 100 points. 100 points? Doesn't that mean you can upgrade after signing in for 5 days? He was already looking forward to the day when the small yacht was upgraded into a large cruise ship. At this moment, a drop of liquid appeared in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng, do you Cosmic Tianlong people all call this small thumbnail-sized drop of liquid a spring? It was true that natural resources were the most precious thing in the future world. He clicked on extract. A drop of liquid appeared in the air out of nowhere. Yifeng gently held it. A cool and silky feeling. The next moment, the skin on his body surface became lustrous and bright, and his entire essence became stronger, and with a punch out of thin air, the force was more than 3 times stronger than before. Yifeng let out a long whistle. The fatigue from fishing was swept away, and even the color of the sky turned quite blue. Not worthy of you. Yifeng's expression was exhilarated. He sat in the cockpit, lovingly caressing the brand new steering wheel, sitting on the leather sofa seat, the whole person relaxed like never before. He was also not in a hurry. After resting for a while, he found the last 3 nets from earlier and started sewing them up. With such an excellent fishing boat, how could he not go on to catch a fish and experience it? Besides, there were still quite a few people in the village waiting to see their jokes. If he didn't go back with tons of fish, he would be sorry for the system's fluff. He drove the boat, and I don't know whether it was the effect of the sweater or the system activation popularity explosion, not long to find him another piece of flower yellow fish school. The fishing net was sprinkled. The fish struggled to break free. Yifeng started to collect the nets with a big smile. When those nets were collected, hundreds of flower yellow fish jumped happily in the back cabin. Fluffy. Together with the fish from before, there must be thousands of pounds in this cabin at the bottom estimate. I'm afraid it'll sell for tens of thousands of dollars. I can't imagine hitting this much on the first trip. Yifeng laughed out loud. Detected that the host has caught 1,028 pounds of treats in only 38 minutes, triggering an excess random reward. Ding! Rewarded intermediate diesel engine, owning it, your speed increases dramatically, comparable to Blue Star's current top-of-the-line yachts, with a speed of up to 120 km per hour. I throw. Another reward? Surprisingly, it's still the 3 major components of the engine? Yifeng looked at the attribute panel. Engine column. Changed from primary to intermediate. 120 km per hour. Even those top cruise ships of Blue Star. Adopting top-of-the-line engines such as Volvo, Yamaha, etc., they would only be able to reach this speed at most. Those ships are half the size of this one. If they really wanted to compare, their speed was not as fast as his own. Yifeng smiled broadly and started the cosmos. The next moment, Blue Star's fastest fishing boat sped across the sea. If it was a vintage car before, now it was a bird's-eye view, leaping into a supercar. The seabirds in the sky flashed by. The white water line behind him stretched for several kilometers. Yifeng completely realized what it meant to be windswept. Call it a day. Go home. Let those people see what it means to fight fishing boats. After having a good time for a while, Yifeng saw that the sun was setting low and was ready to call it a day and go home. He couldn't wait to see the faces of the townspeople. Water ferry. Many fishing boats were returning. Those fish market vendors were picking goods in the cabins of each boat. Shui Ling stayed at the pier, looking out over the sea, waiting for Yifeng's return. With her bulging body, she came out with an increasingly iconic look, looking at the crowd with envy. Zhang Shan glimpsed the scene in his heart and was jealous as hell. He purposely said loudly, "Yo? How come I didn't see Yifeng's figure? This kid wouldn't have gotten into trouble the first time he went out to sea, right? You crow's mouth. Don't say such unlucky words. That's right. There's not much wind in the daytime, even if you can't catch any fish, it's not dangerous. I'm afraid it's because something is delayed, right?" Everyone shook their heads and laughed and cursed. Shui Ling was even so angry that she glared over and said, "Don't talk nonsense, brother Yifeng, he will be fine." Zhang Shan hemmed and hawed and said, "That's hard to say, the white-faced scholar has no hands, how can he fish? If you ask me, what's the use of studying? We, the descendants of generations of fishermen, have to rely on the sea to eat." Shui Ling looked away and ignored him. Just at this moment, at the end of the sea and sky, a black dot appeared. The white waves tossed and turned, bringing out a water line that was 3 to 4 kilometers long. The fishermen at the ferry port were stunned to see this amazing scene. Holy! Am I blind? This water line extends for 3 or 4 kilometers? We still have such a fishing boat in Shuadu village? I'm afraid I'm not blind. That's a lie. If I could drive this fishing boat, I could scream out. What kind of fishing boat is this? I counted all the boats in our village, except for Yifeng's, they've all come back, so it's not his, is it? What the hell? How can he drive at this speed with that stupid boat? Zhang Shan said in a bad mood. He didn't believe it was Yifeng's boat, it must be a yacht from a nearby resort. Just when everyone was talking, the black dot came from far and near. Just a moment ago it was the end of the world, but in the blink of an eye it was a stone's throw away. It appeared in front of the crowd with a gust of waves. Chapter 004 Daily Revenue, 10,000? The villagers are not calm. Surprisingly, it's really Yifeng's ship. Am I blind? This is the little broken boat you guys are talking about? Your family's little broken boat is like this? The crowd of villagers were stunned. Those who had seen Yifeng's little broken boat before were equally dumbfounded. How is it possible? I was cursing the little broken boat before we went out to sea, how did it suddenly become like this? And this speed is too scary, isn't it? It must be that I'm blind. The villagers at the ferry rubbed their eyes in unison. They couldn't believe it as they looked at the scene in front of them. Where was this a small broken boat? This was clearly a brand new yacht. Especially 100 kilometers of speed. The engine must be $1 million. The crowd was stunned. On the dock, Looking at this brand new sale, Zhang Shan's eyes dropped. He had just sworn that it was impossible, but in the blink of an eye, people brought the boat back. Yifeng docked the boat and met the gazes of the villagers and said, "Why is everyone staring at me? Do I have words on my face?" The villagers all smiled awkwardly and asked the doubts in their hearts. "Yifeng, where did you get this boat?" "It is. Wasn't it a small broken boat before?" Yifeng had already prepared to say something. He explained, "Went to my classmate's shipyard to mess around with it and ordered it when I came back 3 days ago, and he happened to have a scrapyard on his side, and it was just sitting around, so I paid out $3,000 for him to give me a fresh coat of paint and piece together the two boats things, which delayed my return." The crowd nodded at that. No wonder it took this long to get back. They looked at the cosmos anew. It was not too big. It was also just a little bigger than a speedboat at the bottom. Rather like a yacht conversion. Just $3,000? That's too cheap. Some people don't believe it. This vessel costs $3,000? I'm afraid I can buy the shipyard out of business. It's just that no one would think of such an unthinkable thing as a system gift. In the end, everyone could only be envious and jealous. Who told people to have a good classmate? Someone asked, "What about this engine of yours? Just now look at your waterline, let's say 100 kilometers of speed, right? This engine is afraid not to be $1 million. Oh." Yifeng shook his head and laughed. "Millions? I don't have that kind of money. This is someone else. Do not want the engine," I said in accordance with the book. To modify, change a cylinder plug, add a sparkstone, spent less than $300, did not think it was okay, running is not bad. The crowd exploded at once. "What? You modified it yourself? How much did it cost? $300? I'm on my knees. $300 to modify this effect? Worthy of having read a book. This time and again it saves hundreds of thousands of dollars. This yacht is also, people put, if not classmates, who give you a..." Numerous villagers' expressions changed. Just now there was a mouthful of reading uselessness, and in the twinkling of an eye, they admired it. To a certain extent. This was also considered the village people's simplicity. Shui Ling was standing in the crowd, listening to everyone's praise, looking at her big brother, her eyes full of little stars of worship. Zhang Shan grunted with a stern face, "What's the use of being fast? We have been fishing all our lives, are we relying on being fast to eat? Whether we can catch fish or not is the serious thing." He was about the same age as Yifeng and had once molested Shui Ling and was driven away by Yifeng. During the daytime, when he saw Shui Ling shushing and knitting cotton coats, he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. At this moment, she was targeted everywhere. Everyone looked at Yifeng in unison, waiting for his response. Yifeng also did not refute. He waved his hand at Li Wuan, who was not far away from the fish collection, and said, "Old Li, come to my boat to see if you can collect this fish." The crowd laughed. This time it was a good-natured laugh. "Can you take it or not? Yiwazi, you're talking a bit wild, aren't you? Which one of these fishmongers doesn't have $100,000 or $80,000 in their pockets? Not to mention this small cabin of yours, even if there is a bigger one, people will take it away at once." Yifeng didn't pay any attention and looked at Li Wuan with a smile on his face. Li Wuan jumped on the deck of the cabin, smilingly said, "Okay, Yifeng, Uncle de Palm Eyes, how many fish you caught?" Yifeng lifted the rear cabin. A cabin full of yellowtail is alive and kicking. Li Wuan swept his eyes and said in surprise, "Yoo-hoo! Yifeng, your trip is awesome. At least 800 pounds of yellowtail, someone else can't really fit in a car." When the crowd heard this, they were dumbfounded. "What? 800 pounds of yellowtail? This is a group of yellow croaker? Yifeng, this waif is just lucky, no wonder that tone just now." The crowd all sked and praised. Only Zhang Shan had an iron face and didn't say a word. He had worked hard all day and fought less than 100 pounds of fish. Thousands of dollars of income. He felt pretty good about himself. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, Yifeng fished up 10 times? Li Wan smiled and said, "Such a large number of flower yellow fish is quite a lot, like this. Uncle will give you $8 a caddy, how about taking it all?" Yifeng shook his head and didn't say anything. The flower yellow fish was one of the common fish species in the sea. Old Li's price was quite fair, but it was definitely not high. Li W laughed and said, "What? Think Uncle is giving less?" Yifeng laughed and said, "Old Li, you can see that I'm different from others in this fishing. I won't tell you about the doorway, but there's no one else who fished out so many fish on the first day out at sea, right?" Li Wandering nodded at his words. It was more than just no one else. Fighting thousands of pounds of fish in a day was something you wouldn't see a few times a year. This was simply a miracle for Yifeng. Yifeng laughed and said, "Let's do it this way. I don't want to nag you much. $9 a caddy. You take all these fish. We will be a long-term partner in the future. The benefits will not be less for you. If you are not willing to do it, then I will find someone else." Li Wan's right hand rubbed his chin, staring at Yifeng to measure. Is it really like what this kid said? He had his own doorway? After pondering for a moment, Li Wan nodded his head and said, "That's fine. $9 is $9. Uncle is make friends with you this person, that fashionable words how to say? What's that trendy saying? I'll make friends with you as a potential stock, is that the right word? Yifeng nodded and said, deal. Snap. Both sides shook hands. Li Wandering was quick to do things. 1,028 pounds of flour yellow fish. Total price of 9,252. Transferring money on the spot. Ding. Your cosmic bank account with tail number 4587 earned 9,252 renminbi on XX month XX day at XX hour XX minute. The current balance is 10,318 renminbi and 50 cents. Yifeng scratched the screen and smiled. Exhausted in the big city, a monthly income of over $10,000 is a high income. Returning home. Income of nearly 10,000 in one day. This trip to the old home is considered to be a return to the right place. He waved his hand and said, happy cooperation. Old Li also nodded his head and said, next time there are such fish, look for me directly. No more, I have to hurry to send the fish to the people, so many fish can't be folded in the hand. Said he turned around and drove the big truck away. Seeing this scene, the whole onlookers of many folks are not calm. Chapter 005, the crowd is envious. My goodness. How much did Old Li 2 transfer just now? $10,000 in one day? I haven't earned this much this month either. Old Jia's family is too good, isn't he? Yes, on the first day he caught thousands of kilograms of fish. We've never had someone so powerful in Shuadu village. What? Are you envious? I'll tell you. People who have studied are different. Unlike us, we can only fish for the rest of our lives. Son, you have to learn more from your brother Yi. Even if you are fishing, it's a different kind of fish. Yes, haven't you heard people say that? People have their own way of doing things. It's awesome. Numerous villagers complimented one another. They were all full of disdain just a moment ago, but at this moment, they were all envious. Zhang Shan was even looking at this with a face of envy. As a result, he turned his head. That girl Xue Ling, her two eyes never left Yifeng. The little stars in her eyes looked at him with envy and jealousy. Snap. He threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it with hatred and left. Yifeng docked his fishing boat at his own pier and went ashore. Xue Ling followed up and said, Brother Yi, you're really great. You hit more than 1,000 pounds of fish on the first day. Yifeng scraped her pretty nose and said with a smile, I was about to tell you, Xue Ling, without your sweater, I wouldn't be able to catch so many fish. It's really my lucky star. It's this sweater that gave me a scratch. He said with a look of pain on his face. Xue Ling touched the threads of the sweater and shook her head. It's fine, I'll go back and knit it again. Yifeng handed over the sweater and said with a smile, Xue Ling sister, thank you then. You go to my house first and have dinner together tonight. When brother hits the big fishes, take you into the city, thank you properly. Xue Ling then nodded with a red face and turned around to go back. Yifeng didn't go home first, but ran to the fishing tackle store in the village. He wanted to prepare the fishing gear for the next catch. Before, he was shy, this time he wanted to get all the objects. Fishing. It wasn't as simple as just fishing nets. The more complete the tools, the more fish will be caught and the faster the fishing boat will be upgraded. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake as before. Uncle San, give me 10 sets of nets. And 2 sets of fish guns for me, right? Don't keep your octopus gun that you keep as a treasure, sell it to me, I have a great use for it. Yifeng lifted the curtain and entered the door, shouting at the old man behind the counter. The old man with a vaguely similar appearance looked up and said with a cloudy gaze, 10 sets of fishing nets? A whole set of fish guns? Yifeng, are you really not going to go out again? Yifeng shook his head and said, why go out again? A year outside won't earn more than a day at home. Uncle San sighed and said, Little Feng, when your father was still alive, I said that you were the only one of your generation who could make a name for yourself and change the fate of the generations of fishermen in Shuadu village. Why did you come back? When I go to the 9 springs in the future, how can I tell your father? The old man couldn't hide his disappointment, and smoked a big dry cigarette more heavily, moping. Yifeng persuaded, Uncle San, it's not what you think, my fishing is different from others. The old man shook his head and said, how is it different? I've been fishing all my life, how can I not know what fishing is? It is. I know. It's your first time fishing and you think it's fresh, but you have to know that fishing isn't just about sunny days. If you've been through the storms, you'll know the ruthlessness of the sea. Even if you're safe for the rest of your life, look at Uncle Sam. He's only in his 50s, and he's just like a man in his 70s. Are you willing to labor like this for the rest of your life? Yifeng comforted, third uncle, it's really different. It was not good for him to say more. The secrets of the system could not be exposed even more. He had no choice but to persuade the old man in this way. The old man waved his hand and said, it's just, your kid has had an idea since he was a kid, third uncle is old and can't persuade you, you take these things away. The old man looked like he was unwilling to do without more. Yifeng said with a bitter smile, third uncle, have not paid it. The old man said, pay for what? You've just graduated, so the money you had before is the last of your belongings, right? Take it back and use it first, we'll talk about the rest later. Yifeng. He suddenly felt his nose a little sour. This was the loved ones. The mouth says no, but the body is very supportive. He thought about it and explained, third uncle, I really have money, you see? I went out to sea today and encountered a school of fish, fished up more than 1,000 pounds of fish and sold it for tens of thousands of dollars. So what if it's more than 1,000 pounds? The old man was just about to shake his head, his expression was suddenly stunned and said, you just said more, how much? Yifeng calmly said, more than 1,000 pounds. The old man put down his dry cigarette and said, you didn't lie to Uncle San? Yifeng cried and laughed, third uncle, why would I lie to you? I just came back. The 1,000 caddies of fish were sold to Li Wuan, right at the ferry port, everyone saw it, I think the news will come back later, is it useful to lie to you? 1,000 caddies of fish. 1,000 caddies of fish. The old man repeatedly recited these two words, cloudy eyes suddenly flooded with light, said word by word, the old generation said, the first time to go to sea, can hit so many fish, that past life is the reincarnation of the Dragon King, Yifoma, I cannot imagine that our family actually out of you such a person, you wait. Third uncle, I'm going to get that octopus gun. Yifeng cried and laughed. Good fellow. He wanted to not give it to himself. As soon as he said that he hit the fish, the old guy had to go get it without saying anything. This was too much drama, right? But he could understand. Most people who lived off the sky would believe in something. It was nothing about learned beliefs. It was somehow an instinct to avoid harm. Especially if it was an old man. Not long after, the old man brought out a spear from the inner room. The head of the gun was different from ordinary fish guns, showing an octagonal shape. He solemnly said, this gun is too strong to kill, it hurts heaven and harmony, I learned it from a strange man when I was young, I never give it to others, but since you can catch a school of fish, it proves that you are worthy of this gun, you take it. Yifeng was about to pay. The old man waved his hand and said, this octopus gun is for you, for the rest, 10 fishing nets, plus these 2 sets of fish guns, you'll pay $3,000. Yifeng did not nag. Directly Wei Xin transferred $5,000. Listening to the broadcast in the voice, the old man shook his head and said, how can this work? Yifeng shook his head and said, Uncle San, that's it. Take the extra as my filial piety. My nephew's hand is indeed short of money, so I'll come back to honor you when I hit a big fish. The old man's tears became a little cloudy. Just when Yifeng was buying fishing gear, the news that he had hit a school of flower yellow fish spread throughout Shuadu village. The whole village was sensationalized. Chapter 006 The Sensationalism of the Village. Shuadu Village. When the news of Yifeng hitting a school of fish came, the entire village was caught up in a heated discussion. Have you heard about it? It's just Yifeng. The only one from our village who went to university. He came back to fish. On his first day, he came across a school of yellow croaker, and he caught thousands of pounds of yellow croaker. Yes. More than 1,000 pounds. That's really going to almost capsize the boat. You didn't see, at that time in the ferry port, that boat drafted so much that it almost ate the boat over. That's right. At that time, Yifeng stood at the pier with his waist crossed, and asked on the cabin who received the next, no one dared to answer. Li Wana's big cart, a cart almost couldn't even fit. Really? He a fledgling melon child can hit so many fish? I saw it with my own eyes. Is it still impossible? Let me tell you, Li Wuan. The fishmonger in our village took it on the spot. 1,028 pounds. 9,000 yuan. I wouldn't be a man if I lost a single caddy. I don't know where he got this fish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Why did I hear it was over 2,000 pounds? I heard it's over 3,000 pounds? Anyway, you made this much on the first day? Old Ye's family is a great family. Maybe he's the reincarnation of the Dragon King. Envious? I'm telling you. That's because he's powerful. Do you think they read all those books for nothing? Not to mention other things, just that little eye of theirs that can tell where the fish are when they glance at the sea. That's real skill. Yes, yes. You still need to study. Even if you are a fisherman, you are still better than us. Right, right, right. This melon child is too powerful. I could tell at first that this child was not ordinary. The crowd was talking. When Yifeng came out of third uncle's house, the village was filled with voices discussing him. Yifeng. It wasn't that he was thin-skinned. It was because the people in the village were too damn capable of blowing up. Along the way, 7 aunts and 8 uncles pulled him to ask questions. At first it was more than 1,000 pounds. Then it became more than 2,000 pounds. And finally more than 3,000 pounds. Good guy. He's almost blown up into a god. The village's famous widow, Mrs. Orchid, stopped Yifeng on the road and looked him up and down, saying, Yifeng, I can't tell you're in such good shape. Can you lift up a fish that weighs more than 1,000 pounds? How did you do it? Next time you are free to come to my sister-in-law's house to play. Let my sister-in-law get to know you better. Yifeng. Let me learn more? Sister-in-law. People are still young and don't understand. He looked confused and said, Sister-in-law Orchid, what are you saying? How come I don't understand? Orchid's wife had a narrow smile in her eyes and said, You don't understand? It doesn't matter. Sister-in-law knows how to do it, so she can teach you. Cough cough. Yifeng almost didn't choke out his voice. He shook his head with a confused face and said, Sister-in-law Orchid, I'm still small, don't lie to me. Small? Sister-in-law Orchid looked her up and down and said, You're still small? Sister-in-law thinks you're not small. Yifeng scratched his head and said dizzily, Sister-in-law Orchid, what are you talking about? Why am I getting more and more confused? Sister-in-law Orchid then giggled. She loved Yifeng's silly look. She laughed her head off. Yifeng saw something he shouldn't have seen. But Mrs. Orchid was not half embarrassed. She said, I'm sorry. Mrs. Orchid agreed that the two of them would go to the cornfield at the entrance of the village to peel corn together next time. Yifeng only left. Returning home, Yima and Shui Ling were waiting. Shui Ling saw Yifeng and said excitedly, Brother Feng, you're back? Yifeng nodded and said, Well, back. I bought some fishing gear and took advantage of the sunny weather in the past 2 days to go out to sea again to salvage and earn some money. Shui Ling looked forward to saying, Then Brother Yi, you must have a full harvest. Saying that, she took out the sweater and said, Brother Yi, I patched up the sweater again, can you see if it fits? Yifeng smiled and took it. It was a tight fit. He said, Shui Ling's sister, your hands are really skillful. Yima also praised and said, I watched Shui Ling grow up, whoever marries her in the future will be happy for the rest of their life. Shui Ling then lowered her head with a red face. Yifeng smiled and looked at his mom, saying, Mom, our family is rich, you don't need to be frugal anymore. When my son goes out to sea tomorrow, he will call a rare fish from the sea, and then you can buy whatever you want. Yima wiped her tears and said excitedly, Good. Good. Son, don't just focus on fishing, your health is important, are you hungry? Quickly. Hurry up and eat. Yifeng heatedly smiled and ate. It didn't matter how powerful he was outside. At home, he will always be a son. After eating, Yifeng sent Shui Ling home and was ready to rest. The other side. An imposing 3-story small building at the east end of the village. Zhangshan, several people gathered around a table, eating dishes and drinking small wine. That kid really got lucky. That's right. 1,000 plus pounds of fish. That's definitely stumbling upon a school of fish. Brother Shan, what do you say? This kid is so hot right now, he's got you beat. We can't just let it go. There's also that girl Shui Ling, who usually ignores you, but actually took the initiative to send clothes to that Jifeng kid? I heard that she's still at Jifeng's house, how can you tolerate this? The crowd spoke up, all fighting for Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan on the main seat frowned tightly. Especially when he heard the word Shui Ling, he frowned even more. He viciously poked his cigarette butt into the ashtray and coldly said, I just don't believe it. He can be so lucky every day. Tomorrow pass on my order and say that the fishmongers in our Shuidu village are prohibited from accepting his fish, and whoever dares to do so, I'll make it impossible for him to do business in Shuidu village. The crowd laughed. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea. When the time comes that he can't sell the fish he fought, he'll have him crying. Brother Shan, it's still you who's tall. Zhang Shan's family was quite powerful. It was one of the top families in Shuidu village. Zhang Shan even monopolized half of the fish market business in Shuidu village. When he spoke, everyone had to weigh his weight. Chapter 007 Orchid's Sister-in-Law. A night of peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, Yifeng went to the supermarket after breakfast. Today, not only do we need to bring all those fishing gears on board, there are also all kinds of essential supplies that need to be transported on board as well. Previously, there was no money, but now there is money ready to directly empty the supermarket. Noodles, drinking water, seasonings, all kinds of meat products, even hot pot drinks. Other people are fighting for fish. I'm enjoying my life as a fisherman. It's just that this way, I'll have to be mooched by Mrs. Orchid again. She runs the biggest supermarket in the village. If you want to buy the most complete stuff, you can't do it anywhere else. 7 o'clock in the morning. Mrs. Orchid was still sleeping on her beauty sleep. There was a sharp knock on the door. Mrs. Orchid was so dizzy that she opened the shutter door and said, Who is it? It's early in the morning. Are you still letting people sleep? Yifeng waited at the door without saying anything. At this time, when she saw the person standing outside the door, her sleepy eyes, which were still drowsy, instantly stopped being sleepy and said, Yo! It's Yifeng, quick, come in, what are you doing standing at the door? Sister-in-law Orchid pulled Yifeng into the house without saying a word. Yifeng. It's obviously buying something. Why do you feel like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? He shook his head and said, Sister-in-law, you misunderstood, I just came to buy some daily necessities. Sister-in-law Orchid, sister-in-law didn't misunderstand? Speak up, what daily necessities do you want? Yifeng pretended to be confused and reported the list and said, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of drinking water, and ham sausage. Mrs. Orchid said, Aya, little brother, so many things, can you finish them alone? Yifeng said, these things are just a small thing, anyway, there is no harm in being prepared. Sister-in-law Orchid then said, that's fine, sister-in-law will prepare it for you. It was strange. When it came to business, Orchid's sister-in-law resumed her seriousness. Yifeng was stunned and relieved. Not long after, the handcart came to the pier with food and fishing gear. The villagers were stunned to see this scene. Yifeng, can you put down so many things on this boat? It is. Other than that, just this food alone must weigh tons, right? Yifeng smiled without saying anything. If it was any other small fishing boat, I'm afraid it would have already capsized. But this was the Cosmos. There was a separate 10 square meter space inside. It didn't take up space on the ship itself. A few tons of stuff stuffed in there would not affect it at all. Pack up everything. Yifeng was ready to depart. Just then, he saw Zhang Shan not far away glancing at his piece from time to time. Yo! Is this to keep an eye on where he's going to fish? That's right. Yesterday, when he caught a school of fish, everyone was present when he talked to Li Wuan. While everyone's eyes were greedy, they must also be curious as to where exactly they went fishing and if they had some secret base. He slowly started the Cosmos. Zhang Shan also started the fishing boat and followed. Yifeng slowed down and said smilingly, what? Want to follow me? See where I go fishing? Zhang Shan grunted coldly and said, who will follow you? This sea is so big, can't it be that it's all your families? Yifeng smiled and didn't refute. The next moment, he was on fire. Comparable to Blue Star's top dual V8 engines started at full speed. With a low rumbling sound, the propellers directly churned the sea surface with layers of waves, as if it was a small tsunami. Hurry! Quickly stop for me. You drive like this, I will capsize the boat. Zhang Shan panicked, to watch to fall, and began to beg for mercy. Even if his hull was much bigger than Yifeng, he couldn't eat under this wave. Blue Star's top-of-the-line engine. It was not trivial. Yifeng glanced at him coldly and calmly said through the loudspeaker, this sea is so big, can't it be that it's all run by your family? Zhang Shan. His expression was like constipation. It was as ugly as it could be. The other fishing boats heard this but they all laughed. Ha ha. Zhang Shan actually got defeated? This is a rare thing. But Yifeng offended Zhang Shan, isn't he afraid of retaliation? The Zhang family has monopolized half of the power in Shuadu village. The many villagers had the mentality of watching a good show. Yifeng seemed to be fearless. He looked at the stormy fishing boat, started it up at full speed, and rushed out to sea. Want to snatch fish from me? Then you have to see my taillights as well. Plop! Zhang Shan stumbled. He was directly brought into the water by the force. Cough! He took several mouthfuls of seawater. He climbed onto the boat with the help of his fellow boat helpers. Yifeng's fishing boat figure had long since disappeared. Yifeng, you bastard! Zhang Shan, don't share the same fate as you. Zhang Shan was so furious that he yelled. The blue sea. From time to time, there were seagulls circling low. The Cosmos sped merrily across the sea. Those sea winds blew on the masts and hunted. Yifeng moved a small bench and leisurely sat on the deck to blow the wind. The driving had been handed over to the fishing boat itself. This ship was equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, which was more precise than human manipulation. It could be said, other people were tired of fishing and still might not be able to hit it. Yifeng was eating hot pots and singing songs, standing and hitting the fish. Right. Forgot to sign in today. Yifeng chose to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1, points 100. Yifeng did not say anything. The spiritual spring entered his throat and transformed his body. If yesterday's body was more of an adjustment of the inner mechanism, the second drop of Spirit Spring entrance, Yifeng's body changed starkly on the outside. Crackling. A soothing sound. Yifeng's body began to change. Smooth muscle lines. A slender and powerful body. It wasn't bulky big dead muscles, it was perfect tendons. It was comparable to a top male model. Bang! A punch was thrown. Surprisingly, there was a rare sound-breaking sound. Yifeng estimated that with 2 drops of spiritual spring in his body, his physical quality was already comparable to an average special forces warrior. This was still only physical quality. If it came to other things, he definitely had more than that. His eyes were even more translucent. If yesterday he could only see a distance of a dozen meters, now a distance of 30 to 50 meters was no problem. Those azure-colored waters. The schools of fish swimming by were all visible at a glance. I don't know if it was yesterday's luck that ran out, or the weather was bad during this period of time. Half a day surprisingly a school of fish hadn't been encountered, let alone talk about any precious species of fish. The only ones that were found were also common fish that had fallen alone. Embarrassed. I just finished pretending, but I won't be slapped in the face right after I turn my head, right? If we don't find anything, we'll be buried by that punk, Zhang Shan, when we go back. The whole morning. Yifeng's bedchamber had a few more common fish that were not bad in size. He simply wasn't in a hurry. He took out melon seeds and drinks of small beer from his internal space and leisurely ate and drank. Just at this moment. Not far away, suddenly there was a flash of red light. Chapter 008. What is this? The finest star-spotted fish. This is? Yifeng was so stunned that he recalled the image in his mind just now. Red fish. It also had spots. Could it be that precious variety from the legend? Yifeng's expression was a bit excited. I threw. Just finished being slapped in the face, and God came to his rescue this time? He controlled the cosmos to reduce its speed and slowly approached in the direction it was just heading. When approaching his destination, a big red spotted fish was swimming in the water. 9 o'clock. Visual distance is around 50 meters. Yifeng estimated the distance. Ha ha. Extreme Emperor star-spotted fish? Surprisingly, it was an Extreme Emperor star-spotted fish? Yifeng laughed out loud. This was one of the most precious fish species in the ocean. This kind of fish was covered with white young fine flower dots that looked like stars in the sky, hence the name star-spotted fish. Among them, there were also grades of high and low. The redder the color, the higher the grade of the fish. In front of me, this one, large, reddish, is obviously the best of the star-spotted fish. It's a big profit. If we catch it, it'll cost us $100,000. The whole village will be in an uproar. He was about to drive the cosmos to catch it. But this fish seems to have become a savant, sensing the slightest stirring of the current, it swims away smartly, not giving Yifeng a chance to lower the net. Yifeng had no choice but to turn off the engine. The fishing boat drifted along the current. Seeing that the star-spotted fish was getting closer and closer, Yifeng was ready to cast his net. The body that had just undergone the transformation of the spiritual spring was as if it was infused with infinite power, and the fishing net was directly thrown out more than 10 meters away. 12 nets. Completely blocking off a dozen square meters of the nearby sea. He returned to the cabin again and took out his fish gun. This precious fish had to be sold intact. However, if this fish ran out of the fishing net, then Yifeng would not hesitate to use his fish gun to bring it up. The next moment, Yifeng stood on the bow of the boat and locked onto the target. The white waves tossed. The cosmos sped towards this star-spotted fish at its peak speed. The star-spotted fish was like a frightened deer and began to run around. But there were fishing nets all around. The star-spotted fish crashed into the nets without realizing it. The float shook violently. Yifeng hurriedly drove the boat to the fishing net. He pulled on the fishing net with a big smile. The next moment, this superb star-spotted fish with a reddish body was jumping on the deck. Awesome. Fired up. This fish is even bigger than I thought. I'm afraid it must weigh 200 to 300 pounds, I've made a huge profit. He smiled broadly as he surveyed the harvest. Originally, he was worried about destroying the character, but he didn't expect everything to go smoothly beyond imagination. He threw the fish into the back cabin with a big smile. The rear cabin was not big, yet it had 4 dividers. Yifeng placed the star-spotted fish in a separate compartment. Detected that the host has caught the precious fish species Extreme Star-Spotted Fish, triggering a randomized quest reward. Ding! Reward primary biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 50 meters around the yacht. I throw. Another reward? Surprisingly, it's still a biodetector? He looked at the attribute panel. Fishing boat model, luxury fishing boat customized version. Level 1 can be upgraded, 200-500. Internal space, 10 square feet, increases with the level of the fishing boat. Protection level 1, comparable to alloy steel hardness, can withstand level 12 sea breeze or sharks meshing and biting, consume points to slowly recover the protection value after getting out of the battle. Weapon level 1, no weapon yet fitted. Equipped accessories. 1 intermediate diesel engine, peak speed 120 km per hour. 2 elementary emergency medical kit, has some medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. 3 elementary biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 50 meters around the yacht. Accessories column. Sure enough, there was an extra biodetector. Ha ha. This is bad fluff. In terms of fishing, who else is my match? Think about it. Although it could only detect a range of 50 meters around it. But with a super high speed movement of 120 km/h, it meant that in 1 hour he could detect 12 square kilometers of the surrounding sea. This was almost thousands of times that of an ordinary fishing boat. It was countless times more powerful than detecting with the naked eye just now. Not to mention, this 50 meters was inclusive of the depth of the seabed. He looked to the right side of the cockpit. There was an additional disc next to the instrument panel. A dial that seemed like a radar detector, a needle constantly rotating clockwise, started to sound an alarm when it scanned a school of fish, and at the same time, it would project a scanned red dot on the glass baffle in front of Yifeng. The size of the red dots more or less represented the number of fish as well as their size. With a big smile, he was ready to activate the cosmos. He had just upgraded the accessories, how could he afford this biodetector without hitting a wave? The next moment, the fishing boat sped across the sea. The biodetector began a 360-degree deathless search. Right at this moment, a large red dot suddenly appeared on the dial. We've encountered fish. Still a school of fish. He slowed down the speed of the fishing boat. The next moment, the yacht turned around and came to the place where the red dots had flashed before. Yifeng stood at the bow of the boat. A school of banded fish was roaming in the sea. Yo-ho! You just finished fighting a school of yellow croaker yesterday, and today you send a wave of schools of banded fish? This was really a stroke of luck. Of course. If it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to spot these schools of fish. Yifeng smiled broadly and cast his net. Unlike the yellow croaker, the banded fish's body was more slender and required a higher density for the fishing net. At the same time, the ribbon fish had a stronger tear on the fishing net. Yifeng spread the fine net into the water. The next moment, the floats tumbled. Countless stripers drilled into the net. The entire piece of seawater was like a scene of fish leaping out of the water to fight for food during feeding. Clattering. A scene of a bountiful harvest. Yifeng closed the net with a big smile. Countless banded fish tumbled in the net. Yifeng opened the last 2 fish compartments. Countless stripers rolled into the cabins. The bottomless estimate. Another 1,000 or so pounds were accounted for. Just. This time, the system did not show a reward prompt. After these few missions, Yifeng also figured out a bit of flavor. Apart from the daily check-in, the fixed 100 points and the spirit spring, the rest of the random tasks seemed to be triggered automatically. But there were also signs. That was the special fish species. Every time you hit a special fish species, a random mission would be triggered. The rewards are all accessory upgrades. The banded fish was considered one of the common fish species in the ocean, and it was normal to not see the rewards. Clapping his hands, Yifeng saw that it was getting late, so he prepared to sail home. He couldn't wait for the folks to see the expression on their faces when they saw these fish. Chapter 009, Splat. This face hurts too much. Water Ferry Village. A group of people at the ferry were waiting for a good show. Zhang Shan lit a cigarette in his right hand and asked with a cold smile, Yifeng hasn't come back yet? The little followers nodded their heads. All watched. Not back yet. Yesterday was repairing the boat to refinish the paint, today this will still not be back, I guess it must be that he didn't catch any fish and is too embarrassed to come back. Let him go wild yesterday. He's going to get slapped in the face right away. The crowd murmured. Zhang Shan sneered and said, have my demands been passed down? Passed down. We've reminded those few fishmongers. Absolutely no one will dare to take his fish this time. Several followers said. Zhang Shan then nodded his head and said, that's good, I'm relieved that you guys are doing your job. It was at this moment. He saw Li Wuan walking over. He reminded, Li Wuan, I can forgive you for yesterday, but if you still dare to take Yifeng's fish today, then don't blame me for not reminding you. Li W smothered his head and didn't say anything. A 40 to 50-year-old man was threatened by a 20-something-year-old baby doll. This made Li Wuan feel suffocated in his heart. But thinking about the huge power behind Zhang Shan, almost 2/3 of the fishing boats that went out to sea in the village had shares in the Zhang family. If he didn't allow anyone to collect fish, there really weren't many families in Shuadu village that could sell fish to him. He didn't affirm or deny and said, I know. Zhang Shan then waved his hand and said, alright, I'll leave my words here, you figure it out yourself. The ferry was somewhat eerily quiet. Everyone was waiting for the man to return. Just then, the end of the sea and sky. A fishing boat drove over at a windy speed. Yo! That speed must be Yifeng's fishing boat. Coming back so late, did you not catch any fish today? That's true. You can't just hit a big luck every time you come back, and fish don't come every day. Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, Yifeng's fishing boat was already close to the ferry. It was weird. Those fishmongers saw his boat as if they didn't see it. They had buried their heads in other boats to pick out goods. Yifeng. He waved at Li Wuan and said, Li Wuan, come, take a look at today's fish. Li W smiled awkwardly at Yifeng, waved his hand and said, there's no fish collection today. No fish? Why did you come to the pier without collecting fish? Are you not stupid? Yifeng frowned slightly. At this time, he looked towards Li Wuan who had his back turned and secretly gave himself a wink. Yifeng followed his gaze and caught a glimpse of Zhang Shan's playful smile, his expression instantly understood. It was Zhang Shan who was playing tricks. Without saying a word, Yifeng jumped onto the shore and said, Zhang Shan, is it you who is playing tricks? Damn, since childhood, you have been bad, openly dare not go against me, behind my back, net bad, and now you still come to this set? Zhang Shan's face turned red and said, so what if it's me? So what if it's not me? Yifeng said in a cold voice, Yo-ho. You know how to be stubborn now? Have you forgotten the pain after the scar? That scar on your arm is still from the beating I gave you back then, right? I haven't done anything to you in the past few years and you've forgotten? I could beat you up back then, and I can still beat you up today, so you think you can hold me down with this? I'm afraid you've lost your mind. What? That scar was beaten by Yifeng? Good fellow. Zhang Shan, this bastard, still brags every day that he went down to the sea to fish, being caught by a dozen pounds of king crabs, or else catching it directly would have sold it for more than $100,000. This is a big disgrace now. Ha ha. The surrounding crowds were all talking. They had always heard Zhang Shan bragging that he had almost caught a superb king crab when he went down to the sea, only to be bitten back and lose out with hundreds of thousands of dollars. The sentiment was that this was the case. Zhang Shan's nose was almost crooked with anger as he listened to the murmurs coming from all around him. You seek death. When he molested Xue Ling and was beaten to death by Yifeng, it was the shadow of his life. He didn't expect to be exposed in public. How could he endure? Come. I'll stand still. You tell me how to find death? Yifeng rolled up his sleeves, with an air of half-treating Zhang Shan as a human being. He had just taken the spiritual spring and was worried that there was no one to practice on. Here was someone who delivered it to his door. He laughed. What? Is your skin itching again? I'll let you have a hand with your little flowery fist. There are a few of you followers, don't dawdle, I'm not targeting anyone, a few of you here together, if you can move a hair on my head, count me as a loser. This Long Ao Tian's appearance completely exasperated Zhang Shan. He brought his minions and rushed up. Result. This point of action was like child's play in front of Yifeng nowadays. His body was full of flaws. Yifeng slightly pushed back half a step. He avoided Zhang Shan's kick, then his right hand went straight forward and threw it at his foot. Plop. Zhang Shan was directly thrown into the river. A big man of over 1.7 meters or so was directly thrown away by Yifeng like a corncob. The many followers didn't come back to their senses for a while. The onlookers were even more dumbfounded. This was thrown out? Yifeng, this strength is also too big, right? Zhang Shan must be 150 pounds upwards to say the least. It seems like Yifeng is the one who is unfathomable. The crowd murmured. Yifeng clapped his hands and looked at a few people with a smile and said, what about you guys? Seize the moment and go together, I'm still in a hurry to close the show. A few people looked at me, I looked at you, and froze. None of them dared to come up. In the water. Grunt. Gulp. Zhang Shan dunked a few mouthfuls of seawater. Prejudice. Just after drinking the water, he looked up. He saw a pile of floating on the water not far away. Zhang Shan almost fainted in disgust. He struggled to climb onto the shore and looked back to see the yellow pile on the water floating inside the sea. Vomit. Vomit. He vomited repeatedly, as if what he just drank was not water but. The crowd all silently looked away when they saw the scene. Miserable. Too damn miserable. I don't know which one is so unethical. Not going to the latrine to take a dump, settling it on the spot. Zhang Shan stared viciously at Yifeng and said, damn, Yifeng, I don't share the same fate as you, so what if you beat us? Even if you hit 10 tons of fish today, you won't be able to sell it. I said so. Yifeng looked around and smiled lightly, is that so? Zhang Shan coldly said, you can try. Yifeng looked at the fishmongers and laughed, you guys, is there really no one willing to buy my fish? Zhang Shan coldly threatened, Yifeng, you scream, do you believe that even if you scream your throat out, no one will dare to accept it today? Just then. Li Wuan stood out stiffly. He said, I'll collect. Zhang Shan's expression was stunned as he grimaced and said, Li Wuan, do you know what you're saying? Li W said, Zhang Shan, others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. I shouldn't be reminding you of these words, but Shuadu village is not your home. If you are like this, what's the difference between you and those little huntsmen? If you are like this, what's the difference between you and those little huntsmen? We all eat based on our skills, you are not as skilled as others, just bow your head and admit your mistake, and then threaten, what kind of thing is that? He wasn't one to be messed with. He had held his breath after being threatened by Zhang Shan before. Now that Yifeng stood out and rubbed him the wrong way, he couldn't bear it anymore. The big deal was to go to another village to collect goods. Li Wuan is also a dignified person in Shuadu village. Zhang Shan said with a sullen face, okay. You wait, since you dare to collect Yifeng's fish, you won't be able to collect the fish from the other fishing boats in my Shuadu village. Li Wuan smoked a cigarette with a cold face and didn't say anything. Chapter 010, 2 tons of scallops. There are still extreme star spots? Yifeng stood on the boat and took in the scene. He smiled and asked, what? Regret? Li Wuan was sullen and silent. Just now, he couldn't look away and said a couple of fair words. Now that he calmed down, he inexplicably had some regrets. He was no longer a young child. Even if he could go to other villages to collect fish, where would he be as strong as staying in the village and knowing the routes? Yifeng obviously guessed Li Wuan's thoughts and laughed. Isn't it just that I can't collect fish? Li Wuan, in the future, all the fish on my boat will be collected for you. Li Wuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The townspeople all opened their mouths to remind up. Yi Wazi, how many fish can you have on your boat? These fishmongers of others are eating 100 meals, it's not something you can afford to raise alone. That's unless you can fight hundreds of pounds of fish every day. The crowd all shook their heads. A few 100 pounds of fish? Ha! If he had changed before, he wouldn't have dared to say so, but equipped with a biological detector, it was simply chopping and cutting. However, Yifeng did not refute it. This kind of thing also did not need to be refuted at all. If you hit the fish, you are right. He waved his hand at Li Wuan, who was still moping on the bank, and said, Alright old Li, don't be bitter, come over and see if you can collect all these fish. The many folks laughed again. Yi Wazi, can't it be that you've hit another school of fish? Can't be? 2 days in a row you hit a school of fish? This is too much luck, isn't it? Ha! I really can't say. You guys take a look at the draft of this boat, I'm afraid there really must be quite a lot of fish in this cabin. The townsfolk all murmured, and some even reminded the draft. Zhang Shan sniffed and sized it up as well. This look. The heart thumped. Yi Feng's fishing boat had a heavy draft. Especially the butt of the boat, it was almost half sunk into the water. This means that Yi Feng's boat has cargo in the cabin. It's not possible that he ran into fish again, is it? Zhang Shan's expression suddenly became a bit unsettled. On the shore. Li Wana, on the other hand, was in a dark place. He looked at Zhang Shan and simply crossed his heart. Since he had already been offended, then it would be better to hug Yifeng's thigh first. He jumped onto the deck of the cabin and said with a smile, Okay Yifeng, uncle come to take a look at the eyes, today is another encounter with a school of fish? Yifeng smiled and lifted the rear cabin. A cabin full of banded fish was alive and kicking. Li Wana swept his eyes and said in surprise, Yoo-hoo! Yifeng, you're even better than yesterday, this is at least 2,000 pounds of striped bass, did you run into a school of fish again? His tone was excited. A kind of joy of the darkness coming to light surged to his heart. Just now, he was worried that he would not be able to collect fish, but in a flash, this boat of fish was worth 2 or 3 days' worth of fish. Yifeng smiled without saying anything. The crowd was dumbfounded when they heard this. What? More than 2,000 pounds of striped bass? Li wondering, you're not kidding, right? What kind of person can hit a 2,000 plus pound striped bass? It has to be a big school of fish at least. It's hard to say. Anyone else would be blowing the whistle, but what kind of person is Yifeng? On his first day of fishing, he caught over 1,000 pounds of yellowtail. That's true. Yifeng is an extraordinary kid, no wonder he's only back now. The crowd all scat inside. Only Zhang Shan's face was blue as he stared coldly at the cabin. Li Wandering rubbed his hands together and said, So many scallops, like this. I'll give you $10 a catty, I'll take all these fish. $10 a catty? More than 2,000 pounds would cost more than $20,000? The crowd was envious and jealous. Yifeng, however, shook his head. Li Wana said suspiciously, What? You think the price is low? Yifeng, this scallop and yellow croaker are about the same price, I'll give you $10 is already a very high price. Yifeng waved his hand and said, I'm shaking my head not for this, what kind of fish are you looking at over here again? Saying that, he pointed to the side of the compartment. Li Wandering then smiled and swept over. The others were also attracted by Yifeng's sudden movements. Just at this moment, the expression on Li W's face suddenly froze. His eyes, which were still smiling, unexpectedly froze the moment he saw the fish, rubbed his eyes, looked again, and his tone became a bit uncertain as he said, Star-spotted fish? No. It's not an ordinary star-spotted fish. It's the very best star-spotted fish, the emperor of star-spotted fish. Holy! You actually hit this fish? The man in his 40s or 50s directly exploded into foul language. It was evident that he was excited inside. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, Oldly, you can see with this eye. Recognizing it at once, when I just fished it up, I thought I was blurry-eyed. Since you recognize it, I won't introduce more, I wonder if you can afford to take this fish. Li Wuan's eyes erupted with a bright light, staring at the fish and said, I can afford it. I must be able to afford it. Yifeng said, Then I won't be long-winded, give me a price, if you are satisfied, you can take it, if not, I will find someone else. Li Wana swallowed his saliva and said, Yifeng, wait. Such a big fish, I'm not the one who can make the decision, you wait for me to make a phone call, ask those hotels, as long as they are willing to take it, I will immediately buy it at the original price. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, a gesture of please feel free. The onlookers villagers, however, all exploded. Did I hear it right? Surprisingly, it's a superb star-spotted fish? What kind of luck did this kid Yifeng have? Surprisingly, he was able to hit this fish? That's right. This fish costs at least $10,000. $10,000? What the hell do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear old Lee say that this is an excellent star-spotted fish? It won't be less than that. $50,000? This is still the lowest price. If it's over 100 pounds in size, 100,000 hits the bottom. The crowd of villagers were stunned. They looked enviously at Yifeng on the cabin. Zhang Shan's eyes were even staring at Yifeng in death. Just at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Chapter 011, a day's income of $300,000. Cheating. The fishmongers who were just threatened not to be allowed to take Yifeng's fish fell back. What? There's even a star-spotted fish? This is a superb species of fish, you can't even fight one a year. Yifeng, I'll take this fish. I'll take it too. Shouts rose and fell. Those fishmongers swarmed onto the deck, almost begging Yifeng to sell the fish to them. This was a star-spotted fish. The more precious the fish species, the more they peddlers earned. A single one could cover a month's worth. Yifeng looked at Zhang Shan smilingly, his tone seemed to be derisive and said, Zhang Shan, this is what you're talking about? No one in Shuadu village dares to take my fish? I thought I was gone for a few years. You Zhang Shan can mix a person, the result is this? This Long Ao Tian's appearance made Zhang Shan's teeth itch. His face was green with iron and he looked at the fishmongers with hatred. The fishmongers looked away, with a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Zhang Shan then gritted his teeth and left. The onlookers all sked. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Zhang Shan is also too miserable. Yes, eating and drinking water, and being exposed to his face. Who can stand it? Why do I feel that Yifeng is a bit like Zhang Shan's nemesis? Everyone laughed. To say that Zhang Shan was definitely a character. Otherwise, he couldn't have become a bully in Shuadu village. But several times when he met Yifeng, he was defeated, he didn't have a number in his heart, and behind his back, everyone was talking about whether Yifeng was his nemesis or not. Yifeng looked at a few fishmongers. Everyone looked over with bated breath. Li Wana finished his phone call and turned back and said, Yifeng, I'll take this fish. A caddy of $1,000, is it for sale? You can ask around, this price is definitely the highest in the neighborhood. I'll be honest with you, this fish is a big hotel in the city wants it, I'll charge you $10,000 for the errand. Finished speaking. He waited for Yifeng to reply. Several other fishmongers rushed to speak. I'll offer 1,000 yuan too. Sell it to me. I'll only earn you 5,000 for the errand. I'll only earn 3,000. The crowd was killing the price one by one. Li Wuan then laughed a little bitterly. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this with a single phone call. At this time, Yifeng slowly opened his mouth. Don't argue, I have a scale in my heart. Just now Li Wuan, since he dared to come out in public, then I can't chill his heart. According to Li Wuan, you said $10,000 of errand fee, sold to you. A mere few $1,000s, I don't put it in my eyes yet. This moment, Yifeng's tone was indescribably domineering. The crowd was in a light ejaculation. No one expected that Yifeng would choose Li Wandering, who made the most money. After thinking about it, everyone seemed to understand something in their hearts again. Yifeng this waif has a hand. Once he does this, his prestige is established. As long as you follow him, even if you go against Zhang Shan, he can protect you. That way, those who are on the lookout will have to weigh their options, and at least they won't dare to go against him openly. As for those like Li Wuan who have already been forced to do so, I'm afraid they'll have to follow Yifeng even more. That's right. Even if Li Wuan doesn't get any fish this month, he won't lose any money. To have this kind of heart at such a young age, awesome. The crowd murmured. The way they looked at Yifeng became complicated. Yifeng took in all the folks' comments into his ears. He wanted to implement the blueprint, and eliminating the Zheng family's influence was a must. Li Wana. That was the target he had set up. Move the wood to establish trust. Thousands of dollars for a horse's bones. Spending a few $1,000s more, the fallout of this matter spreads out, and his Yifeng's reputation in Shuadu village will be completely rooted down. As for being seen through by everyone, it's all a young scheme. Who can hit the fish? Who can hit the precious fish? Whoever cheats. As for offending Zhang Shan, he hadn't given Zhang Shan a second thought from the start. The other fishmongers all rose up with regret. Just half a beat slower. More than $10,000 would be gone. They all hung their heads in shame, and even more so, they secretly resolved not to place any more unilateral bets on Zhang Shan. Seeing that the crowd was thinking about each other, Yifeng said, what are you still waiting for? This superb star-spotted fish, and this banded fish, why don't you take it away? Old Li then laughed out loud and said gratefully, okay. I'll take them all. Ha, Yifeng, uncle I thank you, but... He was about to stop talking. Yifeng said, what's wrong? Old Li then said with some embarrassment, Yifeng, can you help me send this star-spotted fish to the car? I'm worried that this fish will die again during the process of loading the net. He was a bit embarrassed now after he had just received Yifeng's favor. Yifeng then smiled and nodded. This was the rule of collecting fish in the fish market. The more expensive the fish, the more important it was to be fresh. After people's hotels purchase them, they put them in the hall. Nothing needs to be said, just 2 words. Grandeur. And dead fish. Then you can only sell a fish market price. Yifeng is not worried about this. His cabin comes with a respirator function. Not to mention the living fish, even the dying fish can hang a breath. It's much better than an ordinary oxygen pump. He said, okay. You bring me the car, I'll transport it to your tank. Not long after, there was a sound of a van starting up. Yifeng copied the fishing net and sent up this superb star-spotted fish. The rest of the striped base. Li Wandering called out for another big truck to fit it. 2 large vehicles full of fish. This spectacular scene sensationalized the entire ferry port. Next, the goods are cleared. The best star-spotted fish. 268 pounds. Discounted at 268,000. 2,438 pounds of striped base. Discounted at $24,380. A total of $292,000. Li Wana transferred the money on the spot. Ding! Your cosmic bank account with tail number 4587 earned 292,380 yuan at XX00 on XXXXXXXX with a current balance of 293,478.50 yuan. Ha ha! Yifeng laughed out loud through the screen. He had the feeling of being in a dream. Income of 300,000 in one day. This strength was no one else. He waved his hand and said, boldly, happy cooperation. Li Wandering also laughed, happy cooperation. By the way, Yifeng, you leave my number. Next time you have such a fish, look for me directly. Not to say, I have to hurry to the People Hotel to send the fish, or fold my hands to lose. Chapter 012, Another Sensation in the Village. Yifeng clapped his hands and jumped onto the shore. He was going to make another trip to Third Uncle's house to buy some fishing nets. In the past 2 days, he carefully recalled that the fish he had hit were all in the waters near the small oceanic channel. He pondered, it wasn't the ocean current over there that was producing fish, was it? Xiaoyangdao was a trench more than 40 kilometers from Shuadu village. The trench was very deep. The underwater currents were huge. It was considered one of the dangerous zones near Shuadu village. Generally, villagers' families were not advised to go there to fish. However, Yifeng wasn't worried. He had a fishing boat that could resist 12 typhoons and a strengthened body. It was just that this kind of place with ocean currents was more suitable for drift net fishing. He was going to go buy some more fishing nets. Arriving at the store, the old man was smoking a dry cigarette behind the counter. Yifeng said, Uncle San, give me 10 kilometers of row hooks. And 20 more fishing nets, with half of the fine holes and half of the coarse holes. The old man was shocked and said, 10-kilometer hooks? 20 nets? This is only used in places with high winds and waves, what do you need this for? Yifeng said, it's good to be prepared in case it's needed. The old man said, that's fine. I'll go get it for you. Not long after, the old man came over holding a large box. Fishing nets, not to mention, the so-called row of hooks, is a fish line interspersed with hooks, with bait placed on it to attract fish to come and eat. Yifeng asked, how much? The old man said, 10 kilometers, plus fishing nets, you give $4,000 well. Yifeng didn't say anything and transferred $10,000 from Weixin. The old man said, how can this work? Where did you get the money? Yifeng smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, Third uncle, this amount of money will be taken as my filial piety to you. I had a good harvest today, and hit another fish. A fish? The old man quickly waved his hand and said, how much can a fish sell for? You quickly take this money back. Yifeng smiled and said in a cloudy manner, Third uncle, the fish I caught is a star-spotted fish, a superb star-spotted, more than 200 pounds. Star-spotted fish? The old man shook his head and was about to reject it, when he was suddenly stunned. What did you say? Extreme star-spotted fish? More than 200 pounds? Yifeng laughed. Yes, it has just been collected by Li Wuan, and earned more than 200,000. I guess the news will have to be spread back to the village soon. Third uncle, you can rest assured that this money will be taken. The old man's expression became a bit stunned. He stared at Yifeng left and right, and finally came out with a sentence. Yifeng, you are really not an ordinary person. I haven't seen a superb star-spotted fish on the second day of the sea. I have been fishing for so many years. Yifeng couldn't help but cry and laugh. With these words, he really didn't know whether it was a compliment or a detriment. He waved his hand and said, that's fine, I'll go back first, I'll come back to see you in a couple days. Hey! The old man then personally sent Yifeng out of the door city. Just when Yifeng was buying fishing nets, the news that he had hit the extremely high-quality star-spotted fish and banded fish group once again detonated the entire Shuadu village. It was not compared to the last time. The sensation caused this time could be described as 10,000 people. 300,000. One day is as good as 2 years of someone's life. This is much more powerful than the Yellow Croaker School. Have you heard? Just Yifeng. He double hit the school of fish again. A swarm of over 2,000 pounds of striped bass, good man. A whole cabin of them, almost didn't overturn the fishing boat. I'm afraid you didn't see that star-spotted fish. Snowy red all over. Taller than me. It sold for over $200,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. Taller than you? Don't blow it off. If it's really this big, I'm afraid it's going to weigh 200 or 300 pounds. I saw it with my own eyes. It's still impossible? Let me tell you, Li Wuan. The fishmonger in our village took this fish on the spot. He weighed it. What a great guy. It weighs over 200 pounds. Li wanna be paid $267,000 on the spot. I'm not a human being if I pay less. Really? $267,000, that's worth 2 years of my sea voyage. Oh. Really? You know Zhang Shan, right? He went against Yifeng and asked all the fishmongers in Shuadu village not to buy his fish, and as a result, when that star-spotted fish came out, the fishmongers were all stirred up and almost didn't get into a fight. To say this Zhang Shan is also miserable. Before Yifeng came back, he was the king of Shuadu village. As a result, just 2 days ago, and is drinking water and eat a defeat, afraid of one thing is not a thing. Oh. Anyway, Yifeng is really powerful. I've been fishing all my life, and I've never seen Yifeng like this. There is nothing else but admiration. He. I'm telling you. That's because he has strength. You think they read all those books for nothing? There must be a way in between. Yes. We still need to study more. I could tell at first that this kid was something special. The crowd was talking. Just at this moment, Yifeng was seen running to the fishing tackle store again. This time, he bought 20 fishing nets and other things. What does he need fishing nets for? Didn't he just buy quite a few last time? You're silly. What else can he do? Going out to fish, of course. Awesome. Isn't the previous fishing net enough for him? This is definitely another big school of fish found. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry and go buy it. Right. Let's go. The crowd swarmed to the fishing tackle store. Yifeng was now the weather vane. 10 sets of fishing nets before. Another school of fish. Extreme star spot again. This time, if they bought fishing gear again, they must have found a school of fish. They are buying them in droves. 3 sheets. 5 sheets. 8 sheets. In just one night. Uncle Sam's family sold out all their nets, and even the rowing hooks were hot. A net income of $72,000. The old man was straight up dumbfounded. Chapter 013, Noodles Under the Sky from now on. The east end of the village. Just as the entire village was spreading the word about Yifeng's deeds. Bang! Zhang Shan heavily smashed the ashtray into the glass coffee table. Click! Cracks appeared. A few followers persuaded him. Brother Shan, calm down. You are generous, don't bother with that villain Yifeng. That's right, what is your status and what is Yifeng's status? Can you compare? A few followers gave you a glance and I spoke. Zhang Shan coldly grunted, in the current situation, Yifeng's momentum can't be suppressed anymore. As long as he can hit the famous fish species, those fish traders won't listen to us at all. Since that's the case, we have to switch targets. What does Brother Shan mean? Brother Shan, please speak. This brain of mine is a bit stupid. Brother Shan, don't sell me short, tell me, is it sabotage to your face or behind your back? Blackie, have nothing to say. Bang! Zhang Shan then knocked his head. He said, what's going on in your head day after day? I mean, the previous method of targeting Yifeng is no longer effective. If we keep on implementing it, it will instead put us in a situation where we are surrounded by enemies. In that case, let's deal with Li Wuan. Yifeng set up Li Wuan as a target, so let's knock him off as a target and let everyone know that there's no good fruit to be had by following Yifeng. Then his prestige will be shattered. A few followers then came to a realization. Worthy of you. Brother Shan, you're still the tallest. Zhang Shan said, then tomorrow, inform those fishing boats of ours. I don't care if the fish are sold to others, but if they are sold to Li Wuan, then I will have to settle the score with them. Everyone nodded. Just then, another follower ran in. It's not good, Brother Shan, the rows of hooks have all been snatched up like crazy. Should we buy some? The crowd all stood up. Why? Why are the rows of hooks being snatched up like crazy? The follower stammered and had to tell Yifeng about the purchase of the row hooks. Zhang Shan snorted coldly and said, humph. I think these people are just idle. What hooks? Do you rely on hooks to catch fish? It's all in the head. Xiao Hei, you go. Buy me 10 kilometers of hooks. Blackie. Crowd. The next day. Yifeng woke up leisurely. Shui Ling was already waiting at the door. Yifeng was surprised and said, why are you here? Shui Ling said, Auntie went to the market and said she wanted to buy you some good food to replenish your body, so she asked me to come and take care of it. Yifeng said, oh. Last night, he slapped $300,000 in front of his mother. His mother was in tears. Yifeng slipped $10,000 to her, asking her to buy more good ones. Didn't dare to give more. It was afraid that the old man had never seen so much money, and when he got it at first glance, he would not be able to sleep with a solid heart. It didn't work out. The mother went to the market to buy good food for herself in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng heart some touched. Shui Ling said, "Brother Yi, you are awesome." Yi Feng smiled and scraped her nose and asked, "Where is it great?" Shui Ling said with a red face, "A day to hit 300,000 fish, but not great." Yi Feng laughed, "I haven't said thank you yet. If it wasn't for your sweater, how could I hit so many fish?" Shui Ling shook her head and said, "Brother Yi, don't comfort me. I've heard people in the village say that you have special fish identification skills. You can see where the fish are in the sea." Yi Feng, "I have special fish identification skills?" Shui Ling then said, "Yes, did you go to buy a fishing net yesterday?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I went to third uncle's house to buy fishing nets. How do you know?" Shui Ling said, "It's all over the village now." Said, "You must have found the fish again, even bought a lot of fishing nets." We all swarmed to buy. Said, "What to follow you to buy? Surely I can't lose, I can't be fooled." Yi Feng, Shui Ling said, "Just now I came back from Uncle Yi's house. His fishing nets were sold out in one night, and are stepping up their stock." Yi Feng, he cried and laughed up. He really bought fishing nets just to be prepared. As a result, the miracles in the past 2 days were too scary. The village people were using themselves as a weather vane. Yi Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Still really thought that buying fishing nets would be useful? He himself relied on the system. Yi Feng didn't reveal it either. He didn't force them to buy it anyway. He would be happy to let the old man, Uncle San, make a profit. He said, "Alright, they buy theirs, so don't follow and get involved." Shui Ling nodded and said, "Brother Yi, come on, try this breakfast, how does it taste?" Said, handing over the breakfast box in her arms. Yi Feng took it and grubbed it up with a big mouthful. A simple serving of noodles and shredded chicken soup was delicious and refreshing. Yi Feng nodded repeatedly and said, "Shui Ling, your taste is really great." Shui Ling said, "Do you like it, Brother Yi? If you like it, I'll make you noodles every day." After saying that, she waited blearily for Yi Feng's reply. Yi Feng, he touched Shui Ling's head and laughed, "What a silly girl, Shui Ling, this weekend, brother will take you around the county town and pick a few nice clothes for you." Shui Ling shook her head and said, "Brother, I don't need to. I have clothes." Yi Feng said with a stern face, "This matter cannot be refused." Shui Ling then lowered her head and mumbled, "Then, okay, but you can't buy expensive ones." Yi Feng was pleasant and said, "Okay, brother has a number, a few pieces of clothing can still buy your brother Yi poor?" Shui Ling then laughed. Chapter 014, What kind of fish is this? Next. Farewell to Shui Ling. Yi Feng held the rows of hook boxes with one hand and went to the pier. When he passed by the Pretty Widow supermarket, Mrs. Orchid was standing at the door with a smile on her face. "Yo! Yi Feng, sister-in-law thought that you didn't dare to come and deliberately bypass sister-in-law's store." Yi Feng, "What did you say? Would I be afraid of you? I'm a big man who would be afraid of you." Yi Feng, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm still small, I don't understand." Sister-in-law Orchid laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, come to my sister-in-law's store. When I saw you grabbing the hook with one hand, I couldn't help but want to hear the story of how you caught more than a ton of fish yesterday." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No way, sister-in-law, I still have to be busy fishing." Sister-in-law Orchid, however, did not give him a chance to refuse at all. She walked up and pulled Yi Feng into the house. Yi Feng, "Sister Orchid, is it really good for you to be so fierce?" He only had to do the same old trick. He said, "Sister-in-law, I remembered, yesterday's purchase is still almost, you see whether it is good to ship me 2 more cases of Coke, and Xiang Pei Pei milk tea also give me a bucket, that flavor I drink is not bad." The ship didn't have a refrigerator yet. Shui Ling prepared hot water for herself every day. Drinking milk tea and driving around was also a different kind of enjoyment, huh? Sure enough. When Sister Orchid heard about doing business, her expression started to get serious. Yi Feng hemmed and hawed. Ferry. When Yi Feng arrived at the ferry harbor holding the row of hooks and dragging the food, many people looked over. "Yi Feng, you've bought quite a lot of stuff here again? I bought so much yesterday, can the small boat still fit today?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "It's also almost too big to fit, but my classmate shipped another big junk yacht. He called me and asked me if I want it. I'm striving for 2 more days of fishing to replace the small yacht." It was about to be upgraded. He had to lay it out in front of the folks in advance. The crowd was envious. Awesome. Anyone else would be blowing fluff. But we really need to weigh the weight of Yi Feng's words. Yes, the big yacht even if it's old has to be hundreds of thousands, but Yi Feng this is 300,000 in one day, it's really hard to say. In the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Feng drove the yacht straight into the depths of the ocean. The waves were tossing and turning. The white waves left a magnificent waterline. Yi Feng made a cup of milk tea and sat on the deck leisurely watching the flocks of seabirds in the distance. It wasn't generally soothing. Other people fishing was exhausting. He fishing was enjoying the life of catching the sea. Right. Almost forgot to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1, points 100. For 3 consecutive days. The system points had reached 300. Yi Feng couldn't wait for the upgrade of the fishing boat. 2 days at most. He would be able to complete the upgrade. There was no telling what the upgraded fishing boat would be like. He extracted the spiritual spring. Absorption. Yi Feng's body was once again transformed. Crackling. This time, it was surprisingly different from even before. The body was like a remodeling of the tendons and bones. A stream of black impurities were expelled, and Yi Feng only felt indescribable strength all over his body. If he was a special forces soldier before, then today he was the king of soldiers. He smiled broadly and walked to the rear cabin. There. A shower spray stood at the back. The engine straight-picked seawater sprayed down, washing away all those black impurities. Under the sunlight's illumination, his white and red skin showed an unusual beauty, and his 8-pack abs and the tendons that filled his body added an unusual hardline to him. Let's not talk about anything else. This body alone, if he went to do a live broadcast, he could charm a bunch of female netizens to death. Yi Feng pondered, is it time to open a live room? The name is called The Leisurely Life of Catching the Sea. Finished everything. Yi Feng resumed his seat. At a speed of 120 kilometers. The small ocean road was already close at hand. A gully that was clearly different from the previous sea surface appeared. If the previous sea surface was light-colored, then at this moment it was a dark blue sea surface. A gully about 7 or 8 meters wide. The demarcation was obvious. Yi Feng observed the terrain. The bottom reef was obvious, and there were seaweeds running across. It was only Yi Feng's modified body that was able to see very deep below the water. Replacing it with someone else. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to see the depth of 3 to 5 meters. No wonder this place was dangerous. Yi Feng slowly drove the Cosmos. The biodetector did not show a red dot. He didn't believe it. He drove the fishing boat along this trench continuously. Result. It was estimated that the character had run out. Not to mention the precious fish schools, he didn't even see any fish spots. He cried and laughed up. Yesterday, he had just built up a wave of prestige, and before he could stabilize himself, he had to turn back today? No way. You can't go back on your word like this. He thought that if there was still nothing, he would go to the sea in the afternoon and pull a row of hooks. Just at this moment, an alarm suddenly came from the detector. 2 red dots entered right from the periphery of the detector and slowly swam towards the center. Ha! This is God rewarding you with food? Yi Feng laughed out loud. It was true that the heavens had no reward. Just staring at the screen, Yi Feng's expression quirked up. Why is this swimming stance so strange? Yi Feng frowned in disbelief. He ran onto the deck. Nay, the location of the red dot was deep and far away, and it was covered by water plants, so he couldn't see what it was for a while. He decided to keep watch. The red dot was swimming towards the fishing boat anyway. 10 minutes later. Just when Yi Feng had finished his melon seeds. That point of light appeared. Yi Feng stood up and looked out into the sea. The next moment. Seeing the creatures in the sea, Yi Feng was stunned. An unprecedented light erupted from his eyes, a look that was even more shocking than hitting an extreme star-spotted fish. Chapter 015. A pair? In the sea water. 2 large colorful lobsters were crawling on the reef. They were huge in size. Brocade lobsters. Surprisingly, they're Chinese brocade lobsters. Ha ha. Yi Feng laughed out loud. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world. After the baptism of $300,000 in one night yesterday, he was already much more calm than ordinary people. But this was a brocade lobster. It was known as the god of shrimps. A while ago, the next village just sold a Chinese embroidery lobster, worth 600,000 yuan. That one was about 20 pounds. This one is much bigger than that one. Not to mention, it's a pair. The brocade lobster is quick and auspicious. A pair combined and sold together could create a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. Yi Feng couldn't wait to catch them. It was only then that he remembered. No wonder the red dots looked so strange just now. It didn't look like it was swimming, and it didn't look like it was crawling. The feeling was that these 2 lobsters were playing. There are currents under the water, crawling at the same time will be blown by the currents, resulting in the phenomenon of the red dots just now. He copied the fishing net as ready to spread down. He also purposely stood at the cabin side of the boat ready to go into the water. He couldn't afford to break a bit of skin on such a multi-million-dollar brocade lobster. Anyway, after 3 times of spiritual spring baptism, his body was not to say hard as steel. Idle fish, shrimp and crabs already don't want to harm him in the slightest, and even more so, he had a kind of close distance with the water. He smiled broadly and sprinkled the net down. Fear of excessive ocean currents. He sprinkled all the dozen nets down, letting them follow the ocean current and slowly drift. This is drift net fishing. The currents in the water's surface silently pushed the nets to float. It was as if those two large lobsters didn't see the fishing nets in front of them. Click. It was as if Yifeng could hear the sound. The larger lobster crashed into the net. It fought so hard that it clamped the fishing net with its claws, trying to break the net free. Nai-ha! Yifeng's fishing net was reinforced. The more it struggled, the deeper it fell in. Yifeng laughed and picked up this fishing net. A colorful lobster landed on the deck of the cabin. Good guy. It wasn't distinguishable in the water. Falling on the cabin, Yifeng guaranteed that it had to weigh more than 20 pounds. This definitely broke the record of 600,000 last time. I am afraid that one has to be a million. He opened the cabin cover and threw this brocade lobster in. He was ready to catch the other one. The capture of this lobster just now had scared that lobster. He had already run away in a huff. But this couldn't stop Yifeng at all. Yifeng borrowed the detector and easily found the direction of that fallen lobster. 7 o'clock. The distance is estimated to be around 8 meters. Yifeng looked over. The lobster seemed to be frightened. He hid in the reef and refused to come out. Yifeng cried and laughed. He had to jump into the water with the net. Plop! The blue-colored seawater. The salty and wet feeling, all of a sudden, he returned to the feeling of frolicking on the beach when he was a child. He took a deep breath and then plunged down with a jerk. As if a fish was swimming. He dived into the neighborhood of the lobster. The reef was huge. This lobster was shrinking in the middle of two reefs. In terms of size, this lobster was smaller than the one just now. Yifeng took his hand and tried the reef. It was very hard. It seemed that it could not be taken hard by destroying the reef. He had to use the net to block the lobster's back-ass retreat and then grab the lobster's whiskers with his big hand. Lu Zhishan pulls the willow upside down. He is going to pluck this lobster out hard. Just this way. Danger comes. Because the lobster's claws are in front of the front and on the left and right sides. One not to notice. It's likely to be pinched by the claws. Although it was not as powerful as the big pincers, it was still tough. Yifeng deliberately floated his body on top of it, ready to see the wrong opportunity. Ka! He yanked up the long whiskers. The lobster was startled. It tried its best to break free, and the claws in front of it were even more open. Nay, Yifeng's strength was not what it used to be. Boom! A muffled sound. Waves rose from the bottom of the water. This brocade lobster was directly pulled out by Yifeng. It was about to attack the enemy that had violated its territory with open teeth and claws. Yifeng was prepared. With a stroke of his two hands, he had already circled around to the lobster's back. He floated above the lobster and pressed his big hands on its back, not giving it any chance to show its talent. The next moment, Yifeng floated towards the surface of the water with this lobster. Wow! Yifeng surfaced. He threw the lobster to the rear cabin and climbed back onto the deck. Good fellow. This catch was just by himself. Anyone else would never be able to catch it. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, he held his breath for 5 minutes, right? He doesn't feel any pain at all. The spirit spring was also too powerful. He clapped his hands and surveyed his harvest. 2 Chinese brocade lobsters. One was a bit bigger and one was a bit smaller. But even the smaller lobster weighed 20 pounds. According to the last sales record, the 2 lobsters alone would be close to 1.5 million. If it was a combined sale, wouldn't it be 2 million? Or even more? Ha ha! Yifeng couldn't wait to take the boat back. He put the brocade lobster in the same cabin. Making money is making money. This last reunion time Yifeng of course still had to give 2 lobsters. As for more? Sorry. Yifeng is not a saint. The survival of the fittest is the law of nature. After doing all this, he leisurely moved a small chair and quietly admired the results of today. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a pair of Chinese brocade lobsters large, 30 pounds, small, 20 pounds. Random quest rewards are being issued. Ding! Reward Intermediate Creature Detector 1, with it, you will be able to easily detect the area of the sea within 500 meters around you, and any sea creatures will be thrown into your arms. The next moment, the field of vision in Yifeng's mind expanded 100 times at once. This wasn't a tenfold relationship. It was the square of pi r. With a full 100 times expansion, Yifeng only felt that the sea was clearer than ever before. I throw. The system is giving away another big gift package? It's flowing. 500 meters. This is really pointing anywhere. Yifeng laughed out loud. Originally, he was still a bit dissatisfied. A distance of 50 meters. It might be considered long on land. But in the vast ocean, it was really a stone's throw away. All in all, a jolt would take 30 to 50 meters. Now extended to 500 meters, although compared to the sea is still a drop in the ocean, but more than a circle of the runway distance, enough for Yifeng to catch more fish. Yifeng was excited. He leisurely looked at the sea. Yesterday, he had just set up Li Wuan as a target. Today, the system sent a big gift package. Now, not to mention one Li Wuan, even 3 or 5 more could be raised. He couldn't wait to return to the village. On the other side, Shui-Du village. A group of villagers were eagerly waiting. The ferry had been sealed by Zhang Shan. No one was allowed to sell goods to Li Wandering, and violators would wait for the wrath of his Zhang family. Chapter 016, Chinese Brocade. Yi Feng returns. By the ferry. Li Wuan stood alone. He was furious. Obviously he was doing business, but Zhang Shan had made a mess of the place. He was biased. But there was nothing that could be done. Blocking him was much easier than blocking Yi Feng. There were so many fishmongers at the ferry, those fishermen could sell to others if they didn't sell to him. It can be said that Zhang Shan is making an example out of him. Not to mention, 2-3 of the boats in the village Zhang family have dry shares draw. He gave the word, those boats dare not disobey. Seeing that it will be late, his hands are still empty. If he didn't catch anything on this trip, he would lose $200 in oil money for nothing. Li Wuan looked out over the sea and could only expect Yi Feng to return home with a full load. Zhang Shan laughed at all this and said coldly, Li W, are you still struggling? Let me tell you, people's luck can't last forever. Yi Feng, was able to hit the star-spotted fish, and was able to run into schools of fish for 2 days. I admit that he was lucky. But things don't happen 3 times, I don't believe he can still hit a school of fish today. If he can't hit a school of fish, yesterday's $300,000 would be enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 years, don't you think so? Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Li Wandering, abandon the darkness now, I can forgive you for your presumptuousness yesterday. Zhang Shan's tone was arrogant and seemed to be very sure of Li Wuan's mind. Li Wuan snorted coldly and said, dream on. You still give up your darkness and turn to the light? Do you really take yourself as a dish? Honestly, in your current state, you are far from Yi Feng. Yi Feng started from nothing. If you don't have your old man to back you up, what are you? And Yi Feng hasn't come back yet, do you really think he's lucky? That's right. You haven't read a book, you don't even know what it says. Li Wuan was not one to be messed with. In a few words, he disliked Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was so angry that he clenched his teeth. You. Okay. Then let's just wait and see. I'd like to see if you can receive a fish today. Both sides had their swords drawn. Everyone was waiting for the final result. It's not getting late. Yi Feng should be back too, right? I wonder if he'll hit any fish this time. It's really impossible to say. If someone else hadn't returned by now, 99% of them would have returned empty-handed, but Yi Feng could really surprise everyone. No matter what, if Yi Feng can't catch a fish this time, Li Wuan will be out of luck. Who says otherwise? The crowd was talking. Just at this moment. The end of the sea and sky. A fishing boat came at a windy speed. The crowd was able to ascertain just from the white waves that were raised. Yi Feng. It was Yi Feng who had returned. The crowd all swarmed towards the pier. Regardless of whether they could catch fish or not, the crowd wanted to see Yi Feng's harvest today. Zhang Shan's expression was rare and apprehensive. Next to him, the follower Xiao He reminded, Brother Shan, we can't make the same mistake as last time this time. The old master said that we should look at the draft of Yi Feng's fishing boat before making a decision. Zhang Shan nodded and said, still need you to teach? On the other side, Li Wuan's heart was in his throat. Success or failure? It all depended on Yi Feng's boat. In the midst of the public's anticipation, Yi Feng drove his boat close to the pier. Wow! The crowd shook their heads. This boat has no draft? It's far worse than yesterday. It is. Yesterday I clearly remember to the second line, today this third line is fine. Zhang Shan even laughed out loud on the spot, ha, Yi Feng, your boat has such a shallow draft, I'm curious to see what you hit today. Let me tell you, Li Wuan didn't get a single fish today, you're not going to let him return empty-handed, are you? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at Zhang Shan, are you sure you want to go against me to the end? Zhang Shan coldly grunted, in this Shuadu village, there's you and not me. Yi Feng then faintly said, that's fine. I'll keep this in mind. I hope you won't regret it. Zhang Shan laughed loudly, ha, don't regret it? You should manage your men well first, don't just enlist someone and then make them eat dirt in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng said indifferently, that's not something you should bother about. He smiled and opened the cabin. The expressions of the crowd were instantly agitated. Even Zhang Shan's heart thumped. Could it be that they had hit some precious fish species again? Li Wuan smiled as he stepped onto the boat and said, Yi Feng, did you hit another precious fish? Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's really unlucky today, I didn't hit a single fish. Zhang Shan laughed out loud. He was a bit worried just now. Now that Yi Feng admitted it voluntarily, he was no longer half worried. Yi Feng, you dare to come back without hitting a single fish? Ha, I'll see how you end up today. Yi Feng stared at him with a look like, are you stupid? I only said I didn't catch any fish, when did I say I didn't catch anything? Zhang Shan's smile came to an abrupt end. He stared at Yifeng with a serious face. Did this kid hit something weird? He stared and held his breath. The other villagers did the same. Yifeng waved at Li Wuan and said, Li Wuan, why are you still standing there inking? Let's see if you can collect the shrimp. It was the same words again. It was the same long Aotian again. Li Wuan had already seen it all before. He ran to the rear cabin and laughed, I'd like to see what shrimp you hit. The next moment, his voice came to an abrupt end. Staring at the back of the cabin with unblinking eyes. Jinxiu lobster? He looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief. What was that colorful lobster if it wasn't the so-called god of shrimp, Chinese brocade lobster? The other villagers were stunned when they heard this. What did I hear? Brocade lobster. Surprisingly, it's the Chinese brocade lobster. It's too fluffy. Yifeng can even hit this thing? Last time there was an embroidered lobster in the village next door, how much did it sell for? How big is this Yifeng? Even if it's 4 or 5 pounds, it's still tens of thousands of dollars, right? Kneel for Yifeng. How much strength does he still have left to show? The crowd was stunned. The brocade lobster, one of them is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yifeng actually hit it? Everyone's eyes were as envious as they could be at the moment. Zhang Shan was even frozen on the spot. Right at this moment, Li Wuan suddenly let out an ow. Everyone was shocked. What's the situation? Li Wannabe shouldn't have gotten excited, right? I can't, even if this brocade lobster is cheating, it wouldn't be enough to agitate Li Wannabe like this, right? The crowd looked at Li Wannabe. Li Wuan gulped and pointed at the bottom of the cabin and said, a pair? You actually beat up a pair? Yifeng laughed out loud. I say Oldly, your eyes can't work? A pair of people are hugging each other, and you just saw it? Boom! The crowd was shocked. What? It's actually a pair? No wonder Old Li was so excited? It's too awesome, isn't it? The Chinese brocade lobster, historically, has always been a lucky charm. This pair and one are not the same thing. That's right. One may sell for $600,000. A pair could be 1.5 million. Yifeng is too good. The crowd was envious. Chapter 017, Sitting on the Ground. Yifeng laughed and said, Old Li, what are you waiting for? Can you collect this lobster? This time, Old Li rarely did not pack his bags. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength. It was really that this brocade lobster was too solid. These two are not small, and the guaranteed estimate is more than $1 million. How could he, a small fishmonger, have so much money? He said, allow me to give those hotels a call, I can guarantee that they will be interested. Yifeng said, be my guest. Just then, a group of fishmongers all flocked to the pier. Yifeng, sell it to me. Sell it to me, sell it to me. I'll take it on the spot. Yifeng, consider me? I'll be hanging out with you from now on. The crowd of fishmongers fell back. Yifeng looked out towards the pier and said, huh? Where's Zhang Shan? Your idea of ostracizing me isn't working very well, huh? Where are the people? Earlier, Blocheat said that his hand was pinched by a brocade lobster. I purposely called a brocade lobster today to give you a comparison to see what it's like to be pinched by a lobster. Zhang Shan, who was sneaking towards the outside, stalled in his steps. The next moment, he stumbled and left without looking back. MMP. It's too hurtful. This was clearly rubbing salt into the wound. Instead, the crowd laughed. Ha ha. Zhang Shan is too pathetic. Who do you think it's bad to offend but Yifeng? Also, no wonder Yifeng didn't fish today, so he went looking for lobsters specifically. Good guy. I told you, yesterday specially went to buy a row of hooks, today actually did not hit a fish. Feelings are specifically to go fishing lobster to go. The crowd came back to their senses. At this moment, Li Wuan finished his phone call. He said, Yifeng, this time the brocade lobster is too big. Mr. Zhang from the Huayin Hotel said that he would personally come over for a trip, and as long as the price is satisfactory, he will take it away immediately. Yifeng then smiled and patted his shoulder and said, okay, Li Wuan, you have credit for this matter. No matter what kind of business this single business is made, you draw $10,000 of hard work. Hey, hey! Li Wuan smiled and nodded his head. The other fishmongers were envious. $10,000. Another $10,000. Yesterday's $10,000 was at least the risk of dead fish. Today it's just hard-earned money? MMP. They're all so pissed off. They've been working their asses off for less than $300 to $500 a day. Li Wuan's $10,000 in one phone call. Everyone is really envious and jealous, more determined not to be at the mercy of Zhang Shan. Waiting for about half an hour. A black Audi S6 docked at the ferry. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked onto the pier. Li Wuan immediately greeted him, Mr. Zhang, you're here? He smiled and introduced himself. This is General Manager Zhang of the Huayin Hotel. This is the young handsome man I told you about, Yifeng. Yesterday's star-spotted fish, today's Fairview lobster are all his handiwork. In terms of fishing, 400 of miles around, he's the one. said, raising his thumbs up. Mr. Zhang then laughed. I heard Li Wuan said, you are a university graduate home business. I can't imagine that it is so powerful. It is really a hero out of the youth. Ah. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Or where, but it's just a bit of luck. Mr. Zhang smiled. A very calm young man. He laughed. Let's go, let's take a look at the lobster first. Yifeng then led him into the back cabin. Inside the cabin, 2 large lobsters were taken out by Yifeng and put into the large red basin. Mr. Zhang was stunned. The villagers were stunned. Just now, they had only heard Li Wuan say, but they had never seen it before. Now they finally recognized the true face of the mountain. I drop a good boy. This brocade lobster is also too big, right? Worthy of being the god of shrimp. For ordinary shrimp that can grow so big, ah? That big one, I'm afraid it must be 30 pounds. The small one isn't small either, it must weigh about 20 pounds. The crowd was stunned. Mr. Zhang was even more surprised and said, I can't imagine that these two are so big. Yifeng laughed. If they are not big, I wouldn't dare to labor for you to make a trip personally. Mr. Zhang laughed. He said, let's do it this way. Last time the 20 catty lobster from the next village, I charged 600,000. This time I will still give you this price. This big head has to weigh 30 catty. I'll give you 1 million, a total of 1.6 million. What do you think? Yifeng smiled. He said, Mr. Zhang, as expected of a businessman, you know how to do business. Mr. Zhang then said, what? Dislike the low price? Yifeng said lightly, the unit price is okay, but how do you calculate this pair? What about the premium? Next to him, Li Wuan interjected, yes, Mr. Zhang, this pair of embroidered lobsters is auspicious. The nearby waters in the past few years, there is only such a pair. Mr. Zhang then waved his hand and said, that's fine, 2 million, I'll make up a hole for you, that's fine, right? Yifeng was still not satisfied. $2 million? That was his lower limit. If Mr. Zhang had shown sincerity from the beginning, like Li Wuan, he would have sold it for $2 million. But Mr. Zhang just bullied his face? He really gave his face? He said in a flat tone, a pair of rounded up, 400,000 more I can accept, but the premium? Mr. Zhang did not understand. He said with amusement, isn't a pair a premium? The others were also confused. Chapter 018 $3 million? Am I hearing it wrong? Yifeng faintly said, a pair of that is not a premium, that's a normal price. I can sell this price to anyone, even a lucky extra 300,000 to 500,000 is not a thing, don't you think so? Mr. Zhang stopped talking. He looked Yifeng up and down, and found that the other party's temperament was calm and steady, and he didn't have any sense of losing his temper. He had underestimated this college student. He said, then what do you mean by premium? Yifeng faintly said, me. Mr. Zhang then laughed. The crowd also followed and got confused. Yifeng didn't sell out and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sure that yesterday's superb grouper won a full house, right? Mr. Zhang said, it was very good, why are you asking this? Yifeng said indifferently, Huayin 5-star hotel, besides you, there are 4 others. In the past, it was Li Wuan who was collecting. I don't care to whom he is going to sell it to, but now since I met you, let me ask you, what is the impact of selling this brocade lobster to the other 4 to your Huayin Grand Hotel? Mr. Zhang's expression then stared. The others were similarly puzzled. General Manager Zhang asked, could it be that you are threatening me? Yifeng faintly said, threatening is not something to talk about. We are just cooperating with each other. Other people wouldn't dare to open this mouth, but you can ask around. What kind of person am I, Yifeng? I wouldn't dare to say anything else. Just like that superb star spot in this embroidered lobster, I'll send a kind of one day towards those hotels. Can you afford it? Mr. Zhang's expression became completely solemn. Indeed. As he said, once Yifeng was able to fight up a precious fish every day, then his value was not only limited to fish. Don't have more of this kind of precious thing. Once a day. For a month in a row. That's all it takes to attract those customers over. And those who can afford these ingredients are invariably the top nobles of Huayin. They are very often the weather vane of 5-star hotel dining. Mr. Zhang was inexplicably annoyed in his heart. He realized that after half a lifetime of mixing, he was actually tied up in front of a young man. He asked, what price do you want to sell it for? Is this ready to talk? Yifeng then smiled and said, 3 million bytes, if you're willing, we'll make a deal, and in the future, we'll directly dock your hotel's goods, according to the market price. If you're not willing, then I'll have to find someone else. Hiss. The crowd all sucked in cold air when they heard the numbers. 3 million ah. Yifeng can really dare to say that. This is equivalent to a premium of $1 million? I'm afraid this Mr. Zhang will have to beat you to death. The crowd all shook their heads. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhang surprisingly did not retort in a rare manner. He asked, how can I trust your words? Yifeng faintly shook his head, believe? I don't need you to believe, and I won't give you any promises. We are all adults. Whoever wants to take the bait, if you think that I can catch the fish, you can pick me. If you think that both times are just coincidence, then you can go back now. I can sell this lobster without you. Mr. Zhang. He was surprisingly a bit hard to ride for a while. If Yifeng had directly patted his chest and guaranteed it, he might have hesitated. All these years, he had seen countless young people who were full of talk. None of them could accomplish anything. However, Yifeng's willingness to take the bait instead made him believe in it for a few moments. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Okay. Just follow what you said. I will send someone to fetch the fish every day in the future. Let's dock directly." Yifeng laughed. "No need, Li Wuan has been with me for a few days and is familiar with you. Let him dock with you and save you from carrying it back and forth." Mr. Zhang nodded after thinking about it. Next, he checked the pair of brocade lobsters on the spot. Color and luster, weight, texture, freshness, all of them are excellent. Originally, the young man was set up. He was still a little depressed. At the sight of the lobster, all his grievances vanished. It's done? Everyone is stunned. Everyone thought Zhang would be angry. The result? The two of them are talking to each other? How could they know? This is the mentality of the higher-ups. As long as you're useful, as long as you bring benefits, then all other aspects are negotiable. That's it. Mr. Zhang transferred money on the spot. Your cosmic bank account with the tail number 4587 earned 3 million yuan at XXXX on XXXXXXXX, with a current balance of 3,298,715.50 yuan. Yifeng penetrated the screen with joy. 3 million. A day's income of 3 million. A year is $1 billion. Even in those big cities, this is a working emperor. Not to mention, how can you work as leisurely as yourself? He smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Happy cooperation then?" Mr. Zhang similarly extended his hand. "Happy cooperation." A car wrapped with 2 big lobsters, and the Audi S6 went away. The gazes of the crowd looking at Yifeng again were practically pinching out water. Cheating. Too cheating. $3 million in one day. They in Shuadu village might not be able to earn this much money in their lifetime. Yifeng, you're too powerful, aren't you? That's right, 3 million a day? That's nothing short of a miracle. Worthy of having read a book. It's just different from us fishermen. The crowd complimented. Yifeng smiled and didn't say anything. It was this group of people that he had looked down on at first, and it was also this group of people that he was complimenting now. But this was the reality. He looked at Li Wuan and said, "Is there any interest in receiving my goods specifically?" Li Wuan asked, "What do you mean?" Yifeng laughed. "Zhongshan closed your stall. This matter is considered to be due to me. I will be responsible to the end. In the future, if you cannot receive goods, then specialize in receiving fish for me to those hotels to send. Let's set a small goal, the water village, this business to monopolize down." Li Wuan shook his head and said, "This is not something that can be accomplished by a few hotels." Yifeng laughed. "Don't worry, one has already been negotiated. Will the rest be far away? Don't worry about the hotel. If Zhongshan doesn't collect the fish for you, then I'll leave all the fish to you in the future. Guaranteed that you will live more than before." Li Wuan then laughed. That would be great. Yifeng's strength he had thoroughly witnessed in the past 2 days. Counting today, he earned more than $30,000 in 3 days. This was worth the usual income of half a year. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, "That's fine. The $10,000 just now will be given to you first. I don't have the habit of treating my own people poorly, or that bank card from last time, right?" He said and transferred the money. Ding! A text message prompted. Li Wandering's expression smiled. The many fishmongers grew envious and jealous. "Yifeng, I'll work with you too." "That's right, I want to follow you too. Please take me with you." The crowd of fishmongers once again stuck a knife in Zhang Shan's chest. Yifeng shook his head. He was short of people, not fishmongers. Full of people. There was only one Huayin hotel by himself. The precious fish could be fully covered, and for the rest of the fish, a ton a day would be about right. One Li Wuan is enough. What he needed to think about now was how to free these fishermen from the Zhang family's bondage. Only by taking care of these fishermen would he be considered to have truly established himself in Shuadu village. Only then would he have the capital to talk to the bosses of those big hotels. Chapter 019, an interview with a beautiful reporter. After finishing everything, Yifeng jumped onto the shore. 3 million more wealth. He had a bit of a feeling of neither happiness nor sadness. Could this be a high level? He was ready to go home. All around, the gazes of the people looking at Yifeng had more than a trace of awe. 3 consecutive days. One day was stronger than the other. Everyone's attitude also became more and more respectful. Yifeng smiled at the crowd. "Greeting." Shui Ling ran all the way up. Yifeng smiled and scraped her nose, saying, "Why are you here?" Shui Ling said, "Brother Yi, a reporter from the city came and is waiting in front of your house, saying he wants to find you." "Interview me?" Yifeng said doubtfully. "Are you sure you heard it right?" Shui Ling shook her head and said, "I didn't hear it wrong. People are looking for you by name." Yifeng felt slightly strange. He led Shui Ling towards back. At this moment, In front of Ye's house. Wang Dan, a reporter from Huayin TV station, waited at the door with a microphone in her hand. She was wearing a standard white urbanite set dress showing an unusual mature woman flavor. Her skin is white and beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, especially today wearing this dress up, bright red lips, with flesh-colored stockings and high heels, for adolescent young men do not know how attractive. If the beauty of Shui Ling lies in the pure and beautiful, then the beauty of Wang Dan lies in the mature and sexy. She and her assistant came to interview Yifeng. Yesterday, when that 200,000 plus fish was sold, Huayin Hotel made a big deal out of it. Half of Huayin's upper echelons knew that a fisherman in Shuado village had caught an extraordinary fish. From this, the TV station decided to interview the man in question. At this moment, Wang Dan waited patiently. The companion youth frowned and said, "Wang Dan, we've been waiting here for half a day, is this gentleman so fluffy?" Wang Dan shook his head and said, "People are fishing for a living, it's common for them to come back at night, it's only right for us to wait." His companion then dismissively skimmed his lips and said, "Oomph. It's only $300,000, those who don't know think we're interviewing billionaires?" Wang Dan, you are also too much attention, at best a fisherman, just a fisherman, work hard to earn so little money, no big deal. Wang Dan shook her head without answering. This companion of hers had a rich family and a complicated background. She didn't want to nag more. At this time, Yifeng and Shui Ling walked back. Wang Dan couldn't help but light up. The first feeling was handsome. Not ordinary handsome. It was the kind of handsome from the inside out. The body is upright. Walking with style. The exposed skin under the white shirt showed a charming abs. His features are also very straight, with a kind of knife-sharpening silhouette beauty. It's my favorite type. Wang Dan saw surprisingly inexplicably blushed. Yifeng asked, "Are you the one looking for me?" The hallowed pillar of the Huayin TV station unexpectedly stuttered in a rare way at this moment. She said, "Yes, I heard that you caught a superb star-spotted fish by fishing? Sold it for more than $200,000? Yifeng nodded his head and said, "Yes, there is such a thing." Wang Dan said, "Then can you tell me about the situation at that time? We just want to understand the passage of this matter where, after all, a fish is worth more than $200,000. It is also considered a sensational thing in Huayin. By the way, I'm Wang Dan from the Huayin TV station, this is my work badge," said handing over the badge. Yifeng then suddenly realized. It turned out that he was looking for himself for the fish. It's just that. A fish of more than $200,000 is a sensation? Then you are afraid that you still don't know about the pair of Chinese brocade lobsters today. He inexplicably felt some heartache for this female reporter in front of him. He smiled and said, "It's okay, but are you sure you want to cover this matter?" Wang Dan thought Yifeng was afraid of trouble and said, "Don't worry, we are an official TV station, different from all those unscrupulous media outlets, we won't pester you, and we'll conceal your name, so it won't have an impact on your life." "I'm not talking about that." Yifeng laughed, "There's no problem on my side." Wang Dan said, "We are a live broadcast, do you need to prepare?" Yifeng shook his head, "What's there to prepare? Let's start, I'm going to eat later as well." Wang Dan then nodded. Next, the film crew got ready. Wang Dan first made some introductions, then the camera focused on Yifeng and asked the first question. "We all know that fishing and going out to sea is actually quite hard. You recently caught a superb star-spotted fish, then I would like to ask on behalf of the viewers in front of the TV, do you think fishing is hard?" Yifeng thought about it and shook his head, "Not hard." Wang Dan's face was stunned. This doesn't follow the routine. The pop-up screen was even a proof haha. Haha. I saw the lady's flickering dismay just now. I'm not a trustee. You're not following the rules at all, are you? You're so bad, you've made us all blush, little brother. The word make says it all. Aha! I'm the only one who thinks he's handsome. Is that all he is? I've heard that all fishermen have great bodies. Look closely, you guys, your little brother seems to have 8-pack abs. That's not true. He's a big brother. I'll throw it. It's true. You're the only one who can see it. Upstairs LSP up. After a brief moment of concentration, Wang Dan's expression returned to normal and said, "Not hard? But I've heard that it's hard to go out to sea to fish, they are exposed to the wind and the sun, often the fish did not get much, but the body has already collapsed first, this is an industry that relies on the body and instinct to eat." She was ready to take the pace back a bit. This was a live program that promoted the hard work of fishermen who eventually became rich. How could one get rich without working hard? Yifeng shook his head and said, "Then you're talking about someone else, that's not how I fish." Wang Dan. So your way of fishing? Yifeng said, "As for me, I usually make a cup of milk tea when I go out to sea, then sit on the deck and take a ride, look at the flocks of seabirds in the distance, then feed a handful of food, and after all this, I can start eating." Wang Dan was puzzled and said, "Dinner? Not fishing?" Yifeng said, "What's the point of fishing when it's noon? People are iron and rice is steel, then not eating can have the strength to fight fish?" Wang Dan could not help but wipe his forehead sweat. The pop-up screen was even a poof ha. Poo ha ha. Blindly say what the big truth. Can you fight fish without eating? Can you? Can you? This video is going to be a hit. I feel sorry for you, miss. The second wave is coming. Is it really okay for you to act like this, little brother? That's it. Milk tea? Sitting on the deck? Watching seabirds flock together? Are you fishing? You're going to enjoy the leisurely life of catching the sea, aren't you? I'm envious. How many more fishermen are there? I suddenly want to go fishing too. Don't be envious. I can guarantee that such fishermen are definitely in the minority, and such fishermen can never catch fish. In the final analysis, this is a hard work and sweat in exchange for wealth industry. A guy with the ID senior fisherman spoke up. Chapter 020, Little Brother Don't Show Me So Much. Senior fisherman. The big brother who was active in the fishing net forum. As soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd all nodded in approval. That's it. And I don't know where Hawaiian Terrace got the fisherman from. This is too unprofessional, isn't it? If you fish like this, are you going to drink the northwest wind? This guy's good at blowing off steam. This guy is good at it. Everyone agrees with this wave of face slapping. Zhang Tao even praised it. That's right. I think this kid knows how to blow off steam. The live broadcast room. Wang Dan summoned up the courage to ask, what about your afternoon? In the afternoon Ken should be fishing, right? Yifeng thought about it and shook his head. Afternoon? Afternoon generally first do a sunbathing, this time sunshine will be more comfortable, 3 or 4 o'clock sun, not so hot, light is also very full, and then bathed in the sea breeze, of course, also depends on the size of the wind, the deck or the cabin can be, but also at the appropriate time to look at the sea, the water there is no fish, there is to fight. Wang Dan asked, what if there is none? Yifeng said with a look of this is not nonsense, no of course, rest. Wang Dan said, will we not be able to catch fish for a day? Yifeng shook his head and said, maybe I'm lucky, I haven't had any experience in the situation you mentioned. Wang Dan. Zhang Tao. Photographer. The many staff members all had a defeated look on their faces. The pop-up screen was even a poof. Twahaha. Caught off guard by the storm. God TM I'm not experienced in this kind of situation. Little brother, can you not show off so much? My knees can't take it. Sunbathing? If you can catch fish, I'm sorry you're living such a leisurely life. Well, I thought it's a get-rich-quick program, but I didn't expect it to be a tasteless pretentious face-punching program, so I'm out of here. The pop-ups are rolling. A few people from the program are even drooling with envy. MMP. This is also too cool. Eating hot pots and singing songs while fighting fish? Give me a dozen jobs like this. Wang Dan was equally dumbfounded. She had interviewed many guests and had never seen anything like this. She asked, then can you describe to us the scene when you hit this star-spotted fish? She thought. Since it's an extremely rare star-spotted fish, it's always a little different, right? Yifeng thought about it and said, at that time, I was drinking milk tea and watching seabirds. Just then, a fish passed by my boat, so I cast a net and accidentally caught up a star-spotted fish, and even more accidentally had to sell it for $270,000. He said honestly. The secret of the system definitely couldn't be exposed anyway. Then it could only be attributed to luck. Wang Dan. Zhang Tao. The crowd was completely petrified. The pop-up screen was even more. God TM accidentally. So little brother is blowing the fluff? But if there is a peanut, the little brother is not drunk like this. Wake him up with some piss. I'm yellow, let me do it. Stop it upstairs, you're diabetic, don't let little brother get a taste of it. The many viewers were stunned. Catching a $270,000 fish by accident? What kind of fish is so fluffy? They all thought that little brother was blowing the fluff. Just then, someone released a screenshot from the Hawaiian Hotel. Extreme star-spotted fish. Over $200,000 for one fish. It was just shot up yesterday, and the TV station went to interview little brother because of it. Plus 10086. So it's true? Little brother fluff. Is this carelessness? What a carelessness. Who's that? Quickly. Go and put my robe on shore. No more pretending. Showdown. I accidentally picked up hundreds of thousands of dollars. To my little brother, I just want to say gone heart to sick pal crazy Liang. Suddenly, I feel a little bit sorry for the senior fisherman who just finished saying that his little brother couldn't catch any fish, and then he sold more than $200,000 in the blink of an eye. I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I feel sorry for the fisherman plus one. The pop-ups are rolling in unison. A villa in Hawaiian. A man with glasses was staring at the screen. He looked at the news that popped up on the screen with disbelief. A moment later, he posted a question in a few fish friends groups. Brothers, have you heard that someone recently fought up a superb star-spotted fish? Soon. There were groupies who replied. Extreme quality star spot? The fisherman brother is well informed, huh? Yesterday, there was a fisherman in Shuadu village who caught this fish, and it was rumored to have been sold for $200,000 to $300,000. What are you trying to do, old brother? The fisherman stared at the reply dumbfounded. Live streaming room. Wang Dan quickly organized her mood. She hesitantly asked, so the fish actually bumped itself up? It's better to attribute it to your luck? Yifeng shook his head and said, you can't say that, after all, I also cast my net. Wang Dan couldn't help but cough. The other staff members felt the same way. The pop-up screen directly exploded out of the sky. Twahaha. God TM spread the net. So what you're saying, little brother, is that you're only lucky if the fish jumps onto the deck by itself? Little brother, can you not show off so much? I'm on my knees. My knees can't take it. Anyway, I can see it. I can see that you're just going out for a ride. It's you. I want to go for a ride with you. The pop-ups are rolling like crazy. Everyone is familiar with this little brother. Several staff members were equally dumbfounded. No one expected that a serious program would turn out like this. They hesitantly looked at Wang Dan, agonizing over whether or not this program should be pinched. If this were to be broadcasted, it wouldn't be cursed to death? Just at this moment, the crew members were suddenly stunned. How is it possible? The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000? Am I blind? The crowd was dumbfounded. Someone reminded Wang Dan. Wang Dan was similarly stunned. Chapter 021, more than $3 million? The program team is shocked. 300,000? Surprisingly 300,000? Is this sure it's not a joke? This was just a simple little live broadcast. Even with her as the pillar of the Hawaiian stage, according to usual experience there would be at most 30 to 50,000 people, but it turned out to directly soar 10 times? She couldn't help but look at Yifeng. Needless to say, the extra figures were definitely all due to the other party. Could it be that the audience actually loved watching this style of interview? She froze and said, then let's continue the interview? Yifeng shook his head and said, I don't think it's necessary, I've said what I need to say, there's not much left to say, why don't we stop here today? Wang Dan. Crowd. The camera keenly captured this scene. The pop-up screen was a poof. Pooh haha. Is this a rejection? Little brother fluffs. Voice breaking. Wang Dan's sister at least is also a pillar of the Hawaiian stage, so no card face? I appreciate you, little brother. Once I had a friend who was as hung up as you are, and every time I talked to him about the past, he couldn't help but get up from his wheelchair. The pop-up screen rolled frantically. The crowd was shocked by Yifeng's refusal. Wang Dan even had a grimace on his face. Good thing. The camera pinched off in time. 10 minutes later, the crowd left Yifeng's house. Everyone let out a long breath. Encountering such an interviewee was really no temper at all. The crowd walked towards the car. The assistant was unconvinced. Wang Dan, just now that guy was too able to blow it off, right? Wang Dan shook his head and said, maybe people are really lucky? After all, the $300,000 thing is true. The assistant then said with full concern, $300,000? It is also a car money, this kid blowing sky high. I estimate that weekdays have to die of exhaustion. Wang Dan, I'm telling you, this kid seems to be the kind of person who has little ability, but also especially love to blow cheating. You can't be fooled by him, he must be deliberately showing off in front of you. He couldn't look at this youth from the bottom of his heart. Especially, the way Wang Dan looked at Yifeng just now always made him a little upset. Wang Dan bowed his head and said, I know in my heart. The crowd walked towards the south end. Just then, the driver came up for air and ran over. Wang Dan was puzzled and said, Oldly, why are you here? Where's the car? Oldly gasped and said, Sister Dan, you're all done with the interview? Wang Dan said, yes, go back and write another report of more than 1,000 words on the line, why are you fussing? Oldly couldn't catch his breath and said, no, I just received a news, said that Yifeng caught another pair of Chinese brocade lobster, sold more than $3 million. Wang Dan, how much did you say? Oldly slowed his breath and said, more than $3 million. It's all spreading like crazy in Shuadu village now. Boom. The crowd was dumbfounded. Wang Dan even involuntarily looked at Zhang Tao. This is what you call showing off. Zhang Tao was equally stunned. More than $3 million? This is ing robbery. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva and inexplicably became a little envious. He had just said that people love to blow off steam, but in the blink of an eye, they had come up with a big one, and they hadn't even revealed half a word about it. He asked, are you sure you heard right? Driverly shook his head and said, hey, how can I hear wrong? I just saw the Hawaiian Hotel's car pulling these two lobsters away. Zhang Tao. Crowd. What now? This kid is actually so low-key? More than $3 million of brocade lobsters and not a single word is left out? In vain I thought he was full of. It seems that this kid is not ordinary. The crowd was talking. Once can still be said to be a coincidence, the probability of two strengths is even greater. Oldly said, that is certainly not General Ah. I have inquired clearly, this kid is a serious brand name university graduates it, the village people mention him or this. Said the right hand thumbs up. The crowd all suddenly realized. No wonder. The original is to return to the village to start a business. Yi Feng's image in their hearts was instantly elevated. Think about it. After graduating from university, he resolutely gave up the opportunity to stay in the big city and return to his hometown to start his own business. What could be more legendary than such a life? Even Wang Dan's beautiful eyes were flooded with color. Terrific. I just felt that this kid is not ordinary. No wonder he talks in a set way. Wang Dan recalled the words Yifeng said just now. But are you sure that this is the only thing you interviewed? She then woke up. It turned out that he had warned himself long ago. Prejudice. She was so preoccupied that she thought that $300,000 was the other party's limit. Wang Dan was a little depressed in her heart. As the pillar of Huayin TV, wherever she went was not the center of attention? As a result, she was directly ignored this time. She thought about it. Made a decision. Have to go back. Can't make a trip for nothing. The others also followed. They wanted to turn back and continue the interview. Did. Wang Dan knocked on the bolt of Yifeng's house. Creak. The gate opened. Yifeng was puzzled and said, "Why are you here again?" Wang Dan asked, "I just heard a news, you caught another pair of brocade lobsters?" Yifeng nodded his head and said, "You know all this? You are quite well informed." Wang Dan said, "Then can I interview you? This brocade lobster may be even more sensational than yesterday's star-spotted fish, broadcasting it must have a special effect." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Let's forget about the interview, more than 200,000 star-spotted fish, it may not be bad, but this 3 million brocade lobster goes out, I guess it will have to get a lot of attention, I don't want to be famous now, the key is also troublesome." Wang Dan then said, "Alright then we can do a news interview, the kind that doesn't mention names." Yifeng said, "Come in first, we are eating, do you want some?" Wang Dan shook her head and said, "No, thanks." She wanted to stay in shape. Yifeng invited her into the house. Xue Ling had made a table full of dishes. She was serving the rice and when she saw Wang Dan walk in, she asked, "Sister Wang Dan, do you want to eat together?" Yifeng then shook his head and said, "She's not hungry, there's no need to serve her food." Xue Ling then ate. The two of them ate. Barf. Bark. Watching the two people feasting. Wang Dan's mouth watered darkly. Why does this rice smell so good? Gulp. She didn't hold back and her stomach actually growled. Yifeng looked over. Xue Ling also looked over. Wang Dan blushed to her neck. Yifeng smiled narrowly and said, "Come and eat together, it's only a matter of one more pair of chopsticks." Wang Dan then blushed red and got on the table. Just this eating can't stop at all. Xue Ling's craftsmanship was not something to brag about. Wang Dan actually ate a big bowl of rice. Yifeng said, "Can't see that you can still eat so much with this figure?" Wang Dan said awkwardly, "It's Xue Ling's cooking that's so delicious, sorry. I've never eaten so much before." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Nothing else, you can eat more if you want to." Chapter 022, Does My Avatar Cheat? Yi Family. The three of them finished eating. Wang Dan was interested in the process of Yifeng capturing the brocade lobster. Nay. Yifeng refused to accept the video interview. This made the staff, who still wanted the live broadcast to be on fire again, despondent. Wang Dan had to resort to oral post-processing. When she heard that Yifeng went down to capture the water, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glow with color and said, "The underwater world should be wonderful, right?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "Wonderful? The underwater world is surging with dark currents, let's talk about the small ocean road, this is one of the more dangerous trenches in the neighborhood, the reefs and water plants are everywhere, where would it be wonderful?" This time I held my breath for more than 5 minutes in order to capture this lobster, who can stand it for the average person? Wang Dan nodded his head and said, "So this business is still quite hard?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "Hard work is not hard work, it just requires a certain amount of talent." Wang Dan. Sure. Sure enough, it's still you. Next. Dictated by Yifeng. A brand new article organized by Wang Dan comes out. She said, "Look, your name has been hidden, but in order to promote the main theme of hard work and harvesting happiness, I have embellished the process of your capture to a certain extent. Do you have any comments on this kind of artistic processing? If not, I'll send out this short piece." Yifeng took it and looked at it. A dozen hours of wind and sunshine every day. Sometimes one has to endure a dozen days of drifting on the ocean surface. This was the daily life of a hard-working fisherman. Title, Remembering the Hard Day of an Unusual Fisherman in Shuadu Village Catching the Sea and Fishing. Yifeng said with an odd expression on his face, "Are all of you reporters so capable of boasting?" Wang Dan's pretty face reddened and spat, "What blowing ah? This is artistic processing is good." Yifeng laughed, "Artistic processing I know ah, but you are not association, simply is their own imagination." Wang Dan. Well, we are regular newspapers, to really restore the facts, you certainly cannot pass, I'm so sent ha. Yifeng nodded and said, okay, hair is hair, don't say it's me on the line. I really can't afford to lose this person, say goodbye to eating hot pot and singing a song to fight the fish, how can you work so hard? Wang Dan. No, you are great. Promise to hide your name, okay? By the way, I heard you just graduated from college? Which university? Yifeng said, Jincheng University. Jincheng University? Wang Dan then stared at Yifeng with a strange face and said, how come you went back to your hometown from Jincheng University? Jincheng University. The top most prestigious school in Nanjiang province. Even the whole country could be ranked in the top 5. How could a student from such a top prestigious school give up a favorable working environment? Wang Dan explained, I don't mean anything else, I'm also from Jincheng University, graduated in the 17th class, 3 years older than you. Jincheng University is a good school, you can usually find a good job. Yifeng was surprised and said, then you are still my senior? Wang Dan stretched out her hand and said, get reacquainted, junior. She purposely emphasized on the word little to revenge the embarrassment she felt a few times just now. Yifeng smiled, hello old school sister. Wang Dan's smile froze on the spot. Yifeng had already held her hand. Snap. Slender hand. The surplus could not be held. That kind of delicacy and smoothness, worthy of being a beautifully maintained schoolmate. Wang Dan made up her mind not to pay attention to this rammer schoolmate anymore and asked for the main thing, how did you remember to come back to your hometown? Yifeng explained, this thing is a long story, on the one hand, because of being fired by the company, on the other hand, because of the breakup of his girlfriend, the time to go back to a week ago. As Yifeng narrated. A story of seeing justice and being fired by the company slowly surfaced. 10 days ago. Yifeng was working overtime in the company. He heard the woman's cry for help coming from the department manager's office. Just graduated, he rushed in without saying a word, just in time to see the manager is bullying a woman. The woman cried out in pain. Yifeng directly punched up. The manager was knocked to the ground with an ouch, and Yifeng realized that the person who was pressed on the desk was actually his supervisor. Afterwards, Yifeng thought that the female supervisor would be righteous. I did not expect her to fight back. Molestation. Intentionally hurt someone. Not to mention being fired, she almost had to pay for her medical bills. Yifeng's bloodthirsty nature certainly won't let it go. He followed them for 3 days. Finally took intimate photos of the two in the car. The manager changed a new avatar the next day, and proudly asked in the company group, everyone see my avatar is awesome, the time. He replied yes. Then he sent out all those photos and small videos in a lightning fast speed. What happened after that? It was rumored that his own supervisor was almost killed by his husband, and the manager had flown to Germany for orthopedics. Ha ha ha. Wang Dan's voice was like a silver bell. She gasped and said, how did you come up with the reply image? People are obviously asking for your avatar, ah? Yifeng was confused and said, is that so? I thought it was asking for the head. Ha ha ha. Wang Dan couldn't hold back any longer. She first covered her mouth, then her shoulders began to twitch, and finally her entire body burst into laughter without any regard for her image. Schoolmate, you're too cute, aren't you? Wang Dan shook her head in amusement, her beautiful eyes staring at her schoolmate. She pursued, then what happened afterward? The company didn't contact you? Yifeng shook his head and said, afterwards, my cell phone number was changed, and there was nothing to say, just resign. Chapter 023, blasted directly out. Yi family. Wang Dan laughed for a while before returning to normal. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yifeng as much as they could, and she only felt that this schoolmate was dumb and adorable to the extreme. Young. Much gold. Handsome. Surprisingly, he was also humorous. It would definitely be great to be a boyfriend. It's over. It's over. How did he think of this? Wang Dan blushed a bit. Fortunately, the room was darker to see. Next to her, Zhang Tao, however, had been staring at Wang Dan. Seeing this scene, his eyes were practically spitting out fire. He said in a cold voice, you can really blow the fluff. Being expelled from the company is just expulsion, and you still see justice? Why don't you go to heaven for being such a cheat? Yifeng frowned and asked, who is this? Wang Dan apologized, he's my assistant, sorry ha. Yifeng said, your assistant? Are all assistants this bad now? If it wasn't for the sake of his senior sister, he would be using his fists to teach this Zhang Tao to behave now. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, who the hell are you calling bad? Wang Dan hurriedly said, Yifeng, sorry ha, I'll talk to him later. After saying that, he turned his head to Zhang Tao and said, you go out first, you are not needed here. Zhang Tao froze, Wang Dan, you want me to leave? What I said was originally the truth, okay. Yifeng smiled, the truth? Zhang Tao coldly said, tell me which company if you can. Yifeng laughed, what if it's true? Zhang Tao then said, if it's true, then I'll resign immediately. I'll never stay another day. It's a deal. Yifeng looked around and lightly spat out 4 words, Sino-Ocean Group. Without saying a word, Zhang Tao called the people from the Sino-Ocean Group. Reporters such as them, their connections were far from comparable to other industries. Ringing. The phone was connected. A male voice rang out. Zhang Tao intentionally opened the speakerphone to ask, "Old Yang Ah, do you know that your company recently fired a person called Yifeng, saying that he was fired for bravery?" The voice on the other side immediately exploded. "Do you even know this?" Zhang Tao asked, "Let's not talk about this first, is this matter true?" The opposite voice shook his head. "Of course it's not true." Zhang Tao then smiled and looked at Yifeng. He said, "Old Yang, what's the situation? You give a brother a word?" The opposite party then said, "This matter it." Listening to the description from the opposite side, Zhang Tao's face looked odd. He said, "Isn't this just being fired from the company for being righteous? What firing? People are in high demand now." The opposite side retorted, "This thing has alarmed the chairman of the board of directors, just our Tang Zidwan total, you know it. She ordered that such talent must be found back, not to chill people's hearts. She wants to hire Yifeng as the chairman's assistant, promotion and pay raise not to mention, every day just to accompany Tang Dong office, that picture." "Tis," said with an envious look. Zhang Tao. Opposite, "Hello? Hello? Zhang Tao, do you have the other party's contact information? Quickly give brothers," the chairman said, "who can find this kid, reward $100,000. Zhang Tao came back to his senses. I don't have it," hung up. His hands were so busy that he hung up the phone, then he saw the crowd looking over, his face reddened. Yi Feng's eyes played with the flavor. "Are you ready to quit?" Zhang Tao's face reddened even more. That was all a joke." "Joke?" Yi Feng then sneered, "Deliberately belittling your interviewee without knowing it is an insult to the journalism industry, knowing my address, lifting my hand to get $100,000 for my friend, but dying to say nothing is unkind to my friend. It's a shame for me to be interviewed by such a character. As long as you're still under your schoolmates for one day, there's no possibility of cooperation between me and your TV station." "Zhang Tao, you." He didn't finish his words. Wang Dan directly said, "Zhang Tao, I am now officially informing you that you have been fired from our program. You go back, no matter where you go, our Wang Dan group no longer needs you." Zhang Tao, Wang Dan. "You're not qualified to fire me." Wang Dan said, "I'm not qualified, but with my group, I have the right to decide who I want. Now, you get out." Zhang Tao still wanted to plead for mercy, but Yifeng carried him without saying a word and threw him out. "My home, you are not welcome." Bang! The big door slammed heavily. Wang Dan apologized and said, "Sorry he's actually not the assistant I'm looking at, it's something the station forced on me, the family has some connections." Yifeng nodded and said, "I understand." Wang Dan said, "I apologize to you, the previous report." Yifeng reminded, "I said, this matter is a grudge between me and him, it has nothing to do with schoolmates." Wang Dan then looked relieved and said, "Then let's continue talking? The expulsion thing is understood, what about the girlfriend breakup?" Yifeng looked calm and said, "What else can happen? Ideal can't afford the reality, would rather sit in a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh." Wang Dan's eyes then surfaced a scene from the university campus. College couples, after graduation, were lost to distance, or lost to reality, no end. This is where most people end up. She consoled, "Look on the bright side, you at least have these experiences, schoolmates haven't experienced this yet." Yifeng said, "No? Sister hasn't talked about it?" Wang Dan said with a red face, "Okay, don't talk about this, right, brother? Have you considered doing a live broadcast?" "Live broadcast?" Yifeng became interested. He asked, "How?" Chapter 024. Whoever of you likes to go, I definitely won't go. This is simple. Wang Dan said, "Isn't Do Fish Live quite hot right now? I have a classmate who is in Douyu, they are responsible for signing all kinds of anchors. I believe that if you go to Douyu, you will definitely be on fire." Yifeng shook his head and said, "I'm just an ordinary catching the sea and fishing, will Do Fishing viewers like it?" Wang Dan laughed, "Then you don't know. Now outdoor live broadcasting is the second largest category after singing and dancing. Urban white-collar workers are used to steel and concrete, and now they all yearn for the outdoor life, especially your leisurely way of catching the sea, it will definitely be welcomed." Yifeng said, "How much money can this make?" Wang Dan said, "I dare not say more, if you make it to the head, tens of millions of dollars a year is there." "How much?" Yifeng froze. Wang Dan said, "Tens of millions." Yifeng was moved. No one minded too much money. He was now fishing for tens of millions and hundreds of millions a year. If live streaming could make the same amount of money again, he definitely wouldn't be repulsed. Anyway, it was just a matter of adding a camera. Really counting, he had the most fluffy fishing boat and a modified body. Not many of those head players were afraid to be as good as himself. He said, "Do you have that classmate's phone number?" Wang Dan said, "Of course there is." "You wait, I'll find it for you," she said, flipping out her cell phone and pulling up someone named Serenity. She said, this classmate of mine is tasked with examining outstanding live artists and completing the discovery of artists by giving them traffic recommendations. I believe that with your strength, you can definitely break their ceiling and create a new miracle for outdoor anchors. Yifeng smiled, that's fine, I'll contact him later. Fighting fishing. Signing department. This was one of the core departments of the entire dough fishing. Their task was to discover and sign outstanding anchors to bring traffic to dough fishing. Tranquility was precisely one of them. At this moment, she was celebrating with her team. After 3 consecutive months of counting down, their team was furious and had been running around for a week straight. Several janky beauty girls sipped their drinks, enjoying the relief after their exertion. It's so refreshing. Barbecue beer and small drinks, as many as you want for a day like this. Don't say anything. I just want to sleep beautifully right now, not to mention signing an anchor. Even if the King of Heaven comes, this girl won't take care of it. The last sentence was a sentiment of serenity. The assistant then laughed and said, then, Sister Ning, Feng Mushroom came to find you to sign. Will you sign? Feng Mushroom? Ning shook her head, poured a mouthful of juice and said, no signing, no signing. The most important thing for me right now is to catch up on my sleep, otherwise I'm afraid I'll hang up one day. The assistant then said, Sister Ning, this is what you said, huh? Then we'll have to go karaoke after dinner later. Just then, the phone jingled. Who is it? Wang Dan. Isn't this an old classmate? She hesitantly picked up the phone. Wang Dan's first words agitated her. Wang Dan said, Serenity, are you busy? I've recommended an anchor for you, the kind that will definitely catch fire. Serenity said, anchor? Is it a beauty? It is. Definitely, the one you know is definitely a beauty. Say it, where is she? I'll go sign tomorrow. Recently, a few artists under my hand have even flopped, and they're all about to drink the northwest wind. Wang Dan said, beauty? What are you thinking? But people will definitely catch fire. Serenity said, no? If it's not a beauty, then the possibility of fire will drop by half. Is it hard to be multi-talented? Wang Dan said, neither. Serenity said, neither? Then how can they be hot? Wang Dan said, he's an outdoor anchor. Serenity said, outdoor anchor? Danara, outdoor is the most trashy piece of our tofu, you're making me excited for nothing. Wang Dan said, how come? Isn't outdoor anchor quite hot? Serenity said, that's the head. Let's just say we're in Doyu, master does outdoor anchors take up over 90% of the traffic, newcomers shouldn't even think about getting ahead. Wang Dan said, this newcomer is a bit special. Serenity bristled and said, how special can it be? Wang Dan said, he can hit a ton or two of fish in a single day, and he can also hit more than 200,000 star-spotted fish. By the way, he can also dive for more than 5 minutes and catch a pair of Chinese brocade lobsters. Serenity exclaimed, how long did you say? Wang Dan said, 5 minutes. Serenity's expression became solemn all of a sudden. You didn't lie to me? Wang Dan said, why would I lie to you? Let me tell you, with their muscles, they can carry you up with one finger. Serenity said, then where is this guy? Wang Dan said, he's right next to me, anyway, he's quite powerful, and he's especially handsome. Serenity said, really? You're blowing it out of proportion, aren't you? In that case, take a picture and give it to me, preferably a muscular one, I'll take a look. Wang Dan, fight for it. Hangs up. What's the situation? Is it signing another newcomer? Is it awesome? Several subordinates spoke up. Tranquility nodded and said, my classmate said it's quite powerful, one hand can resist several hundred pounds, and can hold his breath for 5 minutes. Pull it down. 5 minutes is a world record. Who are your classmates? So unreliable? Tomorrow is the weekend, whoever of you wants to go to the signing with Sister Ning will go, I'm definitely not going. The crowd all shook their heads in disbelief. At this moment, their cell phones dinged. The phone dinged and a message was sent over. Chapter 025, Turning the Other Cheek is Faster Than Turning a Book. Yi family. Wang Jing entered the house after making a phone call. She looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, would you like to take a picture? My classmate wants a picture of you to assess your potential. Yi Feng asked, more photos? Wang Xiang said, yes, she wants to determine your potential based on your image. Yi Feng laughed. It's not blowing off steam. In terms of face value, he himself hadn't lost yet. Especially after being transformed by the spiritual spring. He said, then take a picture, can't the cell phone work? Wang Smiles blushed slightly and said, no, it's to fitness photos. Yi Feng was stunned, sword body photos? Are the requirements for live broadcasting so high now? Wang Holiang said awkwardly, no, because it's an outdoor live broadcast, the requirements for the image are higher, including your body. Think about it, when you go out to the sea to fish, if you have a great body, won't you be able to gain a lot of fans at once? Those female fans are eating this up. Serenity is trying to get you better resources so that your share will be higher. Yi Feng hesitantly nodded his head. He said, then is it okay if I take off my shirt? Wang Xiang nodded. The next moment, Yi Feng took off his shirt. 8-pack abs appeared clearly in front of him. The slender body, strong and sturdy shoulders, was simply a male model. Wang Jing immediately looked dumbfounded. Oh my god. This body is too good, right? Sturdy and powerful, well-proportioned tendons, not like those bulky dead muscles. For a while. Only then did she think of the main thing. She said, why don't you show the leg line too? You're wearing clothes anyway. Yifeng said suspiciously, is this also the request of that classmate of yours? Wang Holiang said without blushing, uh-huh. Yifeng thought about it and agreed. It's not a loss for a big old man anyway. The next moment. Firm and powerful thighs with very obvious muscle lines. Gulp. Wang Shi concealed a gulp. She said, Yifeng, your body is too good, right? Is it specially practiced? Yifeng shook his head and said, often fishing and netting, the muscles are naturally practiced. Mr. Wang said, then wait, I'll send it to that student and see how it goes. I believe you can at least get a B-grade anchor. On the other side, several people from Serenity were arranging for rest. Everyone made up their minds that they would sleep well over the weekend tomorrow. Just then, Wang Yi's picture was sent over. Don't look. Eat your food first. Exactly. I'm off tomorrow anyway. Sister Ning, why don't we just send a contract over to sign in mail? The crowd spoke up. Ning shook her head and said, after all, it's my old classmate, let's take a look at it first. Saying that with a casual expression, she clicked on the wizards and a photo popped up on the chat interface. She tapped in. The next moment. This project team first sister's expression froze on the spot. Who is this? How can it be so handsome? This body is also too absolute, right? She held her cell phone without blinking. Next to her. The assistant frowned and said, Sister Ning, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just a photo? Why are you looking at it for half a day? She moved to look over. At this look, she could no longer move her gaze. As far as the eye could see, a youth stood there casually. His face was as masculine as a knife cut, and his handsome face had no dead angles at all. Even more crucial was a slender figure, 8-pack abs that were obvious, broad shoulders, and sturdy, powerful thighs. Gulp. This assistant couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a handsome man before. It was really that this person was also too handsome. Everyone else looked over curiously. What's the situation? Li Chen, why are you still drooling here? It's too unattractive, right? The next moment. The expressions of several female co-workers collectively turned into exclamations of shock. Sister Ning, is this the outdoor anchor your classmates were talking about? Oh my god. This is too handsome, isn't it? I want to lick the screen so badly. By the way, just now, Sister Ning, you said you were going to the signing site? I don't have anything to do tomorrow when I think about it, so I'll accompany you. Ha? Don't you have to rest tomorrow, Luwen? Just don't go, I'll go. Don't all of you grab it from me, I saw it first, I'll go first. The crowd all had a florid look on their faces. Tranquility cried and laughed and said, didn't you all just say that you're going to catch up on your sleep tomorrow? Everyone shook their heads. Did you say that? I didn't. Then it's you? I didn't either. One by one, they flipped their faces faster than a book. Sister Ning, you must have misremembered. That's right. There aren't many people who love their work as much as we do. Sister Ning, you won't abandon us, right? Serenity then burst into tears. She said, it's definitely impossible for all of you to go, I can only take one person at most, so draw lots, the 4 of you, and see who goes with me. Also, put away your flowery looks, don't sign up and fail, then scare people away. A few people then laughed. Next, the 4 drew lots. Li Chen drew the lucky draw. Serenity then talked to the team about the fine print, and talked to Wang Yi on Weixin about signing tomorrow. Yi family. Wang Shi said, my classmate is very satisfied with your image, she said she'll at least give you a B sign. Yifeng asked, what's the difference between A-B sign? Wang Shi explained, this is a simple division of the anchor. In addition to the resources allocated to you, your income will also be linked to the grade. The B sign will have a 60% allocation, that is to say, 60% of your bounty income and so on will be allocated to you. Yifeng asked, what about the A sign? Wang Xiang said, the A sign is 70%, there is also the legendary S sign, that I don't know. Yifeng nodded his head and said, thank you in advance, when I come back from fishing tomorrow, why don't I go to the city? Do you want me to go to the city to sign a contract with you? Mr. Wang said, it's fine, I'll drive her here after work. Yifeng said, then I'll trouble you. He didn't have a car, so it was indeed inconvenient. Mr. Wang shook his head and said, okay, junior brother, you're still polite with me. The 2 of them said a few words about things to pay attention to. Wang Jing saw that it was getting late and left early. Chapter 026. The whole village is stirring up again. On the other side. Just as Wang Dan's few people left. The matter of Yifeng capturing a pair of Chinese brocade lobsters and selling them for a sky-high price of $3 million spread throughout the entire Shuadu village. Shuadu village was completely sensationalized. Everyone was shocked at Yifeng's feat. What? Chinese brocade lobster? A pair sold for over $3 million? Holy crap! Are you sure this isn't a joke? Over $3 million, I've never made so much money in my life. It's so awesome, isn't it? The day before yesterday it was a school of yellow croaker, yesterday it was a superb star spot, and today it's a Chinese brocade lobster? Is there anything he can't catch? You are not seeing it. At that time that lobster came out of the cabin, the whole ferry terminal went crazy. That pair of big colorful lobsters, I've never seen such big lobsters in my life. Hiss sis. How did he do that? Such a lobster is definitely hiding in the reef deep sea, how could it be caught? Speaking of which, Yifeng must have some unique skill, otherwise it doesn't make sense that there are schools of fish and lobsters for 3 days in a row, right? Could it really be book knowledge? Ha ha. You are not seeing at that time Zhang Shan, that kid's face was almost green. Just finished saying that Yifeng's boat doesn't take on water, surely he didn't get anything, but then he pulled out 2 big lobsters with his backhand, it's so tragic. That's right. To say Zhang Shan this waif is also pitiful. Who's wrong to offend? You have to offend Yifeng? Isn't that looking for death? Serves him right. Let him yell and scream in Shuadu village. Now there's finally someone who can clean him up. I think that we can't go down the same path as the Zhang family anymore. Yifeng's 3 days have fully proved that people have strength. We should go and ask for advice. The crowd was talking. All of them were shocked by this matter of Yifeng. $3 million. It could be the lifetime income of an ordinary family in Shuadu village. The fishermen of Shuadu village, who were united before, were now calculating whether they should follow Yifeng. Orchid's sister-in-law listened to the crowd's discussion and her heart was even more itchy. She had heard about it. Yifeng alone went down to the sea and caught a pair of prawns. Imagining the scene where Yifeng majestically jumped into the sea, Orchid's sister-in-law's body was going limp. This was the real man. At the same time, the east end of the village. The small 3-story building of the Zhang family. Bang bang bang. Zhang Shan angrily kicked the door with his foot. Damn, I don't believe it. He can hit the fish every day. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth in hatred. He was slapped in the face for 3 consecutive days. He was almost bewitched. A few followers came up with ideas. Brother Shan, don't bother with Yifeng in general, he's been lucky these days, we can't make a mistake. That's right. What's your status? What's Yifeng's status? Even if he catches fish in 3 days, that's not rare, we can do it too. Your brother Shan. Are we still afraid of him? The crowd was talking. Zhang Shan said, now that kid is clearly upwind, what do you guys say? Follower Xiao He said, Brother Shan, I think the most important thing is to catch fish. Since Yifeng can catch fish, there is no reason why we can't. As long as we can fight better fish than him, then we can definitely overpower him. Yes, yes. Brother Shan, we have many boats, and your fishing skills are top-notch. Let's just go out and fish. The crowd murmured. Zhang Shan said, in that case, let's do it. You guys prepare all the nets for me, then you guys will each have a boat and go out to look for fish. Tell me when you find them. I don't believe that our 10 boats can't match up to someone else's boat. Good. Let's do it. Brother Shan is wise. Tomorrow night, we'll use fish to teach Yifeng how to be a man. Several followers nodded their heads. A night of peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, Yifeng woke up leisurely. Today was the weekend. But for fishermen, there was only rain or shine, not weekend holidays. He got up and finished washing. Shui Ling. This girl had already prepared noodles in shredded chicken soup. Brother Yi, how about you taste what's underneath me? Yifeng. Ahem. Shui Ling Can you not say something so easy to misunderstand? He said, why are you still cooking me breakfast? Shui Ling said, isn't it what I said yesterday? You like to eat my bottom, so I'll just give you my bottom every day from now on. Ahem. Yifeng corrected and said, okay, Shui Ling brother thank you, that is, let's not talk about the bottom in the future, say the next noodles okay? Shui Ling said with confused eyes, what's the difference? Yifeng said, of course there is. Shui Ling asked, where is the difference? Yifeng just want to explain, looking at the water spirit big eyes looking at, and shook his head and said, more a word well, do not say this, you love to say the following on the following, right, are you interested in live? By the time you follow my brother out to sea, we form a pair of deep sea fishermen, let everyone know our awesome. Shui Ling was interested and asked, live broadcast? Can I do it? Yifeng laughed, of course you can. This live broadcast is actually mainly about fishing, and you'll be responsible for the face value and going out for a ride to harvest a wave of male fans. Shui Ling smiled and said, that's fine with me. Going out for a fishing trip I like it, but I can also cook a meal for Brother Yi. Brother Yi, you haven't had a good meal at noon these days, right? Yifeng was touched and said, Shui Ling, brother thank you, then tomorrow I'll go to my classmate's place to change the boat into a bigger one, so we can catch the sea live. Shui Ling nodded and said, okay. Chapter 027 Others Fish, I Cultivate Immortality. Arrived at the ferry. Unexpectedly. Yifeng unexpectedly found Zhang Shan's figure. As if Zhang Shan was deliberately waiting for him, he stood on the boat and said with a cold grunt, "Yifeng, you wait for me. I don't believe that you can beat me in fishing today." Said. Zhang Shan greeted his followers and set off. Rumble. A dozen fishing boats set off at the same time. Yifeng guffawed. Thinking that you can beat yourself by having more fishing boats? I am afraid that he has not lost his mind. The crowd around them were talking. These two are disliking each other again. Zhang Shan is clearly trying to win by having more people. Yifeng is in danger this time. A dozen fishing boats looking for fish at the same time is much better than him being alone. Yifeng did not nag. He leisurely drove the boat away. The vastness of the sea. The waves were tossing and the seabirds were circling. A small boat sped across the sea. Yifeng leisurely sat on the deck, enjoying the magnificent scenery of the waves. As for Zhang Shan's bet? Sorry. Yifeng never looked at it squarely. Right. I almost forgot to sign in. He chose to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spiritual Spring 1 in points 100. Yifeng looked at the attribute panel. Fishing boat model, deluxe fishing boat customized version. Level 1 level can be upgraded, 400-500. Internal space, 10 square feet, increases with the level of the fishing boat. Protection level, level 1, comparable to alloy steel hardness, can withstand level 12 sea winds or sharks meshing and biting, consume points to slowly recover the protection value after getting out of the battle. Weapon level, level 1, no weapon yet fitted. Equipped accessories. 1 intermediate diesel engine, comparable to the top-of-the-line engine of Blue Star, speed 120 km per hour. 2 elementary emergency medical kit, has some medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. 3. Intermediate biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 500 meters around the cosmos. Points. It has come to 400. Only the last 100 points were missing to upgrade the fishing boat as a whole. Yifeng was already looking forward to the upgrade of the fishing boat. This was not an upgrade of a single accessory. This is the upgrade of the fishing boat as a whole. Think about it. Not even upgraded yet, it could withstand a grade 12 sea breeze or the meshing bite of a shark. How strong would the upgraded deck be? And then there's the fishing boat space. It's a small yacht now, will it be upgraded to a big 3-deck cruise ship? Ha. Still missing the last 100 points. Tomorrow at the latest. It will be possible to upgrade everything. Yifeng laughed out loud, as if he was already looking forward to the scene tomorrow when he signed in and finished upgrading. He extracted the spiritual spring. The spiritual spring entered his throat and transformed his body. If yesterday's body was comparable to a soldier king, today's body was completely surpassing a soldier king. Crackling. Accompanied by the expulsion of black impurities. Yifeng's body unexpectedly showed a rare change. Ice muscle. Surprisingly, there was a trend towards ice muscle. A rare layer of silver light appeared on the surface of his body, as if it was coated. He gently blasted out with a fist. Bang! A sonic boom directly appeared. That was the consequence produced by the peak fist speed squeezing the air around him. Amazing! This punch surpasses Blue Star's top fighters and soldier kings. At least 1,000 kilograms of power. And that's not even counting the speed. From today onwards, I will fear no one. Even can fight sharks with my bare hands. Yifeng laughed out loud and clenched his fists. Currently, the top boxing champions of Blue Star were probably at 700-800 kilograms in one punch. And he directly surpassed 1,000 kilograms. This was not a level at all. Other people practiced martial arts and I cultivated immortality. Yifeng walked to the rear cabin and turned on the shower head to remove the black impurities from his body. The next moment, the originally strange ice muscles began to dissipate and return to normal. It can still be like this? Great. I was worried that others would see the abnormality. It's not a big deal, but it's always troublesome. After fixing everything, he started searching for the fish. The upgraded biodetector, paired with a peak speed of 120 kilometers, was just perfect. Everything on the surface of the sea was in full view. 11:30 o'clock direction. Distance 50 meters. Common fish 1. 7:30 o'clock. Distance 28 meters. Common fish 5. 15 o'clock. Yifeng looked at the detector. The nearby 500 meters of fish were in full view. It was just that he didn't know if his luck had run out or what. Surprisingly, Yifeng did not find any schools of fish or precious fish. I throw. Not kidding me, right? Just upgraded the detector on the first day and you want me to lose face? Zhang Shan, this is waiting to see my good show. Yifeng was a bit depressed. He recalled Zhang Shan's arrogance before he left for the sea in the morning. Why don't we go to Zhang Shan's side of the sea today? Yifeng thought in his heart. Chapter 028. Who the hell are you with? The other side. Do you reef? Zhang Shan was sailing his boat to search for traces of fish. At that moment, a follower's call came over the intercom. Brother Sean, come over here, there's a wild rhubarb fish school here, there's a wild rhubarb fish school. The follower's voice was already excited to the point of hoarseness. Zhang Shan was stunned. Schools of wild rhubarb fish? This dam definitely picked up a treasure. Unlike the yellowtail fish, the rhubarb fish was one of the top marine creatures, an existence that could be sold for thousands of dollars per catty. Gulp! Zhang Shan gulped. He shouted furiously at the intercom, "Where are you people? Where are you people?" The follower hurriedly said, "We're just about 3 kilometers south of Diwu Reef. We're keeping an eye on the fish, Brother Sean, please hurry over." Zhang Shan ordered, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." The next moment, the engine sputtered. He drove the fishing boat straight to Diwu Reef. 10 minutes later, several fishing boats converged. Zhang Shan excitedly asked, "Xiaohei, where's the rhubarb fish?" Xiaohei pointed to the bottom of the sea not far away and said, "Brother Sean, it's right under here, they're floating along with the current, we didn't dare to open the boat for fear of scaring them away." Zhang Shan then said heavily, "Well done. This time when we hit the rhubarb fish school, I'll see what Yifeng can compete with me." "Ha ha. That's right. Brother Sean, you don't know, I'm afraid there are hundreds of yellow croaker this time. We're lucky this time, we'll be able to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars." Several followers have complimented. Zhang Shan laughed wildly and said, "Where are the hooks? Hurry up and give it to me." "Ha ha ha, we really have to thank Yifeng, if it wasn't for him, where would we have bought the hooks? I really wanted to see the scene where we used the row hook to hit the big yellow teeth." The crowd also let out a loud laugh. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? An opponent buying row hooks that don't work, but fishing for rhubarb teeth on the cheap? On the other side, Yifeng winded up. Just then, a call came from the radio. "Ha! Isn't this Zhang Shan's voice? How can I receive it? It's possible. So this radio of mine is so fluffy. You can even hear people's walkie-talkies on independent channels? 2 kilometers south of Diwu Reef? It's only about 10 minutes away from my current position. Since this matter is being heard by me, it must be a GANK wave." Saying that, Yifeng then drove the Cosmos straight to his destination. At this moment, Zhang Shan's group of people were still carefully laying rows of hooks. They followed the ocean current and put the fishing net into the water a little bit, and the current began to push the fishing net to float towards the distance. Zhang Shan and the others laughed. "Ha ha! Less than 50 meters to go. These rows of hooks will then enter the range of the big yellowtail school. At that time, we'll just wait for a good harvest. This is a rhubarb fish, a guaranteed income of $300,000 to $500,000. The crowd's mouths were about to burst into laughter. It was as if they had already seen the scene of white flowering rhubarb fish taking the bait. Right at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. What's that? Brother Sean, whose ING boat is that? It can't be Yifeng, right? The many followers were stunned. Not far away, a fishing boat came speeding in at a windy speed. With his speed, it would arrive in 10 seconds at most. The next moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. No good. The rhubarb fish. He'll flush the rhubarb fish away like that. Quick! Spread the net first. Spread the net first. The crowd was stunned. It was too late. Just as the crowd's hands were scrambling to prepare to cast their nets, the fishing boat had already arrived with monstrous waves. Boom! The fishing boat was shaken. Zhang Shan's few people watched as the big yellow fish that was about to be hooked was frightened away. Zhang Shan's eyes were red in color. "Yifeng, you bastard, You scared away my school of rhubarb fish, I want you to pay for it. I want you to pay for it." The crowd was furious and blinded. Especially Zhang Shan. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was gone in the blink of an eye. He couldn't wait to slap Yifeng to death. Yifeng had an expression of being completely unaware of what was happening as he docked his boat opposite the crowd and said, "Huh? Why are you guys looking at me with this expression? There are words on my face?" Zhang Shan gritted his teeth. "Yifeng, you've gone too far." Yifeng was suspicious. "Zhang Shan, if you have a fart, give it to me, where did I go too far?" Zhang Shan pointed to the row of hooks not far away and said, "Originally, we were catching rhubarb fish, 100 or 200 of them. We were about to catch them, but what happened? As soon as you came, you scared away all the other fish." Yifeng then suddenly realized, "So that's what happened, what did I think?" Zhang Shan said, "What do you mean nothing? You spoiled my good deed, you pay for my rhubarb fish." Yifeng laughed and said, "Really give you face? And compensate you for the rhubarb fish? You told me yesterday that the sea is not your home, why? What's wrong with you? I'm not allowed to drive a boat in this big sea? That's a joke. I'm telling you. Don't complain about the stink of the outhouse if you can't take a... You asshole." Zhang Shan was so angry that he almost fainted. Yifeng was pleasantly unafraid and glared back. A few followers reminded. Brother Shan. What he said seems to make some sense. Why don't we just forget about it and go on to the fish? Bang! Zhang Shan was so angry that he kicked at his followers. What the hell kind of reasoning is that? Who the hell are you with? Chapter 029, Yokozuna. Swarm of big yellow fish. Zhang Shanda's nose was crooked with anger. The good rhubarb fish school was gone. His own followers still thought that the other party had a point? Zhang Shan only felt that he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He said hatefully, Yifeng, you wait for me, I'll be at loggerheads with you. Yifeng smiled and put up 2 fingers, then put them back one by one, reminding, that's the second time you've said that, things don't happen more than 3 times, I'll wait for you ha. Zhang Shan was furious. He still wanted to put out 2 more harsh words. Yifeng, however, did not give him a chance at all and had already started the yacht. The next moment, a huge wave sailed in. You stop. Stop it. However, such shouts were destined to be futile in front of the sound waves caused by the top engine. 5 minutes later, Zhang Shan, who had been pulled onto the ship from the sea by his followers, cursed profusely. Xiaohei said, Brother Shan, don't bother with that kid in general, we found another spot of rhubarb fish. Zhang Shan brightened up and said, really? Xiaohei said, yes, it was Lu Fei who found it, his fishing boat just now didn't mix with us and happened to find a school of fish, let's hurry over. Zhang Shan then nodded with great joy. Not long after, several boats came to Lu Fei's position. A school of big yellow fish appeared on the sea surface not far away. Zhang Shan laughed out loud, although these schools of fish are not as good as the ones just now, they are still worth a lot of money, it seems that this is the base of the rhubarb fish's activities. Great, as long as we memorize these places, we will definitely be able to hit schools of rhubarb fish for the next 2 days. Ha ha. Brother Shan is right. 2 fish schools in a row, it's impossible to say that this is really a base. Zhang Shan laughed, forget about that for now, let's start fishing right away, as long as we catch these fish, we will definitely be able to press Yifeng. At that time, at the ferry at night, all give me a hard time to taunt that. He ordered the crowd to lower the nets. Next, 7 or 8 boats began to drop the row hooks. As the currents carried the row hooks and kept pushing downstream, those big yellow fish finally smelled the food. The next moment, the sea surface rejoiced. The floats jumped violently. Zhang Shan laughed and pulled the net. When those rhubarb fish fell into the fish hold, everyone laughed. 38. We're going to make $100,000 at least this time. Brother Shan, we're rich. Zhang Shan sneered, humph. If it wasn't for Yifeng's interruption, that school of fish just now would have cost $300,000 to $500,000, but so what? With these rhubarb fish, when we go back tonight, we'll be able to hit Yifeng's face hard too. Great. Beat the hell out of him. Hit him hard in the face. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. On the other side, saying goodbye to Zhang Shan and the others, Yifeng quickly searched for the rhubarb fish. It was not compared to Zhang Shan. He, Yifeng, had an intermediate level biodetector and was not afraid of the rhubarb fish slipping away. Everything just now. But it was just something he did deliberately. Of course. All of this was based on the fact that the rhubarb fish was not a fish that excelled in speed, otherwise Yifeng would not have dared to be so reckless. Just at this moment, the detector sounded an alarm. A large red dot surfaced on the monitor. Ha! Was this a group of rhubarb fish? With a thought, he drove the boat towards a short distance. 20 o'clock. Distance 473 meters. Suspected wild rhubarb fish school found. Maximum weight, 37 catties. Average weight, 6 catties and 6 tails. Scanning a school of fish once, scanning it again would bring up more detailed information. Seeing the data on the screen, Yifeng's expression became excited in an instant. Surprisingly this big? The single weight is over 6 pounds? It's a big profit, such a big group, I'm afraid it's not going to be a few hundred. Ridiculous Zhang Shan, to think that those small yellow fish just now are big yellow fish, when he sees the 37 catty big yellow fish that I caught, I'm afraid he'll have to be scared to death. Yifeng laughed excitedly. These big yellow fish, according to the price on the market, if all of them were captured, they would be worth at least millions. Just the biggest one, I'm afraid it would have to be millions. When he was still in college, Yifeng had seen a piece of news. Magic City's sky-high price of 400,000 meals. One of the wild rhubarb fish 7 pounds 42, unit price 15,008. A fish was enough to eat more than $100,000. At that time he was stunned. The happiness of the rich is unimaginable. Who would have thought? In the twinkling of an eye this scene appeared in front of himself. Unlike other varieties, the larger the yellowtail is the higher the price, and the difference is very big. 1 or 2 pounds of wild yellowtail, $300 to $500 a catty. Once it exceeds 2 pounds in weight, the price of yellowtail climbs rapidly. By the time it weighs 3 or 4 pounds, the price will need to be $3,000 to $5,000 a pound. By the time it reaches 6 or 7 pounds, the unit price will more quickly soar to tens of thousands. This is the charm of rhubarb fish. Yifeng rubbed his fists and prepared to fish. Ding! Activate random task. Catch wild yellowtail fish with a weight of 200 pounds. Reward available. Just then, a prompt came from his mind. Ha ha! Here to give me points again. 200 pounds? It was afraid that it would be more than 3 or 5 times that in here. Yifeng laughed as he prepared to cast his net. Unlike the last school of yellow croaker, this time, the wild rhubarb fish were even more difficult to deal with. Even if the fishing net was deep, the rhubarb fish could still slip away from the bottom of the sea. Coupled with the fact that the coastline was far from the coastline at the moment, the currents were very deep, and the slightest mistake would wash the nets away. Yifeng was prepared to use row hooks to catch them. Row hook. Similar to a fishing net. However, it was a hook bound to the fishing net, and the fish would take the hook when they bit. Yifeng started to release the rows of hooks. He sprinkled the hooks into the water bit by bit. When the hooks entered the water, as the currents came closer and closer, the fish started to swim over following the smell of the bait. Chapter 030, I throw. Excessive reward. The next moment, the float shook violently. That was the fish biting the hook. Yifeng smiled broadly and reeled in the net. The white fish fell into the deck as much as they could. Looking at the tumbling big yellow fish, Yifeng almost laughed out a pig's squeal. Forgive my unkindness. The bottomless estimate. These 200 fish had to weigh several hundred pounds. What Zhang Shan and the others found just now was only the part of these fish floating on the surface. Zhang Shan, I really have to thank you. Without you, where would I have gotten so many schools of fish? Yifeng laughed out loud. Ha! Where's that biggest big yellowtail? It weighs 37 pounds alone. The system also carried it out separately and labeled it. He was afraid that his eyes were blurred and looked at the cabin again. No, the largest is only a dozen pounds. Ran away? Yifeng was a little disappointed. The biggest yellowtail is afraid to have millions. One is worth more than a dozen in the cabin. No way. It had to be caught. He started to drive the fishing boat. The next moment, searching the nearby waters in a spiral expansion. When the range expanded to about 1,000 meters nearby. 15 o'clock. Distance 297 meters. Spotted wild yellowtail 1. Single weight 37 pounds. Found you. Yifeng smiled broadly and drove the boat there. The next moment, upon arriving at the nearby sea surface, Yifeng really saw that big yellow fish swimming under the seawater. He sprinkled fishing nets and rowing hooks. Nay. After experiencing what happened just now, it was as if this big yellow fish had become a spirit. It didn't pay any attention to the row of hooks. It even swam far away. I'll throw it. Has this fish become a spirit? Isn't it true that a good fish's memory is only 7 seconds? Yifeng frowned slightly. He raised the fish gun. After thinking about it, he put it down again. Such a precious fish was likely to sell for millions of sky-high prices. Any little flaw could have an unfavorable effect on its price. Therefore, he had to capture this fish in its entirety. Just in time. The fishing boat had just been upgraded. A speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Plus detection within 500 meters. If this could let the rhubarb fish get away, he wouldn't be able to face the world. The next moment, the waves tumbled. The cosmos was like an arrow off the string. It sped towards the direction where the big yellow fish was. The rhubarb fish was so scared that it pulled out its legs and ran. It was no match for Yifeng. 10 minutes later, the speed of this big yellow fish was getting slower and slower. Half an hour later, this big yellow fish finally stopped running and surfaced, panting heavily. Ha ha! Sure enough, it's become a sperm. Yifeng laughed as he cast his net to capture it. Driven by the modified arm strength, the fishing net was directly thrown out more than 10 meters away. Under the sparkling waves, a big yellow fish with a slender body fell into the fishing net. It was finally captured. Yifeng smiled broadly and put it into the separate cabin. The value of this fish. It was likely beyond imagination. After doing this, Yifeng was very cozy and clapped his hands. At the same time, ding! Detected that the host overfished the 928 pounds of rhubarb fish, triggering a random reward. Reward Superpower Shipboard Refrigerator 1. With it, even on the sea, you will enjoy cool and tasty ice cream and cold drinks. At the same time, the paired Superpower Fusion battery will ensure that it will be used for 100 years without the need to replace the batteries, and you will enjoy the life of catching the sea and fishing perfectly. No more worrying about not having ice cream and cold drinks when it's hot. I throw. A super refrigerator? I'm on my knees. This is too much enjoyment. He didn't even buy ice cream before, just because fishing boats are different from land. Cramped space. There was nowhere to put the refrigerator and batteries. Not to mention, With 10 days of fishing and catching the sea at every turn, there was no way to have that much power to support it. It's all right now. Everything is solved by the system. No need to replace batteries for 100 years, simply a perfect solution to worries. He clicked to extract it. The next moment, a refrigerator appeared on the right side of the cockpit. It wasn't big in size. It was also half the size of an unusual 3-door refrigerator. Yifeng pulled out a few bottles of beer and drinks from the locker and threw them into the refrigerator. These drinks quickly turned cold. Holy! Is this nuclear fusion energy? This effect is too damn scary, isn't it? He pulled out a Coke and sipped it comfortably. TSK. It's cool. This was the leisurely life of catching the sea and fishing. He pulled up the fishing boat attribute panel. Equipped accessories. 1. Intermediate diesel engine, comparable to a top Blue Star yacht, peak speed 120 km per hour. 2. Intermediate biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 500 meters around the yacht. 3. Elementary emergency medical kit, has certain medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. For superpower shipboard refrigerator, has a space of 0.3 cubic meters upgradable, comes with nuclear fusion batteries, can be used for 100 years without recharging, and at the same time has the effect of rapid refrigeration. The effect is 10 times that of an ordinary refrigerator. Accessories column. An extra superpowered shipboard refrigerator. Yifeng was very satisfied. This trip. Not only did it hit the big yellowtail school, even the accessories of the fishing boat had an extra one. He really didn't know how to thank Zheng Shan. It was simply a treasure delivery boy. He returned to the rear cabins. For rear boat cabins, 3 of the compartments were already filled. 2 of the compartments were for placing groups of rhubarb fish, and the other one was for 37 caddies of rhubarb fish placed individually. Conservative estimate. These rhubarb fish can be sold for $9 million. Nearly $10 million in revenue in a single day. Once again breaking his all-time record. Breaking 10 million in a single day. Just ask who else has this strength. Yifeng laughed out loud. He dialed Li Wan's phone. With so many rhubarb fish, a single Huayin hotel couldn't eat them, and he had to use Li Wan's channels to sell all of them. Chapter 031 Li Wan's shock. Huayin. A certain ordinary neighborhood. Li W had just finished delivering goods and was having dinner with his nephew. Ever since he started his fish market business, he had moved directly into the city. In the past few days, because of Yifeng's 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of fish, the two of them ran to a dozen or so hotels in the neighborhood, and finally sold all the goods. Li Wan took a mouthful of food and ruthlessly poured a mouthful of beer, saying, "Damn. These 2 days ran dozens of hotels, legs are tired, today cannot go anywhere." Nephew Li Tong then laughed, "Uncle, that Yifeng looking for you to collect fish?" His wife also laughed, "Yes, if Yifeng looks for you to see that you don't go. These 2 days at home." Her ear calluses were almost worn out by the name Yifeng. Yifeng? Li Wandi then hemmed and hawed and said, "Him? Exceptions. But today's weekend, he definitely won't be sailing." His wife then laughed, "That's true. He just made a few $1 million and is a young man, so he's afraid he'll be enjoying himself." Li Tong said enviously, "Yes uncle, do you think this Yifeng is really capable or is it a coincidence? For 3 consecutive days, it's either fish stocks or precious fish species, directly earning several millions. This is too powerful, right?" Li Wan shook his head and said, "I don't know, others I can see through, this person I can't see through." Li Tong asked, "How so?" Li Wuan said, "Tell me, how can an ordinary person have this kind of luck? He's been catching fish for 3 days in a row? It's not like his family owns the sea." Li Tong clinked glasses with his uncle and said, "That's true. The superb star-spotted fish is not a problem, but a 30-caddy Chinese embroidered lobster? Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits. Who would have dared to go into the sea to catch it?" Li Wuan said, "That's why, the tallest man is bold. At the time of selling lobster is also 2 million lobster, froze by him to sell 3 million, in our place, who dares with Mr. Zhang hard top ah?" The key Mr. Zhang also agreed. Li Tong came interested, "There is this? How?" Li Wan told the story of Yifeng and Mr. Zhang of Huayin Hotel. Li Tong's blood boiled as he listened. 2 million. Relying on the ability to sell to 3 million. This is absolutely no one. Li Wuan said, "Anyway, I tell you, in Shuadu village, would rather offend Zheng Shan, do not offend Yifeng, this kid's future is absolutely unlimited." Li Tong asked, "I heard that Yifeng is a university graduate?" Li Wan laughed, "Yes, the only college student in our village, mention him everyone this, so you kid did not go to school, uncle I am very angry ah. Luckily, I was able to embrace Yifeng's thighs, I remind you, don't ever offend people." Li Tong smiled and said, "That's for sure. Making $50,000 in 3 days, there's no one else with this speed. Just these 3 days." In addition to the excellent star spot and brocade lobster, the two traveled far and wide, and those 2 to 3 tons of fish froze and earned more than $20,000 again. This speed. It's as fast as the previous 3 to 5 months. Li Wuan then slammed a bottle of beer, said, I am figuring out, Yifeng ah. He must have a unique ability to find fish. You have to keep your eyes open for me. Serving him well could be the root of your, or even our Li family's, turnaround. Li Tong nodded and said, Brother, I know. I will definitely serve him well. Just at this moment. Ding bell. The phone rang. Li Wuan dizzily drank his beer, his eyes going to a piece, not wanting to take care of it. Uncle, your phone. Li Tong reminded. Come on, uncle and nephew, let's go again. Li. His wife reminded him, don't drink, answer the phone first, in case there is an emergency. Li Wuan thought about it and put down his glass. He picked up the phone. This look. Good guy. Surprisingly, it was Yifeng. He immediately switches to a smiling face, going from full of concern to full of smiles in barely a second. Li Tong. Is this the one who runs the jungle? Li Wuan smiled and said into the microphone, Ah, Yifeng, hello, how did you think of calling me? Yifeng frowned, so noisy? Are you eating? Li Wuan said, I just sold the fish, so I'm eating something. Yifeng asked, so what, I got some fish today, do you want to take a look? Li Wuan asked, fish? What kind of fish? Yifeng said, don't ask what kind of fish, just tell me if you're coming or not. Li Wuan, I'm in the city, driving to your less than an hour, you brother, I call you brother okay, in the end what fish off? Give me a bottom, I have a good number. Yifeng, that's fine, I'll send you a photo later, you look at yourself to come or not. Li Wuan, that's good, I'll take a look. Hangs up the phone. Li Tong asked, how did it go? Li W said, Yifeng said he hit a school of fish. Yifeng? Li Tong shook his head and said, isn't he not going out to sea? Li W convinced, that's probably where people are different, right? Li Tong said, then, old uncle, should we still go? Since it's a school of fish, it shouldn't be any good fish, right? Li Wuan said, I also think so, but Yifeng is at least a big family, and now is my boss, we have to give people some minimum respect, so let's eat first, eat and go over to sea. It's a good idea. Li Tong nodded and said, that's fine. Next. The two of them refueled and ate food and drank. Just then. Ding. A crunching sound. Yifeng sent over a picture. Li Wandering opened his wizards while pouring beer. The picture zoomed in. Poof. A mouthful of beer directly sprayed on the phone. Li Wuan looked like he had seen a ghost and shouted. Is this a ING school of fish? When did all the big yellow fish count by schools? Without saying a word, he copied his clothes and left. Li Tong asked, Uncle, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat before leaving? Li Wuan said, still eating? Eat a hair I eat, rhubarb fish you know? Said directly handed the picture over. Li Tong looked at the picture, his eyes almost stared out. This is the rhubarb fish? This damn afraid it has to weigh dozens of pounds, right? Li Wuan threw over the key and laughed bitterly, what do you think? It's the first time I've seen someone describe a rhubarb fish in terms of a swarm, don't ink, hurry up and drive. Li Tong wiped his mouth and lamented, damn, this is too fluffy, right? This is the school of fish he was talking about? We must take a good look later, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Li Wuan urged, don't lament. Hurry up and drive. We have to be the first to arrive. Said. He dialed little ancestor's phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Li Wuan. My ancestor hey. It's busy at such a critical moment? As if his whole body had woken up, he said heavily, hurry up. Give me the fastest speed to drive over, if this single fish is robbed by others, we head to die. Chapter 032 Unknown Mysterious Creature. On the other side. Yifeng continued to wander around after making the call. Since 2 groups of greater yellowtail schools could be found here, it was likely to be a greater yellowtail base. He turned around the nearby several kilometers of sea. Sure enough, sporadic schools of small fish were found again. About 30 to 40 yellowtail fish were fished up. Even though it was a bit less than the ones just now, that was still 100,000 or so of meat. After doing all this, Yifeng leisurely took out a bottle of cola. Gulp! Gulp! An unprecedented feeling of coolness hit him. Ha ha ha. This wave today was really worth it. Another multi-million-dollar school of rhubarb fish and a boatload of refrigerators for luxurious enjoyment. He couldn't wait to return to the village. Just at this moment, a red dot suddenly appeared on the detector. Ha! What is this? Yifeng looked at the image with an odd expression. The imaging of this red dot was strange. Looking at the distance, it should be floating on the water surface, but instead of swimming freely like a fish, it was quietly following the ocean currents. Is it a whale? No. The water here is not that deep. Whales shouldn't have come over. Yifeng denied himself. Then what is it? He waited for a prompt from the system. 6 o'clock. Distance 485 meters. Unidentified creature found 1. Warning. Non-marine creature, system unable to obtain further information. Non-marine creature? This was the first time the system had given such a reply. Yi Feng's expression became even more curious. He drove the boat over and took out the harpoon he had acquired from Uncle San, unlocking the protective shell and preparing himself for all dangers. On the surface of the sea, everything was calm. The Cosmos slowly approached towards its destination. When there was still a distance of more than 100 meters left from that point of light, Yi Feng could already see clearly what it was. Not far from the surface of the sea, a fledgling eagle was floating on a piece of driftwood. It seemed to have suffered a considerable injury, and there was still blood on its feathers as it grabbed onto the driftwood and floated following the ocean currents. I throw. Surprisingly, it was an eagle? Yi Feng was stunned. No wonder that red dot was so strange just now. Wait. This eagle seemed unusual. Only then did Yi Feng notice that the eagle had a snow-white body and some black spots on its feathers. His expression was stunned. Thinking of the legendary god bird, Heidongking, the god among eagles. It wasn't this bird, was it? He excitedly pulled out his cell phone and searched. The next moment. Compare the photos. Stone hammered. It's the Heidongking. It's the god of eagles. I can't believe it. It's this divine eagle. It's not just an eagle, it's somehow auspicious. It's a totem. If he could take this Heidongking under his command, even if it was just a simple fishing trip, it would be absolutely awesome. Yi Feng smiled broadly and leaned his boat over. The Heidongking was very wary and stared at Yi Feng. Yi Feng softly said, I won't hurt you, are you in danger? Come with me? It was just simple words. Yet it was as if the Heidongking could understand it. It waved its wings and its eyes were obviously much softer. Yi Feng said, I will take you to the shore now, don't be afraid, okay? Haidongcheng, however, stared at Yi Feng's fish gun with vigilant eyes. Yi Feng explained, I didn't know what you were just now, for defense, I'll put him away now. He said and put away the fish gun, then went to pull this Heidongking. This time, Heidongking didn't say anything, letting this strange man hold himself. Its eyes clearly carried a scrutinizing attitude. A pair of eagle eyes sized up this strange man in front of it. If it wasn't for the man's body exuding an aura that it liked very much, it wouldn't have allowed this man to hold it at all. The next moment, a prompt came from Yi Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has adopted the rare beast Heidongking, rewarded with Spirit Water 1. Note, this spirit water is different from the spirit spring, limited to the use of animals, helps the growth and development of animals, and establishes a special way of communication between the two. After serving the spirit water, the beast will conclude a contract with you, permanently recognizing you as the master. I throw. Is it that fluffy? He took out the drop of spirit water without saying a word. Yi Feng said, this is spirit water, it's greatly beneficial to your injury, do you want to taste it? A hint of joy clearly showed in Haidongcheng's eyes. It was as if that thing was some kind of agar jelly. It slowly approached. The next moment, it came up to the spiritual water. Pointing its toes, it drank down the spiritual water. It was visible to the naked eye. The wounds on its body became intact. Even the size of the body had grown around. Haidongcheng jumped up happily. Yi Feng laughed, then I'll call you Dacheng from now on. Will you follow me from now on? Haidongcheng nodded cheerfully. I throw. He can understand my words? Yi Feng smiled and touched the feathers of Heidongking. Haidongcheng seemed to enjoy this moment and cheerfully sang at the top of his voice. Yi Feng said, go. Take you for a ride and then we'll go home. Heidongking nodded. It gently stood on its tiptoes, and with a slight push, it hovered in the sky. Yi Feng drove the fishing boat. The boat was in the sea and the bird was in the sky. The two drove towards the entrance of Shuadu village with each other. The scene was harmonious to the extreme. P.S. In this world, Heidongking can be adopted. Don't be too serious, or you won't be able to read it. Chapter 033. I'll try my best to perform with you. Just as the one man and one eagle were heading back at the entrance of Shuadu village. At the moment, there was another scene. Zhang Shan returned after leading the men to fight the group of rhubarb fish. At this moment, he was flaunting his military might. He was as dejected as he wanted to be. Don't say anything. Let's just say the school of rhubarb fish, dozens of them. Who else? Zhang Shan couldn't wait to tilt his head up to the sky. The onlookers were envious. Awesome. Zhang Shan still has 2 tricks up his sleeve. These 30 to 40 big yellow fish, I'm afraid they must cost $100,000 to $150,000. To earn so much in one day at sea, Zhang Shan has a knack for it. Zhang Shan was enjoying listening to the crowd's discussion. Just at this moment, Li Wuan arrived in a hurry. He didn't stop for a moment directly after receiving Yi Feng's picture. Fortunately, Yi Feng hadn't come back yet. No wonder the cell phone had no signal. Li Wuan was relieved. Zhang Shan was worried that there was no one to punch him in the face. Once he saw Li Wuan, he was happy. This is not ready-made? He laughed and said to Li Wuan, yo? Isn't this Li Wuan? What's the matter? Still here to collect fish today? Li Wuan sneered, what do you want? Zhang Shan calmly said, nothing. Let's see if you can afford my fish. Li Wuan laughed coldly, you who? How can you say that? I'd have to kneel down if I were Yi Feng, but you? Pull back. The tone was full of disdain. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth in hatred. He opened the cabin without saying a word. Dozens of yellowtail fish were alive and kicking. Look! The big yellowtail fish swarm. Surprised yet? He had expected the other party to be shocked, but it turned out that the opposite party's tone was surprisingly flat. That's it? Li Wandering disdainfully bristled. Zhang Shan. He had a bellyful of pretentious words held in his heart. Zhang Shan, you're not surprised? Li Wan, why should I be surprised? Zhang Shan. That look was as suffocating as it could be. He had the heart to slap that picture of Yi Feng on the other's face. After thinking about it, he stopped. This kind of pretending and slapping the face was better left to the boss himself. However, he had to do a good job of baking in front of him. This was the basic code of being an employee. He calmly said, it's not just a few dozen yellow croaker. I'm sure Yi Feng caught better fish than you. Zhang Shan gasped and laughed, saying, ha, better than me? You can really blow off steam. If he's better than me, I'll give him all these fish without saying a word. Li Wan calmly said, that's what you said. Zhang Shan said, I said it. Jesus can't stop it. Li Wuan looked around and said, did the folks hear that? The crowd laughed. Heard it. Zhang Shan is definitely on top of his game. After being pressed by Yi Feng so many times, he finally got a city back. How can he not be excited? We're in for a good show. The crowd was in a mindset of watching the show. At this time, a fishing boat sped from the end of the sea and sky. This boat was extremely fast. The waves it brought up were like long white dragons. One didn't need to look to know that it must be Yi Feng's speedboat. Zhang Shan laughed out loud and said, Li Wuan, Yi Feng will be back later, it's not too late for you to regret now. Li Wuan looked at him with an expression and said, regret? Zhang Shan, if I were you, I would take back what I said just now, or else you'll have to cry when you get hit in the face later. Zhang Shan coldly grunted, dead duck mouth hard. At this time, Yi Feng sailed the boat to the shore. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Feng said suspiciously, what? What happened again? Li Wuan said, Yi Feng, just now, everyone was chatting, saying that you didn't catch any fish today, but Zhang Shan caught a school of rhubarb fish, and Zhang Shan said that you caught better fish than him, and he'll give you the school of rhubarb fish. Rhubarb fish? Yi Feng's eyes played up. He was surprised and said, rhubarb fish? That's one of the top sea fish, right? What other fish can compare to that? Li Wuan, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm trying my best to perform with you? These lyrics that his nephew often heard popped up in Li Wuan's heart. He laughed and said, yes, a catty costs thousands of dollars, ordinary fish can't be pressed. When Zhang Shan heard this, how could he sit still? He laughed and said, Yi Feng, count you a bit of knowledge, I tell you, this yellowtail is not compared to your last yellowtail, this yellowtail is a real product, not to mention, more than 5 pounds, it will be 10,000 yuan a catty. Yi Feng was surprised and said, so expensive? Expensive? Zhang Shan then skimmed his lips and said, I'm telling you, if it weighs more than 10 pounds, then the price will go up to 20,000. Yi Feng was puzzled and said, could it be that you have it? Zhang Shan coldly grunted, of course. He was very arrogant and took out the biggest one of the big yellow fish from the cabin. Good fellow. It weighed a full 12 pounds. The crowd was stunned. Yi Feng admired and said, worthy of being Zhang Shan, this fishing skill is awesome. Even a 10 or so catty yellowtail can be caught. Li Wuan held a smile in his heart. The crowd all nodded their heads. The next moment. Some people, however, were suspicious. Something wasn't right. These two people were clearly not dealing with each other. Why did Yi Feng even boast about it? Zhang Shan also detected a hint of abnormality. He and Yi Feng were sick of each other and had just had a fight in the sea. Then, Yi Feng's complimenting him was. Just then, Yi Feng asked, Zhang Shan, you said that this 10 catty rhubarb fish has to be tens of thousands of pounds, what about the 30 to 50 catty rhubarb fish? Zhang Shan was suspicious in his heart, but on his mouth, he still sneered and said, are you kidding me? Who can hit such a big yellowtail? I'm afraid that 30 to 50 pounds would be $1 million. Yi Feng smiled and said, no coincidence. I seem to have hit one. He. You hit one? Zhang Shan was about to retort, but was suddenly stunned. What did you say? You hit one strip? Yi Feng blinked his big eyes and nodded, yes, I just hit one, 37 pounds, do you want to see it? Zhang Shan's eyes were wide open. He froze on the spot with an expression as if he was constipated. He shook his head and said, impossible. Impossible. As if to destroy his last confidence, Yi Feng ran to the rear cabin. The next moment, a big yellow fish of huge size appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 034 and 2 ing miserable. This is a rhubarb fish? Surprisingly, there's such a big rhubarb fish? My god. Yifeng, this really hit it, ah? Fluffy. I'm kneeling down for Yifeng. How much does this fish cost? That's awesome. Such a big one, big yellowtail, afraid not to be 30 or 40 pounds, guaranteed estimate. 1 million? Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly a little heartbroken for Zhang Shan. Just finished saying it's impossible, backhanded, and got hit in the face. So the half day of bragging in front of Yifeng before, and the fact that the rhubarb fish is worth money, and the fact that 10 caddy breaks $10,000, are all jokes Yifeng is looking at? Ha, no wonder Yifeng was dead set on boasting about Zhang Shan just now. The crowd was stunned. They all turned their heads to look at Zhang Shan. At this moment, Zhang Shan was dumbfounded. So big? He finally understood the meaning of Yifeng's words just now. This was taking himself as a person? Thinking about that scene just now, he could not wait to hit his head and die. He bragged half a day about the 12-pound yellowtail, but he felt that he was a younger brother in front of Yifeng. He wouldn't be prepared to leave. Li Wuan called out to him and reminded, "Hey, Zhang Shan, don't leave. What did you say just now? Didn't you say that Yifeng's fish was better than yours, so you gave it to him? Now that he has a 37 caddy yellowtail, you won't forget, right?" Zhang Shan's footsteps stalled and denied, "Who said that? I'm not talking about the size of the fish, but the weight of the fish. He only has one fish, I have 30 or 40. 30 or 40? Li Wan looked at Zhang Shan with some heartache. Yifeng even laughed, "Then take a good look." The next moment, Yifeng casually peddled out dozens of yellow croaker from the back cabin. Each of them was big and fat, jumping in the net pocket. Yifeng laughed nervously, "Sorry, today's harvest is good, hit about 1,000 pounds of rhubarb fish." Zhang Shan. Li Wana. Crowd. The entire ferry was dumbfounded. What did I hear? Over 1,000 pounds of big yellowtail? Damn sure I'm not the one who's deaf? Not a yellowtail? A rhubarb fish. Nima ah. That's a rhubarb fish. Thousands of dollars a pound, how much does it cost? How the hell did he do that? At this moment, the people at the ferry port had a count of one, kneeling in unison to look at Yifeng. Nima ah. Scared less. Over 1,000 pounds of rhubarb fish. Since when were rhubarb fish described in tons? The crowd was as impressed as they could be. Zhang Shan was even more shocked. 1,000 pounds? I'm on my knees. Where did you get so many fish? Suddenly, his expression was stunned. It wasn't Diwu Reef, was it? That school of fish you found yourself? It must be. It must be the big school of fish he found after separating. Zhang Shan's expression suddenly seemed like constipation. The school of big yellow fish that he had worked so hard to discover turned out to be hit by someone else. Now, this son of a even used it to humiliate himself? There couldn't be anything worse than this. Zhang Shan only felt like his head was going to explode. Just then, Yifeng said, "So what, if there's nothing else, I'll take this rhubarb fish, ha." Put. Zhang Shan's chest was stabbed again. It was enough to hold it for a while. Only then did Zhang Shan drink. "Yifeng, don't bully people too much." Yifeng didn't say anything. Li Wandering couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Willing to gamble? How is that bullying people too much? Honestly, with this 100,000 or 800,000 fish of yours, what would someone else, Yifeng, look at? Compared to this, more than 1,000 pounds of yellow croaker is nothing. People are giving you a chance. A chance to prove whether you, Zhang Shan, are a man or not." Finished speaking, he looked at Yifeng with a smile on his face. From this moment onwards, he completely joined Yifeng's camp. The openly angry dislike just now was the best pitch. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. With those words just now, he wanted to compare hearts to Li Wandering in his heart. Worthy of being a fishmonger. This mouthful of words made him want to applaud himself. Zhang Shan's old face flushed. A moment later, he said quietly, "I was joking just now." The crowd burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Zhang Shan has the face to say that? Hey, I originally thought that Zhang Shan was quite ballsy. Even if he couldn't fight, he could at least afford to lose. But this is $100,000, I'm afraid anyone else would do the same. Is this a matter of money? So many people are watching. In the past, when Zhang Shan lost, everyone at least felt that the person hadn't collapsed, but now, like this, the spirit is gone. Who dares to work with him? That's right. Yifeng is great. $100,000, break someone's spirit and then establish his own prestige. This wave has earned a lot. The crowd murmured. Yifeng said indifferently, "Since you are soft, then get lost, and when you see me in the future, consciously move out of the way. I don't talk to people who don't keep their word." He waved at Li Wuan and said, "Li Wuan, what are you waiting for? Take a look at these rhubarb fish and contact someone to collect them." Li Wuan immediately jumped onto the boat. The other fishmongers also pounced on him. "Yifeng, you're my brother, take me a share." "That's right. I'll be hanging out with you from now on. Brother Yi, we're all from the same village, right? Help a brother out. I'll definitely give you the highest price. The many fishmongers fell back. Yifeng thought about it then said, today this rhubarb fish is plentiful, since you guys opened your mouths, then each person can come with 10 pounds, and give it to you according to the market price, as for how much you can earn depends on your own skills. The fishmongers in front of them. Almost 10 or so of them. More than 100 pounds couldn't hurt at all, but it could completely divide Zhongshan. A group of fishmongers then became grateful. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're my brother from today. Brother Yi, let's collect here. Yifeng shook his head and said, there's no rush, let's wait for someone from the other hotel to come and collect it first. Saying this, he dialed the Huayin Hotel's general manager Zhang's phone. Yifeng, hello? General manager Zhang, I have some rhubarb fish here, do you want it? Mr. Zhang, yo? Rhubarb fish? This is a good thing, but we still have some stock in the store. I'm afraid we can't use too much, this way, you show me how big it is first, I'll see if I want some. Yifeng didn't nag. He directly sent over a photo. The one that was 37 pounds in size. After thinking about it, he paired it with the text, single weight 37 pounds, 5 minutes, if you don't want it, I'll send it over to a few other hotels, out of date. Finished speaking. He made a point with his small hand. The message was sent directly to the other party's cell phone. Chapter 035 Mr. Zhang Shock. Huayin Grand Hotel. General Manager Zhang was making his rounds of the hotel. Just after arriving at the front desk he received a call from Yifeng. Rhubarb fish? This was excellent seafood. He pulled over the backroom manager and asked, how much rhubarb fish do we still have in stock in the store? The backroom manager said, about 6 or 7 pounds. Enough for the store to consume for 3 to 5 days. This top quality fish species. Usually only 2 or 3 tables of guests order it a day. Mr. Zhang then nodded and said, go get busy. He was ready to reply to Yifeng. There were still quite a few in the hotel, and there was no need for these. Just at this moment. Ding! A photo was sent over. Mr. Zhang opened the photo. The next moment. This Huayin Hotel's boss froze on the spot. Nima. This is a rhubarb fish? This is a rhubarb fish? Looking at the guy whose head was bigger than a red basin, Mr. Zhang was about to look stupid. Without saying a word, he yelled at the driver, quickly. Quickly prepare the car, I want to go to Shuadu Village, I want to go to Shuadu Village. Next. A car was like a missile. It ejected from the Huayin Hotel and headed straight to the entrance of Shuadu Village. Water Ferry Village. Just as the crowd was discussing with emotion, a car went straight to the ferry port at a windy speed. The next moment. Before the car was even parked, Mr. Zhang hurriedly jumped down and went straight to the shore. Yifeng, quickly show me, where is that big yellow fish? Where is that big yellow fish? He shouted as he ran. Yifeng laughed, saved it for you, don't worry old Zhang. Mr. Zhang then breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the big yellow fish. Big and fat. Slender in body shape. With a light yellow color throughout its body. That's right. It was a wild yellowtail. Nowadays, a lot of people are raising yellow croaker. But you can tell the difference between domesticated and wild ones at a glance. The domesticated ones are whiter and fatter. The wild ones are more slender and narrow. He lamented, Yifeng, you're too good, right, to be able to hit such a superb rhubarb fish, 37 pounds. Not to mention anything else, just this fish, when placed towards the center of the hotel, it's the most dazzling existence. It's definitely a king of fish level. Yifeng corrected, Mr. Zhang, I may not have made myself clear just now, it's not a single fish, it's a group of fish. Mr. Zhang said, a group? Yifeng then stepped aside. Mr. Zhang looked towards the bottom of the cabin and was almost scared to death. Countless large yellow fish were swimming happily at the bottom of the cabin. The bottom estimate. More than 100 of them. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. Not daring to believe it, he said, this is all what you hit? Yifeng laughed, I happened to find a big yellowtail school and accidentally hit all of them. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Zhongshan from our village, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to hit these fish. Zhongshan, who was about to slip away, was stunned at the words and almost rose to heaven in anger. He looked back and Yifeng was surveying over. He tried his best to control his body. No way. If he didn't leave again he could die of anger. Boat. Yifeng laughed at this scene. He turned his head and said, Mr. Zhang, let's not talk about polite words. Last time that Chinese brocade lobster said, these fish you pick first, after picking I still have to send it to a few other hotels for others, but let's say the ugly words in advance, I'll give you the priority, so you don't think about cutting the price. Mr. Zhang then laughed, that's for sure. Compared to the $30,000 to $50,000 of bargaining, this 37 catty king fish was the top priority. Let's put it this way, before there was a 23 catty yellowtail that was sold for $20,000 per unit. For this fish, I'll just double it and give you $40,000 per catty, how about it? You can go out and ask around, this price is definitely the highest. To be honest, what I see is not only this fish, but also you as a person. Hitting precious fish species for several days in a row, ordinary people don't have this kind of luck. He said meaningfully. Yifeng then smiled. 40,000. Not low. He expected around 35,000 himself. He saw that Li Wuan beside him gave himself a nod without a trace, obviously also feeling that this price was good. He then said, that's fine, according to the price you said, the rest of the fish you take a look, how much more do you need, are prioritized for your goods. The flower sedan chair was carried by the people. Since Mr. Zhang did not kill the price this time, Yifeng naturally had to fulfill his request first. Next. Apart from the 37 catty yellowtail, Mr. Zhang bought 10 more yellowtail. Most of them weighed around 6 pounds, which were the rhubarb fish that were truly given to customers as ingredients. The 37 catty rhubarb fish. The unit price is $40,000. A total of 1.48 million. The remaining 10 tails of rhubarb fish. The unit price is a little over $10,000. Total $400,000. The total revenue is 1.88 million. Mr. Zhang transferred the money on the spot. Your Cosmos bank account with tail number 4587 earned $1,880,000 at XX00 on XXXXXXXX, with a current balance of $52,187,711.50. Account balance. It directly soared to 5 million. Yifeng smiled broadly and slipped his cell phone back into his pocket. He said, happy cooperation. Mr. Zhang laughed, happy cooperation. Noting it down, he hoofed it and rushed back to the hotel with the fish. Yifeng clapped his hands. In the cabin, there were still more than 100 tails of rhubarb fish. He looked at Li Wuan and asked, what did those hotels say? Li Wuan said, they are being contacted, they are all very interested in these rhubarb fish. Yifeng shook his head and said, no need to go to that trouble, you pull me and them all into a group chat. Li Wuan was unsure. However, he did as he was told. The next moment, Yifeng joined the group chat. New Century Grand Hotel's general manager Li joined the group chat. Mr. Yang of Li Hua Hotel joined the group chat. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel joined the group chat. 10 or so old bosses joined the group chat. These are the bosses of the top hotels in Huayin. Starting out all 4-star. New Century Grand Hotel. Mr. Li, what's the situation? Mr. Yang, Li Hua Grand Hotel, Li? What are you pulling us into the group chat for? Mr. Sun, Indu Grand Hotel, without a reasonable explanation, you can't think of co-winning the fish in our hotel in the future. Li Wuan's face collapsed and looked at Yifeng for help. Chapter 036, finalizing the cooperation of several big brothers. Yifeng was half-hearted. He directly sent out the text, wait a moment. The next moment, he came with a picture to the cabin. Again, he sent out the 37 catty large yellowtail fish that he had just seen. Yifeng, nearly a ton of rhubarb fish, the largest one weighs 37 pounds, if you want to buy it, hurry up, you can place an order on the spot, or you can place an order in the group chat, it's out of date. After saying this, he waited for a few people to reply. New Century Grand Hotel. Mr. Li. Mr. Yang of Lihua Grand Hotel. Mr. Sun of Indu Grand Hotel. The several veteran general managers were dumbfounded. None of them had ever seen fish being sold like this. Is the yellowtail not worth anything now? Are they sold in tons? Li Wuan was even more stunned. This operation is also two wars forkworm, right? Directly in front of the face of the entire high-end hotel in Huayin sell fish? Also let people set up in a group. This is to be a net? He smiled bitterly and said, Yifeng, you're not good, right? What if these several old bosses collectively kill the price? Yifeng laughed, I'm not afraid of that if I pull them in. He sent out a text in the group chat interface, update next. That 37 catty yellowtail has been taken by Mr. Zhang of the Huayin Hotel at a unit price of 40,000, you guys can pick the rest. The group chat, which was a pool of stagnant water just now, directly erupted into a burst of exclamations. New Century Grand Hotel. Mr. Li, what? Sold? That head of 37 pounds of yellowtail I want to get off. Mr. Yang of Li Hua Hotel, I want it too. Not just $40,000, Li Hua Hotel can afford. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel, I also want Indu Hotel. Several bosses opened their mouths. Yifeng, sorry. First come, first served, people directly to my cabin booked away, the money is paid, what can I do? Said threw out a screenshot of 1.88 million into the account. Several old bosses no longer doubt other. Everyone rushed to roar. New Century Grand Hotel. Mr. Li, wait. I'll be right there. Before I come, that 27 catty yellowtail has to be kept for me. Mr. Yang, Lihua Hotel, I'll drive over right away, I want that 27 catty yellowtail too. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel, I've already set off, I want that 23 catty yellowtail. The crowd of hotel bosses could no longer care about being reserved. They rushed to the scene with their horses. Half an hour later, the fastest people had arrived at the pier. New Century Grand Hotel's general manager Li shouted, "Where are the people? Where is Yi Feng? Li W, come out to me." Li W stood on the deck and slowly said, "Mr. Li, I'm here." Mr. Li hurriedly jumped onto the boat. "Where's the fish? Where's the fish?" Yi Feng laughed. "Don't panic, you're the first to come." Mr. Li then breathed a sigh of relief. "Then the fish is still there, right?" Yi Feng pointed to a certain fish in the cabin and said, "Here. That fish. 27 pounds, name your price." Mr. Li thought about it and said, "How about 25,000? Yi Feng directly in the group to send, "This 27 pounds of rhubarb fish." Mr. Li opened price 25,000, "There is no higher?" "No, I can sell it, ha." Said. With a picture of Mr. Li standing in the back cabin. The message was sent. The group immediately exploded. Li Hua Hotel. "Mr. Yang, what, 25,000, this is a robbery. I open price 26,000. Indu Hotel. "Son, 26,000, what's the difference between you and New Century Li? I'll take it at $27,000. Mr. Baya Fingu Hotel, $28,000. A few moments later, the price came to $30,000. This is already the limit for this yellowtail. On the side, Mr. Li, who was waiting for Yi Feng to agree, kept ringing his cell phone. He clicked on it and took a look. His expression instantly grumbled. "I damn." He almost exploded into foul language. "Bidding in front of me? So my 25,000 was a favor for someone else?" Mr. Li gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just 30,000? I'll go with it." Yi Feng reminded, "Mr. Li, people bid first. According to the rules, the price has to be Indu Hotel Sun to take. You have to add money." Mr. Li said hatefully, "That I'll take $30,00001. Yi Feng shook his head and said, "The rules of our bidding, the starting raise of 1,000. Mr. Li, when did you say that? Yi Feng, I just set the rules. If you don't want it, you can totally let it go to someone else." Just at this time, the dirt road at the ferry port was dusty. Apparently another old boss had killed. Mr. Li gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. 31,000 is 31,000. I'll take this fish. I'll transfer the money immediately. Deal." Yi Feng laughed out loud. Ding. A text message prompted. A unit price of $31,000. A weight of 27 pounds. Another 840,000 arrived. Next, several old bosses killed one after another. Everyone follows a principle. One big fish around 20 pounds came to serve as a doorstop. The rest is about 6 pounds of ordinary big yellowtail come 10, supplying customers. 100 or so large yellowtail were divided up in this way, according to the intake. For fish over 20 pounds, income of 2.8 million. 10 pounds to 20 pounds of fish 23. Income 6.9 million. 69 fish under 10 pounds. Income 4.56 million. Plus Mr. Shang's 1.88 million. A total income of 16.1 million. When he saw the numbers on the SMS balance, Yi Feng was stunned. 20 million. This was the harvest of 4 days of fishing. Even though Yi Feng was carrying a system, he couldn't help but feel emotional about this number. Is this what rich people say when they say that money is just a string of numbers? It was really luxurious. Looking at everyone's satisfied harvest, Yi Feng smiled. "Several people, happy cooperation. In the future, if you prioritize harvesting fish from me, my price can still be lower." The several old bosses nodded their heads. "Okay. No problem. Next time, keep the big fish for me first. I'll just take the goods directly from you in the future." Several old bosses nodded their heads. They had all heard about Yi Feng's deeds. Returning from college, fishing was a good hand. For consecutive days, either schools of fish or top-quality precious lobsters. They also wanted to get acquainted with such a young handsome man. Yi Feng smiled broadly and said, "No problem. Thanks to the love of a few old bosses, I will definitely not let a few of you down on my side." He sent a few people away with a big smile. Following the last time he pried open an opening, the second step to take away the control of the Zheng family's lead was thoroughly buried. Once or twice more at most, these few grand hotels would be completely tied to their own chariot. By then, Zhang's fish won't sell. It's the perfect time for those fishermen to turn on themselves. Chapter 037, Zhang Shan thoroughly spits blood. Accompanied by those big bosses' full loads, the surrounding crowds were envious. "Awesome, Yi Feng. More than $10 million in one day? I've never seen so much money in my life. Yi Feng, how the hell did you do it? It's too much of a cheat, can you teach me a few tricks? Kneel down and beg." The crowd came over one after another. They eyed Yi Feng. Yi Feng laughed, "You guys wait, I'll sell the remaining 30 or so fish." He still remembered what he had promised the fishmonger earlier. The crowd, however, got excited. They all thought that they had heard it wrong. It was a full moment. Everyone went from whispering to having shocked expressions. Yi Feng, this was to impart a great move? They all waited on the pier, their looks as respectful as they could be. Even Zhang Shan, who had disappeared, ran back. 4 days in a row. It's either schools of fish or lobsters. How powerful should this secret technique be? Even if Zhang Shan looked down on Yifeng on the surface, he was still honest in his heart. Just like that. A group of people waited with bated breath. Next, Yifeng greeted the fishmonger. The remaining rhubarb fish that were on the smaller side. Yifeng gave a fishmonger an average of 2. Don't underestimate these 2 yellow croaker, as long as they are willing to run. They have to earn $2,000 or $3,000. The last 10. Yifeng looked at Li Wuan and said, "Here, these are all for you, just pay me according to the market price." Li W then got excited and didn't know what to say. Thank you, boss Yi. If before, he was forced to thank for his livelihood, now this thank you was much more heartfelt. 10 large yellow fish. The average weight was around 4 pounds. He only had to send them to the provincial city and he would earn at least 2,000 apiece. Yifeng had made himself $20,000 to $30,000 for nothing. He was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. The other fishmongers were so envious that their eyes were about to fall off. Alas! Li Wuan is lucky. 10 fish at once, I'm afraid I must have earned tens of thousands of dollars. I was really blind when I actually followed Zhang Shan's path. If we had followed Yifeng, wouldn't the 10 fish be ours now? Yes, who would have thought that 4 days ago he was a small and insignificant character, but 4 days later he is a multi-millionaire. The crowd was envious. There was only envy. When they looked favorably on Zhang Shan. Only Li Wuan. One stood on Yifeng's side. Now, this forceful support received the greatest reward. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Li Wuan carefully copied the fish. He turned on the oxygenator to the maximum, greeted his cousin and drove straight to the provincial capital, and on the way, he even directly contacted the hotel. After doing all this, Yifeng clapped his hands and went ashore. The villagers all gathered around excitedly. Yi Wazi, can you say a few words? So many big yellow fish, where did you get them? In the end, what is the doorway? Yifeng looked around the scene and said with a smile, in here, there really is a doorway. There really is? Everyone looked over with bated breath. Even Zhang Shan quietly stood on his tiptoes and pricked up his ears. At this time, Yifeng said, actually, this big yellowtail has a nest, it's in the block of Du Reef, you guys fish nearby, I dare not say how much you can catch, but you can definitely catch big yellowtail. Anyway, this nest was discovered by Zhang Shan. The big schools of fish had all been beaten up by themselves. There were at most 30 to 20 small yellowtail left, and he was simply too lazy to catch them himself. Instead of cheapening Zhang Shan's gang, it would be better to give it to these fishermen and plant a wave of goodwill along the way. The crowd then nodded gratefully. Good man na. Yifeng, thank you ha. We'll go and take a look at it. If we can really fight back, we'll hang out with you from now on. At this moment, everyone looked at Yifeng with as much admiration as they could muster. Knowing the nest. And still able to share it out. This was so much better than that bastard Zhang Shan who only knew how to exploit. On the other side, Zhang Shan who was waiting for the secret froze. Du Reef? Wasn't that my old man's territory? Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the secret he was waiting for would be the end of his lair? Yifeng, you asshole. I'm at loggerheads with you. Zhang Shan's nose was crooked. The crowd, however, stared at him with odd faces. Zhang Shan, what's wrong with you? What are you mad about in the middle of the night? I'm telling you. Yifeng is our benefactor, ask us before you bully him. The crowd of villagers looked unkind. Zhang Shan sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Taking something from my old man to give away a favor, and backhandedly pouting the rightful owner. There is no justice. Watching all this, Yifeng was so cozy that he jumped onto the shore and prepared to go home. At this time, Wang Xiang made a call. Hello? Yifeng, are you back yet? My classmate and I just entered the village entrance. Yes, we'll be at your home soon. Yifeng laughed and said, I just finished here, I'll be home soon, you guys can wait for me a little bit. Mr. Wang said, that's fine, we'll wait for you. At the same time, Yi family. A brand new fire red sedan is parked at the door. Wang Jing walked out from the driver's seat in a white dress. Her feet stepped on exquisite black Hate Sky Highs, matched with the pair of flesh-colored stockings. It was really beautiful to the extreme. Rear seat. Ning Jing and Li Qian were equally as beautiful. Especially Serenity. At the time, she and Wang Yi were both ranked as Jin University's school beauties. She a delicate black strapless dress, lace embellishment, with a pair of knee-high Martin boots, stockings package, simply charming to the extreme. When these three women got out of the car, the surrounding crowd looked blown away. Wow! This car seems to be a BMW? When did our village have such a luxury car? These three girls are really handsome too. Wait. This is Yifeng's house, it's not here to find Yifeng, right? Just at this moment, Yifeng jogged all the way to the door of his house. No one noticed that there was a bird standing on his shoulder. Yifeng gently waved his hand. The bird then flew into the jungle. Wang Sui greeted him with a smile and said, Yifeng, you're back? Yifeng graciously invited, come on, let's talk in the house, it's been a long journey, it's been hard. Wang smiled and shook his head, it's not hard, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet with Serenity, speaking of which, we should thank you properly. Isn't that right, Serenity? Serenity smiled and nodded her head. The crowd instantly drew closer. The other villagers saw the scene but they all became envious. Still really looking for Yifeng. Yi Wazi is really great. This fishing is great, and his girlfriends are all top-notch too. Chapter 038, Hospitality. Inside the house. The people were seated one after another. Yifeng deliberately left a big yellow fish. It weighed 4 pounds. He wanted his mother to make it to entertain the guests. Wang Smokes hadn't noticed it yet. Li Chen was stunned when she saw it. She pointed at the rhubarb fish and said, this shouldn't be a rhubarb fish, right? Yifeng nodded his head and smiled, yes, you guys came with good luck, it just so happens that I hit quite a lot of rhubarb fish today, and there is still the last one left unsold, so I brought it back for you to try. Wang Jing's beautiful eyes flickered with colorfulness and said, okay Yifeng, I'm afraid this fish would cost tens of thousands of dollars, in order to bribe our Serenity, you can really be bloodthirsty. He said and squeezed his eyebrows to Serenity. Serenity shook her head and said, Yifeng, you are too polite like this, aren't you? We have rules, you can't eat like this. Yifeng waved his hand and said, you guys have misunderstood, this fish is really not sold. Wang Shangwei shook his head and said, come on, you're still pretending in front of your sister, do you think she hasn't eaten it before? This kind of yellowtail is a hot commodity, where will it not be sold? One is tens of thousands of dollars, right? The three girls all shook their heads. Just at this moment, Xue Ling ran in. Yifeng said, Xue Ling, why are you here? Just in time, come and eat together. Xue Ling said excitedly, Brother Yi, I heard that you hit over 1,000 pounds of big yellow fish? Yifeng shook his head and said, where is the exaggeration, it only weighs more than 1,000 pounds. Wang Shiwei. Serenity. Li Qian. The three women were dumbfounded. Is the yellowtail so worthless? Is it all counted by the ton? Wang Songwei opened his mouth wide and asked, this rhubarb fish you guys are talking about, is it the one that costs several thousand per catty? Xue Ling nods her head and says, Sister Wang Shi, you know it too? This time, Brother Ye's rhubarb fish sold for more than $10 million. Go! The three women looked at Yifeng in unison. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, don't look at me with this look, you guys didn't ask me. Wang Xiang said, why should I ask? Fishing for more than $10 million in one day, you can do it. Even Serenity and Li Qian looked over. Their eyes were colorful. Yifeng said, you came just in time, I was going to send it over to you, these three big yellow fish are for you, the weight is okay, 7 or 8 pounds, whether you sell or eat them is arbitrary. Xue Ling's beautiful eyes widened, how can this work? Yifeng said, alright, you take it, I'm not bad with these two fish. Saying that, he stuffed it over. One pushed back and refused, while the other was determined to give. In the end, it was still Wang Sui who persuaded him, Xue Ling, just take it, it's a little bit of Yifeng's intention, he's not bad at all with these three fishes. Xue Ling stammered and accepted it. Yifeng said, okay, you quickly take back to keep, these three are the freshest, you only need to rest in the water, 3 or 5 days are no problem, right? If you sell, just call this phone, say I gave you on the line. Xue Ling nodded her head and went home with the fish in her arms. Yifeng turned back and said, let's talk business. The three girls, however, stared at Yifeng without blinking. Wang Xiang, okay, junior brother, I'm afraid that these three fish would cost about 100,000, are you interested in them? Serenity, it's worth a lot of money right out of the gate, it seems that we all underestimated my junior's vigor. Yifeng said with a bitter smile, don't you guys think nonsense, Xue Ling I have always treated as a sister, and she has been the one who has been helping to take care of her mother during the time I was not at home. The crowd then suddenly realized. Wang Jing joked, I'm afraid that if you think this way, people won't think this way. On the other side. Xue Ling returned home. Two honest middle-aged men and women looked over. Xue Ling, what are you carrying? Didn't you go to Yifeng's house? Why did you bring back a few fish? Xue Ling shook her head and said, Dad, Mom, no, this is what Brother Yifeng asked me to bring back. Xue Ling's father frowned and said, why did you bring back fish? When did we fishermen ever run out of fish? This girl of yours is really something. Xue Ling shook her head and said, no Dad, this fish is different. Xue Ling's father laughed and said, what's different about it? It's not all swimming in the water. He laughed and stepped forward. The next moment, the man who had fished all his life froze on the spot. He pointed at the fish and said, this is a rhubarb fish? Xue Ling nodded her head and said, yes, Brother Yifeng asked me to bring it back, saying that it's free to eat or sell. Xue Ling's dad quickly shook his head and said, that's not good, no. This fish is too valuable, it has to be returned. Shui Ling said, Dad, I didn't want it, but Brother Yi insisted on giving it to me, saying that if I don't want it, I'll stew it in a pot at night, so you'd better accept it. Shui Ling's dad froze. Next to him, Shui Ling's mom said, Dad, why don't you just take it? Yi Feng has been kind since he was a kid, if we really send it back, we'll be cold to his warm heart. Shui Ling also said, yes, Brother Yi said the same thing, he caught more than 1,000 pounds of yellow croaker today. The old couple were dumbfounded. How much did you say? Over 1,000 pounds? Did you hear correctly? Shui Ling said, how could I hear it wrong? The bosses of several hotels came over and sold more than 10 million on the spot. Hiss. The old couple only felt that the amount of surprise they had received in their lives was not as much as this time. More than $10 million. It was enough for them to fish for several lifetimes. Shui Ling's dad then said with emotion, at first, I thought that Yifeng's son was benevolent and righteous. I never imagined that he would still be thinking of us at this time. Your mom is right, let's just accept it. Shui Ling mom laughed, just right, your father's fishing boat engine is broken, this big yellowtail sold less than $100,000, change the engine, but also for you to stay as a dowry. Shui Ling said with a red face, Mom, what are you talking about? The old couple is laughing. Shui Ling said, by the way, Dad, if you sell, call this number and report Brother Ye's name, you won't be bullied. Shui Ling's mom said, this child, heart really fine, in the future Shui Ling will not be wronged. Shui Ling blushed and spat, Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. Said a person ran back to the house. Chapter 039 A Momentary Lapse of Insufficiency LSP. At the same time, Shuado Village. The news that Yi Feng had scored a ton of rhubarb fish completely spread throughout the village. Unlike the last time with the Chinese brocade lobster. This time, the news was even more shocking. Big yellow fish. Calculated in tons. It was sold directly for more than $10 million. The crowd was scared less. Over 1 ton of rhubarb fish? Did I hear it wrong? Since when are rhubarb fish counted in tons? Ha! You think you're alone in thinking that? At that time at the ferry, when Yi Feng said he hit a ton of rhubarb fish, not a single one of us was standing. Hiss hiss hiss. Kneel for Yi Feng. Is this still human? Stop it. At that time at the ferry port, I watched the whole thing on my knees. That white flowery fish that series of transfer amount This Yi Feng is also too fluffy. The fish that others can't hit, he hits. The shrimp that others can't catch, he catches. Is there anything else he can't do? You're damn right. At that time, this fish directly sold more than $10 million. More than 10 million I've never seen so much money in my life. I drop a good boy. I don't know how his brain grows. Can't it be that there really is a secret book to recognize where the fish are in the sea? Ha ha ha. You're afraid you don't know, right? Yi Feng has already told everyone that the Diwu Reef piece. There are schools of rhubarb fish. No wonder. By now half of the boats haven't returned. The feeling is that they went fishing in the dark all night long. Don't say anything. As long as we catch a single fish, it'll be tens of thousands of dollars. Let's go. Right. Forgot the row of hooks. Hurry up and get it, it'll be gone if you're late. Accompanied by the crowd's discussion. Yi Feng's name completely resounded throughout Shuadu village. On the other side, Yi family. The 3 girls were all staring at Yi Feng with the look of curious babies. Serenity, who had a businesslike look before, had beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in, and with her marten boots and stockings, she was flirty to the extreme. She asked, more than $10 million? Is fishing all this lucrative? Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's all luck. Wang Xiang laughed and said, luck? You can't say that, you have at least cast a net. Yi Feng laughed out loud. Wang Yao also laughed along with him. Only Serenity and Li Qian were dumbfounded. Wang Yang didn't keep it a secret and took out the video of the last interview. When they saw the golden words in the interview, both women were stunned. Then you're talking about someone else, I'm not like this when I'm fishing. What's the point of fishing when it's already noon? Man is iron and rice is steel, so can you fight fish without eating? Maybe I'm more lucky, I haven't had any experience in this situation you're talking about. You can't say that, after all, I also cast my net. The 2 women tried to contrast this humorous and witty man with the somewhat silent man in reality. A moment later, the 2 images overlapped. The 2 women directly began to laugh out loud at the pig's squeal. Tease. Too amusing. Even if Tranquility's eyes were high, she had to admit. This junior high school student was too charming. Young and golden. Talented. Funny and humorous. Handsome and confident. Back in the day, he definitely charmed a lot of girls. As for Li Qian, directly transformed into a fangirl. After 5 minutes, the crowd didn't know how many times they had leaned forward and backward. Serenity finally resumed the image of that unsmiling strong woman, forcibly holding back a smile and said, Schoolmate, I'm now very good looking at your live broadcasting path. I think it's possible that you'll surpass Master De and become the outdoor live broadcasting world's bearer. Yifeng touched his nose and said, "Believe in me that much?" Serenity said, "Of course. But now you have to take off your clothes first, we have to further evaluate your image." Yifeng said suspiciously, "And take off your clothes?" Tranquility lightly coughed, "Outdoor anchor, the requirements for image are very high, this is an all-round three-dimensional evaluation system, your body occupies a large proportion, don't worry," said looking toward Li Qian. Li Qian echoed in a serious manner and said, "It's like this." Yifeng did not doubt it. He took off his jacket. The next moment. Broad shoulders. 8-packed belly. A body full of male charisma. A top-notch body comparable to a male model appeared up close in front of the three. Gulp. I don't know which guy didn't hold back and directly sucked it up. It's awesome. This body is absolute. The three women all marveled. Even those top outdoor anchors didn't have such a body. Li Qian even didn't hold back and asked, "Yifeng, you practiced all these muscles yourself?" Yifeng nodded his head and said, "If you want to go out to sea to fish, these are necessary, let's just say a net, less dozens of pounds of fish, plus the impact of the waves, without 3 or 200 pounds of arm strength, don't even think about hitting the big fish." Li Qian said, "Why don't you take off your pants and take a look too? Evaluate your leg muscle strength." Yifeng, "No way senior sister, this also needs to be checked?" Put. Wang Smith really couldn't hold back. Looking at her junior brother who was kept in the dark, she almost laughed out a pig squeal. She glanced at her subordinate, "Alright, if you keep this up, the junior should be scared away by you." Li Qian regained her decency and said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment." Yifeng? Chapter 040 The difference between various contracts. Inside the house. Serenity resumed the posture of a strong woman and said, "Just now it was Li Qian who was joking with you, in reality, the evaluation we give you is very important for your live broadcast, it means the amount of resources, but don't worry about it, not to mention the relationship between me and Wang Jiangwei, as far as your profile is concerned, I'll fight for you to get an A-ranked evaluation as well." Grade A? Yifeng asked, "What are the benefits of an A-rated evaluation?" Serenity said, "Let's put it this way, for newcomers, we are divided into the grades of ABCDE as well as no entry, and grade A is the highest, and will arrange for you to be promoted and publicized on the front page of the Do Fishing Network at least twice, and on top of that, you might get the chance to interact with other anchors as well." Yifeng asked, "Interact with other anchors?" Li Qian explained, "This is very simple, our sister Ning's hottest female anchor is Mu Yanxi, her live room has more than 8 million followers, if you sign an A-rank contract, then sister Ning may create an opportunity for you to mic with Mu Yanxi, of course, it depends on whether or not the person is willing to do so, after all, Mu Yanxi is one of the hottest goddesses in the entire network." Yifeng then realized. Mu Yanxi. One of the hottest female anchors in Douyu today. Worshipped by countless men as their dream girl, she debuted with a pure appearance, showed off her ancient style image, and was good at singing and dancing. If you connect the mic, you can definitely attract countless traffic. He asked, "What about S rank?" Serenity shook her head and said, "This condition would be too difficult, it not only examines your appearance, your talent, and your equipment, all kinds of conditions have to reach the pervert level." Yifeng said, "Then what would be the benefits of this S-class signing?" Serenity said, "Other than that, let's talk about the share, except for the cost traffic fee, all other income rewards are your own, to some extent, signing up for the S-class is already a joint promotion between you and the platform, rather than the platform unilaterally giving you resources." Li Qian added, "With so many artists under Sister Ning's banner, it's only Mu Yanxi who signed up for S rank, but she was only a rank when she signed up in the first place." Yifeng nodded and asked one last question, "Assuming I sign up for S rank, what do those conditions you mentioned include?" Tranquility patiently explained, "You're an outdoor anchor, right? Take your number 1 outdoor anchor, master de, strength, bouncing, none of the aspects are the best, only then can you reach the threshold for signing, right? You're a fisherman, so your equipment is equally important. I heard from Mr. Wang that your fishing boat is about the size of a speedboat. That's basically a one-vote veto, when Master De went to customize a $10 million cruise ship in order to rush S rank. That's the hard threshold. A $10 million cruise ship? That's the 3-deck cruise ship kind. It seems. Not far from himself. Yifeng then didn't move to memorize this condition. Serenity said, "Well, you don't have to rush, getting in a grade is already a great evaluation. Tomorrow weekend, we'll go out to sea with you again, take a look at the specifics, and then plan for you how to broadcast live, to attract more viewers." She turned her head and asked Wang Shi, "Will you be alright tomorrow?" Wang Xiang shook his head and said, "It's fine." Serenity said, "Then tomorrow?" Yifeng said, "Okay. Let's talk tomorrow then." Just in time. Yi Ma's meal was ready. The crowd had already worked up an appetite just by smelling the fresh aroma. Especially that big yellow fish. The meat was delicious and tender. A few people ate it with rave reviews. Half an hour later. A pass through the wind. The people made an appointment to go out to sea tomorrow and were ready to leave. Wang smuggled the car. The 4 of them came to the county town. Yifeng placed the 3 Serenity people in the best hotel in the county. The $20 million is lying in his personal account. Yi Feng was so atmospheric that he opened the best presidential suite for a few people. Just about to enter the hotel door, Li Qian out of a mouth. She bawled and said, "Primary school brother, so anxious to go why? Come up to accompany the sisters to sit with the good, but also afraid that the sisters eat you ah?" Yi Feng pretended not to understand and said, "You are all tired all day, or early rest." Li Qian said, "Tired? I'm not tired at all." Serenity laughed and said, "Alright, don't make it difficult for my schoolmate." Li Qian snorted and said, "Alright, count yourself as passing the test." Yi Feng was skeptical. "What test?" Serenity said, "Don't mind her, I'm scared when she gets mad sometimes, you go back." Mr. Wang said, "I'll give you a ride." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No, I'll just take a taxi." Wang Shi said, "How can that be? My car is only half an hour away." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Sister, don't bother, it's dark now, it's not safe for a girl to drive." Wang Holiang said, "It's okay, let's go." She said, "It's okay, let's go." She said, "I can't help but pull Yi Feng away." Yi Feng was helpless. The two of them had to drive back. Half an hour later, Mr. Wang sent Yi Feng home. They said goodbye. As a result, Yi Feng hadn't even entered his home yet. Ringing. The cell phone rings. He answered it. Wang Sui's voice came out with a crying tone. Yi Feng, you come over here quickly, okay? There is a big wolf dog in front of me. I'm scared." Yi Feng hurriedly ran towards the road. Not long after, the dirt road at the entrance of the village. Wang Sui was so scared that he hid in the car. Around the car, 3 or 4 big wolf dogs half a man tall were gawking and barking. Wang was so scared that she lost her face. Yi Feng walked up. His eyes stared. The next moment, it was as if these wolf dogs had seen something terrible. Yi Feng comforted, "Are you alright?" Wang Xiang shook his head and said with a heart of gold, "It's fine, it's just that how come these dogs are so big? So scary?" Yi Feng said, "They are the village's coyote dogs, they are used to fighting hard, they see that you are a stranger and a girl, so they intentionally scare you." Wang Sui looks like he has been rescued and says, "What should we do now? I don't dare to go back." Yi Feng thought for a while and said, "Then why don't you stay at my house tonight?" "Stay at your home?" Wang shyly blushed. Chapter 041, Preparing for System Upgrade. Wang Yi was stunned. Through the weak light, he measured Yi Feng. Long eyes and short eyebrows. Handsome face. Both his education and talent were top-notch. If he is really his blue friend, it's not impossible. Wang smiles and gives a soft hm. Yi Feng didn't realize that his sister would have so much inner drama in just a few moments. He brought Wang Shi home. Wang Xiang's expression was a bit blushing. This was the first time she had slept in an outsider's house. It's just that, inexplicably, she had a lot of trust in her heart for her schoolmate. Yi Feng said, "If you want to take a bath, it's here, solar water, the light is okay today, the water temperature you can adjust yourself, in addition tonight you'll just stay in my room." Wang Xiang asked, "What about you?" Yi Feng said, "I'll just sleep on the sofa." With that, he walked out. Wang smiles and looks around. The room was clean and tidy. Even though the sheets and covers were old, there was a faint fragrance. Wang smiles and says, "I can't see that you love cleanliness so much, it's really good to be a blue friend." On the other side, Yi Feng walked out of the room. He asked, "Mom, is there any poultry meat left at home?" Yi Mom said, "Yes, how?" Yi Feng said, "I brought back a little buddy, leave some meat for it." Yi Ma said, "Okay, I'll go get it for you." Not long after, Yi Ma brought out about 10 pounds of poultry meat. Yi Feng whistled. This was his agreement with Big Green. A loud and clear first cry. A black shadow landed in the courtyard from the night. Yi Feng said, "This is the food prepared for you, eat it." De Qing rubbed his head against Yi Feng's pants leg, then lowered his head and started eating. Haidong Chang, the god among eagles, feeds on fowl. In a short while, more than a dozen pounds of poultry were completely wiped out by him. Yi Feng said, "You guy, you are quite capable of eating." De Qing seemed to be blushing and shook his head. Yi Feng said, go and rest, we have to go out to sea early tomorrow morning." Big Green then stretched out its wings. Ow! With a cry, it spread its wings and rushed into the forest. Next, Yi Feng patiently waited for midnight to arrive. He had to wait for the system to refresh, to collect the points and upgrade the fishing boat. Tomorrow, he was going to take a few people from Serenity out to sea, and he had to solve the problem of upgrading the system before then. Not to mention, he also wanted to see what would happen after upgrading the fishing boat. Just at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the shower room. "Academic sister?" Yi Feng rushed in. Ah! The 4 eyes locked. Yi Feng asked, "School sister, what happened?" Wang Yi, with a red face, pointed at the corner and said, "There are cockroaches, cockroaches." Cockroaches? Yi Feng hurriedly looked at the corner. A small black animal was crawling in the corner of the wall. Yi Feng cleared it out. Phew! Wang Xiang let out a long breath. Yifeng said, then I'll go out first if there's nothing else, ha. Wang Yao was just about to nod his head. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yifeng, did you hear a voice just now? It seems like a female child is shouting. Both of them were startled. Yifeng made a shushing gesture to his schoolmate and said to the door, Mom, did you hear it too? I heard it just now too, coming from outside the courtyard wall. Yi mother then frowned and said, outside the courtyard wall? Are you all right? Yifeng said, what can I do? I'm taking a bath. Yi mother then nodded and said, then you wash it, I'm going back to the house to sleep. A sound of footsteps drifted away. Yifeng and Wang Yi sighed in relief. Yifeng said, sister, you go ahead and wash, I'll wait for you at the door. Wang Jing nodded and said, okay. Not long after, Wang Shi walked out with a unique fragrance. Wang Shi said, come in and sleep, or your mom will definitely ask if she sees you. Yifeng nodded after thinking about it, okay then. The two of them are on the bed and one sleeps on the floor. The two just chatted quietly. The common experience of Jin De. Closer the distance between each other. The two went from college life to work experience, from growing up in a family to fishing at sea. They just felt more and more in tune with each other. Seeing the time pointing to 11 o'clock. Yifeng said, sister, go to sleep, it's 11 o'clock. Wang Shui said, then, junior brother, senior sister will go to sleep first, you also have an early rest. Yifeng said, aha. Half an hour later. Wang Xiang's soothing and rhythmic breathing sounded. Yifeng slowly stood up. Midnight. When the clock struck 12 o'clock. A figure silently left the courtyard. He came directly to the pier. The night was deep and quiet. The night by the sea was only dotted with stars and moon. Yifeng came to the ferry. His boat was lying quietly on his own dock. He was going to upgrade tonight. Sign in. Yifeng shouted in his head. Chapter 042 3-tier cruise ship. Mainline quest. Ferry. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1, points 100. Detected that the host's points have reached 500. Is it time for an overall upgrade of the system? This system upgrade, you will experience a brand new mission system and will upgrade the fishing boat body for you. Yifeng was about to choose to upgrade. At this time, a few voices came from the distance. It was the scene of fishermen returning in the middle of the night. Yifeng decided to take the fishing boat out to sea. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Yifeng jumped onto the boat. He started the engine. Boom! White waves tumbled. Yifeng drove the yacht straight to the sea. In the distance, it was pitch black. If the sea was magnificent during the day, the sea at night was endlessly dark and quiet. This special feeling made Yifeng's heart surge. Ha ha ha! Is this catching the sea at night? He couldn't help but roar as if he wanted to express the rush in his heart. The next moment, he looked into the depths of his mind. System. Upgrade me. Accompanying his voice. Ding. Upgrading the system for the host, please wait. The next moment, the scene in front of Yifeng changed. A moment ago, he was sitting in the cockpit. At this moment, it directly turned into a large cabin that was completely closed. A large space of 20 to 30 square meters. Solid wood floor. Real leather seats. Fully enclosed luxury bulletproof glass. I throw. Is it that bad? He couldn't help but run out on deck. A 3-decked cruise ship appeared out of nowhere on the sea. This is the upgraded Cosmos? It's also too fluffy. Looking at the fishing boat in front of him, he had an impulse of disbelief. In front of him, it was a 3-tiered cruise ship that was a full 8 or 9 meters tall. At the front of the first tier was the pilot house, and at the back were 4 separated cabins that could hold 10 tons of cargo. On the second level there were 2 bedrooms, equipped with separate toilet and shower systems. The third level is a deck where you can take a ride and look out over the sea, with an independent observation deck that looks out over the sea, in addition to a 10 square meter swimming pool, with an advanced water intake system that allows you to take seawater up and purify it directly, without consuming any more energy. This was simply luxurious and dreamy. Compared to the previous small fishing boat, it was a direct bird's eye view. Not only that, the system attributes were even increased countless times. He pulled up the attribute panel. Fishing boat model, luxury fishing boat customized version. Level 2 upgrade available, 1000. Internal space, 50 square feet, increases with the level of the fishing boat. Protection level 2, comparable to the hardness of top blue star diamonds, can withstand level 18 sea winds or the meshing and tearing of blue storm whales, and the protection value can be slowly restored by consuming points after getting out of the battle. Weapon level no weapon fitted yet. Equipped accessories. 1 intermediate diesel engine, comparable to Blue Star's top-of-the-line engine, with a speed of 120 km per hour. 2 elementary emergency medical kit, has some medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. 3. Intermediate biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 500 meters around the cosmos. For superpower shipboard refrigerator, has a space of 0.3 cubic meters, can be upgraded, comes with nuclear fusion batteries, can be used for 100 years without recharging, and also has the effect of rapid refrigeration, which is 10 times more effective than an ordinary refrigerator. Ha ha ha. Yifeng let out a loud laugh. Sure enough, it was not only the body size that was upgraded. The internal space. It directly soared to 50 square feet. This meant that he could hold more things. Not even afraid of traveling around the world. 50 square feet is enough for him to stock up on a year's worth of goods. A hardness comparable to diamonds. It's probably the strongest thing known to exist on Blue Star. Neither the Class 18 Typhoon nor Blue Star's fiercest blue storm whale could harm the hull. Yifeng couldn't wait to use this cosmos to fish. He ran up to the top floor. Plop! The purified seawater. There was no feeling of saltiness of normal seawater, instead, there was more coolness. This was the purification function that came with the pool. Sure enough, everything is all about comfort. He just laid leisurely in the pool, looking up at the sky and thinking about himself. A week ago, he was still an ordinary person. Doing the lowest level of work. Even fired for seeing justice. A few short days. He turned over straight away. Nothing else to say. This fishing boat is much bigger than the yacht the gold-digging girl boarded. I can only say that the fate of man is truly immeasurable. After a few moments of relaxation, he then maneuvered the fishing boat towards Suedu village. After upgrading, the fishing boat was already deeply bound to him. He could steer the fishing boat with his mind. At this time, ding! The system mission interface has been upgraded. You have fully gained the system's recognition and are one step closer to being the most powerful fisherman in the entire universe. From this moment onwards, you will have both long missions and random missions. By completing long missions, you will not only be rewarded with weapons, but also points. Long Quest 1-4, capture the Blue Storm Whale. Mission description, your ability has been fully recognized. Next, you will challenge the Blue Storm Whale, one of the 4 overlords of the Blue Star Ocean, defeat him, and you will be rewarded with lucrative long-term mission rewards, including weapons. Mission reward, complete the mission within 7 days and receive an S rank rating. Complete the mission within 1 month and receive an A rank rating. Complete the mission within 3 months and receive a B rank rating. Ha ha ha. Yifeng laughed out loud. He was worried about not having a weapon. The system sent it to his door this way. As for the 4 ocean overlords? Sorry. There was only one ocean overlord in the entire Blue Star. That was him, Yifeng. He looked towards the mission description. Although he didn't know what weapon the system would give, but the system's product would be the best. S. A. B. Different grades. The rewards obtained will definitely be different. That being the case. 1 week. The Blue Storm Whale must be resolved within a week. Just in time. He knows where the Blue Storm Whale is. The Great Ocean Road. It's even more dangerous than the Little Ocean Road. At its deepest point, it's up to 8,000 meters deep. It's one of the deepest trenches east of the Great Flat Ocean. Especially, this trench spans several kilometers. It's far beyond the Little Ocean Road. There are all kinds of the most mysterious and dangerous creatures of the Blue Planet. The Blue Storm Whale lives right there. This Blue Star's most ferocious whale was said to be able to kill a shark with 1 bite, but it only appeared when the typhoon was at its most rampant. Yifeng is fearless. Spiritual spring. The transformed body swam with ease. Fishing boat. The upgraded Cosmos was completely unafraid of the Blue Storm Whale. It's settled. 1 week. He must achieve the most generous reward. It just so happens that there's a typhoon the day after tomorrow. Blue storm whales like to surface in typhoon tsunamis. A magnitude 15 typhoon. It will definitely draw the beast out. Just, how should I capture it? Yifeng had a plan in his mind after a little thought. He drove the fishing boat back. Not long after, the coastline was near. Yifeng did not move and docked the fishing boat at the beach. He jumped ashore. Returned home. Simply wash up and go to sleep. Chapter 043 Misunderstandings are big. The next day. The day just dawned. Yifeng, who slept most of the night, rang his cell phone. He picked it up with confused eyes. Hello? Hello, who is it? Kokeji's son? Johnson? Who are you? I'm Mr. Wang. Who's this? Why do you have my daughter's phone? Wang? The king next door? Are you looking for the wrong person? Yifeng sleepily rushed the phone with this sentence. At the same time, Wang Hui also got up from the bed in a daze and asked, Yifeng, who is it? Yifeng said, looking for sauce, say it's old Wang. The next moment, Yifeng was suddenly stunned. Sounding child? Daughter? This damn. Won't be the school sister her old man, right? He looked at the school sister. School sister at the same time not sleepy. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide staring at the cell phone. Your cell phone is Huawei? Your cell phone is also Warwick? Gulp. The two gulped. Dead dead dead. Wang took the cell phone as if it was a robbery and said, weighing his words, huh? Dad? However, her cover-up had already been seen through by her wise old dad. Who was that man just now? Man? There's no man, you heard wrong, right? Oh, it's Serenity's voice, she came to our golden city to play, yes. She's got a cold, she sounds a bit like a boy, yeah, I'm staying in a hotel with her now, what? To video, ha ha ha. Dad, what are you thinking? I just slept, I didn't do anything, really. A full 10 minutes were said. Wang's sizzling face frustrated to hang up the phone. She said, my dad doesn't believe it, what can we do? Yifeng said, what did you say? Wang, she said, I said I just slept with Serenity, I didn't do anything. Yifeng. Slept with Serenity. I didn't do anything. This ing ghost believe nah. He held his forehead with his hand and said, senior sister, next time, it's better not to answer the phone until you wake up completely. Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. In a whirlwind. She said with a frustrated face, but my dad said he has to come over, what should I do? Yifeng. He looked up at the sky and then looked at the ground. The old man is really just hitting the ground all night off. Other side. The sunrise rose from the sea. The entire water ferry village entrance was plunged into a bustle in advance. 10 or so fishing boats returned to the ferry. Every fisherman's face was filled with happy smiles. Ah, really caught a big yellowtail. The Yi family's son is great, he fought all night last night and caught 3 catty yellowtail, which can be sold for 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. One night is worth a season's worth. We have to thank Yifeng. Me too. I caught a 5 catty yellowtail, I guess I can sell it for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Mine is no good, just 2 catty ones, estimated to sell for 10,000 yuan. I say Lao Yang, you should be satisfied, sell for $10,000? That's enough for a month's worth of fishing, isn't it? Without Yi Wazi's reminder, you could have earned this $10,000? Ha ha. That's all I'm saying. Yi Wazi is benevolent, he didn't lie to us. At this moment, the many fishermen were laughing with dark circles under their eyes. They all went to Diwu Reef to fish overnight after getting Yifeng's tip last night. Good fellow. It really let them hit it. More than a dozen fishing boats. There was no one who returned empty-handed. They were as happy as they could be at the moment. Inside, they were even more grateful to Yifeng. In the future, we can't go down the same path as Zhang Shan. That's right. Although he has shares in our fishing boat, he can't make decisions on our behalf. If we catch fish in the future, we can sell them to Yifeng. If Zhang Shan won't let us, we'll pool our money to redeem our shares. This big yellow fish of mine costs $30,000 to $40,000, I'll sell it later and go redeem the shares. Right. The big deal is to find Yifeng to borrow it, or just let Yifeng take up the shares. The crowd murmured. At the same time, Zhang family. Zhang Shan held back sleep all night. It wasn't until 4 or 5 o'clock that he slept for 2 or 3 hours. At this moment, he was as sleepy as he wanted to be. Just at this moment, the follower Xiao He hurriedly ran in. Brother Shan, it's bad, something big has happened. Zhang Shan asked with dark circles under his eyes, what's the big deal? Xiao He said with a bitter face, our lair has been taken over. Zhang Shan asked, what nest? Xiao He said, Dayu Reef. Last night a dozen fishing boats went out to sea and fished out all the nearby rhubarb fish. What? Zhang Shan directly exploded. He jumped up and asked, don't those people sleep? Go fishing in the middle of the night? Xiao He sighed and said, careless now the ferry is full of people, everyone is looking at the rhubarb fish, our fishing boat got the news in the morning and rushed to Dayu Reef, the result? There's not even a place to drop the net. Zhang Shan. There's not even a place to cast a net? How many nets must be spread out? Zhang Shan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Take my old nest as a favor. Now not even a mouthful of soup is left for me. Zhang Shan really want to be mad. He hurriedly led his followers to the ferry. Chapter 044 Fish guns once again sold out. Yi family. Yifeng and Wang Shi conferred. Wang Jiaxiang drove back to the hotel and communicated with Serenity to prevent old Wang's investigation. Yifeng's side prepares the items for the sea. If Wang Dad really wants to come, then show him. Everyone is really doing serious things. Next, Wang Smokes gets up and dresses. For fear of Yi Ma seeing it. Yifeng didn't go out of the house. Anyway, Wang was wearing a t-shirt to bed, so she wasn't afraid of getting naked. At this moment, Wang Shi is wearing slippers. A pair of small feet are swaying back and forth in front of Yifeng. Snow white. Exquisite. The toenails were also coated with pink nail polish. Cute as hell. The proud curves were even more eye-catching under the cover of the sun. Yifeng sked and nodded. Worthy of being the pillar of Huayin Terrace. This body of the school sister had no excuse. Not long after, Wang Shi changed her clothes and said, "Let's go, you send me out, turn around, and I'll bring back a few people from Serenity." Yifeng nodded and said, "Go." The two of them quietly groped their way out of the house. Yifeng sent Wang Shi to the car, and then turned to third uncle's house. Result. Just arrived at third uncle's house. When the old man saw Yifeng, he immediately hugged him tightly. Yifeng said, "Third uncle, what are you doing?" The old man smiled and said, "Yiwazi, Uncle San wants to thank you." Yifeng asked, "What is it?" The old man smiled and said, "You know what? In the past 2 days, my store's fishing gear sold half a year's worth of volume, especially nets and hooks, sold hundreds of kilometers of price increases or robbed into a swarm of awe." Yifeng smiled and said, "That's good." The old man shook his head and said, "It's not all because of your light, knowing that you hit the fish, that can all rush to buy. Just yesterday night, I sold out 300 nets, 70 kilometers of hooks, earned a full 30,000 yuan. Yifeng laughed, "That's great." The old man was beaming with joy. The income of these few days is worth 1 or 2 years of his usual income. But he was a little worried. "Will this affect your fishing?" "Affect me?" Yifeng smiled. That big yellowtail school was the small fish that he didn't want to miss. As for the other schools of fish, did the Suedu villagers really think that it was the rows of hooks and nets that could hit the fish? That was the unique system at work. As long as he was carrying the system, no one would be able to snatch fish from him. He laughed, "Don't worry, Uncle San, no one can snatch fish from me. The fishing net, that's just a tool. What's really powerful is here." He pointed to his brain. Uncle San then nodded his head with a "I know you're a great kid." Yifeng exhorted, "That's fine, if someone else comes to buy it again, you can sell it without worry." Uncle Sam laughed, "Then I'm relieved, right? You came to me to buy fishing gear?" Yifeng slapped his head and said, "Look at me. I almost forgot. Third uncle, bring me 2 sets of fishing guns, I want the big guys." Uncle San said, "Big ones? How big?" Yifeng said, "The biggest." Uncle Yi was skeptical and said, "Yifeng, you're not going out for whaling, are you?" Yifeng nodded and said, "I want to try." Third uncle then sighed. He wanted to persuade him that this is not a joke, but thinking of the other party's great achievements, his words turned into, "Yifeng, you have your own opinion, so Uncle San won't say much, but this whaling and fishing are not the same thing, so think about it more yourself, not to mention that you're still young and haven't started a family yet." Yifeng nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, third uncle, I am just prepared, I won't risk my life." Third uncle then nodded. Not long after, he took out 3 rods of fish guns. All of them were the biggest ones. The biggest one was more than 2 meters long. Yifeng took it. "Good guy. This 1 rod of fish gun must weigh 70 to 80 pounds for fear." He said, "Third uncle, let's do it this way, I'll have a set too." Third uncle was first stunned and then realized. He put together a set for Yifeng. $5,000 for the fish gun. Yifeng transferred 10,000 without saying anything. He patted Uncle San's shoulder and gave him a you-know-what look, then swaggered to carry a set of fish guns out of the fishing tackle store. The entire Shuadu village was once again sensationalized at the sight of this scene. Have you heard? Yiwazi went to the fishing tackle store again. This time, he bought a whole set of fish guns. Good guy. This must be the discovery of a big fish. It might even be a prawn. I'll be damned. It's not a Chinese brocade lobster, is it? Or maybe the very best king crab? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. Right. Must hurry. Last time I was half a step late, the fishing nets were all sold out straight away. A group of villagers frantically rushed to the fishing tackle store. On the other side, Yifeng carried his fish gun and passed by Pretty Widow's supermarket. He thought about it. He had just obtained the shipboard refrigerator and hadn't bought ice cream yet, and he had to have some more of the other things as well. He then prepared to take a walk to the supermarket. Result. Just arrived at the door. Orchid's sister-in-law was waiting at the door with a smile on her face. She looked Yifeng up and down, especially the set of fish guns, and said with a smile, "Yifeng, your posture of carrying a fish gun, sister-in-law really likes it." Yifeng hurriedly said with a confused head, "Sister-in-law, what did you say? What do you mean by carrying a gun? I'm still young, I don't understand." Orchid's sister-in-law smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't understand, sister-in-law can teach you, come in, it's so hot outside, come in and drink some water." With that, she pulled Yifeng into the house. Ahem. Sister-in-law Orchid. Is it really good for you to be so mean every time? Sister-in-law Orchid looked Yifeng up and down, especially that thick arm, the muscle lines are very obvious, her eyes are simply going to let out light. Chapter 045 Orchid's sister-in-law. In the supermarket. Sister-in-law Orchid's eyes were glowing and said, "Yifeng, this gun of yours is not interesting, do you want to change a fish gun to carry it?" Yifeng was confused and said, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I really don't understand." Sister-in-law Orchid said, "Let's go. Sister-in-law will teach you." She said, "Let's go." Yifeng took a look and said, "What's wrong with this?" He still had to buy food for his own small treasury. He hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, let's talk about whether to teach or not, I'm here to buy something." As soon as Mrs. Orchid heard that she wanted to do business, she regained her seriousness and said, "What do you want to buy?" Yifeng reported the list. "Give me 100 ice creams, the best ones, with flavors spread out, and instant noodles." In addition to the ice cream, he doubled his previous list. The extra 50 square meters didn't count as cabin space anyway. He had only filled 10 square meters before. Now doubling it again would only use 20 square meters at full capacity, leaving the remaining 30 square meters completely ready for emergencies. Just this food. He estimated that it would be enough to eat for at least half a year. As for money? Sorry. Old me is now poor with only money left. Mrs. Orchid was puzzled and said, 100 ice creams? Yifeng, do you have a refrigerator on board? No, that thing takes up a lot of space, even with an electric battery, it can't be cooled all the time. Are you sure you want to buy so many? Yifeng said, "Don't worry, I just bought a boat refrigerator, state-of-the-art technology, it doesn't take much electricity, it won't melt." Sister-in-law Orchid then said, "Alright then, sister-in-law will pick them out for you." 10 minutes later, Yifeng walked out of the supermarket. Once again, he emptied Sister Orchid's warehouse. When he appeared in the ferry with a big bag, it directly caused a wave of sensation. Yikes! It's Yifeng coming. Haha, Yifeng, Uncle really has to thank you. This night, earn me 2 or 3 months of income, Uncle will be hanging out with you from now on. Yes Yifeng, thank you so much. The crowd had grateful smiles on their faces. Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Don't be polite folks, I just set a place. In the end, fishing is still your own well, it's all from your own labor, there's really no need to thank me." The crowd all scat inside. This is Yi Wazi. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. I've decided. I'll follow Yifeng from now on. Right. I've decided too. The crowd had decided to fall back. Zhang Shan, who had just arrived at the ferry port, saw the scene. Looking at Yifeng who was surrounded by the crowd, and then looking at his own men who had gone out to sea early in the morning but hadn't even caught a single fry, Zhang Shan's eyes were practically spitting fire. It was too much. That was the lair that he had discovered. He was furious and was about to go forward to the theory. A few followers pulled back. "Brother Shan, calm down. Going up there now is like running into a gun." "That's right, Brother Shan, if we go up there now, we're just making ourselves look bad." At this time, Xiao Hei suddenly pointed his finger not far away. "What's that?" Not far away on the sea. A 3-story yacht was docked there. He pointed with one finger. Everyone nearby looked over. "Whose yacht is this? A yacht? This is a 3-decked cruise ship, okay. TSK, what a grandiose, this cruise ship must cost $20 to $30 million at least, right? Couldn't it be Yifeng? 2 days ago, he even said that he was going to go to his classmate's family's shipyard and replace the yacht." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan became anxious. "Bull. Can this cruise ship be Yifeng's? Are you kidding me? If this was Yifeng's, I would have eaten this cruise ship on the spot." Right at this moment, Zhang Shan suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He turned back his head. Yifeng was staring at himself with a smile. He said, "What are you looking at?" Yifeng said indifferently, "What are you looking at? Is it possible that all the land is your family's? Can't you look at it?" Seeing that the two were about to get into a fight, the henchman hurriedly pulled Zhang Shan away. Zhang Shan hatefully said, "Why are you stopping me? Is this land his family's?" Several followers did not say anything. Yifeng rubbed his fist. Thump glared. Several followers took a step back in fear. Zhang Shan suddenly remembered the last time he threw himself into the river. Gulp. He gulped. Ding bell. A bell rang. Yifeng picked it up and said, "I'm at the ferry right now, you guys go straight down that road in the village, all the way east, drive to the beach and you'll see me." He walked to the intersection with a 6-parent pace. Not long after, a red BMW appeared in front of the crowd. 3 as beautiful as flowers stepped out of the car. The crowd at the ferry den looked at the scene with envy. "This is a BMW. Which family's girl doll drives this car? Oh? I'm afraid it's not a big family. Is the car the point? The focus is these 3 beauties, okay? TSK. One is prettier than the other. You're not looking for a man from our village, are you? Bull. If the wine you drank last night was real, you wouldn't be this drunk. Is there any young man in our village who's good enough for her?" "That's true. Wait a minute. Did you forget about Yifeng?" Yes. Yifeng is back. If you really want to find a man from our village, it's only Yifeng, right?" The crowd was talking a lot. Zhang Shan's eyes were even looking straight. The one on the driver's seat, a long white dress with flesh-colored stockings, feet on high heels, pure and absolutely beautiful to the extreme, simply a fairy. The one in the back wearing a black dress with marten boots, charming and sexy, a glance can seduce people's hearts and souls. Although the remaining one is a bit worse than these two, she is also a great beauty. Zhang Shan couldn't help but go up to greet them. Right at this moment, A figure was faster than him. Chapter 046, Shame. This fishing boat is mine. Yi Feng. This rushed in front of him with lightning speed. Zhang Shan was just about to swear. Just then he saw those three women greeting him with smiling faces. Yi Feng, you came? So many people, I didn't even see you just now. Is this the ferry of your Shuai-Du village? It's so big, and also the sea is so magnificent. The three women spoke one after another. The crowd all roared. So it's Yi Feng. No wonder. Yi Wazi is worthy of someone else. All the fathers and mothers came to a realization. Some of them even praised Yi Feng in front of the three girls. Female children, you guys have a vision. Not only is Yi Waifu capable, he's also kind-hearted. You guys see, he discovered the fish and brought the townspeople to become rich. These are all the fish I caught last night, a day's income of 20,000 yuan, worth the past 2 or 3 months. Without Yi Wazi, where would I find it? The crowd complimented one after another. The three girls then looked at Yi Feng with smiling faces. Wang Sui said narrowly, Yi Feng, can't see that you have such a good reputation in your village? Yi Feng shook his head and said, where? It's just a coincidence. Wang Holian laughed, elementary school brother, say you are fat and you are still gasping, don't you know that excessive modesty is pride? Yi Feng laughed and said, it's really just a coincidence, the big yellowtail group found yesterday, the folks haven't hit the precious fish group for a long time, so I mentioned to them, it's all from their own hard labor. Wang Xian laughed, okay, I know you are nice. Yi Feng said, it's rare to come to the beach to play, let's go, I'll take you guys to the ferry to have a look. Several people didn't notice. Their words and actions were firmly locked by a figure. It was a middle-aged man. He muttered as he listened to the chatter around him, young, talented, and kind-hearted? This news is something to report to the boss. With that, he edited out the villagers' spontaneous discussion about Yi Feng just now. On the other side, Yi Feng brought the three girls to the ferry. This ferry was cast from a 6-meter-high embankment, with a pier placed in the middle for the villagers who went out to sea for fishing to dock. The sea was relentless. It laps at high tide and leaves a long coastline at low tide. The dike is the best moat. The three women climb up the embankment and take in the magnificent view of the sea. Seeing the cruise ship not far away, Wang Xiang said, Yi Feng, that cruise ship is afraid to cost tens of millions of dollars, isn't it? I can't see that there are still such rich people in your village. Yi Feng didn't answer and asked Serenity, sister, if I had such a cruise ship, wouldn't I have a chance to apply for an S-class contract? Serenity stared at the cruise ship and surveyed it and said, a 3-tier cruise ship, this equipment is top of the line even in the entire Do Fishing Outdoor Program department. If you really have a cruise ship like this and match it with your face value and figure, I can apply for you to give it a try. Speaking here, she suddenly reacted. Yi Feng, this cruise ship shouldn't really be yours, right? Yi Feng smiled before returning. Zhang Shan jumped out. He had long been staring at a few people. Now that he heard Serenity's words, he finally found an opportunity. He retorted, his ship? Pull back, his fishing boat, it's only a bit bigger than a speedboat, can it be compared to this cruise ship? That's one heaven and one earth. The three women were suspicious. You guys know each other? Yi Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Shan and said, you know a lot about this cruise ship? Zhang Shan said, do you think I'm like you who only knows how to fish? Let me tell you, don't look at the smallness of this cruise ship, the price is definitely not expensive. Anyone who runs a ship knows that an extra layer has to add an extra zero. The first floor costs $100,000, the second floor costs $1 million, the third floor costs $10 million, this cruise ship costs $10 million. This is not even counting, you guys can see his draft, which means the cabin is big and the bottom is heavy. This ship is afraid that it is even stronger than the average cruise ship. The guaranteed bottom is estimated to be $20 to $30 million. Zhang Shan eloquently said. $30 to $20 million? So expensive? The three women couldn't help but look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head and said, what I said in the front is almost the same, but what I said in the back is much worse. $30 to $20 million? I'm afraid that even 10 times more can't build this cruise ship. Not to mention anything else. A hull that was comparable to a diamond was far from what the current Blue Star could build. The materials are priceless. Zhang Shan was furious, much worse? Yi Feng, no one knows more about fishing boats than me. Yi Feng smiled. Nor did he explain. He pulled out the key of the cruise ship. The next moment, he pressed the key. Beep. The navigation lights of the cruise ship not far away flashed. Yi Feng said, shame on you. This fishing boat is my show you guys around. Zhang Shan. Serenity. Wang Shiwei. Li Qian. The crowd was stunned. Wang Xiang exclaimed, Senior, this is your cruise ship? Serenity said in surprise, no way. Is this the fishing boat you were talking about? A fishing boat about the size of a speedboat? This is clearly a 3-decked cruise ship. Li Qian cried and laughed, if this is a speedboat, then wouldn't the cruise ship have to be the size of an aircraft carrier? The three women were stunned. As for Zhang Shan, He was directly petrified on the spot. He had just said that no one knows more about fishing boats than me, only to be told backhandedly that the fishing boat belonged to Yifeng. Zhang Shan went completely crazy. Deliberate. Definitely on purpose. Setting himself up an ing asking for his opinion on fishing boats. The fairy, however, erupted in a burst of exclamations. I told you, this boat is Yifeng's. He just said a few days ago that he was going to his classmate's place to exchange it for a cruise ship. It must be the money from selling the rhubarb fish yesterday that he exchanged that small fishing boat for. Envious. It's only been a few days, and it's a direct bird's-eye exchange. Other than that, just this cruise ship, it must be our village's most sleazy fishing boat, right? Haha, I feel more and more that it's right to follow Yifeng. In other people's hands. The crowd would have been envious and jealous. However, most of those who were at the ferry now were the ones who had gotten the benefit of Yifeng's rhubarb fish. Everyone was envious. The middle-aged man standing in the crowd jotted down another paragraph on his book, showing wealth to the people, but the villagers were not jealous. At the same time, Yifeng had already taken the 3 women on board. Chapter 047 Hai Dongqing's Divine Abnormalities. On the cruise ship, all 3 women were surveying the ship. Wow! There's even a bedroom? This is too luxurious, isn't it? Is this a luxury cruise ship? There's even a swimming pool on the top floor? I finally know why those rich people love to buy cruise ships. Good junior brother, I thought your ship was a small broken ship, but I didn't expect it to be a 3-deck luxury cruise ship. How can you call this a small fishing boat? The 3 girls were stunned. They all sized up Yifeng. Wang Sui had an even greater feeling of being deceived. Yifeng explained, no. This fishing boat I just replaced yesterday, this cruise ship is my classmate's shipyard, because the economic crisis did not sell out, it is a low price to deal with, I happen to know this news, it will be taken over, gave a cost price, in fact, seriously count up, on a hull is quite a bluff, full counting also spent 8 million. The 3 women's expressions became even more shocked. What did I hear? Now 8 million are going to be added as well? Is this the luxurious life of a fisherman? Suddenly I want to fish so badly. Yifeng was defeated and changed the topic and said, you guys take a rest first, I'll go to the shore and carry everything back. Not long after, he pushed the cart and carried all those supplies onto the boat. Yifeng said, let's go, I'll take you guys to experience the scenery of the sea. Tranquility said in anticipation, with a cruise ship like this, fishing must be great, right? Mr. Wang asked, but I heard that there's going to be a typhoon recently? Yifeng said, don't worry, the typhoon hasn't come yet, it won't arrive at this part of Hualien until the day after tomorrow, let's go out to sea today, absolutely no problem. The 3 women then nodded. Next, Yifeng started the cruise ship. In the envious gazes of many villagers, the cruise ship sailed away from the ferry. The rippling sea. The 3 women stood on the bow deck of the ship. In front of them, it was the endless sea. The feeling was as if they were going to forget all their sorrows. Turn around. The ferry just now has been turned into a long black line. Mr. Wang sighed with emotion and said, is this the sea? It's the first time I've seen the ocean up close and personal. Tranquility stroked the railing and said, yes, I'm used to seeing cities poured with reinforced concrete, and now that I've seen these images, I finally understand why outdoor live broadcasting has become more and more hot in the past few years. Just then, the 3 women saw an eagle hovering not far away. Ha! This eagle has been following us. Yifeng didn't know when he also walked onto the deck and said with a smile, this is not an ordinary eagle, this eagle has a snow-white body and spots on its feathers, this is the god of eagles, the Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing? I've heard of it, it's a god bird. I can't believe I met such an auspicious bird on my first trip to the sea. I feel like I can definitely catch a fish today. The 3 women exclaimed. They all grew up in the city, where have they seen this? Hai Dongqing. That was the god among eagles. Yifeng laughed, what's this? Do you want it to fall down and show you guys? The 3 girls all laughed. It can still fall down? Elementary school brother, can't see that you're quite capable of bragging. That's right, that's the Hai Dongqing. The book says that they are the most unruly, even the eagle trainer can't do anything with them. The more precious the exotic beasts are, the higher their spiritual intelligence is. They would definitely not easily succumb to the arms of humans. Yifeng then laughed, then what if I can make him fall? Wang Holiang said, then I'll make the call, how about Serenity wearing a bikini and I up to the 3rd floor for a swim later, so you can feast your eyes on it? Serenity shook her head and said, why me? Wang Xiang persuaded, do you really believe that he can call down the East China Sea? That's a sacred bird. It's not like it's a blank check. Serenity thought about it and said, that's true. Yifeng laughed, it's a deal. The next moment, he directly whistled. The melodious melody. It looked different and clear on the big sea. The hovering bird seemed to receive a signal and directly glided over towards the cruise ship. Amidst the 3 women's dumbfounded stares, this Hai Dongqing landed on the deck and rubbed against Yifeng's pants leg very affectionately. Yifeng said, willing to bet ha? Serenity, Wang Shang, Li Qian. The three women were stunned. This is your bird? Isn't this the hay donkey? How could it recognize its owner? Yifeng said, De Qing, go, these three are sisters, you get intimate with them and let them know about your divinity. De Qing then ran to the three and rubbed his head against the pant legs of the three beauties. The three were stunned. It can still understand your words? Yifeng, how the hell did you do that? This is too scary, isn't it? All three women looked at Yifeng in unison. Yifeng then talked about the origin of Big Green. Of course. The spiritual water of the hidden system. Wang Shi said, the hay donkey is the god of eagles, it actually got injured? Serenity said, worthy of being a god bird, it must be because you saved it that it trusts you like this. Li Qian said, I would also like to save such a bird, in the future also have what cats dogs directly raise an eagle, it does not smell good? The three women all lamented. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, what's that, my task is done, shouldn't you guys honor your promise? Ningjing's pretty face blushed and said, no way. You have to come with me, Mr. Wang. Wang Shi stammered, I didn't bring a change of clothes. Yifeng pointed to the second floor and reminded, those two guest rooms, there are clothes dryers, and they can be dried in 3 minutes. Wang sang. She gritted her teeth and said, Yifeng, are you doing this on purpose? Yifeng then laughed, I'm Jiang Taigong fishing for the willing. Chapter 048, Animals are worse than animals simply. What are you afraid of? Not just swimming? It's hard not to eat us? The three women gritted their teeth. They ran up to the guest room on the second floor to change their clothes. Not long after, the three of them, either in t-shirts or close-fitting clothes, walked up to the pool on the third floor. At the same time, Yifeng returned to the cockpit. He looked at the detector. If the pointer hadn't been spinning, he would have wondered if there was something wrong with the instrument. What's going on? There's actually not a single fish? Can't it be that a typhoon is coming and all these fish are scared away? Yifeng stared at the detector and frowned. There. The only few points of light were all missed fish. Guys that didn't even weigh a pound. He was simply too lazy to fight. It was hard not to fold today? It would be fine if it was usual, Zhang Shan had already been beaten down by himself anyway. But just now when he got on the boat, Serenity said that if she could catch a rare fish, she would report to the headquarters and apply for an S-class would be more certain. As a result, it wouldn't give face, right? He didn't believe it. Continuing to march the Cosmos towards the deep sea. At a speed of 120 kilometers. The Cosmos was like a wind speed. The 500-meter biodetector froze and didn't find half a trace of fish along the way. Still can't believe it. Go to the small ocean road and take a look. Big deal, I'll go down to the sea and touch it. If there was anywhere left untouched, the deep ocean trench there was definitely one of them. He piloted the cruise ship towards Little Ocean Road. Meanwhile, the three women had entered the pool with their clothes on. Wow! This water is very comfortable. Really, hey, it's not like seawater, it doesn't have that salty feeling. The three women all worked out regularly. As soon as they entered the pool, they felt a different experience. A feeling that was even more refreshing than fresh water. There was no thick and fishy flavor of seawater at all. Serenity laughed and said, it seems like this schoolmate is hiding quite a few secrets. Wang Jing shook his head and said, everyone has secrets. If he doesn't want to talk about it, we shouldn't ask. Ningjing narrowly said, I say, Wang Shi, are you in love with him? I just said one word about secrets, and you started to relieve others. Wang Shi blushed and said, no way. I just said it. Serenity said, really? How did you spend last night? Wang Shi, face red, said, last night there are a few big wolf dogs. Really, we just slept, did not do anything. Just slept? Putting such a big beauty like you did nothing, are you scolding schoolmate for being worse than a beast? Serenity and Li Qian both laughed. Wang Sui blushed and said, schoolmate is still quite nice. Alright. I know you have a crush on schoolmate. The two then laughed. Li Qian said, do you guys think Yifeng is hesitant to come up now? Serenity said, you think it's the same as last night? Three big beauties, if he doesn't have some reaction, is he still a man? Wang Xiang shook his head and said, it's really hard to say. The three women were all guessing when Yifeng would come up. Result. 5 minutes passed. Yifeng didn't come. 10 minutes passed. Yifeng didn't come. 20 minutes later. The arms of the three women swimming were a bit sore. Li Qian couldn't help but say, I'll go down and take a look. A moment later. Li Qian returned to the pool quietly. Wang Xiang, what do you say? Serenity, schoolmate wouldn't be embarrassed, right? Li Qian shook her head and said, he's driving the boat, he said that there are no fish in this sea, he's going to go to Xiaoyangdao to take a look. He must fight up a few fish today. Wang Xiang asked, he didn't say anything about swimming? Li Qian said, he seems to have forgotten. Wang Xiang. Serenity. The two beauties were dumbfounded. Three big beauties swimming in bikini, is this kind of thing also something that can be forgotten? Half the time. Serenity asked, so are we still swimming? Wang Smokes gritted his teeth and said, swim. Of course. We're not swimming for him to see. Li Qian said, right. Let's swim back hard. Not long after. The small ocean road was close at hand. Yi Feng's expression was somewhat serious. This way over. Not to mention the big fish. There's not even a small fry. Can't it be that we're really going to have no harvest today? Yi Feng was a bit speechless. At this moment, a voice came from the top deck. Yi Feng, come up quickly. Mr. Wang has a cramp in his leg, can you help look at it? Li Qian's alarmed voice came. Cramp? Yi Feng rushed up to the top deck without saying a word. By the pool. Wang Xiang was reclining on the seat in a mermaid position. The t-shirt was close to her body, completely outlining her perfect curves. The wet hair and the drops of water constantly flowing downwards simply added a different charm to her. Yi Feng asked, where are you cramping up? Li Qian pointed at Wang Yi's calf belly and said, here. Yi Feng then pressed on it. The two hands were close to the calf belly. Delicate and smooth skin, excellent flexibility of the legs. This scene was really pleasing to the eyes. His palms gently pressed, and his body, which had been transformed by the spiritual spring, could already control the force with ease. He gently pressed and asked, how is it? Is it any more comfortable? It was more than comfortable. Wang Smokes was practically on the verge of screaming out. Yi Feng's hand was like a magic trick. It was as if that force could penetrate through the surface skin and reach the internal meridians. She only felt a surge of heat. A moment later. She couldn't hold back any longer. She blushed and said, okay, I'm done. Yi Feng said suspiciously, senior sister, under this massage, why are you still red all over? Wang Yi's pretty face reddened and lowered her head. The other two looked at Yi Feng with a beastly gaze. Chapter 049 Extreme King Crab. Yi Feng is also too beastly. You just laid down like that, but he didn't react? To be like this is also even so, the result of Yi Feng did not react. Wang Yi, your pants are wet, how did you do it? Serenity and Li Qian stared at Wang Shi. Wang Yang's face turned red. There was no way to explain what happened just now. It was too embarrassing. Who knew that squeezing a leg could be like that? The three of them fooled around for a while. 10 minutes later. Walking out of the guest room, their expressions returned to seriousness. Serenity said, after half a day of fooling around, let's get down to business. She and the two went downstairs. Yi Feng was at the wheelhouse driving the boat. He turned around when he heard the commotion and said, do you guys want some cold drinks? There's one in the refrigerator next to it. Take your pick of ice cream drinks. Serenity was surprised and said, you even have a refrigerator? Yi Feng said, yes, a small refrigerator, it doesn't use much electricity. Ning Jing then said, Yi Feng, you're really eating hot pot and singing a song to fight the fish. Originally I was thinking how to add a little gimmick for you, but now I don't want anything. Yi Feng asked, what do you mean? Serenity said, think about it, which one of them is not exhausted from fishing, but you are good, you even have ice cream, isn't it unique? Just this, it will definitely attract a lot of traffic. Mr. Wang said, right. Nowadays, everyone is a curiosity seeker, and after seeing a lot of the same thing, they like to have something different. Serenity reminded me of the right thing. Yi Feng said, is that so? Then I have a lot of stuff in my warehouse. Said. It seemed like Tinker Bell. He took out melon seeds, beer, small drinks. Even hot pots were moved out. Serenity. Wang Yi. Li Qian. Ning cried and laughed and said, schoolmate, your life as a fisherman is too rich, isn't it? Even the hot pot is served up? Wang Xiang laughed and said, what do you think? I really think he was bragging in that video. Serenity laughed and said, in a way, this is a good thing. With these beginnings, basically your traffic will not be lacking, but whether you can keep everyone here depends on your real ability. After all, catching the sea live, or fishing is the main focus. Yi Feng said, don't worry about it, senior sister, I wouldn't dare to say in other people's hands, in this area, I am the ocean overlord. Just at this moment, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the dashboard on the right side. I throw. Speak of the devil? This was a deliberate attempt to give himself a chance to show his hand. Yi Feng's expression was overjoyed. Why is there something wrong with this group of fish? Their movements were more like floating than swimming. Did they run into lobsters again? No. Lobsters never swarm. Then what is it? He looked into his head. 11:30 o'clock. Distance 380 meters. Swarm of marine life detected. Number unknown. He didn't move and said, senior sister, the small ocean path is ahead, it's one of the most dangerous zones around this side, each of you wear a life jacket, I might have to go down to the sea to fish later. The three girls all walked onto the deck with a look of anticipation. The sea breeze was blowing. The waves were magnificent. Yi Feng slowly drove the Cosmos close to its destination. Seeing that he was about to arrive, he set the fishing boat to drift at a slow speed. He came onto the deck. Serenity said, Yifeng, do you think there are fish over here? How come I don't feel like it at all? Yifeng explained, the backstage is a typhoon, and in the sea, fish are much better at avoiding harm than humans, so all those schools of fish will swim back this way and stay in the trench to escape the raging weather. Serenity said, are you sure you can hit the fish? I have to go back to the office tomorrow. If I can't hit it, I'm afraid it'll be hard to rate an S-class contract. Yifeng said, don't worry. Just then, the red dot slowly approached. A piece of seaweed was swaying in the water. Yifeng had been staring at the bottom of the sea and was directly stunned at the sight. That's a king crab? No. It's not an ordinary king crab, it's the very best of king crabs. Alaskan king crab? Almost the instant he saw the other party, Yifeng surged out a name. Alaskan king crab. Red in color throughout its body. Has the most robust long legs amongst crabs. All stretched out up to nearly 2 meters. The only crab in the blue star that could walk both horizontally and vertically. Unbelievable. A typhoon passing through. Surprisingly, it was able to bring such a king crab. His expression became a little excited. Such a superb king crab. A single one costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the red dot on the detector just now showed that there were 20 to 30 of them here. Yifeng pointed to the depths of the sea and said, what do you see there? The 3 women all looked over. Under the surface of the water, groups of red crabs were swimming. Wow! Is this a crab? No. This is a king crab. Ordinary crabs are definitely not this big. Wang, who has seen a lot of things, corrected. She said, I can't imagine that this sea voyage went so well that I could encounter such a crab. Yifeng nodded, Alaskan king crab, known as the best of the king crabs, as long as one can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, here the guaranteed estimate must be 20. Li Qian exclaimed, wouldn't that be tens of millions? Serenity said, no wonder you are so profitable. No, I have to take a few pictures as material. She took out her cell phone and took a shot of the seabed. Mr. Wang asked, Yifeng, how are you going to catch them? They have such long claws, it would hurt to death if you touch them, right? Yifeng said, for such crabs, it's good to catch them directly with drift nets, as long as they are entangled, they can't escape, but they will definitely let some escape, and I will go down to the sea to catch the rest. Not letting any of the crabs slip through the net. Ha! Wangy was a bit worried and said, but they are very big, and it's very dangerous here. Yifeng shook his head and said, dangerous? This is the real sea fishing. Saying this, he ran to the back cabin. There! A dozen fishing nets were all hanging there. They were all special fishing nets that Yifeng had bought from Uncle San. It was quite a bit stronger than the normal ordinary nylon rope. Yifeng spread the fishing nets into the water and let them sink to the bottom following the current. The 3 women all watched the scene expectantly. Serenity and Li Qian even took out their cell phones to film the entire captured scene. Just at this moment, the fishing net float moved. Chapter 050, Capturing in the Sea. Awesome! Wang sang excitedly, it's moving. He's moving. Yifeng shook his head, we can't pull it now, once we pull this one, all the others will be scared away. Wang Xiang asked, what should we do then? Are we just going to keep spending time like this? Yifeng gave her a reassuring look and said, just wait, the best is yet to come. Just then, the king crab swarm apparently realized the situation. They paused and became one with the seawater around them. If everyone hadn't been staring at them just now, they wouldn't have been able to spot them at all. Wang Xiang said, these king crabs are too smart, aren't they? Yifeng said, not smart, but vigilant. This kind of king crab is even more vigilant than lobster. As soon as something is half wrong, it will immediately flee. Let's wait and see what happens. A moment later, a king crab tentatively grabbed the net. There was no abnormality. A few more king crabs went to pincer the net. Still no abnormalities. Just, their claws were invariably entangled in the fishing net. The next moment, the crabs seemed to launch a collective charge. They came forward one after another, using their pincers to pinch that fishing net off. King crabs that could easily weigh 1 to 20 pounds. How great was the strength of the pincers? Click! The fishing net then broke a hole. And Yifeng waited for this moment. He pulled the long line. The dozen or so nets were directly practiced into one line, tumbling in the seawater under the pull of his arm strength. Yifeng shook his big hand. Those king crabs had just broken free from the fishing net and were directly entangled again. Go to the cockpit! Yifeng yelled. The 3 of them backed up in a hurry. The next moment, Yifeng started pulling the nets. Those fishing nets carried seawater and were directly pulled up by his pair of arms. Clattering, the seawater accompanied the crabs. One fishing net after another surfaced. The red king crabs completely appeared in front of the 3 women. Wow! Did you just take a picture of it? There must be at least 20 of these king crabs, plus the power of the fishing nets, several hundred pounds. Is he Superman? The 3 women were stunned. Yifeng, however, could not help but look at the fishing net. There! Nearly 20 king crabs were trapped in the net. Ha ha ha. Just this wave. Half of them have been caught. That's enough to sell a few $1,000,000. He laughed as he plucked the crabs out of the nets. These nets were all damaged by the crab's pincers. They couldn't be used anymore. Yifeng did not nag. He picked up the scissors. Click. A king crab fell down. It still wants to run. Yifeng directly pressed its back and threw it into the cabin. The upgraded cabin was able to hold more than 10 tons of fish. These king crabs didn't matter at all. Just like that. 10 minutes later. The king crabs were all thrown into the back cabin. Wang Xiang asked excitedly, Yifeng, how much are these king crabs worth roughly? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, the biggest one, over 30 pounds, I'm afraid one will cost 1 to 2 million, the others are generally around 15 pounds, 3 to 500,000 is about right. Serenity nodded and said, I've heard of it, crabs are more about size than fish, some are just 1 or 2 more, that's the king crab may cost tens of thousands, the others can only be weighed by the caddy. Yifeng said, that's pretty much what it means. Li Qian said, Yifeng, this is too powerful for you, isn't it? So this one day hit up tens of millions? Yifeng said, this is the time of good luck, bad luck is likely to have no income. Wang Xiang laughed, you still have bad luck? Everyone laughed. They all remembered that interview stunt. Yifeng said, I counted just now, I still miss 7 king crabs, let's go and catch the rest of the crabs first. Saying this, he prepared to drive the boat. Crabs were not known for their speed. They were at best faster than the current. Those 7 red dots were still within the range of the detector now. So Yifeng did not panic. He slowly urged the cruise ship. The old technique was repeated. Lower the net to capture. 1 hour later. Only the last pair of king crabs remained. The 3 women looked at Yifeng. Yifeng said, these 2 should be a pair, I just looked, they have been walking in a group. He shouldered his fish gun and pulled the fishing net and was ready to go into the water. The 3 women dissuaded him. You're not really going to go into the water, are you? Yifeng, I'm a bit scared. Why don't we just forget about it? Just the last 2. Yifeng shook his head and said, it's fine, I'll go down and take a look, if it doesn't work, I'll come back up. Saying that, he took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Following the knowledge of the red dot on the detector, Yifeng came to a reef not far away. There. 2 king crabs were curled up there, eyeing the strange man intently. Yifeng raised his spear, ready to shoot if he saw something wrong. The 2 king crabs took one look and ran away. I threw. So fast? Yifeng followed up without saying a word. His body was more dexterous than a fish. With a flick of his hands, he directly overtook the 2 crabs. The king crab that lagged behind ran slower and was directly entangled in the fishing net. It wanted to raise its big pincers. Yifeng flipped over. Its body was then deadlocked. Yifeng was going to pull this king crab onto the boat first before he could concentrate on that king crab. It was just that he did not notice. The moment he turned around. Instead of running, that king crab that was supposed to be far away, it directly turned around and chased at Yifeng's direction. On the boat. The 3 women were all lamenting. Yifeng is also too powerful, isn't he? I calculated that this dive has already exceeded 15 minutes, and there is only a 7-minute gap from the world record of 22 minutes. With his strength, I think it's really promising to apply for S rank. Just then, they saw Yifeng returning. Caught? Great. Wait. What was that? The 3 women were first overjoyed, then they were stunned. There. A few meters behind Yifeng. A black shadow was in hot pursuit. Chapter 051. The system's reward is absolute. Ah. It's another king crab. What to do? The 3 women were scared out of their wits. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that big pincer. I'm afraid it can poke through the body at once. Wangi seemed to remember something, gritted her teeth, copied the boat's fish gun and jumped into the water. Wang Shi. Wang Shi. The 2 women exclaimed on the deck. A moment later. Phew! Yifeng floated out of the sea. He then heard a plopping sound and Wang Yi jumped down as well. Why did you come down? Be careful behind you. Wang Shi exclaimed. Right at this moment. The king crab came swinging with its big pincers. Seeing Yifeng in danger. Ow! A cry. An eagle directly glided in. Its 2 claws directly grabbed the back of that king crab and carried it into the sky. The king crab opened its teeth and claws. But it couldn't hurt the eagle above it at all. Hai donching. It was the Heidonking. It realized that its master was in danger and directly resolved the danger. Wang Xiang let out a long breath, patted his chest and said, I was scared to death just now, that crab just kept following you, I was worried to death. Yifeng said, what are you jumping down for? Don't you know the danger? I'm fine. After he took the spirit spring, his perception of danger was exceptionally sharp. The king crab just now. It couldn't do any harm to him at all, otherwise he would have already returned with a shot. Wang Shang turned pale and said, I didn't know what to remind you of, so I had to jump down. Was I too stupid? Yifeng shook his head and said, where is school sister stupid? School sister's method is good, it's just a bit dangerous, don't do it next time. Wang Shi nodded. Yifeng dragged Wang Shi to the edge of the boat. He threw the crab on first and asked Wang Shi to get on the boat first. Result. Here comes the awkward part. Wang Lu was not strong enough to get on the boat. Yifeng said, I will support you to go up. Yifeng said, I'll support you to go up. He said, I'll support Wang Yi's butt. Wang Yi's pretty face turned red. But she didn't have that much strength, so she can only do this. Not long after, all the people got on the boat. Then measured the goods in the cabin. It was really a full harvest. 28 king crabs. The largest is 32 pounds. The smallest is 14 pounds. The bottom line is that we'll sell $8 million. At the same time, a crunching sound came from the brain. Ding! Detected that the host caught 532 pounds of the finest king crab, triggering an excess random reward. Reward holographic projection creature detector. Having it, the range you detect will not change, however all the marine creatures will be shown in your mind through 360-degree holographic projection. You will clearly see the vivid image of each marine creature. Yifeng was stunned as he listened to the beep. Holographic projection? 360-degree display? What did this mean? The fish would no longer appear as red dots. As long as it was detected, all its images would appear directly in the mind. The precious fish will have nothing to hide. As a child who grew up on the beach, he was simply thrilled beyond words. There were schools of fish that could only be sold for tens of thousands of dollars even though they were several thousand pounds. There were schools of fish that were only a few dozen pounds, but they could be sold for over $100,000. This is the difference in species. Now, with holographic projection, all of this will no longer be a hassle. And appearing directly in the mind would also prevent the secrets of the biological detectors from being exposed. He looked into the depths of his mind. It clearly displayed the information of the fish within a range of 500 meters around him. Ha ha ha. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a bigger harvest than today's king crab. Just at this moment, Big Green hovered and landed on the deck. Yifeng smiled and rubbed its feathers and said, good performance. Do you want to try a different flavor today? Big Green nodded cheerfully. Yifeng said, then this king crab will now be rewarded to you. Big Ching then came dancing with his hands. The three women, however, were directly dumbfounded. No way? This is something that must be at least $200,000 to $300,000, and you're giving it to eat? School brother, you're also too hoity-toity, right? Yifeng nodded his head and said, money is just a string of numbers to me, one more or one less doesn't change much, not to mention that this king crab just now was originally caught by De Ching. He said and gave the king crab on the deck to Wang Shi. He said, senior sister, this king crab is your credit, you can do whatever you want with it. Wang Xiang's beautiful eyes blinked with a different color and said, you want to give it to me? Yifeng nodded, of course. Without your reminder just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to react, this is what you deserve. Wang Sui's beautiful eyes were then somewhat touched. As the pillar of Huayin Station, her income was not low. Her eyesight is even more extraordinary. But hundreds of thousands of things can be given away just like that. What she valued was the sentiment behind the number. On the other side, Serenity and Li Qian, however, watched as their jaws dropped. Yifeng, you're too luxurious, aren't you? Hundreds of thousands of things you said you'd give away? It's simply trenchant. Don't say it, look at the expression on Wang Yi's face, she must have fallen. Who can handle this? We haven't even talked about it yet, and hundreds of thousands of dollars went out of his hand. Is the national husband, Mr. Wang, so generous? Both women were stunned. A happy smile spread across Wang Smoke's face. She wanted to refuse. But seeing the sincere face of her schoolmate, she wanted to accept this goodness. After thinking about it, she said, then let's cook it and eat it, I haven't tasted king crab yet. Li Qian and Serenity were once again stunned. Li Qian exclaimed, you're going to make it? You're going to make something that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? Serenity lamented, got to. Another master who isn't short of money. Wang Xiang looked at Yifeng and asked, is it okay? Yifeng laughed, of course. It's yours now, just decide. Wang Shi affirmed, then let's eat it, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying the sea view, and eating hot pot king crab, it must be great. Yifeng laughed, then I'll go get the ingredients. Serenity said, Yifeng, you can still cook? I'll show my cards, I don't know how. Yifeng laughed, don't worry, leave everything to me. He ran into the cockpit. Not long after, the pots and pans were carried out. Even the various condiments were all available. There was also a boning knife. Wang Xiang asked, what are you doing with the boning knife? Yifeng said, the bones of this king crab are very hard, especially the crab legs, biting with your teeth will hurt your gums, I will peel the crab legs for you later. The three women lamented. Yifeng, this is too meticulous of you, right? It's king crab again, and it's cooked the whole time. Whoever marries you shall not die of happiness. Yifeng smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at De Qing and asked, De Qing, do you want me to help you crack the shell? De Qing nodded his head. Chapter 052 A Circle of Friends. The vastness of the sea. The cosmos was floating quietly on the surface of the sea. The aft cabin deck. A cauldron rose. The flames ignited by liquefied gas slowly heated up. All four people sat around the hot pot. The reddish firelight hid the expressions of the people. Fresh soup boiled in the pot. Yifeng poured oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar into the pot in turn. Just by smelling the fresh aroma, the crowd's appetites were whetted. Wow! I can't imagine that you're so good with your hands, Yifeng. I can't help but drool at the smell of this flavor. The three women couldn't help but lament. Yifeng laughed. When I was a kid, my parents went out fishing, so sometimes I had to cook for myself and I learned over time. Li Chen blinked her eyes and said, Yifeng, look at you, handsome and rich, will also cook, but also too good, right? Why don't we two beauties consider it? Go! I don't care about you. Wang Yi and Serenity both spat. Right at this moment, Yifeng uncovered the lid of the pot. The fragrant flavor overflowed. The three women no longer cared about their mouths and stirred their chopsticks. Yifeng said, wait a bit, the soup is a bit hot, I'll serve it, I still need to add some more seasoning. He separated the crab legs and peeled off the crab shell again. At once, golden butter flowed out. The white ointment had even accumulated a thick layer. Yifeng pointed at the white stuff and said, this is crab paste, it's the most nutritious part of the whole crab, it's rich in high protein, you girls eat it, it's good for your skin. He divided the crab shells into 4 portions. Serenity Li Chen had 1 portion each, and Wang Yi had 2 portions each. Li Chen said, why should we have 1? Wang Shi has 2? Yifeng, you're biased. Yifeng laughed, that one is mine, I won't eat it, leave it for my sister. A happy smile appeared on Wang's face. She said, you try it too. She said as she picked up her chopsticks and fed it to Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng then took a bite. Look! Is this for dog abuse? The 2 women protested from the side. Wang Xiang heatedly smiled and said, wait a minute, I'm going to send a friend circle, this is the first time I've eaten king crab yet. Said. She took a picture of a king crab. A huge crab. And a couple pictures of the yacht. And a nice picture of her standing on the deck blowing in the wind. A total of 9 pictures. And the caption, today I boarded a friend's yacht and had the honor of tasting some king crab. Thank you at Yifeng. She clicked send. The next moment, the circle of friends updates its dynamics. She put down her cell phone and just ate crab with everyone. At this moment, ding, ding, ding. The cell phone seemed to be broken. It kept on vibrating. Wang Jing opened his circle of friends. The following message directly exploded. Goddess friends are so rich. Is this king crab the best king crab? Why is this king crab so big? It's not an Alaskan king crab, is it? Really? It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece. Worthy of a goddess. The circle of friends have all praised it. Even a few green teas that don't usually pay much attention have taken the initiative to send their greetings. Xian, who's your friend, Mr. Wang? Do you have time to bring her out to play with us? Cici, Wanshi, how dare you hide a friend like this? It's not enough, we haven't gotten together for a long time, how about a weekend party? Bring your friends. She smiled and showed the message to Yifeng. Yifeng said, why? I don't have time. Ms. Wang said, these 2 are beautiful women, you really don't want this opportunity? Yifeng shook his head and said, I'm really not interested. Wang Shi laughed and said, well then, don't blame your sister for not reminding you. Ning Jing laughed and said, Wang Shi, you've attracted so many likes on your own food, if you take a photo of Dazheng, your circle of friends won't explode? Ms. Wang said, yes, why did I forget about that? She took a picture of Dazheng eating. With the caption, I'm eating king crab, and my friend's pet is eating king crab, so me equals pet? She clicked send. Moments later, the circle of friends directly exploded. Directly blowing up even faster than just now. To the goddess's friend kneeling. The goddess's friend in the end is what kind of person nah? Hundreds of thousands of dollars of the finest Alaskan king crab, and just give it to a pet? People are not as good as pets. So a meal is worth several years of my income? Dogs are a big deal. I'm begging for friends who know the goddess. Just a few moments. The messages directly exceeded 99 plus. Wang Song was stunned. Is it that exaggerated? Serenity laughed, what did you expect? Even if a person eats it, a pet also eats hundreds of thousands of pet food. Do you think it's something the average tycoon can handle? Honestly, other than a freak like schoolmate, I've never seen another person so trenchant. Yifeng rubbed his nose and laughed, it's all caught by Big Green anyway. Serenity waved her hand and said, alright, I know you're broad. The other side. The ferry port. A group of fishermen returned empty-handed. Zhang Shan was even more pissed off. Yesterday, he found a school of yellow croaker. He caught most of them, thinking that he would come back today with the rest. No one knew about it anyway. As a result, he was disturbed by Yifeng and didn't even catch a single fish fry. Okay. That's alright. He led his followers to open the boat and cast the net, thinking that he could at least catch a few big fish. They didn't get any. They all thought it was bad luck. When they returned to the ferry, they inquired. Apart from the 10 or so boats that went out last night, the dozens of boats that went out today basically didn't catch anything. It must be the typhoon. These sea creatures can understand things in the sea better than us. Numerous villagers were talking. A few followers looked at Zhang Shan. Brother Shan, what should we do now? I don't think we'll be able to catch any fish tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will be a typhoon, so this delay will take at least a week. Those hotels are waiting for fish. Zhang Shan grunted coldly. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that Yifeng will be able to catch the fish if we can't. When he goes out for a day and comes back without a single fish, we'll taunt him. Let him expose his lair. Chapter 053 Wasteful Things. On the surface of the sea. The crowd feasted. Crab meat. Crab legs. Even the soup was gone. It just felt like it had never smelled so good. Serenity said, it's worthy of being king crab, it's so fresh. Wang Xiang said, this should be the most expensive meal I've ever had, right? Li Qian said, definitely, I just sent a picture to the project team, and I almost didn't get killed. Serenity said, not to mention, just this half hour, I received almost 10 phone calls from the group, all of them were me asking where to eat, and also wanting me to introduce the male god and handsome guy, this time go back, punish you to treat everyone to dinner. Hey! Li Qian spat out her tongue and said, eating such a meal of king crab, it's worth it to treat everyone. Seeing this, Yifeng clapped his hands and said, everyone's pretty much done eating, do you guys want to take another drive around? Serenity shook her head and said, no need. It's not early, let's go back, there are still people coming over to install the camera in the evening, I'll contact the company later, you can open the live broadcast tomorrow. Yifeng said, then thank you senior sister Ning. Ning said, what are you thanking for? The matter of the S-Class contract is still uncertain, I'll go to the guest room on the second floor first and communicate with the leaders. Li Qian, you come with me. Those materials are ready. The two entered the second floor guest room. Serenity directly dialed the department leader's phone. Yang En, the director of the signing department of dough fishing. He was in the company reviewing the signing profiles of all the anchors. A piece of information made him angry. What? Such ordinary talent, and you guys gave her an A-rank contract? Who signed it? Have her call me to explain the situation. Also, from today onwards, no more contracts above grade A are allowed to be signed by any group for a month. He slammed the information on the table with great force. The assistant reminded, Mr. Yang, what if we really need an outstanding anchor? In case? Yang En then sneered, if he really wants to be excellent, would he not be discovered until now? No matter how excellent he is, he has to lie down for me when he comes to my dough fishing. The assistant then nodded his head. He summarized Yang En's meaning just now into a document and sent it to the group supervisors. Just at this moment, the assistant's phone rang. Serenity? He picked it up in a hurry. A moment later, his expression became hesitant. Yang En asked, what's wrong? Why do you have this expression? The assistant then said, it's Serenity, she said she signed an anchor and thinks it's good. Yang En then said, signing an anchor, then why do you look constipated, this is a good thing. The assistant shook her head and said, no, she's giving someone an S-rank contract. S-rank? Yang En frowned, with Serenity's rank, it's within her authority to give people S-rank. Wait. What did you say, S-grade? His eyes froze for a split second. He shook his head, nonsense, S-rank? I, do fish, have never had such a precedent before. The assistant said, but Serenity said that this anchor is very strong. Strong? Yang En then bristled in disdain, how strong? Is it as talented as Mu Yanqi or as skillful as Master De's outdoor skills? Think my S-rank contract from dough fishing is worthless? The assistant explained, Serenity said that this anchor is an outdoor type, stronger than Master De. And more than twice as strong. Yang En's brows directly furrowed. He asked, are you sure? The assistant nodded and said, Serenity said that his arm strength exceeds that of the world's champion boxer, his underwater breath-holding can break the world record, and he casually earns tens of millions of dollars in a single day of fishing. Gulp. Yang En gulped. He couldn't believe it and said, you're not kidding me? There's actually such a fluffy character? The assistant said, that's what Serenity said, she's sending out the information, she said we'll know everything after reading the information. Yang En then had an expectant expression. A few moments later. Ding. A few message alerts. The assistant hurriedly scratched his cell phone. The next moment. When those videos and photos appeared before their eyes. Both of them were stunned. A single figure. As if it was a dexterous fish. From falling into the water to capturing the king crab. The two men's eyes were about to fall off. This is a king crab? How long did he hold it in the water? Yang asked, pointing at the video. The assistant smiled bitterly and reminded, the time note over here shows that it was over 18 minutes, and this also includes very oxygen-consuming movements such as going down to the sea to catch fish, so I'm afraid that if he had simply held his breath, he would have broken the world record long ago. Gulp. Yang then gulped. That look. As if seeing some rare treasure. Just then. Another video came. A figure. A big hand flung. A dozen nets. The best king crabs were pulled directly onto the shore. Yang Yan's eyes were almost falling off. He pointed at the video and said excitedly, this dozen nets, and so many king crabs, he pulled them up with one hand? Is he still a human being? Assistant said, Mr. Yang, I'm afraid it's more than that. I'm afraid that this 20 king crabs in fishing nets will have to be 700 or 800 pounds. If you add the gravity of the seawater, I'm afraid that his arm strength will have to be 1,000 or 2,000 pounds? Speaking to the back. The assistant's voice unconsciously small down. It was as if seeing some kind of freak. Yang Yan's expression was similarly shocked to the extreme. What other information is there? Quick! Open it together and take a look. He asked excitedly. Next. All sorts of pictures came pouring in. Hey donkey! Such a divine bird was directly treated as a pet. 3-decker cruise ship. Such a luxurious cruise ship was directly used as a fishing boat. The best king crab. Such a hundreds of thousands of a superb king crab, a few people are actually sharing it on the surface of the sea? Gulp! Yang Yan swallowed his saliva. MMP. Even he, the old boss, didn't have the chance to taste it. A group of underlings actually arranged it? Just at this moment. The assistant ghostly handed over the last photo. Yang Yan took a look. He almost didn't faint. In the photo. That Haidongqing was actually gnawing on a king crab all by himself. Yang Yan, ing. Wastefulness saw this. Chapter 054, Zheng Huixing is all ing stupid. Fighting fish. Signing department. Yang Yan was directly dumbfounded. The next moment. This incredibly bold director directly made an amazing decision. S rank. It must be S grade. Not to mention those records. The guy who even eats hundreds of thousands of rations for his ing pets, is this still a human being? If he dares to put up a fight, they'll teach him to be a human being in minutes. After all, live streaming wasn't the only thing that was fighting for fish. Yang Yan excitedly said, tell Serenity, S rank. We must give this anchor an S rank contract, fax it over now and let's sign it right away without any delays. Such a talent I, do fish, must take under my wing. The assistant reminded, but you just issued a departmental document saying that signing a rank and above contracts is prohibited this month. Yang Yan frowned, when did I say that? The assistant was just about to explain, but then he seemed to think of something and shook his head in a hurry, right. You didn't say that, it's me who sent the wrong one, I'll undo the file back now. Yang Yan then patted him on the shoulder with a big smile. The sea. The cosmos sped merrily along. Just then, Serenity came to the cockpit with her marten boots. She said excitedly, Yifeng, your S-rank contract approval has passed, our colleagues from the Doofish Juhaiyin branch are coming here at a rapid pace, we will be able to sign the contract at night, and from now on, you will be our Doofish's S-rank anchor. Yifeng smiled, really? That's really great, thank you senior sister Ning. Ning shook her head and said, don't thank me, if you want to thank me, thank yourself, our Mr. Yang is very strict, but after seeing your information, he seems to have changed, he wants to sign without saying a word. Also directly faxed the contract over. Yifeng said, there is still this thing? Serenity said, yes, I've never seen Mr. Yang like this. Just then. Ding. Detected the host opening a new achievement. Live broadcast. It's one of the best means to showcase the universe's most powerful fishermen in all aspects. The system has decided to give the host a random reward. Reward host, primary signal amplifier. With it, no matter where you go in the blue planet, you won't be troubled by the lack of signal, and you'll be able to enjoy the most exciting programs on the cosmos. Watch the most innovative live broadcasts. No need to worry about signal troubles at all. Yifeng. I throw. System, are you Tinker Bell? You send me whatever is missing. He was worried that the offshore signal was good. But when he goes to kill the blue storm whales, he'll have to go deep into the great flat ocean. How can he broadcast without signal? Now the system directly solved it. He looked at the attribute panel. In the accessories column. Sure enough, there was an additional, primary signal amplifier. He smiled broadly and dialed General Manager Zhang of the Huayin Hotel. Even if it was in Little Ocean Road, the signal was still full. It's worthy of you. Ding bell bell. 3 rings later. The phone is connected. Mr. Zhang's cheerful voice came through the microphone. Yifeng, did you call me to hit something good again? Yifeng laughed, I hit some crabs today, I wonder if Mr. Zhang is interested? Mr. Zhang's expectant look became a bit lost. Crabs? Yifeng, to tell you the truth, I would be interested in lobsters, but crabs, do you know how many I have in this hotel? Can't even finish it in a week. Unlike lobster fish, crabs have a long preservation cycle. Even crabs that were on the verge of death could survive for 3 to 5 days in a low-temperature refrigerated environment. Yifeng laughed and said, "This crab of mine is different from others." Mr. Zhang laughed, "What can be different? Don't they all have one shell and 10 legs?" Yifeng laughed, "Alright, I'll send you a picture, you can see it afterward." He took a picture of the king crab. And with a text. "Alaska's finest king crab. Net weight 30 pounds. Only waiting for you for 5 minutes. No time to wait." He hit send. Not long after, the message was sent straight away. Huayin Hotel. It was the weekend today. The hotel's private rooms were almost full. As the hotel's old general manager, Zhang Huaixing was busy and had a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Just at this moment, Yifeng called. Zhang Huaixing, who was originally full of expectations, lost a little when he heard what the other party had hit. Crabs? This kind of thing was the last thing their hotel lacked. He shook his head and was about to refuse. At this time, Yifeng proposed the idea of taking pictures. He thought about it and agreed. A few moments later, ding! A prestige message was sent over. Mr. Zhang clicked on the picture with a casual attitude. The next moment, this Huayin Hotel Industries giant big brother directly stumbled, his eyes almost falling out. Nima ah! What is this? This damn thing longer than a man is a crab? Your family's crabs are this big? Right at this moment, Yifeng's message was sent. Extreme king crab. Single weight 30 pounds. The king crab of all king crabs. 5 minutes. Out of time. Mr. Zhang's little heart. Without saying a word, he yelled at the front desk, "Driver! Quickly! Prepare the car! Go to Shuadu village! Immediately! Immediately!" The next moment, a car directly ejected from the Huayin Hotel and headed straight to the entrance of Shuadu village. On the other side, the crowd at the ferry was waiting. None of them had caught any fish, and it was hard to hide their disappointment. Especially Zhang Shan. His face was almost green with anger. But as if everyone was abiding by some tacit understanding, none of them went home. They were all waiting for someone to return. What do you guys say, will Yifeng hit the fish? Hard to say. This time, it's the weather. Yifeng is great, but can he still be more powerful than the heavens? Yes, it's not unfair to lose to God this time. Just at this moment, not far away, a 3-tiered cruise ship appeared at the end of the sea and sky. It's Yifeng. Yifeng, he's back. I wonder if he can hit the fish. The crowd was chattering. This 3-decked cruise ship docked at the ferry port. Chapter 055, King Crab. Sensationalizing the entire ferry. Water ferry village. Ferry port. Yifeng docked the cruise ship at the pier. The crowd looked over. The crowd looked over. Yifeng laughed, "Is there a word on my face?" Li Wuan hemmed and hawed and said, "Everyone is waiting to see if you hit the fish." Yifeng shook his head and said, "The weather is not favorable, I didn't catch a single fish today." Zhang Shan then laughed out loud. "Yifeng, you deserve it. Yesterday, that Diyu reef, don't you smell good if you keep it for yourself? Do you have to tell the villagers what benefits you got? No. Not only no, you returned empty-handed. Yes. It's too damn good. So what if you didn't catch any fish?" Yifeng didn't hit it either. He also told others about the lair of the yellow croaker. "Are you pissed off?" Zhang Shan had never felt so good in the past few days. Just then, Yifeng looked at him with a look in his eyes. Zhang Shan's heart thumped. This look. Why is it inexplicably familiar? Yifeng faintly said, "Zhang Shan, I said are you stupid? I only said I didn't hit the fish, did I say I didn't hit anything?" Zhang Shan's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked so nervous that he stared at Yifeng. As if the next step was the death sentence. The other villagers were equally curious as they surveyed the cruise ship. Just. Yifeng's boat turned into a large cruise ship. There was no way to tell how much had been hit from the draft. Yifeng beckoned Li Wuan and said, "Old Li, what are you still waiting for? Quickly come over to see how the goods are today." "Okay." Old Li then jumped onto the deck amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He came to the back cabin. Just as the crowd was waiting for his answer. "Ow!" A voice pierced through the clouds. It was as if Old Li saw something frightening. Right under his feet. A large crab, longer than others, stared at him intently. This is a king crab? No. This is an Alaskan king crab. The very best of the king crabs. Li Wuan was stunned. He looked at Yifeng incredulously. Yifeng smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "You can do it, Old Li, you have eyesight." The crowd, however, was stunned. Did I hear it right? Surprisingly, it's a superb king crab? Alaskan king crabs are the very best of king crabs. A single one costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. How much did he hit? The crowd was envious. They were even looking at the cabin with bated breath. Just then, the dirt road leading to the ferry port in the village was dusty. An Audi A6 drove directly at the speed of a Ferrari and came straight to the ferry. Just as the villagers were waiting, Mr. Zhang jumped straight down. Yifeng, where is Yifeng? I'll take that king crab. I'll take that king crab, ha, no one is allowed to grab it from me. The people were still in the dike. Old Zhang's voice drifted to the side of the boat. Yifeng laughed, saved it for you. He directly held out the superb crab king from the bottom of the cabin. The moment the king crab appeared. Hisses. Heavens! What am I seeing? This is a king crab? This is even bigger than a human. Kneel down for Yifeng. Is this the king crab he hit? I'm afraid it must be 20 to 30 pounds. The many villagers were scared less. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world. They had seen king crabs that weighed more than 10 pounds. But the king crab that is longer than a man. Nima ah! Is this still a crab? This has become a spirit. The crowd exclaimed in shock. The moment Zhang Huaixing saw this king crab, his expression became shocked to the core. It was as if he was admiring a natural rare treasure. He stuttered in his speech. This is the crab king you hit? Heavens! This is too big, I can guarantee it. Not to mention our Huayin, even the entire South River province doesn't have a king crab this big. His expression was full of intoxication. He was going to take it without saying anything. Yifeng, don't say anything, I'll take this king crab. You name a price. Yifeng shook his head, this king crab is unusual, the rules have to be changed. Zhang Huaixing asked, what do you mean? Yifeng said indifferently, it's okay to buy this king crab, I'm going to monopolize the fish at the Huayin Hotel in the future. Zhang Huaixing frowned and said, you want to monopolize? But what if you don't have that many fish? Yifeng laughed, if I don't have it, you can purchase it again from other villages, but Shuadu village, you can't have anyone else's goods other than mine. Speaking of this, he glanced at Zhang Shan calmly. Zhang Shan's expression instantly became tense. The kettle was pulled out. This was the bottom of the cauldron. Once Yifeng opened the mouth, his young family's position in Shuadu village would never be supreme again. He shouted, what are you doing? You are monopolizing. Mr. Zhang, don't listen to him. Yifeng said indifferently, is that so? When I didn't come back, who monopolized most of the fishing boats in the village? Saying that I monopolized? You don't take a piss and look at yourself either. Li Wandi chimed in, that's right. Others may be qualified to say this, but Yu Zhang family is the least qualified. Yifeng looked at Zhang Huaixing, I don't know what Mr. Zhang has considered. Zhang Huaixing's eyes were so cloudy that he moved back and forth between Yifeng and Zhang Shan. A moment later, he laughed, isn't it just an exclusive supply? No problem. But let's make a deal, if you don't have the goods, I'll have to go to other villages to get them. Yifeng laughed, a promise is a promise. Zhang Huaixing, a promise is a promise. Snap. The two men clapped. Zhang Huaixing asked, then this king crab? Yifeng said, this king crab crowns the world, let's do it this way, I won't be nosy, $3 million. You just take it. Zhang Huaixing gritted his teeth and said, fine, 3 million is 3 million. I'll take it. Next. Transferring the money on the spot. Ding. Your cosmic bank account with tail number 4587 earned 0.00 yuan at XXXX on XXXXXXXX with a current balance of 0.50 yuan. Balance. It came directly to over $22 million. This number once again shocked the crowd. Chapter 056, Huayin Hotel Industry Shakes. Oh my god. Really bought? $3 million for a king crab? What king crab? This is a superb king crab. It's a real gem of a crab. That's right. Even if it's just one or two more, as long as it's more, it's a king crab, so it can't be sold as an ordinary crab. Not to mention that this crab weighs 30 pounds, it's a record breaker. Yifeng, this waif is awesome, he can hit such a big crab. Who says it's not? We all thought he couldn't hit it, but it turned out to be a king crab in his backhand. This is how good people are rewarded. I, Hu Sanhan, wouldn't be convinced by anyone else, but what Yifeng hit was well deserved. That's right. The crowd was talking. Right at this moment, someone sensed that something was wrong. Ha! Why isn't Yifeng going ashore yet? Can it be that there's something else in the cabin? It can't be. This is a king crab. You can't fight a bunch of them, can you? The crowd were all puzzled. Just at this moment, Li Wuan spoke, Boss Yi, what about the rest of the king crabs? Boom! The crowd exploded all of a sudden. What did I hear? The remaining king crabs? That means there are more? Not only are there, but there's a ing swarm of them. Kneeling to Yifeng. This is a real ing fight to a bunch of them. The villagers at the ferry were stunned. They couldn't believe it. A tens or even millions of king crabs. Yifeng directly hit a group of them. Was this going against the heavens? Yi Feng said indifferently, don't we still have a swarm? Li Wuan then slapped his head and said, why did I forget about this? Yi Feng smiled, and then at everyone in the group, there is a batch of crabs need to be disposed of, do you need it? Several old bosses who received the message frowned. Crabs need to be disposed of? Then it is the dying sea crabs? New Century Hotel. Mr. Li, what kind of crabs? Mr. Yang of Li Hua Hotel, low price? How many dollars a caddy? Mr. Sun, Indu Hotel, send me a picture? The color is good, Indu Hotel will be wrapped up. Several old bosses have opened their mouths. They are trusting Yi Feng. After all, this is a young man who has repeatedly created miracles. They thought that even a dying crab should be a good color. Otherwise, for someone else to say this, thinking that their 5-star hotel was a garbage disposal station. Li Wuan smiled bitterly and said, boss, this. Everyone seems to have misunderstood? Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand, it's fine, it doesn't matter if people misunderstand, I believe they won't misunderstand right away. He took a picture of the several king crab clusters in the cabin, and added the picture of the king crab just now, and sent it directly to the group. With the caption, Superb Alaskan King Crab. Just hit today, the largest king crab 30 pounds. It can be called the top king crab. Breaking the biggest record ever in Nanjing province. You can pick and choose as you like, so hurry up and get rid of it. Ding. Message sent. The several bosses who received the message were stunned. Mr. Li of the New Century Grand Hotel. Mr. Yang of Lihua Hotel. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel. All the old bosses were dumbfounded. Holy! King crab? 30 pounds of king crab? How the hell can you use the word handle? New Century Grand Hotels. Mr. Li, ahem. Such a superb king crab, I must be interested in the New Century Grand Hotel. Yi boss, wait a moment, I'll rush here. Mr. Yang of Lihua Hotel, boss Yi, you're scaring me to death, since when do king crabs need to be handled urgently? Laughing and crying, wait. I'll be right there. Please make sure to keep that king crab for me. Mr. Sun, Silverado Hotel. 30 pounds of king crab? I'll take the Indu Hotel. Please wait for me. I'll be right there. Immediately. In the group, the bosses of all the major 4- and 5-star hotels were almost dumbfounded. King crab. Extremely high-quality king crabs. Yi Feng said that the cleanup was surprisingly these things. They directly started to rob up. Immediately. Immediately. All kinds of words were not enough to describe their urgency. They rushed in with their horses. Li Wuan asked, so what now? Yi Feng said, in 20 minutes, update the news that the king crab was taken by Mr. Zhang of the Huayin Hotel. Yes. Li Wuan nodded his head. Time passed slowly. Just when Mr. Li of the New Century Grand Hotel could already see the outline of Shuadu village. Li W timely updated in the group chat interface at everyone, just now, that 30 catty king crab was taken by Mr. Zhang of the Huayin Grand Hotel at a price of 3 million. Sorry everyone. You guys can pick the rest of the goods now. Mr. Li of the New Century Grand Hotel. No more? I'm one step away. Yi Feng directly threw out a screenshot of the $3 million transfer, sorry. First come, first served, people came one step ahead, and promised to take all the fish from Shuadu village only from me in the future, what can I do? Shrugs. New Century Grand Hotel, Mr. Li, exclaimed, isn't it just an exclusive supply? In the future, New Century Grand Hotel, will only take all the goods from you as well. Mr. Yang of Lihua Hotel, that's right. As long as you have the goods, Lihua Grand Hotel, will only get the goods from you. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel, no problem. Indu Hotel, will also only take goods from you. A group of giants in the Huayin hotel industry opened their mouths. Yi Feng laughed out loud and said, alright, with these words from all of you, I am relieved, as long as everyone looks up to me, Yi, then I will definitely not treat you all poorly even if I have good goods. Just at this moment, the dirt road at the ferry port was dusty. New Century Grand Hotel's general manager Li was the first to arrive at the pier. Yi Feng, I'm the second to come, right? Are there any more king crabs left? It has to be left for me. From today, my New Century Grand Hotel seafood, you, Yi Feng, are the exclusive supplier. Yi Feng laughed, don't worry, there are more than 20 of them, just waiting for you to pick. Chapter 057, accidentally making over $10 million again. Ferry. Mr. Li directly jumped onto the cruise ship. He surveyed the 3-decked cruise ship and exclaimed, Yo-ho! Yi Feng, this cruise ship of yours is spectacular. I'm afraid it must be more than 10 million, right? Yi Feng laughed, it's just convenient for fishing, it's not comparable to your hotels. Mr. Li shook his head and said, that's right, such a luxury cruise ship, you actually want to use it for fishing, I don't have your courage. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Mr. Li came to the deck. He looked towards the rear cabin. The next moment, this Huayin hotel industry giant almost didn't die of fright. 24 king crabs. All reddish in color. Each one was 1 person long. They're lying quietly in the back of the boat. Gollum. The billionaire boss gulped. He was surprised and said, This is the king crab you caught? Yifeng nodded his head and said, This time, the tsunami that blew from the east of the Great Flat Ocean drove all the creatures from that side over just in time. This wave of Alaskan king crabs was seen by me, so I caught all of them in one nest. Mr. Lee gave a thumbs up and said, Awesome. I'm afraid no one else would have the guts to do this. Which is the biggest one in the rest? Yifeng pointed to the king crab in cabin 4 and said, Here. That one. The net weight is 26 pounds, the biggest besides the king crab. Mr. Lee said, Don't say anything, $800,000. I'll take this king crab. Yifeng asked, 800,000? Mr. Lee nodded his head and said, Well, this price is not low, this one is not a king crab. Yifeng passed a look at Li Wuan. Lee W. et al. Mr. Lee of New Century Grand Hotel bid 800,000 for that 26 catty king crab, 800,000 once. 800,000 twice. Mr. Yang of Li Hua Hotel, 800,000? Is he robbing? This kind of king crab is definitely a king crab level, but he only offered $800,000? Li Hua Hotel bid 1 million. Mr. Sun of Indu Hotel, 1 million? You are not insulting Yifeng. You are insulting the king crab. Indu Hotel bid 1.2 million. Li Wana, good. 1.2 million. Is there any higher? 1.2 million once. 1.2 million twice. Accompanied by the crowd's discussion. Mr. Lee's expression was slightly strange. He had learned his lesson this time and had been cordially holding Yifeng's hand while he spoke, just to avoid him sending out the group to inflate the price. But what the hell was the cell phone in his pants pocket still buzzing? He clicked on it and looked at it, and his eyes were instantly projected to Li Wannabe in a grudging manner. Li Wuyi smiled and said, Mr. Lee, we are the family, you take that look at me, what do you mean? Mr. Lee smiled bitterly and said, Yifeng, why are you doing this? Yifeng laughed, we do business, always fair and square, you come first is not false, but also have to look at the price, 26 pounds of king crab, where are absolutely the king of crabs, you give 800,000 yuan. What do you mean? Mr. Lee gritted his teeth and said, that's fine. I'm not nagging you, 1.5 million. Do you think it's okay? Yifeng reminded, it also includes my exclusive right to receive goods in Shuadu village. Mr. Lee nodded, don't worry, this piece of Shuadu village, I only recognize you Yifeng. Yifeng, deal. The next moment. Mr. Lee directly transferred money. 26 pounds of quasi-king crab. 1.5 million. There were also 215 and 17 catty king crabs. Sold for 240,000 and 310,000 respectively. 3 king crabs. Directly sold at a sky-high price of 2.05 million. When the transfer beep sounded, the entire ferry port was in an uproar. 2 million. 3 king crabs sold directly for a sky-high price of $2 million. Is this going to scare people to death? Mr. Lee, however, was afraid of a long night and greeted the driver to load the car and take it away immediately. Next. Li Hua Hotel. Indu Grand Hotel. The bosses of a dozen big hotels all rushed to the pier. These big bosses, who were usually rare to see, were like spring shoots after the rain, popping up one after another, directly dividing up these king crabs. Some of them bought one big one with 2 small ones, some bought one big one with 1 small one. In the end, only the small ones were left. Those few families didn't hesitate anymore. They directly packed them all. In the end, the remaining 22 king crabs sold at a total price of 7.21 million. Together with the 2 orders from the Huayin Hotel and the New Century Hotel. Today's king crab was sold for $12.26 million. Bank card balance. 32 million. In less than a week, the figure climbed to 32 million. This figure, not to mention others, even Yifeng himself was a bit surprised. Next to him, the 3 women who witnessed all this were dumbstruck. Serenity said, Yifeng, is this your life of earning millions a day? Li Qian said, indeed. The life of the rich is so simple and unadorned, eating king crabs, feeding the heydonking, blowing the sea breeze, and earning more than $10 million while lying down. Mr. Wang said, suddenly, I feel that it's meaningless to be a moderator, or it's comfortable to go out to sea to fish. The 3 women have lamented. Yifeng cried and laughed and said, this is the luck of the draw. The 3 women replied in unison, you still have bad luck? Yifeng. At this time, Tranquility's cell phone rang. Chapter 058 Preparations for Sailing. Connecting. Tranquility said no more than a few sentences before hanging up the phone. She rushed to Yifeng. Yifeng, the company will be here right away. In addition to the contract, I let them directly install your camera, saving you another trip back and forth. No problem, right? Yifeng asked, this camera, there won't be any accidents, right? He was afraid of privacy leakage. Tranquility said, don't worry, these cameras are usually installed by the anchor himself. It's me who is afraid that you don't have the time to purchase, and I want my colleagues to help bring it over. They are all the top products of Haikong, the highest authority is in you, and there will definitely be no privacy leakage. Not to mention that they are a professional team, they can pick the best location for live broadcasting, saving you from adjusting the angle again. Yifeng then nodded, then thank you, senior sister Ning, but I have a request. Ning asked, what? Yifeng said, all the cameras are not allowed to be pointed at the personal area. Ning nodded, don't worry, this is an outdoor live broadcast, it's not a private live broadcast, I have the numbers. Not long after, 2 commercial vehicles arrived. The 3 staff members greeted Tranquility and started installing the cameras. It had to be said. Professional efficiency is high. 20 cameras. Directly including the entire cruise ship in 360 degrees without any dead angle. At the same time, first floor cockpit. Second floor stateroom. It's not like the swimming pool on the 3rd floor will pry into privacy. Perfectly in line with Yifeng's logic. Yifeng laughed out loud. Next. It's the typhoon weather. Going out to sea to fish is definitely not possible. So can live broadcasting make up for this piece of their income? Of course. Killing blue storm whales. That's the top priority. The day after tomorrow's Category 15 typhoon is the perfect time to hunt blue storm whales. That's when. Tranquility said, come on, take a look at this contract, if there is no problem, just sign it. From now on, you will be the official S-Class contract of Do Fish. You can download the Do Fish Anchor platform on your cell phone, and bind your account backstage for easy management. Said pushed the document in his hand over. Yifeng carefully scanned it. Signed his name after making sure there were no problems. According to the provisions of the contract, he would enjoy the top treatment of Dofu. Even Do Fishing would create an opportunity for him to mic up with the top female anchors. This list of female anchors included the current hottest artists such as Mu Yenchi and Sakura Maiden. Of course, it also required the other party's consent to do so. After all, those few were goddess-level figures across the net. Even Do Fishing officials wouldn't force it. In return, he would sign an exclusive agreement with Do Fishing. His live room would only be placed on the Do Fishing platform during the period of the agreement. At the same time, 20% of the income from the live room would be paid as a traffic fee. Compared to other contracts that could easily cost half of that, this loss was almost negligible. Yifeng was very quick to sign. Next, he sent Tranquility a few people to the train station. Tomorrow was Monday. Both Serenity and Li Qian needed to go back to work in Magic City. A red sedan. Serenity stepped on Martin boots with stockings and got out of the car. Li Qian also stepped out of the car in a beautiful white-collar OL suit. The 2 people's super high face value attracted passers-by to stop. At this time, let the passers-by heartbreaking scene happened. The 2 beauties directly came into a deep embrace with Yifeng. Elementary school brother, school sister is leaving. School sister looks forward to your good news. Cheer up. The 2 women encouraged each other. Yifeng smiled, don't worry. He waved his hand and watched the 2 leave. Turning back, the gazes of various passers-by could simply kill. Yifeng returned to the passenger seat. Wang Xiang asked, Yifeng, have you thought about the name of your live room? This name is also very important. Yifeng said, let's call it Hunting the Blue Storm Whale. Hunting the Blue Storm Whale? Wang Xiang was surprised and said, is it the most ferocious kind of whale in Blue Star? Yifeng nodded, yes, this kind of whale only comes out in storms, just in time. The day after tomorrow is a level 15 typhoon, I'm going to go out to sea to hunt this kind of whale. By the way, I'm going to accumulate a wave of traffic for the live broadcast. Wang Yi exclaimed, you don't want to die? She had once seen it on a certain program. This blue storm whale, with a bite that could kill a shark, was a true ocean bully. Not to mention Yifeng. Even those ships didn't dare to do that. Yifeng laughed, you've seen my cruise ship, if it's really dangerous I'll leave early. Wang Xiang shook his head and said, that won't work either. It's too dangerous, a level 15 typhoon, it's no joke, you have such excellent prerequisites, why would you risk your life? Yifeng said, don't worry, I have the numbers. Seems to remember something, he said, right, sister, I want to buy a car, the future of the city is also more convenient. Mr. Wang asked, buy a car? Do you have any requirements? Yifeng shook his head and said, an SUV of about 200,000 will do, preferably a domestic one. He had already thought about it. His own requirements for a car were not high. Safety. Comfortable. Large space. These 3 can be satisfied. As for the brand? He is going to choose the domestic WEY series. It's a high-end sub-brand of Great Wall with a solid reputation. Mr. Wang said, I can't imagine that you are so low-key, you earn 10 million a day and drive a 200,000 car, but the WEY series is good, the workmanship is quite solid, I have a few colleagues who are also driving it, so let's just go straight to the VV7, it's a B-grade car, the safety of the A-grade car is completely indistinguishable from the A-grade car. Bigger chassis means a geometric increase in material strength. On safety, even the worst B-class car can dump an A-class car. Mr. Wang said, it's just right. I have a friend who works at the Great Wall Forest store, I'll take you there. Half an hour later. Yifeng drove a brand new car out of the forest store. Chapter 059 Muyenshi. Top First Sister's Attitude. At the same time, the train from Huayin to Magic City. Serenity and Li Qian were sitting in the first-class business class. Tranquility leaned her head against the window. Her mind was drifting, as if she was still thinking about the scenes of the past 2 days. Li Qian came over and asked, Sister Ning, according to the contract, we can invite an anchor to link up with Yifeng to bring him some traffic. Who should we choose? Do you have a suitable candidate? Without thinking, Ning replied, Mu Yanxi, of course. Mu Yanxi? Li Qian smacked her lips and said, but she's very hot, even in dough fishing, she's an existence that can be ranked in the top 3, to give a stage to a little-known anchor, can people agree? It wasn't that she looked down on Yifeng. Mu Yanxi. That was a top female anchor. Worshipped as a dream girl by countless dragon countrymen. Even with dough fishing's volume, they wouldn't be overly harsh on her. Even if Yifeng was more powerful, he was still a vegetarian. Or the kind of newbie. The difference in status and position between the two was just too great. Tranquility said, wasn't there an agreement in the previous contract? She still has one more request for a mic. Big deal, just use that opportunity. Li Qian shook her head and said, that's not right, is it? Wouldn't that be forcing Mu Yanxi? Sister Ning, I think it's better to use the Genki girls and the girls. I think their flow isn't bad. Under the Serenity group, there was only one S-ranked anchor. Mu Yanxi. There were 3 A-rank anchors. Genki Girl, Black Forest, and in Shaoyan. Yuanqi Maiden wasn't as strong as Mu Yanxi, yet she managed to rank in the top 30 of all female anchors in dough fishing. Her live room had over 3 million fans. Popularity was equally not to be underestimated. Li Qian thought that choosing Yuanqi Maiden to link up might be a more appropriate choice. Serenity vetoed the proposal. She said, I know what you mean, but have you forgotten what happened last time? This time, it's not only about quickly boosting Yifeng's traffic, it's also a consolidation of the group's resources. Li Qian suddenly realized and said, what you mean is. Serenity then nodded and said, tell Mu Yanxi about Yifeng, whether the other party agrees or not is her business. Li Qian said, okay, I know what to do. Magic City. Thompson's first class. This topmost villa area in Magic City. At this moment, Villa 018. An ancient-style beauty was molding her body. Her physique was slender, her body flexibility was perfect to the extreme, and she was able to accomplish the most difficult movements, with her legs completely open and stretched into a straight line. If any netizens who like live streaming were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because she was Mu Yanxi, who was worshipped as a goddess by countless people. At this moment, she was doing a shaping exercise. In order to maintain her body shape, such exercises had to be done for 2 hours every day. It was by no means just luck that she was able to become the first sister of the fighting fishers. Miss, you have such a great figure. I'm afraid that even the most difficult poses can't be difficult for you. Broker Sister Hong couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Just at this moment, the assistant walked in a panic. She carefully said, Miss, there was a call from the company. Mu Yanxi stopped stretching and asked, what is it? The assistant said, the company wants you to link up with a male anchor. Male anchor? Before Mu Yanxi could speak, Sister Hong said in surprise, who is it? Dark Sun or Happy Wind Man? Full count. These two were the only ones in the entire dough fishing who were qualified to link up with Miss. The assistant shook her head and said, it's not them. Sister Hong was surprised and asked, then who is it? A newly promoted male anchor? There was only this possibility. He had just been promoted, his traffic was unstable, and he needed Miss to support him. The assistant shook her head once again, no, it seems to be, it's a newbie anchor. Her tone was apprehensive, as if she was afraid that Miss would get angry. Sister Han's expression then became a bit stunned and said, a newcomer anchor? Are you sure you're not joking? The assistant shook her head and said, no, this time it was Li Qian who personally called. She said that although this new anchor has not yet started broadcasting, but his strength is very strong, and his internal evaluation ceiling is extremely high, so I hope that your side can consider it. Hasn't started broadcasting yet? Sister Hong was stunned, are you kidding? A newcomer anchor wants to connect with Our Lady? And a very high ceiling? How high can it be? Higher than Miss? The assistant said stiffly, Li Qian's original words were like this. Sister Hong sneered, humph. Who does the company think Miss is? Called to come and go? Mu Yanxi wasn't too surprised and said, maybe they think this newcomer has good qualifications? Miss. Sister Hong shook her head and said, don't you know that it was only 2 days ago that the dough fishing staff colluded with the anchor to sign a contract without authorization? This person must be a related person, or else he just signed a contract and asked for your partner? She was 100% unconvinced. A newcomer can be mic'd with Miss? Does Miss think she's a cabbage? Sister Hong said in a cold voice, I'll go explain the situation to the company. Mu Yanxi shook her head, forget it. Let's look at the situation first. She looked to her assistant and asked, when will that new anchor start broadcasting? The assistant said, it will officially start broadcasting tomorrow. Mu Yanqi thought about it and said, then help me get the room number for the live broadcast. Okay, miss. The assistant silently exited. Sister Hong looked at Mu Yanqi in disbelief. Miss, no? You're really going to give a newcomer a partner? Mu Yanqi shook her head and said, tomorrow, let's go see how that anchor is doing first. If it's really powerful, there's no harm in borrowing my fame. After all, I've come this far. Serenity Li Chen and the girls have put in a lot of effort. Sister Hong asked, so what if it's not strong? Mu Yanqi then laughed, at least I'm a popular anchor, I can't have no temper at all, right? Sister Hong nodded and said, then I'm relieved. She couldn't help but start looking forward to tomorrow. That newcomer anchor who had been praised to the skies by the company, just how powerful was she? If she found out that it was nothing more than that, then she definitely wouldn't skimp on her vocabulary, and would definitely criticize it harshly in the past. Chapter 060, The First Crow. The First Tit for Tat. Huayin. Yi Feng simply test drove it. After confirming that there were no problems, he parted ways with Wang Sauce and drove towards the village. At the same time, the news about him hitting the king crab swarm directly exploded in the village. Nima ah. Yi Feng double hit the fish again. This time it's even more desperate. It's actually a ing king crab swarm. What? King crab? Can this kind of thing be swarmed? Kneel for Yi Feng. The weather has not been kind these past few days, and everyone has returned empty-handed. As a result, Yi Feng was able to go against the weather and not only caught fish, but also a ing swarm of king crabs. How the hell did he do that? That's a king crab. You weren't there to see it. The moment that one-person high crab was placed on the deck, everyone peed in fear. Do you know Li Wana? That's the oldest fishmonger in our village, but he was scared to death when he saw it. I can only say that Yi Feng is too powerful. At that time, the boss of the Huayin Hotel made a direct price. 3 million ah. I've never made so much money in my life. Shocked at $3 million? I'm afraid you don't know the follow-up, right? Those king crabs were sold for a total of over $10 million. The expressions of the bosses of those big hotels in Huayin at that time, tisk. That's right. Usually, they're all so high and mighty that they don't give a damn about us fishermen. As a result, in front of Yi Feng that pleasing appearance, as if they were afraid that Yi Feng would not sell to them. Have a say. Yi Feng really gave our village a long face with this wave. The first time a fish seller rode on the head of a fish buyer. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I just remembered that Zhang Shan's wave was a complete collapse. Though several big hotels have signed exclusive supply contracts with Yi Feng, if you want to collect fish from Shuadu village, you have to take it from Yi Feng's name. Our fishermen in Shuadu village have to hold on tight to Yi Feng's thighs. Serves him right. I want him to be arrogant. He has no skill at all, but he just yells and yells. Hanging out with Yi Feng is definitely better than following Zhang Shan. That's right. I've decided to hang out with Yi Feng. Zhang Shan thinks he's great all day long, but if it wasn't for his dad, Yi Feng would have killed him in the gutter long ago. Hey! It's a pity that I just got the benefit of Yi Feng's rhubarb fish, so I'm too embarrassed to ask him again. Otherwise, I really want to know where I hit the king crab swarm. Right in the midst of such murmurs, Yi Feng arrived at the village entrance. When he appeared in his brand new red SUV, Xu Weiling was waiting playfully at the entrance. Brother Yi, you bought a car? Xu Weiling was surprised as she surveyed the new car. Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, moving to the city, buying a car is also more convenient. Xu Weiling said with a look of adoration, Brother Yi, you're awesome, I heard that you hit the emperor crab swarm again today? Yi Feng laughed, is the news all traveling so fast? Xu Weiling nodded her head and said, yes. Now the village is spreading like crazy, saying that you hit the king crab cluster again, and sold more than $3 million for a single king crab, and even took the right to operate those hotels. Yi Feng said, I was about to talk to you about this, the fish in our village. I want to unify the management and take back all the power from Zhang Shan's side. He had always had an idea. That was to lead the villagers to become rich. He was not a saint. The last time, the matter of the rhubarb fish's lair was a matter of lamenting the generosity of others. It was already his limit. But many people in the village are relatives. Some of them are even better. After his father's death, he had helped his own family a lot. For example, Xu Weiling's family. For example, the third uncle's family. These people he still wanted to help. But Zhang Shan, with his monopoly, directly exploited half of the villagers' income. In the past, people didn't have to fight back. If they didn't sell to Zhang Shan, no one would even collect the fish. Now that he is back, it is necessary to no middleman to earn the difference in price. He does not see the villagers that little profit. But he can't let a bully like Zhang Shan squeeze the villagers' hard-earned money. It just so happens. Xu Weiling's father. It is the only dozen or so families in the village that can't piss with the Zhang family. If he takes these forces into his own hands, he can definitely satisfy the supply of those 10 or so hotels first. The rest of the places can be planned later. Ding! Detected that the host wants to lead the villagers to become rich. Activate random task. As a good fisherman, what you have to do is not only polish yourself, but also lead your team forward. When your team becomes the #1 fisherman in Hawaiian, you will be rewarded with deluxe fittings. This task will be updated for a long period of time, and will be valid permanently. I throw. There's a reward for that too? The system really is Tinkerbell. Yi Feng asked, is Uncle here? Shui Ling said, yes, you're looking for my dad for something? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, you call Uncle to come over. Shui Ling then ran home to call her father. Not long after, Shui Ling's dad appeared in front of Yi Feng. This simple middle-aged man grinned and said, Yi Wazi, I haven't thanked you for that big yellow fish last time. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, thank you for what? Before I was not at home, the roof of my house was blown down, but it was all because of you, Uncle, who brought a few people to help out. The middle-aged man said, what is that? This is all due. Yi Feng opened the door and said, Uncle, I want to ask for your help this time. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said, speak up. What is it? As long as Uncle can do it, I'll do it. Yi Feng then said, Uncle, don't be nervous, it's nothing big, it's just that you know about my falling out with the Zheng family, right? Shui Ling's dad nodded and said, I know, what's wrong? Is it about bringing people to fight with the Zheng family? Yi Feng cried and laughed, where is the need for a fight? It's like this, I've negotiated with those big hotels in Hawaiian, I'll exclusively supply their goods in the future, but as you know, I can't eat the supply of those dozen of big hotels by myself at the moment, so I want to gather some more manpower, so that I can meet the basic supply of those hotels. Shui Ling's dad then said, just this? That's a good thing, Yi Feng, you should have done this a long time ago, if you want to do this earlier, I will definitely supply you. Yi Feng said, this matter is not good enough for 1 or 2 people, at least 7 or 8, in order to ensure the supply of the big hotels, Uncle, you help me to ask everyone what they mean. Chapter 061, Undercurrents. Yi Feng's power. A hotel's consumption for a day is less than 3 to 200 pounds. A dozen hotels is several thousand pounds. At least nearly a dozen families would have to join together to round up those hotels. Shui Ling's dad then patted his chest and said, don't worry, this matter is on me, I will go to contact those families, they have long wanted to rebel against the Zheng family's oppression, a fish hard to fight up, most of the profits are taken by the Zheng family. Who wants to do that? But there's no one to take the lead. If you step forward, you'll surely respond with one call. Shui Ling added, yes brother Yi, you don't even know how good your reputation in the village is now. Yi Feng laughed, that's fine, you go and look for it, on a voluntary basis, don't force it. Shui Ling dad then nodded and said, don't worry, I have the numbers. Next, Shui Ling dad searched for about 10 households. Upon hearing that Yi Feng wanted to integrate the villagers, the dozen or so households rushed over without saying a word. Yi Feng, this boy is benevolent. That's right. Following him is definitely better than Zhang Shan. Even if I'm squeezed, I'd rather give it to Yi Wazi than to the Zhang family. A dozen villagers gathered at Ye's house. Their words moved Yi Feng a little inside. Yi Feng smiled, thank you for your love, folks, but please rest assured that I will definitely not learn from Zhang Shan, and in the future, the supply of seafood from all the major hotels will be taken directly from you, and no one will learn the difference in price. Ah? No price difference? Yi Wazi is really benevolent. The dozen or so families were stunned. In the past, they had been exploited by the fishmongers, where had they seen such a thing? Yi Feng smiled, of course. There will definitely still be a bit of difference in price, after all, the oil money and losses during the transportation of the goods have to be counted, but don't worry, these are all small amounts of money, at most 5%. Really? In the past, when Zhang Shan collected fish, he charged $5 for a fish, he could sell it for $10. Yi Wazi, you're being too benevolent, no. We can't be squeezed by the bad guys, and we can't chill the good guys. Those who could play with Shui Ling's father. They were all the more honest types in the village. They were not happy to hear that Yi Feng was not making money. Yi Feng cried and laughed and said, you guys have seen my deeds in the past few days, I really don't lack this amount of money, I just don't want to see that everyone's fish that they worked so hard to catch is still being taken away by someone else for a large portion of it. That's the truth. Yi Wazi, you really said this to the bottom of our hearts. But just because of this, you can't not earn a penny. How can you last if you don't make money? We still want to follow you all the way. A dozen or so families spoke up. Shui Ling's father also advised, yes Yi Wazi, why don't you just collect some? If you don't charge a little, everyone will feel bad in their hearts, I know you're not that bad, if you can't, Zhang Shan will charge twice as much, you'll charge a 20%, so you'll have to earn, and we'll all earn more than half as much as we did before. Yi Feng thought about it and said, that's fine. I'll charge 20% more, a fish if Zhang Shan charges $5 a catty, then I'll buy $8 and sell it to the hotel for $10. The oil money and losses in the middle are all out of my pocket, and I'll solve all the sales on the hotel side, what do you think? Great! This is 60% more income than before. Yuazia, I know you are a capable person, do not look at this 60% of ours, but this is an extra 100,000 yuan a year. These rough people who know nothing but fishing, are already very satisfied. That's right. The villagers were simple. They knew who was good and who was bad. When Yifeng led the group forward, everyone nodded in praise. Yifeng said, alright then. It's a deal, in the future, you guys will be responsible for the supply, and leave the transportation and hotel part to me. Next, Yifeng looked for Li Wuan. A preliminary team was formed. At the same time, the east end of the village. Zhang family. Zhang Shan hatefully kicked the table with his foot. He was hit in the face again. Zhang Shan only felt uncomfortable all over. Just then, several followers ran in. It's no good, brother Shan. Yifeng has joined forces with those families in the village to supply the hotel. Just Xu Weiling's dad, supposedly yelling in the village, saying that by following Yifeng and not earning a price difference, everyone will sell fish at least half as expensive as before. The crowd chattered. What? Zhang Shan shot up, how much did you say? Half as expensive? Xiao He then told the story as it was. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Shan's forehead after hearing it. If it was all a small fight before, this time it was definitely a figure of speech. It really was half as expensive. Thinking with his toes, he knew who those fishermen would sell to. Xiao He said apprehensively, brother Shan, what now? Zhang Shan frowned and asked, which families are involved? Xiao He reported a dozen families, Xu Weiling's family, Oljia's family. Zhang Shan's frown grew deeper and deeper. At this time, Zhang father walked in. He looked at his son and said, what? Scared at this? Zhang Shan's tone was a bit tense for the first time as he said, if we follow the way he collects like that, I'm afraid our family will. Zhang Buotao then said with an icy expression, humph. Does he think that this is the power of my Zhang family? He wants to take down my family with those lobsters and king crabs? Dream on. Go and notify the fishermen of my family, bring out all the stocks for me during this period of time, this typhoon, everyone can't catch fish, it's the best chance for us to kill back. Zhang Shan's expression was stunned as he said, Dad, what do you mean? Zhang Buotao patted his son's shoulder and said, son, it's good that you know. Learning from your mistakes will make you wiser, having a whetstone like Yifeng may not be a bad thing for you. On the other side, Yifeng came to third uncle's house. He had ordered a harpoon yesterday. This harpoon was not an ordinary harpoon, it was a harpoon that specialized in hunting blue storm whales. A turret-like thing was built directly on the deck of the cabin and the interior was fitted with a large harpoon with barbs to hunt large whales. When Yifeng came to the old man's store, the old man was so happy and smiling that he gave him a hug. Yi Wazia, look at this. In just one day, more than 100 sets of fish guns were all sold out. Yifeng laughed, that's a good feeling, your old man has worked hard all his life, this time he can finally make money lying down. The old man then laughed, who says otherwise? Speaking of which, without you, these things can't be sold even in a year. As a result, in just one day, I earned more than $30,000, think about it like a dream. Now everyone says, you are the weather vane of the village, follow you to purchase the quasi-right. Chapter 062 Ice Muscle. Killing a fierce tiger with one punch. Speaking of which, the old man scat inside. In his whole life of fishing, he had never met anyone more demonic than Yifeng. Lobster. Crab swarms. Precious fish. It's like a magic trick to come up in a swarm. Yifeng said, Uncle San, you deserve this. By the way, did the harpoon I ordered yesterday arrive? The old man nodded and said, yes, you really want to go whaling? Yifeng nodded and said, yes, the most dangerous place is the safest place, I'm going to take advantage of the typhoon to go out to sea, to really see the magnificent sea. The old man then sighed, you waifu have the main idea, uncle will not advise you, but you have to remember, the sea is merciless, there is really danger, whether you hit the fish or not is secondary, the little life is the most important. Yifeng said, don't worry, I have a number, how much is this harpoon? The old man laughed, okay, this harpoon does not cost money, this period of time because of you, Uncle 3 I earned almost $100,000, this money is still affordable. Yifeng also did not nag. Weixin transfer. Directly $20,000. The price of this large harpoon is around $12,000 or $13,000. The extra would be a filial honor to Uncle San. Listening to the voice broadcast, the old man hurriedly said, hey, Yifeng, what are you doing again? Yifeng waved his hand and pushed the harpoon out of the store. Next, it was as if he was deliberately waving around. The entire Shuadu village saw the image of Yifeng pushing a big harpoon. Did you hear about it? Yifeng bought another big harpoon. What? A harpoon? That's for fighting big fish. Yes, I've seen it, that harpoon must weigh several hundred pounds, just one fork head must weigh hundreds of pounds. I'll be damned. What's he up to? Is it possible that he's counting on a big fish passing through the waters of Shuadu village? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. Go, go, go. If you're late, it'll be gone. That's right. The last time I was half an hour late, I lost all my spears. The villagers were all talking at once. They swarmed directly into Uncle San's store. Do you still have the big harpoon? Give me one. I'll order one too. And me. On the other side. Yifeng pushed his harpoon towards the front. At this time, passing by the supermarket, Orchid's sister-in-law was smilingly waiting at the door. Glancing at Yifeng, this pretty widow was instantly energized. When she saw the harpoon that Yifeng was pushing, Orchid's wife was surprised and said, Yifeng, how did you change the head of this gun to such a thick big guy? Where's that fish gun from last time? She said and blinked her eyes, as if it was a normal thing to say. Yifeng said with a confused head, Mrs. Orchid, what are you talking about? I'm still small, I don't understand. Sister-in-law Orchid smiled and pulled him into the house, saying, It's okay if you don't understand, I can teach you. You haven't opened the fish gun yet, right? Do you want me to sharpen it for you? I can tell you, the first opening of this fish gun is very important. You cannot use ordinary sandpaper, you have to use the best gold sand. Geely. Yifeng. IING. Do not stop, this car is paced face well. He said, Sister-in-law, this thing a little wait, I came to buy something. Orchid's wife's expression was stunned, You're still buying things? What are you buying? Yifeng said, I am preparing to go out to sea for a few days this time, poultry meat give me a few £100. Several £100? Mrs. Orchid looked him up and down and said, Can you eat that much by yourself? Yifeng said, There are still a few animals. Sister-in-law Orchid then nodded and said, That's fine, I'll go get it for you. Not long after, several £100 of meat were added to the car. He transported them all to the ship. The Cosmos seemed to have a special spot to mount the harpoon. The large harpoon was lifted onto the ship, and it just happened to fit tightly enough to snap onto the head of the cabin. After doing all this, Yifeng returned home. He locked himself in his room. Sign in. Today, Serenity and the others were on the boat. Yifeng didn't sign in. At this moment, he was idle, but he wanted to do the sign-in quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1, points 100. He had just finished upgrading his fishing boat, and it would take 9 days to upgrade it again. He directly took the Spirit Spring. The next moment, his body once again mutated. It was as if the entire surface of his body was covered in a bizarre silver color. If yesterday's body was beyond a soldier king, and a single punch could deliver strength far beyond that of a fighter king, then today's body was a step further on top of that. Crackling. Along with the expulsion of black impurities, Yifeng's body once again showed a rare change. Ice muscle. A layer of silvery light appeared on his body's surface as if it was coated, directly covering close to 2/3 of his body's surface. It only took one more signing. The ice muscle would be completely condensed. Yifeng smiled broadly and blasted out with a fist. Bang! A sonic boom directly appeared. Wow! This is too powerful. I obviously just casually threw a punch and it turned out to be at least 2,000 kilograms of power? The ancients said that they wrestled a tiger with their bare hands, but with this kind of power, I'm afraid that I can really kill a tiger with one punch. Yifeng laughed out loud. The current Blue Star's tigers, with their thick skin and flesh, had a resistance to strength of roughly over 1 ton. And with his direct 2 tons, he could kill a fierce tiger with one punch. Is this the ice muscle? How powerful would it be if it all congealed? He smiled broadly and ran to the shower to rinse the black stains off his body. Half an hour later, Yi Ma prepared the meal. Yifeng called out to Shui Ling to come along for dinner. He asked, Shui Ling, are you interested in going fishing on a boat with brother? Shui Ling was surprised and said, Go on a boat? Can I? Yifeng laughed, It's like this. I'm going to open a live broadcast, it's the daily routine of catching the sea and fishing, I'm still missing an assistant, I don't need to do anything, just cook and cook, are you interested? Before getting into the car, Serenity had reminded him. Shui Ling, this girl has a good image, more beautiful than those popular female anchors of do fishing. If she could get on board and live broadcast together, she would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Yifeng initially did not think. It was Serenity's next paragraph that impressed him. She said, like this image of Shui Ling, if you go to do a live broadcast, certainly have a future. Of course. There is no such thing as an overnight success. Shui Ling can first exercise in his live room, if you do not like, even if you like it, can also open their own live room. A few tens of thousands of dollars a month is considered a good income. Yifeng felt that this was a good proposal. Shui Ling nodded and said, If I can help brother Yi, of course I'm willing. Yifeng said, Then it's a deal, come on board with me early tomorrow morning, and bring 2 sets of change of clothes, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days to go out to sea this time. Shui Ling said, Okay, I will go back later and pack. Chapter 063. Blue Storm Whale. A peaceful night's sleep. The next day, Yifeng woke up leisurely. In the depths of his mind, surprisingly, a countdown number appeared. Countdown, 5 days, 16 hours, 23 minutes and 28 seconds. There are still 5.5 days left. The S rank evaluation must be obtained. That means I need to get to the Great Ocean Road before the typhoon hits tomorrow. Good thing this place isn't far from Taeyangdao. I have plenty of time to prepare. Blue Storm Whale. I'm coming. Yi Feng got up with a big smile. After washing up, Shui Ling was already standing playfully at the door. Today Shui Ling was wearing a long white lace dress. With flesh-colored stockings and the pair of white sneakers, there was a kind of immaculate fairy atmosphere. Coupled with her originally pure appearance, it was simply absolutely beautiful to the extreme. Along the way, numerous villagers sized up. This is Shui Ling? When this girl dresses up, how is she more beautiful than a star? That's not true. The crowd was envious. At the same time, the fairy port. Uncle San sent a whaling fork to Yi Feng. What is this? This is a whaling fork, right? The many villagers were stunned. They all sized up towards the forks that were taller than a man. Uncle San explained, these days, with the typhoon, there are no more fish offshore whatsoever. Yi Feng is preparing to go out to sea to catch whales, and these are the harpoons for him. Going out to sea to catch whales? No wonder Yi Feng carried the launching pad last night. Many villagers saw this. Yi Feng's cruise ship didn't know when there was an extra turret. Zhang Shan smiled coldly and said, whaling at sea? Who gave him the courage to do that? A class 15 typhoon, not to mention his little raggedy ship. Even a submarine can turn you upside down. I think he's simply looking for death. After his father's comfort, Zhang Shan regained his confidence once again. Third uncle frowned, a small broken ship? If Yi Feng's 3-decked cruise ship is a small ragged ship, what do you call that single-decked fishing boat of yours? It is. You're not capable yourself, and you're saying that others are looking for death? I think you're just saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. If there's anyone in Shuadu village who can hunt whales, it's definitely Yiwazi. That's right. Of all the villages in the neighborhood, only Shuadu village hasn't had a whale hunt, right? Yiwazi has done our village proud this time. Many villagers helped Yi Feng. This was almost unimaginable in the past. Zhang Shan's laughter came to an abrupt end. He coldly looked at a few people, then you guys will wait. If you really think that whales are that easy to catch, then no one in my Shuada village would have been able to catch them in the past few decades. Don't let something happen when the fish isn't caught. The crowd's expressions became somewhat silent. Yes. Whales in the sea. Big. Powerful. It's not something an ordinary person can kill. Can Yi Feng really kill a whale this time? Even if everyone believed in Yi Feng, they couldn't help but be skeptical. At this time, Yi Feng walked up the embankment with Shui Ling. The villagers gathered around. Yi Feng, are you really going to hunt whales? That thing is an ocean overlord, you have to be careful. Right. Safety first. Everyone reminded. Yi Feng laughed, don't worry, my ship can withstand an 18 magnitude typhoon, not to mention that if it's really dangerous, can I still send it to death? Shui Ling also said, yeah, brother Yi Feng will protect himself. The crowd then put their hearts down. Zhang Shan's expression, however, collapsed. As he looked at Shui Ling, who seemed like a fairy, snuggling beside Yi Feng like a birdie, the evil fire in his heart unconsciously sprang out. Really can blow the fluff. What kind of boat can withstand an 18-stage typhoon? What kind of ship can withstand 18-grade typhoon? Yi Feng directly gave him a king's contempt. Go, get on the boat. Yi Feng greeted Shui Ling. Just like that. The two of them directly treated Zhang Shan as a cloud of air. Zhang Shan was almost so angry that his 7 orifices rose to the sky. The rippling sea. The cosmos sped merrily. It was not far from the Great Ocean Road. Yi Feng stayed in the cockpit fiddling with his cell phone. He logged into the backstage of the Fighting Fishing Network. Please set your room name. Yi Feng thought about it and directly set the name, Hunt. Blue Storm Whale. The next moment, he entered the backstage. At the same time, the camera on the fishing boat started working. The scene in front of him appeared directly in the live broadcast room. Several fighting fish users happened to click into this live stream. A glance at the title. I throw. Hunting blue storm whales? So the anchor is blowing a stream? Blue storm whale. One of the ocean's most powerful. It's known to kill sharks with one bite. Are you going to hunt him? Anchor, I'm convinced, I'm impressed. Several users were sending out pop-ups. They were disbelieving in droves. Yi Feng smiled when he saw the messages coming from the background. He said into the microphone, really? I'm really just going to hunt the blue storm whale. This time the blue storm whale is about to come out near the Great Ocean Road. If a few of you don't believe me, you can just keep tuning in to my live broadcast. He selected the screen to the front camera of the fishing boat. The next moment, the end of the sea and sky. A vast and boundless scene appeared directly on the screen. I throw. Is the anchor playing for real? I don't want to say anything else. Anchor, the scenery is absolute. Anchor, let's not blow off steam, let's look at the scenery and still be friends. Several netizens had sent pop-ups. Right at this moment, A guy with an ID called Octopus Brother surged into the live broadcast room. Anchor, you're going to hunt blue storm whales? Really? If you're going to hunt the blue storm whale, I'll reward you with a rocket on the spot. Rocket. It's one of the precious props in the fishing industry. A rocket costs $1,000. A group of users were just about to say that this guy blew a cheat. Octopus? One of the biggest tycoons in the fishing industry. This guy often hangs out in the female anchor area. Why did he come to the outdoor area? I can't believe he's here. It's just a big guy. Do you really believe what the anchors say? Hunting blue storm whales? I'm afraid that before you even get close to them, you'll be directly washed away by a wave. Numerous pop-ups were brushed up. Right at this moment, someone released a screenshot. I just searched Ocean Road according to what the anchor gave me, and the weather forecast says that a Category 15 typhoon is coming to Ocean Road tomorrow morning, so maybe it's possible? Chapter 064, I can't shoot my own bird, can I? What do you mean? Is it really possible? It's the other way around, isn't it? A Category 15 typhoon is more like a typhoon, isn't it? That's it. The anchor is a real jerk. Several netizens sent out pop-ups asking. On the contrary. The person who sent the picture explained, blue storm whales are different from other whales, they like violent storms, usually only typhoons above level 12 will attract them to float in the sea surface for air. If it reaches a level 15 typhoon, then the probability of a visible blue storm whale will be more than 95%. Really? So the anchor didn't blow the fluff? Several netizens were stunned. Someone poured cold water. What didn't blow the fluff? The anchor said to go to the ocean road to go to the ocean road? 15 typhoon, don't not yet arrived. Directly the boat was overturned. That's it. That's it. Several netizens chimed in. Just then. I don't know if it was deliberate or what. The tallest camera that was set on the mast was filming the entire yacht in a 360-degree dead angle manner and placed it on the live broadcast screen. What do I see? The anchor is driving a big 3-decker cruise ship? I'm on my ing knees. What's going on here is that the anchor is a rich man. If this cruise ship encounters a 15-stage typhoon, it should be able to barely survive, right? Many netizens were stunned. Under the cover of the camera, a 3-story luxury cruise ship appeared in front of everyone. A big 3-tiered cruise ship. The top floor swimming pool. The expansive deck. Everything was so exquisite and luxurious. Kneeling for the anchor. Is this the life of the rich? So now it's fashionable for tycoons to catch fish? All I can say is, the life of the rich is so damn plain and simple. The crowd was stunned. The netizens who didn't believe in all kinds of things just now hugged their thighs one after another. Yi Feng cried and laughed, everyone, do you want to be so flip-flopping? Isn't it just a cruise ship? Is that the point? The point is to hunt blue storm whales, okay? Several netizens shook their heads. That's the point. Blue storm whales? What's that? Don't care, don't pay attention, don't care. Little brother, dare to show your face. Right. Anchor, show your face, I'll immediately offer my first airplane. The crowd opened their mouths. Yi Feng smiled without saying anything. As he drove the boat, he said, I'm sure you all know that tomorrow the Great Ocean Road is a Category 15 typhoon, and the probability of a blue storm whale is over 95%. We are now less than 400 kilometers away from the Great Ocean Road, so we don't need to worry about it yet. Next, I will lead you all to enjoy the beauty of nature together first. The next moment. The camera that was supposed to shine on the cruise ship shot towards the sea. The sea was azure blue. The early morning sunlight seemed so gentle. Flocks of seagulls could still be seen on the sea surface from time to time. Behind them, the white waves from the engine look so long. Everything is so fresh and beautiful. Wow! Is this the sea? I'm so used to concrete and steel, seeing the ocean suddenly opens my heart. Little brother's got a knack for it. With this view, I'll forgive you for cheating just now. The crowd nodded in approval. Backstage. You have received a rocket one from Brother Octopus. A special effect of rockets rising directly appeared on the screen. Yi Feng. This just went live and earned $800? The other side. Magic City. Thompson won. Mu Yanqi yawned. She had live streamed last night until almost 12 o'clock in the night and slept until just now. When she opened her eyes, the hour hand was already pointing to 8 o'clock. Mu Yanqi woke up with sleepy eyes. The silky silk robe, reflecting the light in the room, perfectly displayed her fair and delicate figure. She got up and washed up. A few moments later, she came to the living room. The assistants and brokers were already waiting there. Sister Hong reminded, Miss, according to the previous agreement, we have a continuous mic with a new anchor. Mu Yanqi looked at the assistant. Did you get that newcomer's room number? The assistant quickly said, got it, the room number is 250318. Mu Yanqi said, then let's see what happens first. Sister Hong entered the room number in the long box. The next moment. Hit the enter key. A room called Hunt the Blue Storm Whale appeared in front of everyone. Hunt the Blue Storm Whale? Why is this name so strange? Mu Yanqi's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Sister Hong said, Blue Storm Whale? This name does have a familiar feeling. The assistant reminded in a low voice, it should be the fiercest whale of the blue planet. It said that this whale can kill a shark with one bite. It's very powerful. Mu Yanqi let out an ah, then he even wants to hunt it? Sister Hong disdainfully bristled and said, Miss, you're listening to him fool around, I think it's just a gimmick. Saying this, she clicked into the live broadcast room. Next, the camera turned. Blue sky and white clouds. The vast sea. A landscape unlike the reinforced concrete of the city came upon them. Mu Yanqi said, this sea scenery is really nice. Sister Hong then said, Miss, if you want to go to the sea to see the scenery, where can't you see it? This anchor is playing the name of an outdoor live broadcast, yet he's putting up these images? I think it's simply a gimmick. Where is the Blue Storm Whale? Mu Yanqi said, maybe people haven't started yet. Just then, the camera turned on the screen. The end of the sea and sky. A bird with a snow-white body spread its wings and soared, looking exceptionally conspicuous amongst a large group of seabirds. Mu Yanqi said, huh? What kind of bird is that? It's very special. Sister Hong said, it's special, this bird is 2 or 3 times larger than the others, it shouldn't be from the same flock. Just then, a shock was sent out from the live broadcast room. What do I see? Hai Dongqing? Surprisingly, it's this divine bird. That's right. Snow white. Like a falcon. With black spots. It's the god of eagles, the Hai Dongqing. The anchor has made a fortune. This bird can be sold for millions of dollars if you shoot it down. It's the kind that money can't buy. The dozen or so netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. There were even netizens who had an idea. Anchor, let's not hunt the Blue Storm Whale. Let's hunt birds. Right. One shot is a million. At this time, the guy whose ID was Octopus Brother opened his mouth. Right. Anchor hit the bird. I'll buy it. $1 million. Standing post as proof. Octopus Brother opened his mouth. What are you waiting for, $1 million? Squidward never blew his load. Just when the crowd were all exclaiming. The anchor did not see his person but heard his voice. I hit the bird? This Hai Dongqing? Stop it. I can't shoot down my own bird for fun, can I? Chapter 065 Mu Yanqi's shock. What did I hear? Your own bird? Is the anchor driving? Hello? Demon spirit? Yes. We've flipped the car again, it's still the same turn. The pop-ups surged wildly. The crowd thought that the anchor was playing a stunt. As for this Hai Dongqing being the anchors? Don't be ridiculous. We've all been hanging out in the outdoor area for years. They've never heard of a sea green recognizing its owner. At this time, the anchor's voice came into the live broadcast room, driving? What the hell? I mean, this Hai Dongqing is mine. A dozen netizens were stunned. What did I hear? The anchor said that this Hai Dongqing is his. So the anchor is thinking that the fluff just now wasn't red hot enough, so he's coming back with another one, right? Anchor, you said that this sea lizard is yours. Do you think he'd dare to say yes when you call him? Do you dare? Do you dare? Stop it. If there was a grain of peanut rice, the anchor wouldn't be this drunk. The pop-ups are flying. The crowd is in disbelief. They don't believe it. Even the anchor's character was beginning to be doubted. Yifeng looked at the pop-ups and said with a smile on his face, what do you all mean? You really want me to shout? Okay. You shout. Don't forget to turn the microphone up. We're all listening. A group of netizens are happy, clearly do not believe. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, there was nothing to do today. He simply made merry with this group of sand sculpture netizens in the live broadcast room. He switched the camera to the camera in front of the cockpit. The next moment, a man whose back was only visible ran onto the deck of the cabin. He was dressed in white practice clothes, and under the cover of the sunlight, the outline of his body was perfectly displayed. I throw. Is this the anchor? Anchor, this body is too absolute, right? Small Tiger bot file anti-piracy print find book machine where candidate Small Tiger stable reliable, do not step on pit. Look. This broad shoulder. This charming male dog waist. The anchor is too much of a cheat, isn't he? This body makes me hungry. You can rely on your face to make a living, so why do you have to blow it up? The anchor vividly tells us that men are afraid of entering the wrong line of work is a golden advice. Don't say it. Anchor, I'll adopt you. I can't help but click on the homepage of this big brother upstairs. Stingy man? Hot eyes. The screen scrolls. At that moment, the camera changed on the screen. The white-clothed figure snapped his right thumb and index finger and placed them on his lips. The next moment, a clear whistle sounded. Just as the many netizens were baffled. Sky. It was as if that winged Hai Dongqing heard some kind of signal. A dive. It hovered directly onto the deck. a shocking scene occurs. After landing on the deck, this heidonking even rubbed its small head against the anchor's thigh. The live broadcast room was stunned. What did I see? Heidonking is pampering the anchor. I'm on my knees. Is this heidonking? Is this the god of eagles? Stop it. Just now when the anchor stood out I felt a powerful chi. I did not expect the anchor to be as strong as this. Are you sure it's a chi and not a weapon? Driving again? Get out of here. Seriously. How did the anchor do it? Heidonking is the god of eagles. Even the most powerful eagle trainer can't completely tame this kind of god bird, right? But just now the anchor and the interaction of the sea east green, completely like a pet. Who do I ask if you ask me? The pop-up screen directly exploded. A dozen people in the live room, froze to play. Tens of thousands of people have the effect of the pop-up screen. Everyone looked at the camera in the screen. A man and a bird. Standing on the deck looking into the distance. The anchor grabbed a handful of things from somewhere and gently raised his hand up. The heidonking slowly stretched out its wings. The next moment, this divine bird gently flew up. With the crowd dumbfounded, this divine bird circled around the anchor and pecked at the things in the anchor's hand. The sun shone. This scene blended in with the surrounding seascape. This picture is absolutely amazing. It's so beautiful. I've saved it as wallpaper. If the anchor hadn't told me, I would have thought it was feeding the peace doves. The anchor is awesome. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm a good person. I thought the anchor only had traps, avoiding insects, but I didn't realize there was this set. The crowd was amazed. At the same time, Magic City. Thompson's first class. The few people who were watching the live broadcast, Mu Yenshi, were equally staggered. Is this the heidonking? How could it be so docile? All three of them were puzzled. Mu Yenshi said, no wonder the company wanted me to link up with him. Even a godly bird like the heidonking can be tamed. This anchor should be something special. Sister Hong grunted coldly, Miss, what's wrong with the heidonking? Who knows if this heidonking is domesticated? Miss, don't be in a hurry. I don't think a single heidonking can prove anything. Let's just wait and see what happens. Mu Yenshi was going to say something. But when she saw the agent's attitude she nodded and said, alright then, let's just take a look first. At this time, Brother Octopus spoke up. He sent out a pop-up and said, Anchor, I really like this heidonking. I wonder if you're willing to part with it? I'm willing to offer $2 million to buy it, and I can add more if it's not enough. The pop-up screen was 666. 666. Worthy of being Brother Octopus. Starting at $2 million. It's the price of a sports car. Brother Octopus, do you want to look at me like this? I can cosplay. Upstairs, take a look at yourself. Which part of your body looks like it's worth $2 million? I've studied for so many years, but in the end, I'm not worth more than a anchor. If you sell this heidonking, won't it smell good when you go back to the clubhouse? Yeah. Let's not go hunting blue storm whales. Let's just sell the heidonking. The pop-ups are rolling. In just a few moments, the number of people in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 3 digits. Chapter 066 The Sea Knife. Another few million by accident. At this time, Yi Feng had already returned to the cabin. He leisurely sat on the sofa chair and watched the pop-up scroll. When he saw Brother Octopus's request, he shook his head and said, Brother Octopus, you're afraid that you've misunderstood. This heidonking is not a pet, he is my partner, a brother who accompanied me through life and death. How could I possibly sell him? Brother Octopus then got a little frustrated and sent out a pop-up. It's me who's forcing things. I should have thought that, to be able to let heidonking treat in this way, your relationship is definitely extraordinary. No matter what, Anchor, I'm very optimistic about you. Attention trifecta sent. Said. Brother Octopus sends a rocket one. Another rocket shot up from the screen. The crowd then became envious. Anchor is so fluffy. $2 million and you don't want it. Brother Octopus is also atmospheric. At this time, a holographic projection suddenly came from Yi Feng's mind. 11:30 o'clock. Distance 438 meters. School of wild swordfish found. Single weight, 3 tails. I threw. Yi Feng was directly stunned. Swordfish? He had actually encountered a sea knife? His face rose with great joy. Don't look at the small weight of this kind of fish, but the price was very expensive. Knife fish. There were 2 types of freshwater knives and sea knives. But no matter which one it was, it could be described with one word. That was expensive. In general, a knife fish of about 1.5 tails costs about 400 yuan a catty, a knife fish of about 2 tails costs about 700 yuan a catty, a knife fish of about 3 tails costs about 1,300 yuan a catty, and a knife fish of about 4 tails costs about 3,000 yuan a catty. The swordfish here are in the thousands, and a rough estimate of weight is probably around 1,000 pounds. Estimated at a unit price of 1,300 yuan for 3 tails. 1.3 million? Could be a hit. Anyway, the rear cabin is big. Don't want it for nothing. He shouted at the microphone. Not far away is a rapids. Anchor, I counted on my fingers. There should be fish there. Said, walking towards the deck. The pop-up screen was a 666. Anchor 666. Still ing counting? I just said, Anchor, don't blow the cheat. Why are you still addicted to it? If there's a fish there. I am. Who's Sanhan? Straight up. Stand up. Pull. Thinning. The old man's backhand is a wave of reports. Openly in the live broadcast propaganda, Fong Jianmi letter thought, Anchor, you ready to drink tea? Ha, pleasantly reported, waiting to go to jail. The pop-up screen scrolls. After what just happened, the number of people in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 1,000 people. At this time, the anchor boarded the deck. The crowd once again saw the anchor's damn back. There's one thing to say. I still love the anchor's back. What's that? The anchor really doesn't want to consider selling out? Ha! What's that? The camera of the live broadcast room suddenly glanced at the sea surface sparkling up. Not the usual sunlight shining. That's the image of fish fighting for food to surface. A little ripple surging. Ha! There really are fish. The anchor is a god. The crowd exclaimed. Yi Feng said to the microphone, how was it? Everyone has seen it, right? I didn't cheat everyone, there really are fish here. At the same time. Magic City. Thompson's first class. A few people were equally shocked. Mu Yanqi said in surprise, there really are fish. How did he figure it out? Sister Hong then bristled and said, Miss, you don't really believe it, do you? He must have had good eyes and saw the ripples on the water over here. Mu Yanqi thought about it, and it was the only possibility. Sister Hong then said, even if you see a fish, so what? Such small ripples, I'm afraid it's just a few tails of small miscellaneous fish. Mu Yanqi and her assistant both nodded as well. At this time, the camera drew closer. All three looked at the water. Sure enough, a bunch of small fish were swimming on the surface. Sister Hong skimmed her lips and said, how about it? Just this kind of small fish, put it on the usual for us to eat without bringing it. Just. Her words just fell. The live broadcast pop-up screen, however, exploded. A series of pop-ups. What ah? There is no hang big to say, you in the end what ah? You don't know how to read it? I've seen it. It's just a bunch of small fish. A bunch of small fish? Upstairs, you've got a lot of nerve. This is the precious sea swordfish. Have you heard of swordfish? It costs thousands of dollars a catty. Gulp. Are you saying this is a precious fish? What do you think? These sea knife head are not small. I see there must be 3 or 4 too heavy. Bottom estimate, the fish in this must have hundreds of thousands of it. The many netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Hiss. Hissing. Hissing. Upstairs, are you sure you're not bragging? Just these small fish, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? At this point, an unexpected person opened his mouth. Brother Octopus, that's right. These are all superb seaboards. If they were sold to me, I'd be willing to pay $1,500 a pound for such fresh seaboards. $1,500 a catty? There are less than a few dozen pounds here. Wouldn't that be hundreds of thousands of dollars? Kneel for the anchor. This is blowing a few $100,000 with a cheat? Why is there such a big gap between people? We and the anchor blew the same cheat, and the anchor earned hundreds of thousands of dollars in one hand, but I still have to work hard overtime. Don't talk about it. I'm still moving bricks. What's the point of moving bricks? Let's rent a boat and go fishing. At this time, someone came up with a new idea. This fish is so small. It's long and narrow, so it can't be caught in a fishing net, right? That's right. Even if it can be caught, the long and narrow body of the swordfish will slip through the net, waiting for the anchor to catch the fish. The many netizens all looked like they were watching a good show. The anchor laughed, that's right. It seems everyone is a connoisseur. This kind of swordfish indeed can't be caught with a net. On the one hand, it's the size. This point was already mentioned by many netizens just now. The second point is the problem of selling. Now there are Jedi nets. This kind of net is actually able to catch up, but the scales of the sea knife is more fragile. It's easy to hang up, then the price will be directly cut in half. Then we usually choose other tools. Chapter 067. A life of catching fish is so simple and unadorned. Speaking of which, Yi Feng walked to the warehouse in the back cabin. At this time, there was a shocking glimpse. The camera revealed his side face. A silhouette as handsome as a knife sharpening, with a bit of melancholy, simply handsome to the extreme. The pop-up screen was once again exploded. I throw. Is this the anchor's side face? This line is also too hard and charming, right? Originally, I was still a little worried about whether the anchor would be a back killer, but I was relieved to see the side face. The anchor dares to show his face. Do you dare to show your face? As long as you dare to show your face, I'll be a rocket launcher on the spot. Kneel down and ask the anchor to show his face live. The pop-up screen scrolls. Yi Feng smiled without saying anything. Taking such a live broadcast was the result of Tranquility's instruction. Reveal your face? Now is not the time. He ran to the rear cabin, took out the row hook and said, "This kind of swordfish, the best way to catch it is the row hook. You can take a drift net row hook, or you can take a static row hook. The current here is relatively fast, and we are in the upstream, so just throw the row hook down directly," said. He slowly lowered the row hook into the water. The fishing net slowly sank into the water under the entanglement of the counterweight. The float in turn dragged the row hook from sinking completely to the bottom. Not long after, the row hooks flowed to those swordfish. The bait on those hooks attracts the swordfish to feed. Wah wah wah! The surface of the sea was a joyous sight. Those floats are jumping violently. I throw. Is this a fish taking the bait? This is too easy, isn't it? Just put up a net and hundreds of thousands of dollars come to hand? I admit it. I'm sore. I suddenly want to go fishing. God, just put a net in. Are you trying to kill me upstairs? You think it's easy to meet these swordfish? The anchor is lucky. Another person might not have encountered such a scene in their lifetime. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's a good time for the anchor. It seems that the typhoon still has an effect. These swordfish would never have appeared so easily. There is no lack of veterans in the live broadcasting room who have been catching the sea. They opened their mouths and lamented the anchor's good luck. At this time, Yifeng saw that the fire was almost ready and started pulling the net. Clatter! There was another sight of live fish. Yifeng pulled up all those rows of hooks and hundreds of swordfish jumped happily on the deck. Yifeng unhooked the hooks and put all those swordfish into the number 1 sub-bin. After the upgrade, the rear cabin was divided into a total of 10 sub-compartments. I throw. Anchor just put it into the bottom of the compartment like this? Isn't this too casual? Unlike other fish, swordfish require more oxygen to survive. They need more oxygen to survive. Otherwise, these fish wouldn't have surfaced for fresh air. Can't you find another place? You're killing the fish. At least it's a multi-million-dollar swordfish. The anchor is too casual. The crowd was brushing their pop-ups. Yifeng smiled and didn't say anything. Oxygen? Will die? The cabin comes with a respirator function. It was countless times more powerful than an oxygen pump, so there was no need to worry about the mortality rate. He said to the microphone, "As you can see, just now was the process of the fisherman's hard labor, from discovering the fish to going down to the sea to catch them. In fact, every person who catches the sea and fishes is such a hard worker. Their work is boring and dull, it is just so mechanically repetitive. So shouldn't we be more cherishing of those fish food in the plate?" The pop-up screen directly cracked open. Mud and dirt. Anchor, get out of here. Goddamn boring. Small hand shaking, hundreds of thousands of dollars in hand? I want this boring and dull life too. Why don't we switch? Why don't we switch? You move bricks, I'll go live to catch the sea? God TM should cherish the fish on the plate. What gave the anchor the misunderstanding that I can afford to eat swordfish? The pop-up screen scrolls. The crowd was fed up with the anchor's crazy pretentious behavior. At the same time, the number of people in the live broadcast room dabbled and skyrocketed. The legend of the anchor was circulating throughout the entire Do Fish live streaming room. Come on, 250318, don't see it. Have you heard? There's an outdoor anchor who wants to hunt the blue storm whale. Tian Xiao. The little outdoor anchor brothers' little handshakes. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shocking. Is it the distortion of human nature or the degeneration of morality? Anchor brother even openly pretend to be a bully in the live broadcast room. Such extremely inflammatory words surged through the live broadcast room. Quite a few netizens came to the show. In less than an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 10,000 people. This number broke the record that Do Fishing had ever set. Fighting fish. Signing department. Tranquility and the others had just gone to work. At the same time, the news of them signing an S-ranked artist anchor was also circulating throughout the signing department. Have you heard? Tranquility signed an S-ranked anchor. An S-ranked anchor? This is a desperate move, isn't it? Tranquility's group has been at the bottom of the rankings these past few issues. Many groups were waiting to see the joke. Some even complained directly to the department director. At this moment, Serenity and Li Qian and the others went to work and stared at the data. Serenity asked, "How's it going? Have you contacted Yifeng's side? Has the live broadcast started?" Li Qian said, "Sister Ning, I've asked. Yifeng just started broadcasting live." Serenity said, "It's already live? What about the data?" "Never mind, open the live stream and see what's going on." "Okay." Li Qian directly opened Yifeng's live room. The next moment. Hunt. Blue Storm Whale, title was extremely eye-catching. Li Qian hit the enter key and entered the live broadcast room, just in time to see Yifeng's last few boring sentences. Li Qian laughed, "This guy, his speech is still so easy to misunderstand." At this moment. Ha! Her expression instantly became shocked to the core as she pointed at the number of people in the right column and said, "How is it possible? The number of people in the live broadcast room has surpassed 10,000 people? That's with Mu Yanqi having linked up? How could Mu Yanqi's side be so painful?" Li Qian's expression was incredulous. Serenity was equally dumbfounded. It wasn't just the number of people. The number of pop-ups directly surpassed the 5,000 mark. This showed that the viewers were very active. Such a number was rare even for those live rooms with over 100,000 people. She immediately accessed the background information. A moment later, the truth came out. There is no continuous microphone. These 10,000 people were completely relying on Yifeng's own strength to grow up. Chapter 068 The Shock of Do Fish. Signing Department. Li Qian was surprised and said, "Yeah. It's only been an hour and the wild growth has reached 10,000 people?" Serenity was equally shocked and said, "Indeed. Such a number has never been seen in my Do Fish history. We really might have picked up a treasure, 10,000 people. This is definitely a miracle for newcomers. Quick! Play back the live stream and see how Schoolmate went live." The next moment, when those images were played back, the luxurious 3-deck cruise ship, the gimmick of hunting blue storm whales, the way of live broadcasting without seeing people but only hearing their voices, the beauty of sea and sky melting into one, the miraculous reflection of the sea east green, hitting up millions of sea knives casually. Tranquility cried and laughed and said, "True enough. I should have thought of it before. Schoolmate's live broadcasts are just so plain and simple. These things, picking out one item at random, I'm afraid it's enough for other outdoor anchors to blow for a day, but it turns out that in less than an hour here in school, brother, it's all taken out." Li Qian nodded her head and said, "Who says it's not? But it's a good thing that he remembered your instructions, Sister Ning, and didn't show his face." Ning then laughed and said, "Ha, that's true." Just then, a subordinate walked in. "Sister Ning, Director Yang is looking for you." Serenity frowned and asked, "What is it?" The subordinate said, "I don't know yet, but it looks like the heads of a few other groups are there as well." Serenity then said thoughtfully, "All right, I know, I'll go over there now." Turning back, instructing Li Qian, she said, "Keep an eye on the live broadcast room to prevent anyone from messing up." Li Qian immediately said, "Don't worry, Sister Ning, absolutely no one will be able to mess up." Serenity then nodded her head. Not long after, she knocked on the door of the director's office. "Come in." Yang Yan's voice came out. In the gazes of the many men that slightly appeared greedy, Serenity straightened her dress and walked into the office with her feet in marten boots with flesh-colored stockings. "Mr. Yang, you're looking for me?" Yang Yan nodded his head and said, "You signed an S-class artist?" Serenity said, "Yes, this artist is very strong. I think that he has the potential to reach the top of the outdoor number 1. Put. Several other team leaders laughed. "Outdoor number 1? Serenity, are you kidding? What makes you say that? Does he have mastered his outdoor survival experience? Or does he have the power of the 8th master, or the skill of the Imperial master?" Serenity said indifferently, "I think that he has all of these." All of them. The several team leaders were stunned. Thereupon, I don't know who didn't hold back. Then the entire office burst into a ball of laughter. "Tranquility. Your group has been down 1 for the last 3 months. We can understand that you're under a lot of pressure, but is the word all there something you can just say? Let's not talk about anything else, just master 8. Claim to be the number 1 in fighting fishery power, a punch out at least 500 kilograms, this achievement put in the world, can ask for the lightweight champion." 500 kilograms? Tranquility shot back, "What's that? If you guys don't believe me, you can go take a look, Yifeng is broadcasting live." Yang Yan asked, "It's already live?" Tranquility nodded and said, "Just about to report back to Mr. Yang, Yifeng has already started his live broadcast, and without any external help, he directly harvested 10,000 wild users, or in less than an hour." Boom! The conference room then choked. How is that possible? 10,000 people? Serenity, you're too capable of blowing it, aren't you? Yang Yan didn't nag. He opened dough fishing and entered the room number. The next moment. Hunt. Blue storm whale. This live room appeared in front of everyone. Number of people online, 11,038. Amount of pop-ups, 5,219. Hiss. Even with Yang Yan's eyesight, he couldn't help but have a brief moment of dismay. Several other panels, however, shook their heads. Impossible. It's definitely brushed. It is. Serenity said indifferently, "Can't you guys judge for yourselves if it was brushed or not? If you really want to brush the list, would you brush over a big tycoon like Brother Octopus? Is the person who brushes the list in your family so powerful?" The several group leaders were then stunned. "What did you say? Brother Octopus? He also entered the live broadcast room?" The crowd looked over. The fan list. Ranked number 1. It was none other than Brother Octopus. He had already rewarded 3 rockets. In addition to that, There are more than 100 people who have rewarded him. They're all active users of Do Fish. There was no way it could have been swiped. The crowd was completely stunned. Tranquility faintly said, "Now this is just the beginning. When we get to the back, you guys will know Yifeng's terror. All those techniques you said, all that power, it's all worthless in front of Yifeng." Several group leaders gritted their teeth. Yang smiled and looked at Tranquility. "Good. Let's leave this matter at that. Tranquility, you've done a good job. This anchor has a lot of potential. I think the S rank is well deserved. Do you guys have any more opinions?" Several team leaders shook their heads. They didn't believe that this anchor was really that powerful. However, the situation was stronger than the people. The current data showed that this anchor did have a knack for it. They were prepared to discuss a strategy after studying it. Yang then said, "Then you guys go back. Serenity, you stay." The several team leaders bowed their heads and left. Serenity asked, "Mr. Yang, you're looking for me?" Yang said, "To be honest, I didn't expect Yifeng's potential to be so great. There's even a real hope that he'll ask for the top of the outdoor live broadcasting world in a short period of time. Have you guys thought of any good ideas for your Lianmai people?" Tranquility said, "We're going to have him mesh with Mu Yanxi." Mu Yanxi? Yang nodded and said, "Okay, she's strong enough, but you don't have to stick to one person. You can let him interact with other anchors. There are still a lot of female anchors in your group. I see that young people now love to watch these, CP. Isn't it called this word?" Serenity nodded and said, "I know, Mr. Yang. I'll consider it when I get back and see if there's a suitable candidate." Yang said, "Okay. Rules are dead, people are alive. The bluff teeth ones have been coming on strong lately, and since we've found such a gem, some of the rules and regulations can be let go a little." Serenity said, "I understand. I'll leave first if there's nothing else." Saying that, she stepped on her marten boots and left. Chapter 069, I have a bold idea. Live streaming room. The crowd was immersed in the images from earlier. Fluff. Anchor, this is accidentally earning hundreds of thousands of dollars? I thought the anchor only had traps, avoiding yin sets, but I didn't realize there was this set. Don't talk about it. My life as a fisherman is so simple and unadorned. The pop-up screen scrolls. Yifeng had already put away the rowing hook and returned to the cockpit. He said, "The current sky looks good, but as you can see, to the east, it's cloudy there, and the typhoon is heading towards us at 60 kilometers per hour. By this time tomorrow, we'll be looking at a Category 15 typhoon, and then, it'll be our time to hunt the blue storm whale." The pop-up screen rolled again. 666. Where are the cloudy skies? Why do I only see clear skies? Don't question the anchor's little eyes. That's the guy who can spot a sea swordfish from hundreds of meters away. Yes, yes, yes. Sit and wait for tomorrow's blue storm whale hunt. Quite a few users who just came in question. Hunting blue storm whales? Is the anchor blowing fluff? Immediately, an old user explained. It doesn't matter if you're new. Melons and small stools, sit still. Don't panic at anything the anchor says, because you can't tell which of the anchor's words is a blowjob. Right. I'm face blind. I can't tell what's a lie. Originally, I also thought that the anchor was cheating by hunting blue storm whales, but after accidentally shooting up millions of swordfish just now, I'm a little bit convinced. The crowd opened their mouths. Just then, a rustling sound came. The crowd was curious for a moment. "Ha? What's that sound? What are you doing, anchor? It seems like the sound of something tearing. I have a bold idea. If you don't want to block the studio, put away your bold idea." Pooh-ha. The pop-up screen rolled. The crowd all searched for the source with an expectant look on their faces. Yifeng opened his mouth. "Sorry, haha. I just played a fish and got a little sweaty, so I tore up an ice cream and forgot to turn off the microphone." "I tore an ice cream? I thought I was ripping that. I've got my pants off and you're showing me this? Wait. Ice cream? Are you kidding me? Anchor, I just said that blowing on your kidneys hurts your kidneys, but you're still addicted to it. Ice cream? You can't even see the coastline, you've been driving for a few hours, where did you get the ice cream? Anchor, if you continue to blow your load like this, I'm going to file a complaint against you for violating the Do Fish Convention and openly attracting fan traffic with exaggeration in shocking ways in the live broadcast room." The pop-up screen scrolled. The crowd set out to disbelieve. Yifeng cried and laughed. He said, "Isn't it just eating an ice cream? This still needs to be blown? I have a refrigerator on board. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." The pop-up screen was bristling with disbelief. Yifeng had no choice. He adjusted the camera. There is a camera installed in the cabin. But it wasn't turned on before. He fixed the camera to the right rear side of the cockpit. There. A small shipboard refrigerator stood there peacefully. The anchor pulled out an ice cream from the fridge with great panache and waved it in front of the camera. "See? This is my refrigerator, capable of holding over 100 ice creams and 10 bottles of drinks. Although it's still almost as good as the luxurious enjoyment on land, it's good enough for daily use." The pop-ups surged up once again. Mud and dirt. God damn it, it's still close. Anchor, you're enjoying yourself too much, aren't you? There's actually a refrigerator? Do you know how luxurious it is to have cold drinks at sea? This is even worse than a 3-deck cruise ship. That's right. I just threw out a hook and I ended up eating a monin. I wouldn't be drooling with envy if you were eating chorizo. Did you really hit the fish while eating ice cream and singing a song? If they knew they were fighting $1 million swordfish, I'm afraid the eyes of the new fishers would fall out of their heads. The pop-ups rolled. The cosmos continued to speed across the sea. At this time, Yifeng received a call from Serenity. He turned off the microphone and then picked up the phone. The next moment, Yifeng's expression was stunned. What? Because of himself, there was an argument within the fighting fish? Yifeng was puzzled. Senior sister, no? There are people who are jealous of this too? Tranquility laughed, of course. There are only so many resources in Dofu, and all the families are red-eyed, but your achievements have made many groups envious. Yifeng said, so you're still being bullied because of me? Let's do it this way, I'll just show my hand, let everyone see what School Sister's vision is. And shut those people up. Serenity questioned, show your hand? How are you going to do it? Yifeng said, just wait and see. Hanging up the phone. Yifeng turned the microphone back on. He said, just now, apart from fishing, I didn't interact with everyone, so let's do it this way. The name of our room is called Hunt. Blue Storm Whale. I'm sure everyone is curious about how we're going to hunt. Is the anchor blowing fluff or not? I throw. Is the anchor so straight? Okay, sure. Everyone knows you're blowing off steam, so back off. The pop-up screen rolled. The crowd proved their attitude with practical actions. At the same time, fighting fish. Put. Several people from the Serenity group burst out laughing. This is Sister Ning's schoolmate? Can't tell that he's quite good at flirting with himself? A talent for live streaming. Breaking 10,000 in the first hour isn't just a waste of time. The crowd laughed. At the same time, Yifeng began to introduce it. Blue storm whale is the largest whale in the ocean. Its volume can reach a maximum of 50 meters. If you don't feel it, imagine the height of a 15 or 16-story building. At the same time, its weight can reach about 300 tons. If converted into steel, it can directly build a 10-story building. But these aren't the most important. The most important thing is that this whale is extremely ferocious, and his teeth meshing power is the highest among known creatures. His bite force can reach 8,000 pounds. That's more than 4,000 pounds. A bite that would kill a shark is never a bad idea. Chapter 070, the anchor must be blowing fluff again. 4,000 kilograms? This figure makes my head spin. Let's make a side-by-side comparison. The tiger's bite force is only about 500 kilograms. So the king of the forest is just a brother of a brother when it comes to the blue whale? I wonder how the anchor will fight. Is it going to be a headbutt? Is the anchor going to show his hand? Showdown. I'm blowing a streamer. The pop-up screen exploded. Along with the anchor's introduction, many fish friends even more determined that the anchor is blowing cheating. At this time, the camera turned. The screen cut directly from the cabin to the front deck. Yifeng stroked that launching pad right in the center of the bow and said, It's the weapon we use to hunt blue storm whales. There are giant gears working in here, and with the clockwork tighten, it can launch a harpoon of over 200 kilograms at an instantaneous speed of 100 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, even a blue storm whale wouldn't be able to escape. Of course. Speaking here, Yifeng paused and said, I believe everyone must be curious, where is the harpoon? Where did you get such a big harpoon? I have just said that the blue storm whale is not an ordinary marine creature. The weight of an ordinary harpoon is around 40-60 pounds, even a bigger harpoon is around 80 pounds. Such a harpoon wanting to hunt the blue storm whale is blowing fluff. Even if it manages to stick up, it won't cause much damage. General. If you want to hunt this kind of large cetacean animal, we all need to prepare special harpoons. The single weight must be at least 100 kilograms. Only then will it cause damage to the whales. As for the blue storm whale, that number should be raised to at least 150 kilograms. Anchor, are you blowing fluff again? 150 kilograms? What kind of harpoon can be that heavy? Well, even if there is such a heavy harpoon, are you sure you can carry it? I'm afraid you'll be crushed to death by the harpoon before you even hit the fish. The crowd did not believe it. Yifeng smiled and didn't say anything. He paced to the right side of the cruise ship. The smart camera switched to the right corridor at the right time. There. Over 2 meters long, several harpoons were placed on the ground. It was about the thickness of a bowl. The whole body was glowing with a cold light. The arrows were even sharper than ever. Yifeng, as you can see, this is our special harpoon. Not only the weight is far more than normal harpoons, the arrowheads are also specially modified. As you can see, these barbs are very sharp. When nailed into the body of the blue storm whale, the springs of these 8-clawed barbs will quickly open up and bleed out, locking the whale's body at the same time. It's hard to escape. said, flicking at the arrowhead. Ding! There was a crunching sound. Silver light flashed at the arrowhead. I'll throw. Anchor cheating. Is this a full set? Don't tell me. It's really like that. I just calculated, according to the diameter of 10 centimeters and the length of more than 2 meters, and then multiplied by the density of steel, these harpoons are afraid to be 300 pounds up. 300 pounds? Is that so scary? Needless to say, they must be hollow. That's right. Even if it kills me, I don't believe that little brother can install these harpoons on it. The crowd was puzzled. They don't believe it either. The anchor could carry these harpoons. They all thought that the harpoons were hollow. At this moment, an unexpected person appeared. To kill you 3,000, hollow? If you guys have some understanding of steel, you can't say that. You guys see, this harpoon appearance mori cold, obviously cast iron pouring. Just now when the anchor knocked, the sound is very dull, but also with solid steel unique crunching sound, sure solid undoubtedly. Who are you? Said the head of the head, will not be the anchor of the trusted? Numerous fish friends have questioned. Someone clicked on the account of the 3,000 who want your life. I'm throwing. It's a 3,000 big brother? Another big tycoon from the fishing fight? Kneeling for big brother. It's just my eyes. There are still people who don't like it, so what if he's a $3,000 man? Is he the truth? The 3,000 who want to kill you disdainfully typed out the dialogue, truth? My family owns a steel mill. Who here knows more about steel than I do? Of course. This line is typed with rocket effects. The tycoon wants to approach people by the billions. My family runs a steel mill? Slipped. The 3,000 big men are going to play hard to get. All dodge. The many fish friends a piece of whimpering. Magic City. Townsend 1. The few people who had been following the live broadcast moved slightly. Want you to live 3,000. One of the great tycoons of Doyu. If you add the previous octopus brother octopus. This live room that had just opened for an hour already had 2 tycoons. The assistant was surprised and said, Miss, this 3,000 big brother, he's a regular in your live room. Mu Yenchi said, yeah, it looks like this newcomer anchor is indeed a bit powerful, and the 2 bigwigs seem to believe that he can beat the blue storm whale. Sister Hong then bristled, powerful? Miss, wait until he can lift these things first. Who wouldn't put it there on hold, a 300-pound harpoon, do you believe an ordinary person can lift it? Mu Yenchi frowned and said, maybe, he really can? Unconsciously. A slight change occurred in the attitude of this fighting fishing first sister. At this time, the live studio camera screen began to change. The anchor's voice came out, everyone must be curious about how I will carry these harpoons up. As the saying goes, if you don't have a diamond drill, you can't do porcelain work. Since I dare to hunt blue storm whales, these harpoons are naturally not a problem. Just as the pop-up screen was a 666. The anchor's words changed, of course. For safety's sake, we have to do some preparations first. 666. Caught off guard by the turn. Should have guessed. The anchor is going to make excuses. That's it. 300 pounds of harpoon, I'm afraid it's not going to scare the hell out of me. Haha, is the anchor going to make an excuse to pee? Anchor, I'm sorry. Suddenly body a little uncomfortable, you first look at the scenery, allow me to come back later. The pop-up screen rolled. Numerous fish friends laughed out loud. Mu Yenchi's expression was stunned. It was as if she didn't expect the anchor to actually make excuses. Sister Han, however, bristled, should have guessed it a long time ago. This anchor is definitely looking for an excuse. At this time, the camera in the live broadcast room changed once again. The anchor lowered his head and walked towards the rear end of the cabin. Slipped? Anchor cheating. At least find an excuse. Ha! What's this for? Many fishermen were just about to start cursing when they saw the anchor's next action. Chapter 071 Harpoon. Hunting the blue storm whale. Just as everyone was thinking that the anchor was about to pee, an unexpected scene occurred. The anchor came to the aft deck. The camera trailed all the way. The anchor said, next, it's time for preparation. In order to ensure that our bodies are not harmed, let's start with a simple set of warm-up moves, stretching our bodies out completely. I throw. The anchor didn't run? Your preparation is this? Give you a shot for encouragement. Many fish friends rushed to reward the anchor's attitude. The next moment, these fish friends have not come up, only to see the anchor began to carry out simple warm-up movements. He first started with a simple single leg squat. Then it was a split-legged single-arm push-up, followed by a one-handed support handstand, and finally directly grabbed the rear cabin column and hung it up horizontally, coming up with a human flag. Numerous fishers were stunned. I throw. This is the anchor's warm-up action? You explain to me first, what does the word simple mean? Single-legged squatting, even if beginner fitness 3 months can also be sloppy to do this action, but one-handed support handstand? What kind of simple warm-up move is this? The anchor has gotten muddy. I was caught off guard by the anchor. Where's your Italian gun, 2nd Battalion Commander? Pull it up and give Shior a shot. Another characteristic of the anchor has been discovered. Not only does he love to blow his load, but he also loves to pretend to be a pussy. The many fish friends were stunned. They sent out pop-ups in protest. Such a super difficult action was likened to a simple action. There is simply no heavenly reason. Many fish friends even asked, does anyone know how many other anchors can do this in our Do Fish Outdoor Zone? Oh. The person who asked this question is afraid of fitness, do not know anything about the white man. One-handed support handstand is not just about upper body strength, but also about balance, flexibility, and the unity of fitness. Even if not counting the other, on the one-handed handstand, means that the ability to resist pressure at least 200 pounds towards the top, plus stretching and bending action, less 250 pounds 300 pounds of single arm strength. Full count. In the entire outdoor fishing area, there are no more than 2 hands that can do this maneuver. That's right. Outdoor area's 8th master should be able to do this with his strength, or Master Wong, who is known for his skills, should be able to do this with his flexibility and skills. But I'm afraid they can't do it if they want to do it so easily. Many of the veteran viewers in the outdoor live streaming area were stunned. They had explained the sheer difficulty of this maneuver. The many fish friends were not calm. So the anchor didn't blow the stream? According to your theories, the anchor has 300 pounds of strength in one hand? Then the harpoon just now is not even a matter of concern. Kneel down for the anchor. My knees can't take it. The pop-ups were stunned. At this time, the anchor walked to the right corridor. He said, next, it's time to witness a miracle. Witness the moment of riding a whore. Witness the moment of riding prostitutes. In the midst of all the anticipation, the anchor picks up the harpoon with one hand. As if to try the weight, the anchor even weighed it in his hand. I throw. Anchor, are you pretending to be a pussy? Are you holding a 300-pound steel fork? Have you given the fork some minimum respect? If you don't have 500 pounds of arm strength, can you just weigh the fork like that? If the anchor hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was holding a small wooden stick. Numerous fish friends were stunned. The 2 tycoons even opened their mouths one after another. Octopus brother, anchor this power absolute. Even the outdoor live area that a few bearer guys are not as heavy as you, I now really believe a little bit, you are going to hunt blue storm whales. Saying that, he flung his hand and fired 10 rockets. A series of special effects. Brother Octopus rewarded the anchor with rockets 10. Take your life 3000, that's right. Anchor the swimmer state, at a glance there is still power left, whether or not to hunt blue storm whales. With this power alone, it is enough to rampage in the outdoor area. The same 10 rockets. Want your life 3000 reward anchor rockets 10. This scene completely looked silly to all the fish friends. Allow me to slow down. I just looked at the reward list, Squidward 13 rockets, 3010 rockets, plus other rewards, so the anchor has earned nearly $30,000 in this 1 hour? Little brother's life of catching live sea broadcasts is just so plain and simple. You're afraid you've forgotten the $1 million sea knife just now. I'm going up in the air. Pooh haha. The pop-ups are rolling. Fighting fish. Serenity Project Team. A group of beautiful women stared at the live broadcast screen and clapped their hands excitedly. Awesome. Sister Ning, this elementary school brother of yours is too awesome, isn't he? How on earth did he do it? 300 pounds is like playing with a wooden stick. If this steel fork was replaced with a human, wouldn't I be able to be lifted up by him casually? Suddenly I want a princess hug so badly. The several beauties were all excited. Li Qian glanced at the several people and spat, a mere princess hug? You guys are also too untalented, right? Let me tell you guys, I heard that men with strong arms are stronger in that area. Which aspect of ability? Li Qian, why are you talking in half? That's right. Li Qian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, give you a look to experience it yourself. At this time, suddenly someone woke up. Then began to blush. It was as if it was contagious. Everyone covered their mouths and laughed. Li Qian, you filthy witch. Driving openly during work hours. Mud and dirt. You 1s1. I heard that all seafood is high in protein, little brother wouldn't have eaten it like this, right? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. Chapter 072 Fish Friends on Sour. 3 beautiful female anchors join. Fighting fish. Serenity kept her eyes on the live broadcast. She said, alright. Stop joking around, it's important to get busy with business. Take a look at the backstage data curve of this elementary school brother of mine and make a targeted adjustment program for me. I'm going to send it to my school brother. Several beauties in the group were just dumbfounded. No way? This still needs to be adjusted? The number of people has already exceeded 40,000. It's directly breaking the new record for an independent opening. I think the most important thing now is to draw a wave of traffic to it, right? Several beauties spoke up. Serenity asked, has word gotten out from Mu Yanqi's side? Li Qian said, not yet. Tranquility said, in that case, let's not wait for her first and pull Yifeng into our number 1 anchor group. Li Qian was surprised and said, anchor group number 1? That's all female anchors. Serenity laughed, it's to create an opportunity for him to hook up with a few female anchors, as for whether or not he can grasp the opportunity, it's up to him. Li Qian said, alright then, I'll pull some strings here. Cosmos. Yifeng returned to the cabin. At this time. Ding. The cell phone rang. You have been invited by Li Qian to join the Rich Woman Happy Group. Rich Woman Happy Group? Is this name so showy? He sends out a question mark. Hello rich women. Janky girl, huh? Surprisingly, there are males out there? Black Forest, that's right. Here are all rich women. Are you asking for adoption, little brother? Let's take a picture first to feed our eyes. And Xiaoyan, how did a boy pop up? Who dragged him in? Ahem. Yifeng was directly stunned when he saw the name. I thought the name of the group was showy enough, but I didn't expect the members' names to be even more showy. The girl who has a lot of energy? Black Forest? And Xiaoyan? What kind of names are these? A group of middle-aged girls? At this time, Li Qian opened her mouth and said, this is the anchor who just signed up, Yifeng, these are the anchors that Sister Ning signed up, they are considered your seniors, huh? Janky girl, boing boing. Li Qian, you actually pulled a man in? That's not scientific. Black Forest, little brother, where are the soap flakes? If you have a great enough body, my sister will teach you to live broadcast. Janky girl, why should we look at the body? Shouldn't we be looking at face value? Black Forest, I don't care. Other people look at the face value, I only pick the body. And Xiaoyan, aren't you guys afraid of scaring people like this? Yifeng. What the hell is this group? He wondered if Li Qian's hand slipped. Li Qian came late, I forgot to introduce, although Yifeng is a new anchor, but his strength is very strong, just started broadcasting for an hour, it exceeded 40,000 people online, welcome to communicate with each other more, ha. Janky girl, so powerful. Where's the room number? Black Forest, how to communicate? Any guidance? And Xiaoyan, let's see how strong the little brother is first. Li Qian directly threw out a picture of Yifeng. It was his original application materials. A perfect figure. Handsome appearance. Janky girl, boing boing. Is little brother so handsome? Black Forest, these 8-pack abs. Little brother, my sister is really impressed, come on. Where's the room number? Sister is going to bag you. And Xiaoyan, this image can venture out even without us, right? Li Qian, no other meaning, they are all anchors under Sister Ning's banner, so let's enhance each other's feelings. The end. With room number. Live broadcast room. Many fish friends were looking at the seascape. Just then. Janky girl joins the live broadcast room. Black Forest joins the live broadcast. And Xiaoyan joins the live broadcast. The 3 popular beauty anchors directly opened their big numbers and entered the live broadcast room. A fish friend with sharp eyes found this scene. I throw. Janky girl? Black Forest? And Xiaoyan? The anchor can do it. Where'd you find a trustee? She even got a Gold V certification. Anchor. I suggest you spend the money you spent on finding a trustee on improving your 50-cent special effects. If you bring in some special effects, your popularity will increase by half. That's right. All the other anchors have their special effects turned up to the max, but you're the one who just comes up and jerks off. There's nothing wrong with you upstairs, Mr. Iron. The majority of fish friends have been disbelieving. It's not that they don't recognize the strength of the anchors. It's just that these 3 are extraordinary. The girl is a young woman. A steady top 30 in the female anchor area. Known as a secondary Yuan beauty girl. Loved by otaku from all walks of life. Black Forest. The top imperial maiden of Doyu. With her healing voice, she has gained the attention of countless men, and her die-hard fans are firmly in the top 3 female anchors. And Xiaoyan. With the fresh and beautiful appearance has countless appeal. Singing and dancing, her popularity has always been high. Janky girl, boing boing. Everyone seems to have misunderstood it? Black Forest, in the entire doofus, besides me, is there a second Black Forest with a real name certification? And Xiaoyan is here to say hello to all the fishers in the outdoor area, haha. The 3 beauties sent out pop-ups in unison. At the same time, Janky girl rewarded Anchor Rocket 1. Black Forest rewarded Anchor Rocket 1. And Xiaoyan rewarded the Anchor Rocket 1. 3 rockets in a row. Many fishers realized that the situation was not right. They clicked on the accounts of the 3 beauties. The next moment, the pop-up screen exploded. What do I see? This is the real Janky girl Black Forest and in Xiaoyan. Kneeling to the anchor. Nima, this is really show-off. These 3 female anchors can attract over. How the hell did you do that? You have to give us an explanation. The pop-up screen exploded. Numerous fishermen's eyes fell out of their heads in envy. The goddess in their eyes was willing to be the anchor's green leaf? A man can't stand it. The crowd wanted the anchor to come out and give an explanation. Yifeng sniffed and said to the microphone, "Everyone has misunderstood, the three anchors and I are all in the same signing group. This is the old leading the new task required by the group. They are here to help me brush up my popularity." Quite a few fish friends then breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought there was some kind of unknown PY deal between you guys. Almost ruined my goddess. Why are you guys relieved? You should be more jealous. I can't believe that the anchor's simple, unadorned fishing life allows him to interact with several beautiful female anchors. Tears fell from my eyes when I finally realized the truth. A group of fish friends were completely sour. Chapter 073 Yellowfin Tuna. Mu Yanqi is jealous. At the same time. Magic City. Thompson's first class. Time went back 10 minutes. When Yifeng lifted that harpoon, Mu Yanqi and a few others were equally shocked. For the first time, an unbelievable look surfaced on the face of the stow fishing first sister and said, "Over 500 pounds of strength in one arm, this newcomer anchor is indeed very powerful." The assistant nodded her head and said, "Yes it is, miss, although this anchor hasn't shown his face yet, but no matter the figure or the side face, it's the first class among the doe fishing male anchors, plus his strength, I feel that it can at least rank at the top of the outdoor area, no worse than Master Disguise." Mu Yanqi nodded. She was just about to ask her assistant to reply about the company's even mic. Next to her, Sister Hong said, "Miss, this is the outdoor zone, pure power isn't much, let's just observe and see." Mu Yanqi frowned slightly. Just then, Genki Girl joins the live broadcast room. Black Forest joins the live broadcast room. And Xiaoyan joins the live broadcast room. Three popular female anchors joined. A look of dismay passed through Mu Yanqi's eyes for a split second. If anything, the previous her was high above the rest, even if Yifeng had displayed extraordinary potential. She also had the mentality of looking down. But when these three female anchors appeared and showed their goodwill, her mindset unexpectedly showed a rare crack. It was as if something that was supposed to be her own was suddenly robbed. And it was as if Sister Hong was relieved. She drew out the hand that had been placed in her pocket. The palm of her hand that were already full of sweat. On the other side, the reason was explained clearly. Many fish friends were willing to let Yifeng go. Yifeng sent out a message in the Rich Women's Happy Group, "Thank you a few ladies. I'll have the chance to repay you all in the future. Yuan Chi Beauty Girl, boing boing. I'm not on the air right now, wait for the evenings, this beauty girl will connect with you, haha. Black Forest, want to thank your sister? When will you come to Magic City? Sister will open a Hilton presidential suite for you." And Xiaoyan, "It's nothing, it's just a bubble, when you get familiar with everyone in the future, you'll know that this kind of door scrambling is a very common thing. Yifeng, thank you." At this time, a picture suddenly came to his mind. For 30 o'clock direction. Distance 486 meters. Yellowfin tuna 3 found. Single weight, 328 pounds 419 pounds 456 pounds. Yellowfin tuna? Surprisingly, it was yellowfin tuna? Yifeng laughed out loud. This kind of yellowfin tuna was the best among the tuna. It was second only to the king of fish, bluefin tuna. The bigger the head, the more expensive it is sold. The smallest tuna that was over 300 pounds cost at least $1,000 a pound. As for the 456 pounds of tuna, I'm afraid it's going to cost more than $2,000 a catty. He immediately said into the microphone, "Huh? Just now, the anchor counted with his fingers, this sea is afraid that there are fish." A group of fish friends were not calm. "I throw. Again? Are you practicing immortality, anchor? God TM pinch a finger count. I'm sure you're addicted to cheating. Poo-ha. You're openly promoting feudal superstition in the live broadcast room, do you know you're in trouble? Happy to report it, wait for jail." A fish friend reminded, "Not right off. The last time the anchor said this, it seems to hit a few hundred sea knife? Almost forgot. So it's possible the anchor isn't pretending? He just simply has good eyes? Ha ha ha. Anchor, do you dare to show the camera and let everyone see your little eyes?" The pop-ups rolled. The three goddess anchors who were just about to exit the live broadcast room were also surprised by Yifeng's suddenness. Genki Girl, boing boing. Really? Black Forest, Yifeng, you're not tricking your sister into staying, are you? But it's broad daylight now. And Xiaoyan, looking forward to your live broadcast. In the midst of 10,000 people's anticipation, the anchor walked out of the cabin. The next moment, his back appeared on the deck. He reached out and pointed to the sea not far away. There. See? That exposed fin. It's definitely a fish. And judging by the size, it should be a tuna. 5x magnification. There really is a fin. Anchor cheating. That's a great look. That image just now. It must be hundreds of meters away. Are you peeping through the binoculars? The anchor is sitting in the cockpit, peeking at us with binoculars. If it wasn't for the fact that there's not a single boat in the sea nearby, I'd report the anchor GHS. Many fishers were stunned. The octopus brother opened his mouth. According to this part of the surface, this is not only a tuna, but may also be a large tuna. Anchor, this luck is absolute. Before it was a sea knife, now it's a golden gun. I'm just curious as to how the anchor will catch it. Other fishermen are equally curious. How do you catch it? Catch it with your hands, of course. Catch it with your bare hands. You think you're pulling out a bird's nest? Those who are playing with the storytelling upstairs should slow down first. Many fishermen are watching the video for the first time. Let me explain. First of all, tuna is different from other fish. This kind of fish is famous for its speed, and its strength is so fierce that an ordinary fishing net can't even catch it. Right. There's no way to get a net. He'll be gone before your net reaches him. That's why Squidward wonders how to catch him. Can't we use a harpoon? Of course. But on the one hand, it will destroy the quality. If the intact tuna is $1,000-$2,000 a catty, then the broken one will have to be cut in half. On the other hand, the harpoon requires a high level of shooting skills for the anchor. Anchor's shooting skill? Thanks for clearing up the confusion, big brother. Got it. The crowd woke up. Everyone was looking forward to what means the anchor would use to capture this tuna. At the same time, the heydonking net was originally hovering over the surface of the sea. At this moment, it unexpectedly landed on the deck in a rare manner, and even rubbed its head against Yifeng's pants leg. Are you trying to taste the tuna? Big Green nodded sheepishly. Ever since the last time he tasted the flavor of king crab, this big bird had become addicted to seafood. Yifeng patted his head and said, "Fine. The smallest one is reserved for you. But you have to do something for me." While saying these words, Yifeng did not turn on the microphone. Just when the crowd was puzzled, a shocking scene occurred. Chapter 074. Tuna. Live streaming room. Yifeng came to the rear cabin. He copied the fishing nets and hung them side by side on the crossbar. Ha! What is the anchor doing? Didn't a god just say that casting nets doesn't work? The distance is close to 100 meters at most. Then the tuna will surely run away. Many fishermen shook their heads. They were expecting to see some different fishing methods. Just then, an unexpected scene happened. The anchor patted the head of the sea east green and said, "Go, spread these fishing nets just around those 3 tuna." The pop-up screen exploded. What did the anchor just say? You want heydonking to cast a net? But you can't get drunk like this with a grain of peanut rice. He's a god bird. He's a god bird, but he's not a god child. If you want the blue sea to cast nets, why don't you want a fishing boat to go up to the sky? Ha ha ha. Sit and wait for the anchor to be hit in the face. Many fishers were happy. At this time, the heydonking spread its wings and soared to the height of the fishing net, its 2 claws grasping the threads of the net and rushing straight into the sky. Amidst the crowd's gawking, it arrived at the surface of the sea where the tuna were circling. Clatter! The fishing net spilled out. The counterweight lead block dragged the fishing net and sank to the bottom. The live broadcast room exploded. Kneel to the anchor. So this heydonking is a sperm? Everyone, someone wake me up. Tell me it's not real. I'm yellow, I'll go first. Stop it upstairs, you're diabetic, don't let him get a taste. Hedonism spreads nets. Anchor, this stunt is definitely the first in the outdoor area. And no one can imitate it. Anchor is so cheating. How did you do that? Even if you're training, you can't train like this, right? Anchor, I can't take it on my knees this early in the morning. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to watch the keyboard. Anchor really has a knack for it. Heydonching's body is very light, do not have to worry about the tuna will be scared away when the net, you see, listen to the net is very close to the water surface, directly blocked this area of the sea, so, even if the tuna has the strength, it will be difficult to escape. Anchor cheating broken voice. That one. Quickly. Go and put my dragon robe on the anchor. The pop-up screen rolled. Many fishers were shocked. The rockets were even more desperate to fire. Right at this moment, someone noticed the situation. Ha! Wait. Why are there 2 fins? It's not right. It's a 3-headed tuna. There's 3 of them. There's no one else's luck. Tuna seldom come in groups, but the anchor ran into 3 at once? That's millions of dollars. The anchor is cheating. I thought it was a slip of the tongue when the anchor said 3. Waiting for the anchor to catch the tuna. But this is a bit too skillful. Not sound enough. Many people who are waiting to see a big scene to catch tuna are afraid to be disappointed. The fish lovers look towards the sea. There. Floating above the surface. 3 long triangular fins bobbed on the surface. At the same time, the sea dogs were coming and going. Those fishing nets completely blocked the area where the 3 tuna were moving. 10 minutes later, Yifeng started the cosmos. With the roar of the engine, the tuna fled. But they were surrounded by fishing nets, so they could only dive headfirst into the nets and then struggled violently. Top quality fishing nets. The more they struggle, the more they bind. The float shakes violently on the surface of the water. Caught. Caught. Anchor cheating. It's $1 million. Money is not important. What's important is the anchor's way of fishing. Last time, they at least cast a net, but this time, they didn't even cast a net. Is it really just a simple, unadorned life on the sea? I'm so envious. I wish I could switch with the anchor. Many fishers were envious. At the same time, Yifeng drove the cosmos to the fishing nets. There were a dozen fishing nets. There were 3 fishing nets that were struggling violently. Clatter! Yifeng lifted his big hand. The biggest tuna was directly lifted onto the ship. The huge tuna jumped. The yellow fins swung, trying to struggle. But it could only be futile. This tuna must be 1.5 meters. Cheating. I'm afraid it must be more than 400 pounds. Definitely want to break the title of Tuna King. Many fishers are not calm. They can't be calm. They thought it was an ordinary tuna. But they fished it out. What a guy. King fish. The price is not the same as a normal one, it should be doubled. Yifeng smiled and put him into cabin number 2. He pulled up another net. Another huge tuna was caught. It was also more than 1 meter long. Only a little smaller than the one just now. King of fish. The king of fish again. The many fishermen were purple with envy. Yifeng smiled broadly and wanted to continue catching. At that moment, a change occurred. That last fishing net suddenly shook wildly. Then, the float returned to calm all of a sudden. Right under Yifeng's nose, the smallest tuna ran away directly. The fins of the fish swam rapidly on the surface of the sea. This scene happened to be transmitted by the camera to the live feed at the same time. What did I see? The tuna directly broke the net free? Fluff. I'm not ashamed to say that the tuna's strength and agility is no less than a shark's. It's a little shark. What now? Chase after it. Many fish friends exclaimed. Octopus brother Octopus, however, shook his head and sent out a pop-up pity. Ran one. But the anchor has definitely made a lot of money by being able to hit 2 tuna without any effort. As for the remaining one, don't even think about it. Why? The anchor can go after it again. That's it. There's still a fishing net. If it's a big deal, I'll spare it. Many fishers were puzzled. An outdoor area big brother opened his mouth, said this is a look is not mixed outdoor area. Let me put it this way, the tuna ran away wanna catch? I've been in the outdoor area for 5 years and I've never met one. This big brother also did not sell the idea. The tuna's body is slender, strong and powerful, and its peak speed can reach 150 kilometers per hour. Even the average speed can reach 60-80 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, how can you chase it? Chapter 075, One Man. One Eagle. One Golden Gun. Live stream. Numerous fish friends came to a realization. 160 kilometers? Does our blue star have such a fluffy fishing boat? Anchor, give it up. Hey! What are you doing? Just when everyone was ready to give up. Everyone was surprised to see the anchor running into the cockpit. No way? The anchor is going after it? The anchor is cheating. Anchor is going to challenge the impossible. Brother Octopus was equally stunned. Anchor, you're really going after it? If you can break the impossible, I'll immediately open the Emperor and convert all the shark fins into rockets to reward you. The pop-up screen exploded. Emperor? That's 120,000 Ah. Do fish's direct return are 100,000 shark fins. Equivalent to Squidward to reward $100,000? Cheating voice breaking. And yet, little brother can only look at the shark's fin and sigh. Efforts may not be successful, but it's easy not to work hard. Sometimes you don't know what despair means if you don't push yourself. Finally, I see the anchor suffer, and laugh happily with a pig squeal. Poo-ha! In the midst of 1 million people's anticipation. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded. White waves tumbled, breaking through a waterline amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise. Yifeng, the cosmos, sprinting towards the tuna. He wasn't just going for a fish. There was also a system reward. The previous swordfish, although expensive, was not considered a rare fish. The system didn't give a reward. But these 3 tuna were definitely considered one of the rare fish. He wanted to upgrade the accessories. He had to not miss any of them. Next, numerous fishers saw a thrilling scene. Above the sea, a cruise ship riding the waves. The waterline of the ship's wake alone stretches for 7 or 8 kilometers. Above the sky, an eagle was soaring on wings. It cuts through the gusty winds and follows the cruise ship's figure closely. Directly in front of the ocean, a tuna shows its fins and flees across the ocean. A fish, a boat, an eagle, sea, land, and air. The 3 were intertwined. The entire fighting fish outdoor area had never seen such a spectacular sight before. Those fishers watching the live broadcast exclaimed, "Kneel for the anchor. If I can catch this, I'll call you Daddy, Anchor." Upstairs, don't say that. Can't you see the speed of the anchor and the tuna? I'm on my knees. Didn't you say 150 kilometers is the peak speed? Why is the anchor still able to catch up? Just now the tuna, after a violent struggle, physical strength has not recovered the peak, so it cannot maintain the peak speed. But even so, now the speed is definitely more than 100 kilometers. Anchor, this cruise ship can actually drive this speed? Kneel down. This cruise ship was definitely using Blue Star's top-of-the-line engine. It might even be a twin engine. What about direction? The tuna were gone at the beginning. That's right. Whoever said that forgot about the sea monster? That's not cool. This is so exciting. I didn't expect it. I never thought it would be possible for the anchor to catch this tuna. Just looking at it makes my heart beat faster. It's hard to believe the anchor isn't on fire. How can you say that? This new anchor is obviously a werewolf. What's a werewolf? You don't know what a werewolf is? It's a little more than a ruthless man. Poo-ha! The pop-ups are rolling. Just this moment of effort. The small half of the outdoor area was sensationalized. Shocked. An anchor single-handedly chased down a tuna. Such an exaggerated title topped the front page of the forum area. Many fishers rushed to the area. 50,000. 60,000. 80,000. 100,000. Less than 10 minutes. The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded the 100,000 mark. Schoolboy, this is too powerful, right? How long has it been? An hour and a half? Directly while users break through 100,000? Other people must have brushed it, but look at the anchor. Let's not talk about anything else, just this scene of riding the wind and waves. Who else can do it? That's right. I felt like I was shaking with nervousness watching this live broadcast. I finally understand why so many people would like to watch outdoor live broadcasts. The sea and sky are vast, riding the wind and waves. A man should go conquer the sea. Tranquility Signing Group. Several beauties lamented. They all stared at the screen without blinking. Li Qian was even clenching her fingers in excitement. Even Serenity, who had always been a royal lady, had a somewhat expectant expression at this moment. Can we hit it? Can we catch up? One by one, questions flooded the mind. Sister Ning. Whatever. This weekend, you must take us out for a ride. Right. We're going to go out on schoolmates' cruise ship. We're going to hunt tuna. We're going to ride the waves. We're going to go live. Several beauties spoke up. Serenity hadn't said anything yet. Li Qian skimmed her lips and said, "Is that you guys going to ride the waves? I think you guys are clearly craving other people's bodies." Put. Several women laughed. See through it and don't say it. Handsome, with a great body and a lot of money. Give me a dozen of such handsome men. Serenity reminded, want to go sailing for the weekend? Fine. Now give me some honest work, pull up the curve in the background, carefully analyze every node, and within a week, the number of people in my schoolmates' live room breaks through 1 million. I'll take you there. Ha? 1 million? Sister Ning, you're too hard on people, aren't you? Let's not talk about anything else. Even Mu Yanxi. It took a month to complete this figure. Sister Ning, you're asking too much. This is probably the most euphemistic rejection I've ever heard. Live streaming room. 10,000 people were in anticipation. The three beautiful female anchors were equally shocked. They started discussing it in the group chat interface. Genki girl, is this the life of catching the sea? Suddenly, I'm a bit envious. I've decided to go live on my little brother's cruise ship next time. Black Forest, aha. Riding the waves. Hunting tuna. Shue fishy and violent. This kind of picture is my favorite type. Little brother, I'm familiar with you. You can't escape my sister's 5 fingers. And Xiaoyan, I think Genki girl's proposal is good. It's just that I'm afraid that little brother's cruise ship won't be able to squeeze the few of us. I don't know if there are any guest rooms either. At this time, a picture was sent out. The guest room on the 2nd floor. A luxurious arrangement comparable to a star hotel. 1 meter 8 big bed. Independent bathroom. Dressing table. Toilet. You can see the vast ocean through the window. Chapter 076, Fish Gun Shooting. Anchor is not open. The three beautiful anchors directly screamed in excitement. Genki girl, boing boing. Little brother, you're awesome. Black Forest, aha. A 1 meter 8 king-size bed? Little brother, you must have done it on purpose. Say, when will we dock? Sister will be the first to arrive. And Xiaoyan, this stateroom is indeed good. It's no worse than those star hotels. I can't imagine this cruise ship has a heavenly place. Yifeng, several sisters, let's not talk about it. The speed of this fish has obviously slowed down. I'm going to prepare for fishing. Live streaming room. Numerous fishers similarly discovered this scene. Ha! The speed of this tuna seems to have slowed down. Indeed. I noticed just now, the water line behind the cruise ship stretched 7 or 8 kilometers at first, but now it's only 3 or 4 kilometers. The tuna should have reached its limit. But it should be about 60 kilometers even now. Little brother has a long way to go in fishing. The pop-up screen rolled. The crowd was looking forward to it. From being completely impossible to many people actually vaguely believing that the anchor could do it. Right at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Ha! Why are the fins gone? It should be the tuna slowing down. It doesn't need its fins to ride the waves anymore. This is bad. Without fins to navigate, how will the anchor know where to go? Break it up. I declare this fishing operation a unilateral failure. Don't be discouraged, little brother. We've all seen your strength, this is a mistake. That's right. You're good enough to kill the other anchors. We'll always support you, little brother. The many fish friends all looked downcast. Surprisingly, these fish friends, who were expected to spray, actually comforted the anchor. This caused Yifeng to be somewhat stunned. Heart. It was more than a little warm. He originally did not want to expose the secrets of the system. There was an intermediate level biological detector. 500 meters in a circle. He had actually kept a firm lock on that tuna. But if the fight was too easy, it would be easy to expose its secrets. Now it seems it's possible to challenge it instead. However, a cover was still needed. He came to the front cabin deck. The next moment, the whistle sounded. Hai Dongqing sped towards the distance. The cosmos followed the direction guided by Hai Dongqing and kept moving. Hai Dongqing? How did I forget about that? Fluff. Hai Dongqing's eagle eyes are the sharpest. With its help, the anchor is going to come back from the dead this time? Ha ha ha. We could be witnessing a miracle. 666, I'm a social anchor, I don't have much to say. Whether or not the anchor fights to get the rocket, I will send my first rocket. It's not a lot of money, not as much as Squidward, but it's a token of my appreciation. That's right. A good and hard-working anchor must be supported. I'll send a rocket too, but not to the anchor, but to Hai Dongqing. That's right. If you don't hit this tuna today, you'll be sorry for your Hai Dongqing. The pop-up screen rolled. Many fish friends have been surprised. The GIFs in the live broadcast room were even directly brushed all over the screen. Rocket. Airplanes. Flowers. Those with money contributed money, those with power contributed power. Just this moment of effort. The live broadcast once again earned more than $50,000. At the same time, above the sea, that tuna was riding the waves and had been leading the way. But in the end, it also had times when it got tired. Without realizing it, the speed of the fishing boat slowed down to 30 kilometers per hour. Yifeng shouted into the microphone, everyone can clearly perceive that the speed has decreased significantly, the fishing boat's speed is now around 30 kilometers per hour, the speed between us and this tuna is slowly drawing closer, but for safety's sake, we can't get too close yet. Unsurprisingly, after 10 minutes, this tuna's speed will be reduced to less than 10 kilometers, at that time, it will be the best time for us to catch it. Anchor 666. Waiting for the anchor to catch the tuna. Anchor, you're the big gripper. You're the boss. So next is the time to witness the riding of a prostitute again? The pop-up screen scrolls. The crowd really didn't dare to blink. They were staring at the screen. At this time, the speed of the fishing boat slowed down further. That tuna seemed to have come to its limit. He surfaced. The fins were once again exposed. I can see the fins. The tuna's fins are coming out? Why is this tuna surfacing? Is he looking for death? Soon. A sea god popularization, this tuna surfaced, precisely that he has reached the limit. Fish breathing in the water generally rely on breathing oxygen in the water, the role of the gills, equivalent to the role of an exchanger. But there are exceptions to the rule. When the fish violently consume oxygen, it is necessary to surface, a large mouth to absorb oxygen. The scene we're seeing now should be that his oxygen supply can't keep up. 666. So that's how it is. Thank you, Late Night Sea Rush, for your knowledge. Waiting for the anchor to catch this tuna. At this time, the god just reminded, but this fish is very tired, want to rely on fishing nets to catch, but it is difficult. Many people say that a fish's memory is only 7 seconds. In fact, this statement is very inaccurate. The larger the size of the fish, the larger their brain capacity, the more things they remember, especially the tuna. Just now by him to break free, absolutely will not fall for it once again. Many of the fishermen went off. What about? Anchor, you still want to go down the net? I don't think we're going to be able to get the fish to come up after we've chased them down. A group of fish friends have questions. Even the 3 beautiful female anchors who are watching the live broadcast are looking forward to what means the anchor will use. Just then, the anchor started to move. He said into the microphone, I saw all of your pop-ups just now, this sea-catching god is right. Indeed. Tuna are different from ordinary fish, and it's impossible for us to try to pull the same old trick. So this time, I'm going to use a fish gun. Not that kind of air gun. It's a harpoon with a swim bladder head. The kind that has to be thrown out by arm strength. Fish gun? Are you sure? Are you creating the impossible again? On a sea like this, even if the tuna is tired, you won't be able to get within 50 meters of his body. That means you have to shoot your spear 50 meters out? You're just talking about the basics. Considering the initial speed and power, you have to make sure that you can at least shoot out more than 100 meters, so that the huge inertia will hit this tuna. That's right. The gods upstairs have analyzed it correctly. The three beautiful hostesses were also discussing in the group. Is that so? It seems to make sense. If you shoot out 50 meters, then the fish gun has no power, and the tuna can even dodge a tail, right? But my little brother has a strong arm, so he should be able to shoot far, right? The crowd was talking. In the end, a conclusion was reached. Little brother's arm is strong, maybe he can really hit it. Without saying a word, the Yuan Chi girl directly posted this on the public screen. The next moment, the live streaming fish friends were first stunned. Then a burst of shock erupted directly. Chapter 077, Shoot to Kill. Sensationalizing the entire fighting fish. What did I see? The anchor shoots far? A popular secondary school beauty driving openly? Hot eyes. Hot eyes +1. The anchor is ruining my goddess. Hey! Since I entered the live broadcasting room, my body is getting worse by the day. The pop-up screen rolled. Many fish friends were stunned. Is this still the same secondary Yuan beauty girl? This was clearly an old driver. You old drivers. That's not what the other Yuan Chi girl meant at all. Right. How can my goddess drive? Right. Your goddess won't drive in front of you. Because you're a lickspittle. But the anchor is a god. What happens behind the scenes is unknown. The truth. What a realization. The pop-ups rolled. For a while the entire live broadcast room actually forgot about the tense scene just now. Rich girl happy group. The janky girl looked at the pop-up screen and was stunned. Boing boing. Driving a car? How can people drive? Little brother, you have to compensate me for my loss. People have been misunderstood, what can I do? Black Forest, ha! Are you afraid? Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. Anyway, little brother so handsome, you do not lose. And Cheyenne, okay, you don't have to explain. The more this kind of thing is described, the darker it gets. When the anchor hits the fish, everything will be over. Janky girl, right. Little brother, you shoot the fish quickly. Quickly shoot him. Black Forest. And Xiao Yan. Live streaming room. After a short period of snickering, the crowd's eyes were once again attracted to that backstory. The anchor opened his mouth and said, "Did everyone see that? That tuna is about to reach its limit. Just now, my haidonking has sent me a signal that this fish is dying. I throw. How can a haidonking send a signal? That's why I saw its wings flapping twice as fast as before. Am I right, little brother? Yi Feng. Aha! You're gripping big. You're right about everything." Just then, the tuna's fins didn't move. And then it swings. The next moment it swung up again. Yi Feng said, "Did you all see that just now? The shortstop is actually a rest. Next, I will drive the fishing boat to slowly approach, and when I approach about 50 meters, I will directly tie down the spear. The anchor is awesome. I know you shoot far. I know you can shoot far. Melon seeds, beer, small stools. Sit and wait for the anchor fish gun to hit up the tuna." The pop-ups are rolling. Yi Feng drove the fishing boat slowly approaching. The speed of the fishing boat was slow. Although the tuna's body had slowed down, its resourcefulness was halfway decent, and large winds and waves would definitely make him retreat. He drove the fishing boat directly upstream close to 100 meters. Then by virtue of the ocean current, he went downstream. Anchor cheating. Surprisingly, he was able to come up with this one method. He's close. He's close. He's about 80 meters away. 70 meters. 60 meters. The hearts of many fishers are in their throats. At that moment, the anchor opened his mouth, almost 50 meters away. Everyone, watch this. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. He took a horse stance. The right arm raised the over 1 meter long fish gun. The entire right hand crossed the back of his head. The next moment, in the midst of 10,000 people's anticipation, whoosh! The arm snapped. The veins rippled. That fish gun directly shot out at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. It was like an arrow that had left the string. The fish gun is heading straight for the tuna. 40 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. It's about to reach the tuna. The tuna seems to sense the incoming danger. He's going to run away with a dragon's tail. Ah! The live broadcast room was in shock. At this time, it's already too late. The arrow separates the water. Poof! The waves flew. A direct shot pierced the tuna's back. The next moment, this tuna struggled violently. The fishing line wrapped around Yi Feng's hand kept shaking. But the octopus swim bladder was like a magnet, tightly attached to the tuna's body surface. It didn't fall off no matter how much he shook it. Half of the seawater was dyed red. The entire live broadcast room was silent. A moment later, the pop-up screen seemed to explode. +10086. Anchor, please accept my knees. The one just now. I was so excited I almost called my dad. I'm so excited, I almost called my dad. I'm so excited. I can't believe I did it. I forgot to breathe at that moment. Especially when the tuna swung its tail. I thought the tuna was going to run away. I didn't expect the anchor to shoot faster. Although the tuna had reacted, it was too late to make an evasive maneuver. It could only watch as the spear dug into its body. Can only say, Anchor. Anchor. Streaming. Cheating. Shoots tuna with one hand. Who else? The whole fishing outdoor area. Shooting a 50-meter fish gun with one hand. Who else can hit a fast-swimming tuna with a single hand? In terms of strength, maybe Mr. 8 can do it. But he definitely doesn't have the skill. In terms of skill, Master Wong may be able to do it, but he definitely doesn't have the anchor's power. That's right. That's why the anchor is number 1 in the outdoor zone. The screen scrolls. The screen scrolls. The sea-catching god spoke up again. I took a serious screenshot just now. A total of 1.81 seconds had passed from the time the anchor fired the fish gun to hitting the target. This meant that the firing speed of the fish gun reached close to 100 kilometers per hour. Such arm strength and explosive power, I'm afraid it'll kill the entire outdoor area. Really? Anchor, this is the hand speed of a world champion. Possessing the strength of Master 8. The skill of the Emperor. Even the ING hand speed is world class. Who else can stop the anchor's rise to power? That's right. I'm going to send you a trifecta of attention. As long as you're on the air, I'll keep watching. After watching the anchor's live broadcast, watching the others is just boring. The pop-up screen exploded. At the same time, all kinds of gifts directly read. Right at this moment, a system sound that ran through the entire Dofu platform sounded. Chapter 078 Mu Yinshi? Lower your noble head. Ding. A system prompt. Brother Octopus in the Hunt. Blue Storm Whale live broadcast room open to the Emperor. All the major live rooms were shocked. Opening the Emperor? That's 120,000 a month. This anchor streamed. It's amazing that he can get such support from Brother Octopus. It's going to be a big hit. Wait a minute. Hunting blue whales? What kind of anchor is this? How come I've never heard of it? Numerous fish friends were stunned. They flocked to this live broadcast room. The next moment, they saw a scene they would never forget. Brother Octopus rewarded the anchor with a rocket 1. Brother Octopus rewarded the anchor with a rocket 2. Brother Octopus rewarded the anchor with a rocket 3. Octopus rewarded the anchor with 100 rockets. 100 rockets directly. That's not all. 3,000 rewards anchor's rocket. Orchid Fingers rewarded the anchor with a rocket 1. Handsome Boy rewarded the anchor with a rocket 1. Hundreds of rockets. The entire live broadcast room was directly colored red by the rocket effects. Cheating. Hundreds of rockets? I haven't seen a picture like this since I entered the fishing industry. What the hell is going on here? What the hell did the host do? Many of the fishermen who came here were stunned. Hundreds of rockets shot up into the sky for 10 minutes. When they saw the newcomers arrive, some of the fishermen immediately opened their mouths. Done what? Have you ever seen a tuna hunt? Or the kind that is hunted with one hand? The new fishers laughed. One-handed hunting? That's a dead fish. Everyone is ready to slip away. At that moment, the small camera in the lower right corner began to replay what had just happened. A boat and an eagle. Chasing the tuna. One of the anchor's fish guns scored a direct hit on that tuna. The new fishers were stunned. Kneel for the anchor. Dad asked me why I was kneeling to watch the anchor. If I tell him, will he have to grab my cell phone with me? Anchor fluffing. No wonder there were so many rockets. There's one thing to be said for that. There's not many people in the whole fishing industry who can fight tuna like the anchor. That's right. Anchor is amazing. No wonder even Squidward was conquered. The crowd was convinced. Fighting fish. Tranquility Signing Group. Several beauties were staring at the screen. Just at this moment, Yi Feng's fish gun was accurately stuck on the back of the tuna's fish. Ah. This is shot in? It's too powerful, isn't it? How strong should Schoolmate's arm be? It's so cool. My heart skipped a beat just now. There are really no words. School Brother's strength is too strong. When the fish's tail moved just now, I thought the tuna was going to run away. Yeah. It's too red excited. Such a live broadcast is so much better than those who catch the sea and fish. There's simply no reason for Schoolboy not to be on fire. Several beauties lamented. Li Chen licked her lips as she stared at the camera just now. It's indeed too handsome. I'd lick my screen if it were a cell phone. Serenity didn't have the heart to say, "You horny bastard. Don't work hard. If you have that time, think about how to boost your schoolmates' live broadcast data." However, although the words were said like this, just now, Yifeng's shot really stunned her. Even if she had the personality of a royal lady, she couldn't help but be shocked by the flavor of that shot. Magic City. Thompson's first class. Several people stared at the screen without blinking. This went in? It's too powerful. You can even hit it like this? Looks like this anchor is even stronger than we expected. All three were stunned. Especially Mu Yanxi. Her beautiful eyes stared at the screen without blinking. Even if her eyes were high above the ground, a slight ripple couldn't help but rise within her heart at the image of that domineering gunshot just now. She nodded her approval and said, "Indeed formidable. With this strength, I'm afraid no one in the outdoor district is his opponent. His fire is inevitable." The assistant reminded in a low voice, Then are we still linking up?" Mu Yanxi smiled bitterly at the words. If the previous Lianmai was sending charcoal and snow, then now it would only be icing on the cake. No. It wasn't even icing on the cake. After Brother Octopus opening of the Emperor's public screen on the entire network just now, the fame of the live room had been completely shot out. Coupled with the scene of hunting tuna just now, it was no longer necessary for her to connect to the microphone at all. The other party's popularity would only skyrocket. Mu Yanxi's expression was suddenly a bit regretful. Even if Sister Hong had discouraged it, why hadn't she agreed to it first? The assistant asked in a low voice, "So are we still replying?" Mu Yanxi nodded, "Of course we should reply. This matter was indeed our hesitation, and I will apologize to this new anchor, but because of this, I've decided to turn connecting with him into a joint live broadcast, so that I can make up for a little bit of my feelings." "Ha?" The assistant was surprised and said, You want to co-live?" Mu Yanxi asked, "Can I?" The assistant hurriedly shook her head, Yes. It's just that with your curiosity. Not to mention Mu Yanxi. There was no precedent of co-live broadcasting with other anchors. That would be like using the fans of one's own live room to feed the other. Sister Hong was even more shocked and said, "Miss, do you want to think twice?" Mu Yanxi frowned at the words and said, "Sister Hong, there's no need. My mind is made up on this matter." Sister Hong then clenched her teeth and eventually fell silent. A moment later, she didn't know what came to her mind. The right hand that had been in her pocket pressed that send button. Same time. Golden City. Vank Golden Mansion. A large house of over 200 square meters. In this capital of Nanxiang province where every square meter costs 30,000 to 40,000, this building was afraid to cost more than 10 million. At this moment, a beautiful woman reclined on the sofa. She had a long black neutral cold-style dress. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the scenery in the picture. If any of the fish friends were here, they would recognize that this person was none other than the female anchor, Black Forest, who was ranked in the top 3 of the die-hard fans of dough fishing. Right at this moment, that fish gun accurately hit the target. The tuna struggled violently. The fishy red shui water colored the nearby sea. This top imperial lady's expression suddenly became unnatural. Her eyes were staring at that image dead on. Gulp! She gulped. The entire person suddenly shook slightly. Chapter 079 What are you shouting at Hai Dongqing for? Live streaming room. Yifeng was completely defeated by the enthusiasm of his fish friends. Just this moment. More than 300 rockets. Airplanes. Flowers. Even more countless. Backstage. You received gift reward props totaling $482,537.50. This was the percentage after the split. Yifeng was stunned. Holy! This live broadcast is more profitable than fishing? The key to fishing lousy at least also spread a net through a fish gun, this live really lying also to make money? At this time, the tuna on the surface of the sea came from the forces weak. The string that was originally taut became soft all of a sudden. Yifeng. His eyes were fixed on the water surface without blinking. He explained to the microphone, "Did you all see that? We've just been swimming after this fish just now, just because its force is so strong that pulling it up hard would probably break its swim bladder. But now, this tuna has reached its limit." He drove the fishing boat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the cosmos was getting closer and closer to that tuna. A few moments later, the crowd could already see the tuna swimming by the fishing boat. The azure sea. Deep bottomless waters. A huge tuna was swimming back and forth on the surface of the sea. But no matter how it swam, it couldn't get rid of that fish gun that was stuck on its back. Seeing the fish approaching, Yifeng said, "This is the time." He copied the netting. The next moment, this tuna fell into the fishing net. The tuna, which was obviously a head smaller than the two just now, was pulled up directly from the seawater. However, although it was a smaller head, yet it was still more than a meter long. So big again? Kneel down for the anchor. All 3 tuna are this big. The anchor has made a fortune. Even the smallest one must be 300 pounds. That's almost $1 million. You're so lucky. Yeah. 3 fish would cost millions. Is fishing this lucrative? Don't talk about it. I'll quit my job as a bricklayer tomorrow. I'll rent a fishing boat and go fishing. Wake up upstairs, don't be misled by the anchor is lucky. Do you think that every time you go out to sea, you're going to come across such a superb fish? You're a newcomer upstairs. That's right. I'm afraid you haven't seen the anchor's previous life in the sea. This time at least I used a fish gun, but before that I just stood there and shot the fish. That's right. Down the net? It doesn't exist. We'll never do it ourselves where we can use the sea green. This is the anchor's uninteresting life at sea. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. I've only ever gotten $1 million worth of sea bream from time to time. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just recounting what my little brother did. Why are you all looking at me like I'm blowing off steam? Pooh ha. Stop it. They're new. They haven't experienced the fear of being dominated by an anchor yet. Little brother's life as a fisherman is so simple and unassuming. I admit it. I'm sore. The pop-up screen scrolls. Numerous fishers were envious as hell. At this time, Yifeng bent down. He undid the secret buckle of the fish bladder. Ka! The swim bladder that had been tied to the fish popped back. The tuna struggled. At the same time, ding! Detected the host catching yellowfin tuna 3, triggering a random reward. Ding! Reward super elastic fishing net. This is a piece of the latest high-tech product from the Starry World, similar in appearance to an ordinary fishing net, but possessing the strongest tear-resistant ability. As long as you catch a fish, you will never have to worry about the damage of the net again. I throw. A super elastic fishing net? This thing is awesome. He couldn't help but look deep into his mind. A tribute panel. Equipped accessories. 1. Intermediate diesel engine, comparable to Blue Star's top-of-the-line engine, with a speed of 120 km per hour. 2. Elementary emergency medical kit, possesses certain medical functions, can remove marine life toxins, save patients and other emergencies. 3. Intermediate biological detector, can detect fish, shrimp, crab and other marine life within 500 meters around the cosmos. 4. Super shipboard refrigerator, has a space of 0.3 cubic meters, can be upgraded, comes with nuclear fusion batteries, can be used for 100 years without recharging, and at the same time has the effect of rapid refrigeration. The effect is 10 times that of an ordinary refrigerator. 5. Holographic projector, it can present the signs detected by the creatures directly to the mind in the form of 360-degree holographic projection. 6. Primary signal amplifier, with it, walking around every corner of the Blue Star, you will receive signals. 7. Super elastic fishing net, this is a piece of the latest high-tech product from the future world, similar in appearance to an ordinary fishing net, but with the most powerful tear-resistant ability. As long as you catch fish, you will never have to worry about the damage of the net again. There was indeed an additional fishing net in the accessories column. Yifeng laughed out loud. That situation just now. If there was this kind of fishing net again, the tuna would definitely not become a missed fish. However, this fishing net is about the same size as an ordinary fishing net, and is only effective when used at critical moments, and it is unrealistic to rely on it to encircle the fish at normal times. After taking care of the rewards, Yifeng clapped his hands. He only felt relieved. Just this moment of effort. He netted a few $1 million. This life was simply too meaningless. At this time, a black dot came from far away. Big Green. This guy landed in the cabin at an unknown time. It fluttered its wings and stared blearily at the tuna on the cabin. Yifeng smiled and touched its head. Want it? Big Green blushed and rubbed against Yifeng's pants leg. Yifeng laughed. Don't worry, I promised you before. Besides, the few fish this time are all caught by you in the net. The smallest tuna is your food, but more than 300 pounds. You are afraid that you can't eat it. Wait for me to deal with it, huh? When saying this, he did not turn off the microphone. And so, the entire live broadcast room heard the conversation just now. Then, the live broadcast room directly exploded. What do I hear? Millions of tuna going to a bird? Kneel down for the anchor. What's the status of the anchor in the end? You have a family, mine? This is $1 million of good stuff. I'll be damned. People are not as good as favorites? So a bird ate my income for the past few years? Stop it. The life of the rich is so simple. Come on. Someone wake me up. Am I dreaming? I have yellow urine. I'll go first. Don't. You're diabetic. Don't let him get a taste. The pop-up screen rolled. The many fishers were outright nonplussed. Chapter 080, Hegemonic Oath of Sovereignty. Live streaming room. Yifeng surveyed towards this tuna. He opened his mouth to explain. Tuna, known as a rare species of fish, the meat is soft and flavorful with a high protein content. Everyone can look here. Saying his hand, he pointed to the back. This is the best part of the tuna. Because of the frequent use of fins, the protein content here is as high as 26%. At the same time, the fat content is only 0.2%. That's right. This is high protein, low fat healthy food, and is rich in minerals such as potassium, phosphorus, sodium, magnesium, calcium, zinc, and selenium. Accompanied by the anchor's explanation. The crowd was stunned. Anchor is awesome. How do you know so much, Anchor? The way the anchor talked so eloquently just now was so handsome. Anchor, do you dare to show your face? The screen scrolls. Everyone was shocked by the anchor's erudition. They didn't expect the anchor to not only be able to fish, but also be able to talk about all these things. Fishing fight. The Serenity Group, who had been keeping an eye on the backstage data. Li Qian said, just this time. Led down towards. Spread out the anchor's information appropriately enough to make his image a bit more three-dimensional. But be careful, speak in a mysterious manner. To give the fish friends room for their own reverie. The next moment. Live broadcast room. A fish friend sent out a pop-up screen. That's true. It is said that the anchor is a senior student of Jean University. Originally I was still puzzled why the anchor with such an education would want to catch the sea and fish. Seeing the anchor fish, I just want to say. I also want to have such a simple and unadorned life in the sea. Anchor. Do you need an assistant on your boat? Someone who can cook and warm the bed? The message went out. Many fishers were shocked. What? Surprisingly, he's also a senior student at Jean University? No wonder. I told you. Those words of the anchor just now are definitely not something an ordinary fisherman can say. He's got the looks and the talent. Little brother loves. Many of the fishermen have praised it. Everyone had a better impression of the anchor. At this time, Yifeng got up and picked up the fish. Hai Dongqing tiptoed on his 2 feet and followed Yifeng. I throw. Anchor for real? This damn bird's food is better than ours. I'm totally sour. Is this the anchor's simple, unadorned life of catching the sea? A lot of newcomers have expressed doubts. Do you really believe that? $1 million worth of fish for a bird? Even Mr. Wang can't be that generous, right? Are you out of your mind or am I out of my mind? Soon. Their doubts were drowned out by the iron fans in the live broadcast room. Shut up. How can you question an anchor? Look at the history before questioning. When has the anchor ever blown a fluffer? Ahem. I'll tell you one thing. The anchor seems to really like blowing off steam. But what's scary about him is that he seems to have realized most of the cheats he's blown. Snap. Snap. At this time, Yifeng came to the back cabin with the fish in his arms. There is instantly purified fresh water. He rinsed this tuna clean. More than 300 pounds of tuna. According to Big Green's meal size. Eat 30 pounds at most. He and Shui Ling would have some more, and the rest would have to be kept frozen in the refrigerator. He greeted, Shui Ling, are you done over there? He. Brother Yi, I'm almost done on my side, I'll be right down. A voice pierced into the live broadcast room. Numerous fish friends were puzzled. Ha? Woman's voice? Listening to the voice is a soft and cute girl. Ha. I'm a little curious. Could the owner of this voice be a beautiful woman? A beauty? Haven't you heard of the term voice killer? Voice killer? I've only heard of a back killer. The kind that wins the world with her back, but doesn't have to turn around and mess up the world. Pooh-ha. The screen scrolls. A figure is coming down the spiral staircase from the 2nd floor. It is Shui Ling. She was just packing up her things in her room on the 2nd floor. Although all kinds of facilities were available, she still had to organize them, such as putting his change of clothes in the cupboard, such as taking out commonly used items and placing them in the right places. When the camera was given to her, the many fish friends in the live broadcast room were not calm. What do I see? Is this a human being? Ah shucks. I misspoke. I mean this fairy sister. Where's the guy who said he's a backstabber? Get lost. Insulting my goddess. I promise I won't kill you. A beauty like this is just too good to be true. She's a breath of fresh air compared to those who only sing, whine, and enchant women in the anchor girl section. Miss, you're too pretty, aren't you? Many fish friends were stunned. Today's Shui Ling. Wearing a white lace dress. There was a pure white flower engraved on the chest, matched with flesh-colored stockings, and the pair of white sneakers. There was a kind of immaculate fairy atmosphere. Together with the already pure appearance, simply absolutely beautiful to the extreme. The fish friends in the live broadcast room had never seen this kind of clear water out of hibiscus beauty. They exclaimed in astonishment. Yifeng was not happy. What the hell? Too beautiful? Fairy sister? The water spirit is my own. Even if this group of fish friends just took one more look, it wouldn't work. He rushed to the microphone and swore his sovereignty. Everyone, are you mistaken? Shui Ling is my sister. If you guys keep this up, I'll never let her appear on camera again. Xu Weiling glanced at Yifeng, her brows filled with tenderness surging through her eyes. Yifeng said, "Come on, you stand in front of me, there's no camera over here, if they want to look, just let them look at my ass. Anyway, I'm a man, it's not a loss to look at one eye. I'm a man anyway. One look won't hurt me. 2 looks will make me a fortune." The pop-up screen exploded. 666. Tough or you're tough. Walls are not convinced, just serve the anchor. In fact, people just think your sister is really good looking. Ha ha ha, anchor, you dare to take off your pants and say this again? Do you think we fishers are scared? You're overestimating our integrity. That's right. It's worth it to have a PY deal with an anchor like little brother. Hot eyes. Upstairs, get the hell out of here. The curtains are rolling. A few more rockets and airplanes were rewarded. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room is cheerful and lively. At this time, the octopus brother who hasn't said much opened his mouth. Chapter 081, Can buy 100 million close to people never move mouth beep beep. Live broadcasting room. Octopus brother, anchor. Your tuna is sold? Can you leave some for me? I can pay a high price for it. Yifeng asked, you want to buy? Brother octopus, yes. Tuna meat is delicious, but it's getting less and less over the years. Your 2 tuna are already extremely rare. Are you interested in selling them? Yifeng said, in that case. Then I'll keep 1 for you. Brother octopus, thank you. Next moment. Brother octopus rewarded anchor rocket 10. Sure enough. The life of the rich is so simple and unadorned. I can buy billionaire people never move mouth beeping. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The same didn't say much to ask for your life 3000 open mouth tuna sell? I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Anchor, I also want to buy 1, the price is guaranteed to satisfy you, what do you think? Yifeng shook his head, sorry ha. I have to keep at least 1 here, there are people who want it back. He wanted to completely open up the path of those big hotels. Such a precious fish was the killer weapon. He had to keep 1 back. However, looking at this tuna in his hand, he said, Big brother 3000, if you don't mind, I can share half of this tuna in my hand with you, and I estimate that a few of us can only eat a small half at most. To kill you 3000, that's a good feeling. This one in your hand is also very fresh, I want half of it, the price will be good according to the fresh one, is that okay? Yifeng nodded, yes, I will put the rest in the refrigerator to freeze, I will contact you when I go back. To kill you 3000, thank you anchor. Next moment. Want your life 3000 rewarded the anchor with rockets 10. Another plain and simple 10 rockets. The many fish friends were dumbfounded. I'll be damned. The conversation between the big brothers is so close by the billion. I'm sore from watching this. Envy. Anchor people have not even gone back, the fish was snatched up? I can only say that the anchor's sea life is too damn cool. At this time, Yifeng said to the camera, next, I will unravel this fish, if there is discomfort fish friends, you can now switch to the secondary screen to go, I have opened a second camera, is playing the beauty of the sea. Anchor is so sweet. Love it, love it. Many fishers cut to the secondary screen. At the same time, Golden City. Vank Golden Mansion. Black Forest. This imperial sister, however, stared at the screen with unblinking eyes. The moment she saw Yifeng unraveling the tuna, this extreme imperial sister's entire body suddenly tensed up, and it felt as if she had seen something exciting. She could no longer hold back her excitement. She brought her cell phone from the coffee table and took a selfie of herself. A life photo was sent directly to Yifeng privately. Little brother. When will you come to Golden City? Sister waiting for you oh. With the black set of dresses oh well, the charm value is simply max. Cosmos. 10 minutes later. Yifeng cleaned the tuna. The white and tender fish meat appeared in the live broadcast camera. Yifeng directly cut a piece of fish around 30 pounds and handed it to Big Green. Here. This is for you. Come back and get it from me again if you don't have enough, but you shouldn't eat too much, it's only morning, there's still work to do in the afternoon. With that, Heidonking danced with joy. He happily picked up the white meat and ran to the side to nibble on it. This scene completely looked sour to all the netizens. Anchor to really? According to the calculation of $1,200 a caddy, I'm afraid that these fish and meat must be tens of thousands of dollars? A meal ate a few months of my salary. I'm ing sour. A lot of fish friends have even sold out. Anchor. Can you see me as a pet like this? In addition to not being able to fly, in fact, Heidonking can do everything we can do. We can cook, we can warm the bed, we can chat with you and rub your pants, and we don't ask for much, just this kind of fish, just 20 or 30 pounds. God doesn't ask for much. You want tens of thousands of dollars for a meal? You don't even have to look at yourself. Get out of my face. Pooh ha ha. The pop-up screen surged merrily. Yifeng has already put most of the remaining tuna into the refrigerator. 328 pounds of tuna. He cut 30 pounds for De Cheng and another 10 pounds for himself and Xu Weiling. There was still almost 300 pounds left. The 0.3 cubic meter refrigerator was already almost too big to fit. There was no way out. He could only take out the drinks. Fortunately, the refrigerator's cooling speed was unrivaled. If you really want to drink cold drinks, it's not too late to put them in now. After doing all this, Yifeng clapped his hands in a dashing manner. He surveyed his harvest this morning. School of wild swordfish. A rough estimate was around 1.2 million. 3 tuna. Both were king fish level. The guaranteed estimate was that they could be sold for $4 million. The backstage of the live broadcast room. The rockets alone earned over 380 rounds. The other props are even more countless. The income after the live broadcasting room split exceeded $600,000. It also means that his income in one morning is a few $1,000,000. Ha ha ha. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. To earn so much money in just one morning, I'm afraid there was no second person in the entire outdoor area. Not to mention, he had also obtained a new set of accessories. The superpower fishing net. Just then. Ding. A prestige alert. Black Forest? This imperial sister? What was she looking for? He clicked on the prestige chat interface. A picture popped up. Yifeng clicked on it. The next moment, his nosebleed almost spewed out. Is this a royal lady? Completely unable to top all this, he replied, ahem. I'm not far from Golden City, but I've been busy catching fish recently, so I'm afraid I don't have much time, haha. Soon. Ding. A prestige alert. The Black Forest replied, aha. Isn't sister beautiful? Arrogant. Yifeng, ahem. What is sister talking about? It's not a matter of whether it's beautiful or not, it's a matter of whether there's time. Black Forest, oh. Little brother is clearly disliking my sister for being old, my sister is very sad. Yifeng. This is the imperial sister? This is the kind that can be attacked by the imperial sister and guarded by the lowly? Yifeng had a feeling of being unable to eat. He replied, sister, really don't have time, huh? Why don't you wait until I'm done fishing? We'll contact each other then? Heart. But he made up his mind. I'll go back and block you. Let you every day to damage the health of our youth. Black Forest, that's more or less the same. But tonight, my sister has a live broadcast, and you will be connected to the microphone at that time. How about you sing? Do you want us to sing a song together? This will help your popularity. Sister's ship doesn't take people lightly. Yifeng was about to agree. Black Forest sent a list of songs. Today you're marrying me, the first time, love notice, because of love, you're the most precious. Yifeng. Chapter 082 Large Circle of Friends Pretending Scene. The vast and boundless sea. The cosmos joyfully sped across the sea. Blue sky and white clouds. The sea was magnificent. The live broadcast room was playing such a beautiful picture. Quite a few fishers were quietly enjoying it. At this moment, Yifeng was sitting in the cockpit. He had already turned off the cockpit's camera and microphone. P.S. Didn't say turn it on, these private place cameras are off by default, haha, won't expose privacy, don't worry, haha. He was humming a song while happily swiping his cell phone. At this time, he swiped to a certain friend circle. Ha! Is this hitting the fish? No. There are no fish offshore, this should be stocked. Zhang Shan is trying to put himself under the hammer? Yifeng rubbed his nose and looked at the circle of friends. Zhang Shan posted a status. The image of a group of people going out to sea to fish. In the fish cabin. Several thousand pounds of fish swimming happily. The accompanying text, on the eve of the typhoon, the harvest is not bad, right? The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly. Yo-ho! Is this pretending to come? Whirlwind. He shook his head. No. It wasn't just pretending. To supply like this during the typhoon period, to remove the supply rights of those big hotels that he had firmly controlled, Zhang Shan was trying to cut off his own nest. Yifeng then smiled. This should not be Zhang Shan's handiwork. With his IQ, he couldn't do this. A silhouette then appeared in his mind. Zhang Guotao. Zhang Shan's father. He looks loyal and honest. In reality, he is a devious and cunning master. When Shui Ling's father worked with him, all the money earned went into his personal pocket. Later on, with this startup capital, he took half of the proceeds of Shui Du village. Therefore, Shui Ling's father, a few people on the Zhang family, is not very good. They would rather go through the trouble of transporting the fish out of the village themselves than sell them to the Zhang family. Yifeng then smiled. Encountering such a situation, should he hit his face or should he hit his face? Just at this moment, the phone rang. Li Wana called, Boss Yi, did you read Zhang Shan's circle of friends? Yifeng asked, what's up? Li W said, hi. Isn't it that we couldn't catch any fish for the past 2 days? Zhang's gang of assholes then caught all the fish in the pond to take advantage of this typhoon squeeze to regain control of those big hotels. Yifeng did not move and asked, what attitude of those hotels? Li Wandao, what attitude can there be? This typhoon lasted a week. This time several hotels are short of fish. A few other villages really want no fish. It is not which one is fish to which one. Yi Feng said, okay. I know. Li Wanna, boss Yi, then what? Yi Feng, what then? Li Wan, we won't fight back? You didn't see the way Zhang Shan fooled around in the village today. You just can't wait to write the word cheating on your face. Yi Feng smiled, really? Li Wan, why would I lie to you? Anyway, at that time, Xu Weiling's father and I were furious. Yi Feng said, so. You tell Xu Weiling's dad, if those several hotels from other villages really cannot collect fish, a few of their older generation does not also have a pond? Catch up, give priority to those hotels supply well. Li Wan shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. This is not the matter of the pond. This kid does not still have yellowtail? Covered not sold, just waiting for these days. There are some other quite rare fish, are raising it, the hotel is missing this thing, who has these fish, who is the master? Yi Feng asked, rare fish? How rare? Li Wuan reported a few names. Yi Feng skimmed his lips and smiled, okay. I know. Li Wuan, who was waiting for the following, was stunned. That's it? Li Wuan was a bit confused and hung up the phone. He looked up. Zhang Shan, this old boy was sizing himself up. You who? Li Wan, what's up? Did you get the fish today? Li Wan cold face, also not accustomed to, collect what fish? The fish I collected before is enough for me to eat and drink at home for a year this year, which still need to be like you, every day to come out again to throw your head and spill your blood? Hey, I say Zhang Shan, is it tiring to go down to the sea to fish? You give uncle a good talk. Zhang Shan. A belly full of words waiting to be dejected, he froze and didn't spit out a single word. Ha ha ha. Li Wuan, this mouth is awesome. Worthy of being a fish collector. The surrounding crowd laughed out loud. Zhang Shan came back to his senses and said hatefully, fine. You wait. When this wave of fish sells out, when you have no place to sell the fish you collected, I'll see how you still fool around. Li Wuan coldly said, then I won't bother you. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and left. At this time, he received a call from a few hotel owners. What? Delivering fish? Good, don't worry, I'll keep enough here. Zhang Shan laughed and glared at Li Wuan. Result. It hadn't even taken 2 steps yet. Ding. A crunching sound. A friend's circle alert. Zhang Shan clicked on it. Yi Feng made a comment. Ha? Yi Feng commented to lousy? This is not scientific. He clicked in. Yi Feng's comment was like this, huh? Still really hit a lot of fish, congratulations. Humph. Yi Feng. You also have today? Can't catch any more fish? Did you come to beg your grandpa Zhang Shan? Zhang Shan's expression was agitated. He replied, it's average, these fish are nothing special. He sent it out. Not long after. Ding. Yi Feng replied to send over, is quite general, such fish I am generally lazy to fight, put in the sea to raise, when the hotel wants to fight up again does not smell? MMP. This pretender. Why don't you go to heaven? Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and ignored this pretentious reply. Just at this moment, the crowd at the ferry port suddenly erupted into an exclamation of surprise. Holy! What the hell is this? Old Zhang, what are you talking about? Yi Feng. It's Yi Feng. He caught another fish. Hurry up. Look at his circle of friends. My old son has fished all his life, but he's never seen this before. Awesome Yi Wazi. Numerous villagers stammered. Zhang Shan dizzily opened his wiki. The next moment, he froze on the spot. The latest development in the circle of friends. Yi Feng posted a picture. A tuna that was bigger than others was held in his arms. There were also hundreds of sea swordfish swimming happily in the cabin. With the caption, accidentally hit a few tuna again. Next time really don't do this, I can barely fit in this cabin, it's hard. Zhang Shan. Chapter 083, face swollen from slapping. Too damn miserable. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth fiercely. He was ready to shut down this pretender. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up in the message area. The few hotel owners who had just asked him if there were any fish here turned into licking dogs in unison. New Century Grand Hotel General Manager Lee. Gold, tuna? This Nima has to be 400 to 500 pounds. Where did you hit it from, Boss Yi? Mr. Yang of Lihua Grand Hotel, King of Fish. The absolute king of fish. Mr. Yi. Don't say anything. Name a price and keep it for me. You must keep it for me. Mr. Son of Ingdu Hotel, in all my years of running a hotel, I've never met such a big tuna. Mr. Yi, you're really something. At the ferry? Wait for me. I'm on my way. Horse 2. Several big bosses left messages. They kneeled down and begged Yi Feng to leave the king tuna behind. Buy it at a high price. You name the price. The circle of friends was directly reduced to Yi Feng's large-scale pretending scene. Zhang Shan. His expression was as hard as constipation. Was this still those giants of the Hawaiian hotel industry? When they spoke to themselves just now, they were all in a commanding manner. Zhang Shan's neck was almost crooked with anger. He dialed the phone number of a few old bosses. His tone was careful. Mr. Li, you see that fish before? The other party, what fish? Zhang Shan? How do you have my phone number? I tell you. I don't remember when I want to buy your fish. Don't call me in the future if you have nothing to do. Snap. The other party hangs up. Zhang Shan. This former little bully of Shuadu village almost exploded with anger. At this time, it was as if Li Wuan had just seen him. With a twist of his head, he greeted, Hey! Zhang Shan, have you looked at your friend circle yet? You won't have Yifeng's prestige? It's fine, come here, I'll show you. Tuna. Haven't you seen it before? It's worth several boats each. Zhang Shan. Cosmos. Yifeng finished sending his friend's circle. The phone directly exploded. General Manager Zhang of Hawaiian Hotel. Mr. Li of the New Century Grand Hotel. General Manager Yang of Lihua Grand Hotel. The bosses of the various hotels called in unison, hating to bombard the phones for good. A few of the old bosses said straight away, Yi Feng, you make a price. And don't say anything about the unit price. That's insulting to a tuna king like this. Just give us a total price. No matter how much other hotels offer, we'll go with it. Yi Feng. Listening to the voice on the phone, he cried and laughed. Is this still that gang of giants in the Hawaiian hotel industry? This is a bunch of licking dogs, right? In the end, there was really no way out. Yi Feng straightened up on the phone. He was still floating on the sea. It will probably take another 2 to 3 days to get back. When he gets back, I'll be sure to notify everyone. We'll all compete fairly then. That's it. It's finally the end of the chatter. Yi Feng deleted his friends without saying a word. It's too damn scary. You just hit a fish? As for that, he returned to the live broadcast room. At the same time, Shui Ling had already prepared the meal. In addition to that tuna meat, she also made 2 vegetables, all of which were colorful and fragrant. She came to the cockpit and shouted, Brother Yi, dinner is ready. Yi Feng said, so soon? Shui Ling laughed and said, still fast? It's been an hour. Yi Feng looked at his watch. The hour hand guided equals to 11 o'clock. Sure enough, the time for pretending was so pleasant and speedy. He turned on the microphone. Sorry, ha. It's time for lunch again. Everyone can look at the sea if they want to, and rest if they want to. I'm going to eat lunch. A group of fish friends popped up in unison. I want to watch you eat. I want to see you eat. I want to watch you eat. What the hell? Watch me eat? What's there to see? At this point, a fish friend popped in to explain. They were trying to watch tuna. This precious fish, they had never eaten it before. Then it would be a happy thing to see how others ate it. Yi Feng thought about it and thought it made sense. Live broadcasting was well. That's not it. Then it would be good to sacrifice himself. However, he had previously made up his mind to let Shui Ling reduce her appearances, not to mention eating this kind of thing that was still quite personal. He said, Water Spirit, since this group of people want to see, then let them see me eat well. You take the helm, eat in the cockpit, do not give these fish friends a chance. These fish friends are all LSP now. The pop-up screen was a poof. Anchor, you're so mean. Goddamn LSP. I'm still underage. Ha ha ha. I don't think being underage makes you an LSP. I think my little brother did the right thing. I think he's doing the right thing. He's very handsome too. That's right. Our girl group collectively supports little brother's debut. The pop-up screen rolled. Yi Feng came to the rear cabin. This cruise ship. The first floor had the largest area. In addition to the cockpit taking up most of it, the rear cabin had an extension similar to a balcony at home. There was a roof on it to block the sunlight. The front is connected to the cockpit and is not closed on both sides, so you can directly look out over the sea. Sofas were also placed on both sides. A round table was placed right in the center. On the table, 2 plates of veggies and a hot pot are placed. Stir-fried okra. Stir-fried furicake rice. Fresh tuna was cooked in the hot pot. The tender white meat, sliced into slices of crystallized shapes under Aqua's knife work, tasted delicious just by looking at it. The fresh soup boiled. Yi Feng's tongue involuntarily moved greatly. A camera in the back cabin of the live broadcast room was able to capture this scene right from the back of Yifeng's head. A group of fish friends were not calm. There's a word for it. Anchor, your food is too good. MMP. I'm still working here, watching you eat tuna, really drooling. Ha? Where's your staple food? Yeah. How come there's no rice, steamed buns, noodles, or anything? Yifeng looked at the cell phone pop-up. Staple food? Isn't this the staple food? In the midst of the crowd's puzzlement, he began to feast. The crowd finally understood what he meant. Tuna. Tuna is the staple food. What do I see? Tens of thousands of dollars of fish meat as this staple food to eat. Anchor, this sure is not pretending? Slipped away. Who's going to be able to handle this? MMP. Dare to use this way to pretend to be a bully. The entire outdoor fishing area is afraid to find the second person. It. Kneel down for the anchor's dad. Dad, I haven't eaten in 3 days, give me a bite. Numerous fishermen were stunned. They'd never seen another person who dares to act like a bully in this way. They ran around in amazement. Some fishers even took screenshots of this scene and sent them to the Fighting Fish forum. Shocked. Doe fishing male anchor takes tuna as his staple food to eat. A meal eat hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fish friends from all walks of life came here. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly rubbed up and skyrocketed. 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. Directly soared to the 150,000 mark. Fighting Fish. Serenity Signing Group. Wow. This fish is too fresh, isn't it? You guys look. This crystallized fish meat is absolutely tender and refreshing. Stop it. My stomach is protesting. No way. I'm going to find my schoolmate to eat fish this weekend. Several beauties had their appetites whetted. Li Qian said, "What's this? That king crab last time, a single one can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. When I think of the taste at that time, I'm still drooling." Do not say okay. Once they said it, the girls became even more envious. You still have the nerve to say that? You ate it, and you actually sent it to your friends? King crab, ah. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece. No, you can't go back this time. Right. This weekend lottery, you'll be directly excluded from the team. Several women said one after another. Li Chen then looked at Serenity for help. Serenity laughed and said, "What are you looking at me for? Getting a bargain and still selling out, let's see, you're asking for it." Li Qian's face fell. The ladies all laughed. Chapter 084 Mu Yanqi is envious. Magic City. Thompson's first class. Mu Yanqi's few people were equally shocked. This, hundreds of thousands of dollars of fish is used as an anchor? This anchor is also too ho, right? That's right. It's quite luxurious. Several women lamented. Even Mu Yanqi couldn't help but be stunned. Such a lavish life, even if she was the #1 sister of doe fishing, she couldn't afford it. It was as if they weren't eating thousands of dollars a pound of fish, but rather Chinese cabbages. What's more, it wasn't just the money, it was the fish she was looking at. Such high-protein and low-fat fish was simply the favorite of these female anchors. Unfortunately, tuna has a price. Especially this kind of tuna king, it was even more impossible to buy even with money. But looking at the anchors there, they directly used it as their staple food. It's a waste. Mu Yanqi was drooling with envy. Shouldn't this kind of superb tuna meat be dipped in the sauce to delicately feel the freshness? She looked at the slices of crystallized fish meat, but the anchor stuffed it into her mouth in one big gulp, only to feel her eyes filled with envious little stars. The assistant said, "Miss, why don't we talk to people and see if we can buy some?" Mu Yanqi bitterly shook her head. If anything, before she snowballed and linked up with the other party. Then she offered to buy, the other party might possibly agree. But now? She gently shook her head. Forget it. I'll just buy it later when I have the chance. For the first time, this fighting fish first sister had a feeling of regret. Live streaming room. Yifeng was very satisfied eating the fish. He smashed his mouth and said with a not-so-satisfied look, "Actually, this tuna meat isn't as fresh as the legend. As far as my taste just now is concerned, it's just a bit more tender than normal fish. It's not as strong as what's blown up on the internet." The pop-up screen was a poof haha. Pooh haha. Anchor is pretending? Thousands of dollars of fish, you say it's not good? But where you're not a pretender, you can't say that. Anchor. How can you eat a good fish like this? A mouthful of half a tail, what fish can go to feel good? Even the most flavorful thing has lost its taste. Anchor. If you don't think it tastes good, you shouldn't force it. Mail it to the following address and I'll fix it for you. Many fish friends protested. There were even fish friends who directly dumped the address to help the anchor out. Yifeng stared at the subtitles. I throw. This group of fish friends can ah. He smashed his mouth and said, "I think you all have misunderstood. I'm actually not saying that this tuna meat is trash. In fact, I think the flavor is okay, but it's quite a bit worse than the one I fought up and ate now last time." The pop-ups rolled. What meat? Anchor, do you dare to say it? That's right. If you're capable, you can say it. I don't believe it. There's no meat like tuna. That's right. The anchor is definitely blowing off steam. Numerous fish friends expressed their disbelief. Yifeng took out a paper towel, wiped his mouth and said, "Well, it's actually the last time I hit a few king crabs, and they weren't too big, they were just about 30 to 40 pounds, and at the time, I thought that the quantity was too much, so I picked out 2 of them, and one ate it for myself, and one gave it to Big Green. It's this hey donking. Comparing it now, that flavor is indeed a lot fresher than this tuna meat, especially that crab yolk and oily paste, it's simply delicious. I'm telling you guys, at that time. Accompanied by the anchor's eloquent speech. The live broadcast room exploded. Coming. The anchor is here with his pretend cons. ING. Hundreds of thousands of king crab? That's ING comparable to this thousands of dollars of tuna? Beat me to death. Anchor caught off guard after the turn, but there is such a trick. Anchor mud dirt. Next time, he'll be ahead. A group of fish friends were fed up with the anchor's large-scale real incense scene. They sent out pop-ups one after another. Mudzo kai. Mudzo kai. Mudzo kai. At this time, many new users sent out questions. No way? You guys really believe it? Hundreds of thousands of king crabs, hit it and eat it yourself? And also gave one to his pet as well? Blowing fluff scripts do not dare to write like this, okay? Disperse. This is a pretender. Their statements were met with strong blows from the Iron fans. Pretending? Don't believe me? Open your eyes and see. What did Hai Donching eat? The tuna we just caught, it'll kill you. You know that, don't you? My family owns a steel mill and wants to buy it. The anchor did not sell. Then he cut it up and gave it to his pet. You said the anchor blew his load? I'm afraid you haven't experienced the fear of being dominated by an anchor. That's right. The anchor belongs to the kind of man who can catch millions of fish without having to go down to the net. It's normal that you guys don't understand it. Why don't you apologize to the anchor? A group of Iron fans chided. That group of newly influxed fish friends were scared silly. 3,000 for your life? Big brother buying fish without selling? Backhandedly giving it to his own pet? I throw. Feeling that Big Bird can eat millions of tuna? A group of fish lovers are purple with envy. Dad, I was wrong. Dad can forgive my ignorance, right? Dad, do you need a pet at home? Is a 1'8" like me okay? The pop-up screen once again turned into a sea of joy. At this moment, the corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up. He said, all right. Those who don't know are not to blame. But next time, it's best to investigate the situation first. There's always a replay camera in the lower right corner that's specially set up by the official Do Fish so everyone can go and take a look. Now that I've had my fill, I'm going to take a break. Everyone just take a look at the seascape. Hey! Anchor, you wait. Anchor, it's not even 12 o'clock and you're going to rest? Yes. You've been on the air for less than 2 hours, right? Other fishing anchors broadcast 24 hours a day. Yes. We haven't watched enough. How about another round of fishing? Many fans begged. Yifeng shook his head at the microphone and said, it's not that I don't fight, this man is iron and rice is steel, a sleepless night is exhausting. This is not a lunch break in the afternoon can have the strength to fight fishing? The anchor Mud Zakai. If someone else said that, it would be fine, you? Morning just threw the net once, threw the fish gun once, this is called tired? Disperse. The anchor is pretending again. Chapter 085 Anchor, what are you running for? I threw. Pretending again? Next. Yifeng just took this opportunity to lead everyone to show the construction of the cruise ship. Just now on the first floor you all saw, in addition to the cockpit and fish hold layer, is the open air bar area, can be used as a restaurant, you can also drink and blow the sea breeze. Now we come to the second floor, there are 2 guest rooms here, can be used for the guests to rest. The rest of this floor is a small office area, there is a sofa and chairs, you can usually sit here and play the computer. He said and showed a few people around the lower guest rooms. Just when everyone thought he was going to lie down and rest. The anchor's figure walked towards the 3rd floor. Hey! Why did you leave, Anchor? Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Anchor, stop. We haven't seen you undress yet? At this time, the anchor opened the cell phone live camera. Rear camera. Showing the face of the 3rd floor to everyone. Wow! Is this a swimming pool? Kneel down for the anchor's father. This swimming pool is too luxurious, isn't it? There's even a sunbathing area next to it? Is this the anchor's simple, unadorned life on the sea? I love it. I love it. The pop-up screen rolled. The crowd was in a place where their jaws dropped in shock. But I still don't get it. What's the anchor doing in the 3rd floor area if he wants to rest? Isn't this just a swimming pool? You don't need to understand. Toolman just needs to clap his hands and shout 666. Poo-ha! What a realization. The pop-ups rolled. The crowd all looked dumbfounded. At this time, the anchor unveiled the mystery. He said, my swimming pool is different from other people's, there's an internal waterbed feature, everyone please look. Saying this, he pressed a red button on the side of the pool. Tick. A soft sound. A 1'8" large bed slowly rose from under the water. This bed occupied the very center of the pool, and on top of it, water droplets constantly tumbled upwards and then flowed back into the pool. Yifeng explained, everyone see those waves? Those churning waves are actually internal motors pressing the water up and then impacting the meridians of the resting person, acting as a hydrotherapy method. For you to say that this can cure any disease, that's bull. But this way, it does minimize your tiredness. Resting on it for an hour, I'm afraid it's worth 2 hours of your sleep on a normal bed. Accompanied by Yi Feng's explanation. All the fish friends in the live broadcast room were not calm. It was impossible to be calm at all. Kneel for the anchor, Dad. There's a pool. Surprisingly, there is this thing? If you can't beat the blue storm whale in the future, you'll be sorry for the pussy you're playing now. That's right. There are only 1 in 10 3-decker cruise ships that have independent pools. It's too expensive. Not the high cost of swimming pools, the most critical is the water. Seawater after washing that body salty, not as good as not washing. But if you want to purify seawater, you need a lot of electricity. We all know that every degree of electricity on the sea is more than 10 times higher than on land. But the anchor not only has a swimming pool but also a separate hydrotherapy motor? Kneel down for Dad. I just want to ask you why you are so extravagant. The anchor is also helpless. Obviously, he's a rich kid, but he's working on his own to earn money. Obviously, he can lie down and rest, but he still has to fish every day. Obviously, he can rely on his face to broadcast live, but he's still working hard on his own. This is the difference between an anchor and a Ming Ming? Pooh haha. Upstairs, you'll be beaten to buy the anchor. The pop-up screen rolled. The crowd was truly stunned. At this time, the anchor said, "Alright. I'm going to take a break next. I'll switch the camera to that main shot on the mast, so you guys can look at the seascape if you want to, and rest offline if you want to, bye," said switching the camera and cutting off the microphone. The pop-up screen was another 666. 666. Anchor cheating. I've been in the fishing industry for a few years now, but I don't see many people who cheat like this. The other anchors treating us these food and clothing parents, which is not for the coaxing. The main anchor cuts the camera at the drop of a hat. He doesn't even show his face. Stop it. The other live broadcast is the main business. Anchoring is purely a hobby. Do they need money? Can't you see they feed their pets millions of dollars of fish? Stop it. I'm getting sour again. There's nothing wrong with you upstairs. Anyone who treats fishers this way is a hobbyist. Okay. He's an anchor who makes his living with his skills. Who else in the outdoor area can kill a tuna with one hand? Don't be so sour. Take a look at the seascape while you're at it. That's right. I think the anchor's attitude is equal. I'm trying to broadcast, you can watch if you like. I can't stand the female anchors who are still on the air. The outdoor area is now polluted by this trend, they even give flying kisses when they get off the air. That's it. It's a disgrace to our men. This is for men's honor. That's right. Dad's live broadcast is just one word. Cheating. 2 words. Love it. Get lost. The pop-ups are rolling. Meanwhile, 3rd floor. Yi Feng was already sitting by the pool. The cool seawater, accompanied by the sea breeze. This kind of coziness was really soothing. He opened the intercom. "Shui Ling, have you finished eating?" "Shui Ling, brother Yi, I've finished eating, I'm scrubbing the dishes, do you need anything?" Yi Feng said, "Come to the 3rd floor after scrubbing." Shui Ling, "Okay, I'll be right up." Not long after, a sound of trotting. Shui Ling stood playfully by the pool. "Brother Yi, you called out to me?" "Yi Feng, why are you running up here?" Shui Ling said with a red puzzled face, "I thought that you had something to do, brother Yi." Yi Feng said, "Silly girl, next time don't be like this, there's nothing else to shout at you, this pool is not bad, come in and swim together." "Ah?" Shui Ling was then stunned. Swimming? Yi Feng asked, "Are you worried about the cameras?" "They've all been turned off, there's just one open above the mast now, it's also covered by our roof, no one can see it." Shui Ling then blushed and said, "No, not really." Yi Feng asked, "Then what is it?" Chapter 086. This is, the legendary blue dragon? Must be caught. Poolside. Shui Ling's pretty face flushed and whispered, "It's not good for us to wash together, right?" Yi Feng was stunned. Good fellow. He was worried about himself. He thought that Shui Ling's family had come to have relatives. He shook his head and said, "Shui Ling, you misunderstood. I am looking at the weather is quite hot, bath will be more comfortable, not to mention that there is hydrotherapy, if you are embarrassed, wearing clothes in the water well." Shui Ling blushed and said, No, the wenxiang I wore today is not good." Yi Feng, wenxiang is not good? What does this have to do with going underwater or not? Shui Ling lowered her head and explained, "A light-colored wenxiang can't be seen if it's wet in the water, but a dark-colored wenxiang can be seen even if it's blocked by the skirt." Yi Feng, there's still this argument? Then what you are wearing today is light color or dark color? Shui Ling, is this also a question that can be asked to a girl? She lowered her head and mumbled, black. Yi Feng. Ahem. Just as he was about to ask Shui Ling to go back to rest, Shui Ling took off her white sneakers, then her slender jade feet roamed the edge of the pool, tried the water temperature, and her whole body sat in the pool. The pool water wet her clothes. The whole picture was beautiful to the extreme. Yi Feng, how are you? Shui Ling gathered enough courage and said, Brother Yi is not an outsider, even if Brother Yi wants Shui Ling to take off her skirt and swim. Yi Feng. His beautiful eyes then welled up with emotion. Shouldn't it be daring to move at this time? But the ing harmony god is there. I'm sorry, bookworms. Little fire can only do this. He pinched Shui Ling's nose and said, don't force yourself next time. Shui Ling shook her head, her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Feng and said seriously, don't force yourself. At this moment, her entire body had already disappeared into the water. A 1.5-meter pool. The design was just right. It was possible to both swim and lie down by the pool to view the scenery. The water in the pool wet her clothes and immediately revealed the scenery inside. It was just as Shui Ling had said. The outline was even more obvious. Next, Yi Feng and Shui Ling swam for a while. The two came to the waterbed right in the middle. Those surfing forces were gentle and powerful, slapping the tendons and bones of the two. Not long after, the two fell into a deep sleep. Fighting fish. Tranquility signing group. Watching the live stream camera turn, several beauties smiled bitterly. This schoolmate is really tough. Catching the sea life properly, he froze and dared to leave so many people hanging out to dry. That's right. Who would dare to be like this in a different anchor? At this time, originally thought that many fish friends would raise their opinions. As a result, most of the fish friends were surprisingly understanding, and the remaining small half of those who had opinions were dispersed by the fish friends pop-ups before the rhythm was even brought up. I can't imagine that Schoolboy has die-hard fans so quickly. And rightfully so, right? Just today's School Brothers live broadcast put those big gods in the outdoor area. I'm afraid I have to blow it for a week, to the anchor this directly all of a sudden end. Not only is the pop-up screen it. The background data shows that the number of people in the live room only a small range of normal fluctuations. Li Chen, who had been paying attention to the background data, reminded. The others also looked over. It's still true. School Brother is awesome. I guess most people are expecting the anchor to hit some fish this afternoon. There's also a part that thinks that such a seascape is also beautiful, so just hang on to the machine anyway. At this time, Li Qian said, by the way Sister Ning, just now Genki girls and the girls called and said that they want to connect with their schoolmates in the evening. Is it okay on the company's side? Ning shook her head and said, what's wrong with that? It's a private event for their anchors, it's a good thing. But, Li Qian was about to say, I'm afraid there's a bit of a time conflict. Genki girl, Black Forest, and in Xiaoyan all want to link up with Schoolboy at night. Serenity was then dumbfounded. Whirlwind. Cried and laughed. Good guy. Anyone else who was able to connect with these three female anchors would have died of happiness. As a result, it turned into three popular female anchors snatching up fresh meat. She couldn't help but laugh and cry and said, Schoolmates live broadcast should be on all the time. No, just allocate a good time. If everyone doesn't allow it, then it's better to live together. Live broadcast together? The expressions of all the women changed. Good guy. Is Schoolmate trying to set another precedent in fishing fighting? At this time, the camera suddenly changed on the screen. What's that? Why is Hokage getting up? It's only been an hour, right? Live streaming room. Yi Feng was sleeping in a daze. Suddenly, a prompt came from his mind. A creature of enormous size was directly transmitted to his mind by way of projection. Before going to sleep, he had already set the reminder method. Common fish shall not be reminded. Rare fish are reminded at their discretion. Only very precious fish would directly cross the firewall and appear in his mind. Yi Feng rubbed his head. He looked into the depths of his mind. The next moment, after seeing the 360-degree projection with no dead angle, Yi Feng's entire body froze on the spot. Even though he had fought millions of tuna, even though he had caught millions of king crabs, when he saw this creature, he could not help but freeze on the spot. There! A lobster was wandering around the bottom of the sea with its teeth and claws open. This lobster was blue all over, its head was more than one person long, and it was feared that it had to weigh 200 to 300 pounds. Blue dragon. Surprisingly, it's the legendary blue dragon. Blue lobster. Simply called the blue dragon. It is said that this lobster is hundreds of millions of years ago, the dinosaur metamorphosis. It has a blue body name. When the world stock is extremely rare, according to research, every 20 million lobsters, there will only be such a blue lobster. Can be said. This is one of the more precious lobsters than the Chinese brocade. The last time the sea hegemony country fisherman caught up a blue lobster, directly sold 7.6 million sky price. That blue lobster of his weighed no more than 100 or so pounds. Owned this one. But it was close to 300 pounds. He looked to the system. 23 o'clock. Distance 499 meters. Extreme blue lobster. Single weight, 286 pounds. Warning! Warning! This lobster is extremely valuable. This lobster is extremely valuable. Capturing it will trigger a rare prop reward. Yi Feng. Sure enough, it was a blue lobster. The system even gave a rare tip. Then what kind of system rewards would he reap if he fought it up? Yi Feng could not help but look forward to it. Chapter 087 Ice Muscle thoroughly condenses. Go down to the sea to capture. Third floor. Yi Feng sat up from the poolside. Xue Ling was lying there quietly as if she was Snow White. Her two hands were so virtuous that they were folded across her abdomen, and the whole person was as dreaming and beautiful as a sleeping beauty. Yi Feng got up. He decided to sign in. This time, catching blue lobsters was different from the past. He definitely had to go down to the sea to catch it. 300 pounds of lobster. The strength is even claimed to be the best of lobsters. It is said that the meshing force of that big pincer is over 400 pounds. He had to congeal the ice muscle so that he could ensure that there would be no accidents. He returned to the guest room. After confirming that there were no abnormalities. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining Spirit Spring 1 in points 100. System points. It has come to the 300 mark. 700 points short of 1000. He started taking the spiritual spring. The next moment. Crackling. His body once again mutated. The entire surface of his body was directly covered with a bizarre silver color. If the previous body wrapping was still only 2-3, this time it was a complete wrapping. Those silver-colored wrapped places. Black impurities continuously gushed out. Yi Feng's body once again showed a rare change. Ice muscle. His body surface was completely covered by a layer of silver light. If he described it in layman's terms, it was as if his entire body was coated, completely wrapped in a light silver color. Yi Feng squeezed his fist. Crackle. The fist seemed to be filled with infinite power. Boom! A fist blasted out. A sound barrier directly appeared. It was an existence that was countless times more powerful than a sonic boom. It's also too powerful. I clearly just casually threw a punch, and I actually hit the sound barrier? He looked at his hands in disbelief. Sonic boom. The speed of the punch surpassed the air. The instantaneous squeeze directly blew up the air. Sonic barrier. Yet it was a step further from sonic boom. Not only did he require speed, he also required the pinnacle of strength. A fist blasted out, the instantaneous extrusion burst the air, but before it could make a sound, the surrounding air was extruded and attacked again, directly annihilating the sound hedge. It was as if a silencer. Fluffy. If I go down with this punch, I'm afraid that even a shark with thick skin can be knocked out by me. Is this ice muscle? 3 times the spiritual spring directly ice muscle condensed. What should the next spiritual spring nourishment nourish? Yi Feng couldn't help but start to look forward to it. At this time, the abnormalities on his body surface began to dissipate. The entire person once again regained his previous appearance. Just looking closely, the skin became even more delicate and lustrous. Yi Feng smiled and came to the rear cabin, eliminating all those remaining black impurities. At the same time, he switched the camera to the normal screen. All the fish friends who were waiting for the live broadcast got excited. I throw. Anchor woke up from his nap? It's only been a little over an hour, right? It's worthy of a spa bed. What are you going to do this afternoon? How about a tuna fight? Pooh-ha! Do you think you're Tinker Bell? You're just going to fight this tuna? That's right. I'll bet. The anchor's morning fish has used up all his good luck for the day. Waiting for the anchor to eat dirt in the afternoon makes him addicted to pretending. He deserves it. Pooh-ha-ha! The pop-ups are rolling. The crowd had a happy look on their faces. At this time, late night sea rush, it's hard to say. Just now, I purposely checked, and Anchor will probably encounter some more excellent fish this afternoon. Why? The god of sea catching is asking for advice. Catching the sea god also does not sell. This time the Lena typhoon is from the east of the Great Flat Ocean across. The fish is born to the seabed climate sensitivity, so those precious fish in order to avoid the risk will be to the west to escape. Anchor here is exactly the end of the line. So it's definitely not a coincidence that the anchor hit the sea knife and tuna one after the other. This is because of the damage caused by the typhoon and the influence of the ocean currents. It drove all the fish, shrimp and crabs from the area of the Seabuster Kingdom on the east side of the Great Hairy Ocean. I'll throw it. There's more to it than that? Doesn't that mean the anchor will be able to catch fish next? The thought that the anchor's good fortune will continue, I'm not comfortable what to do. Pooh-ha-ha. You're not feeling well, are you? You can't stand the anchor's pretense. The screen scrolls. Yi Feng was worried that another blue lobster would attract attention. Now it's good. The god of catching the sea was directly copied. It's not actually fear. The weapon is not equipped. The heart is always a bit uncomfortable. Just then, He saw something floating on the sea not far away. Ha! There! Without moving, he controlled the fish to slowly drive towards a short distance away. There! Above the calm sea surface, there was a ripple constantly swaying. Ha! What's that? A ripple? What the hell? I'm just saying, don't hit the fish. You found a school of fish? It's definitely a school of fish. They must be basking in the sun. Numerous fishers were sour. One by one, they stared at the screen in envy. At the same time, the anchor spoke in an old-fashioned manner. I just counted on my fingers. I'm afraid there are fish here. The pop-up screen went poof ha ha. Pooh ha ha. The anchor has failed in his pretense. Did you do the math? Even we saw it this time. That's right. It's right in front of you. 200 to 300 meters away. Thinking of the anchor's failure to pretend to be a pussy, it doesn't seem so hard to hit the fish this time. The anchor looked defeated and exaggerated. What? You guys saw it too? Ha ha ha. Seeing the first time that the anchor has been deflated, it's soothing. Anchor. You play fish well. I'll never say you deserved it again. Along with the pop-ups surging, the fishing boat slowly headed towards its destination. Ha! A school of wild yellowtail fish? So many fish must weigh a ton or two, I'm afraid. Just in time. Those hotels are short of common fish. Hit them up and sell them, so they won't be able to collect them. Anyway, 10 cabins. At most, it will only take up 1 or 2 cabins. Yifeng decided to fight after a little thought. Originally, this kind of fish was not on his radar, and it would only be a few tens of thousands of dollars if he sold it. But the hotel side. If he really couldn't collect the fish, he would be too embarrassed to look at the hotel's eyes without fish and not collect Zhongshan's. This was just right. It could also cover up the signs of discovering that blue dragon at the bottom of the sea in the meantime. He opened his mouth and said, a rough estimate of these yellowtail fish, I'm afraid that there can be 1 or 2 tons, but the yellowtail fish are also very resourceful. We are going to adopt the drift net catching method, spreading the net upstream, so that the flow of the seawater pushes the nets to slowly encircle the entire group of fish. Said. He began to cast the net. After the spiritual spring transformed his body, his strength became incomparably strong. Almost effortlessly, those fishing nets were thrown out more than 10 meters away. Chapter 088, Sit Down. Base. Do not 6. The pop-up screen exploded. Anchor, you wait. You said upstream, not driving a boat. You're just throwing it over there? Did anyone watch carefully? The anchor just casually threw it a dozen meters away? That's at least a dozen pounds of fishing nets, and you have to spread them all out. It's very skillful, okay? The real fishermen are tired of throwing nets, but you just threw it randomly? Where is the minimum respect between a person and a fishing net? Numerous fishers have been unsettled. They strongly accused the anchor of pretending. But the anchor said I was really just throwing a fishing net. At this time, those fishing nets slowly sank under the surface of the sea. As the fishing nets flowed towards the downstream, the group of yellowtail fish finally realized that something was wrong. But it was already too late. They began to struggle. But the more they struggled, the more tired they got. In the end, a large swarm of yellow croaker was wrapped in the fishing net. Yifeng laughed out loud and prepared to collect the nets. He pulled up those fishing nets. Hundreds of yellow croaker jumped on the deck of the cabin. Awesome anchor. The average weight of these yellow croaker is 20 to 30 pounds. I'm afraid that these 1 to 200 of them must weigh 1 to 2 tons. The price of yellow croaker is not expensive, but so many fish, but also tens of thousands of dollars of income, but also the key anchor thief easy ING. Who created the illusion for everyone? Listen. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars of income. Hey. How many drinks did you have? How drunk are you? Poo-ha. I have to say, everyone's tastes have been spoiled by the anchors. That's right. I'm kneeling down for the anchor dad. Anchor father casually hit up another 1 or 2 tons of fish. Everyone thought it was a very normal thing, not even tens of thousands of dollars in the eye. Can only say anchor 666. Sit down. Base. Do not 6. Anchor father's catching the sea fishing life is so plain and simple. The pop-up screen scrolls. The crowd is envious. Right at this moment, someone's sharp eyes noticed something unusual. What's that? What's that? At the bottom of the sea, there was a flash of blue light. The anchor who was staring at the pop-up screen spoke. Blue light? What blue light? This user with the ID, I'm a sailor, are you sure you saw it right? Usually seawater reflects blue light. You should be blinded, right? The other fishers also spoke up. Right. You're seeing things, aren't you? That's right. Seawater reflections, it's a common thing. I'm a sailor hurriedly sent out a pop-up, I didn't see it wrong. Really? I promise. Anchor please, just one more look, okay? I doubt it's anything. The anchor frowned and said, then, well, I'll take another look. Saying that, he went to the cabin corridor. probing out his body. The next moment, when he saw the creatures at the bottom of the sea, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. What's going on? What did the anchor see? To be able to make a pretender like the anchor be surprised like this thing is definitely extraordinary. Right. It's extraordinary. I have a bold idea. Speak boldly. Let's hear it. You guys are so excited, I'm afraid you'll beat the out of me. Speak up. I'll beat the out of you if you don't. Ahem. I don't think it's the blue panties of a fishing boat. I don't give a. Blue panties? I've got my pants off and you're telling me this? Drag that asshole upstairs and flog him. Pooh-ha. Numerous fishers laughed. But soon, they looked serious. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was not right. The anchor was even more rare and not joking. What's wrong with the anchor? Why is the anchor not talking all the time? I've never seen the anchor look so serious before. It's not really underwear, is it? Just when everyone was speculating, the anchor's voice came. Was it I'm a sailor who reminded you just now? This user, your eyes are too streaming. What was down there just now wasn't a reflection of seawater, but a blue dragon. Blue dragon? What blue dragon? A blue dragon? So the anchor is joking? The pop-up screen rolled. Numerous fish friends were puzzled. Just then, the sea-catching god opened his mouth in shock. What? A blue dragon? Are you sure? The two tycoons who hadn't spoken much were equally shocked. Brother Octopus, blue dragon? Surprisingly, it's a blue dragon? Anchor, you're lucky. Quickly give the camera over, we want to see it. 3,000 lives, blue dragon? Anchor, are you kidding? I'm afraid something like this is worth more than $10 million. Anchor. I booked this time. As long as it's a blue dragon, I'll take it. No matter what price anyone else offers, I'll go with it for 3,000. Several big shots spoke one after another. Even fishers who don't know how to catch the sea realized. It's a big deal. At this time, Catch the Sea Big God Science and Technology, Blue Dragon, in fact, is the short form of blue lobster, this kind of lobster. Accompanied by his science. Numerous fish friends are stunned. Tens of millions? Sea catching god, you're not kidding? Bull. When has the god of the sea ever made a joke? What are you waiting for? Anchor, hurry up. We want to see tens of millions of lobsters. Yi Feng frowned and said, blue lobster? Didn't you guys just say it was blue underwear? What's so pretty about that? Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Kneel down and beg the anchor dad to show me the lobster. Dad, I've already smoked that asshole for you just now. A group of fish friends collectively apologized. Everyone had a look on their face. Tens of millions of lobsters. I can't hope to eat them in this lifetime. It's a feast for the eyes. At this time, Yi Feng let out a deep breath and spoke. To be honest, it's also my first time seeing a blue dragon, so you guys wait. I'll open the mobile camera right now. The next moment, the smart brain assigned. The mobile camera turned on. The crowd then saw beneath the depths of the sea. A blue lobster was wandering in the seawater. It was blue all over, with colorful half spots on its body, appearing colorful and variegated, as if it was very cheerful, and with its claws gently pointing on the reef, the entire body of the shrimp leapt up, and then the whiskers on its abdomen swung, and the whole thing moved up towards the front. Chapter 089, Want to capture? It's simply impossible. Is this the blue dragon? It's too good looking, right? It's got a dreamy blue vibe. I love it. This blue dragon is really pretty. It's huge. It's got to be 200 or 300 pounds, right? No wonder it's worth $10 million. Fish friends have not been calm. Who knows? A few big gods are even more nonchalant than them. Catch the sea god. Surprisingly, it's such a blue dragon? I made a wrong estimation at first. I'm afraid this blue dragon must be 300 pounds, let alone. This blue dragon is worth a set of villas in Mordor. Brother Octopus smiled bitterly. Anchor, your luck is too good. You're so lucky to have met such a big blue dragon. Seriously, I'm envious. Want you to live 3